to have started from a tale about the tomb of an ancient princess from the Jiang clan. It was a dynasty that only existed for a very short time. Carrying endless resentment, the princess was rumored to appear near her tomb every year on the 7th day of the 7th month. Many people claimed they had seen the shadow of a female ghost wearing a deep red wedding dress. She seemed to wander around, searching for someone to take as her husband. However, it was only a story passed down by word of mouth. From what Fang Ning heard, today was the princess' death anniversary, and the yin energy was said to be at its strongest when her spirit returned from the underworld. On this exact day, as a high-ranking elder of the beggar sect, Fang Ning would bring everyone to the princess's tomb to spend the night there. Fang Ning would then work with the cheap hired livestream crew and the audience to witness this special moment. Was the female ghost real or not? Tune into my livestream tonight. I am not asking for anything, but gifts are always welcome. It was only a replayed video on TopTop. The round man wearing chains like Zhu Bajie was Director Wang, the person Fang Ning hired to handle filming and editing. After the promotion video for Fang Ning's livestream was uploaded, it quickly attracted huge attention. In just one day, the views surpassed 1 million. Hearing the news, Fang Ning revealed a satisfied smile and said, "Great job, this cheap crew was truly worth hiring. Haha, today's livestream depends on all of you. Make sure everything is arranged perfectly." Director Wang wiped his sweat and replied, Yes, Mr. Fang Ning, you flatter us. This is our duty." Although he acted calm on the outside, he was actually complaining inside because business had declined, forcing him to accept a live stream job in this remote place full of ghost rumors. Elsewhere, the crew members were chatting among themselves. The mushroom-haired young man on the left said, "Where did the boss get this idea? We only made low-budget short videos before." The guy smoking replied, "Who knows? Stop talking, this place is already giving me chills." Just then, a young man rushed over to Director Wang and reported that the actress felt this place was too deserted. She had something to do, so she would probably arrive a little late. Hearing this, Director Wang immediately became angry. Damn it, she is only a background actress and she is still acting so important. He pointed forward and continued, "Tell her to hurry up. She absolutely cannot affect the live stream." According to the schedule, filming would start at 11:30 at night. It was only 7:30 now, so there were still 4 hours to prepare. The crew was busy arranging all the equipment. Seeing the scene, Fang Ning became excited. This really is a professional crew. My 1,000 yuan was not wasted. Once this live stream is finished, I will definitely double my investment. Whether the princess tomb is real or not, with this atmosphere, a good performance will make me famous. Thinking this, Fang Ning pulled down his hat to cover his face and took a quick nap before the broadcast. The crew continued setting up the sound and lighting systems to make the live streams go smoothly. But only 10 minutes remained before filming started, and the actress still had not appeared. Even more strangely, a figure in a red wedding dress was silently watching them from behind. The Tubang-haired young man reported the situation to Director Wang again. Even after urging her for an hour, they still could not contact the girl. Hearing this, the director angrily said, "Damn it, when I see her, I will not let this go." Since time was running out, Director Wang decided to give the replacement role to the Tubang-haired young man. He was confused by the sudden request. "Huh? I am part of the crew, not an actor." Seeing him hesitate, Director Wang kicked him and shouted, "What are you standing there for? Go change clothes, read the script carefully, and do not ruin my work." But before leaving, the Tubang-haired young man noticed something unusual. A familiar figure appeared on top of the tomb, looking like it had stepped out of a horror movie. Thinking the actress had arrived, the Tubang-haired young man pointed toward the mountainside and said, "Everyone look, I think that actress is here." Meanwhile, Director Wang quickly grabbed the walkie-talkie to contact Fang Ning. Seeing the figure, the mushroom-haired young man was surprised. When did she arrive? She even prepared her own costume. The smoking guy added, "The clothes she is wearing look far more expensive than the ones we prepared." At that moment, Fang Ning walked over from behind and shouted, "Stop standing around. The actress is already in position. Get ready to start filming." Everything was finally ready. The live stream signal was stable, and the plan could officially begin. Fang Ning calmly took off his cap and turned around. A confident smile appeared on his face as he announced the live stream had officially started. The sound system, lighting, and cameras were all perfectly set up. Facing the camera, Fang Ning spoke in his familiar voice. "Hello everyone, this is the Princess Tomb. Anyone who grew up in High City has probably heard the legends about this place. In recent years, mysterious events have appeared all over the world, and this place is no exception. There have been dozens of rumors involving female ghosts here. Without wasting time, let's begin our exploration. As he walked closer to the tomb, he continued telling the story. Her resentment had remained for many years without fading. Every year on the 7th day of the 7th month, she would appear and tell the world about her hidden suffering. At that moment, a crew member quietly picked up a stone. The stone was flicked toward the tomb, causing Fang Ning to instantly change his expression and react like a professional actor. Fang Ning then signaled that everything was still going smoothly. According to the plan, he would approach the actress and let her suddenly appear on camera to create a dramatic moment. Even Fang Ning secretly praised her realistic acting, as if she were a real ghost. On the other side, the tubang-haired young man kept trying to tell the director something. But Director Wang was focused on the rapidly rising viewer count. It had passed 1 million and even entered the top 10's trending searches. His mind was already filled with thoughts of vacations, gifts, and profits from the contract's revenue share. Just imagining that future was enough to make him excited. The tubang-haired young man tried to speak again, but the director interrupted. "Go away. Do you not want your salary anymore? How dare you interrupt me now?" After pushing him aside, Director Wang picked up the walkie-talkie and announced, "Everyone pay attention. Midnight is coming soon. Mr. Fang Ning, prepare to move toward the actress. As for the actress, follow the script and hide for now." The lighting assistant muttered, "They are making it sound so serious, but the whole crew only has a few people." Meanwhile, the director started the next scene even though the actress had not responded. Suddenly, a violent gust of wind swept through, making everyone squint in discomfort. The tubang-haired young man froze with his mouth wide open. The actress's figure that was there moments ago had completely disappeared. Director Wang knocked his head and said, "Nonsense. I sent her the script yesterday. She must be hiding according to the scene." Then he picked up the walkie-talkie. "Mr. Fang Ning, the actress is in position. Move toward the hillside now." Hearing the instruction, Fang Ning faced the camera and said, "That cold wind just now really startled me. I usually do not believe in ghosts, but right now I feel a little uneasy. I am even starting to wonder if the princess's spirit from the past truly exists here." While Fang Ning slowly climbed toward the higher area of the tomb, the tubang-haired young man kept pulling Director Wang and said, "Director, listen to me first. Can you stop? Everyone is busy right now. If you have something to say it quickly. The actress we contacted earlier just called me. She said she overslept and never came here at all." Hearing this, Director Wang's expression changed instantly, and cold sweat appeared on his face. "She never came? Then who is the person standing on the hillside?" At this moment, the distance between Fang Ning and the figure ahead kept getting closer. From afar, the girl looked strangely gentle and beautiful. When Fang Ning saw her clearly, his face turned pale. He collapsed onto the ground, looking terrified as if he had witnessed something impossible. Countless thoughts rushed through his mind. His eyes widened and cold sweat dripped down as he thought, "This girl is acting too well. I did not even notice when she appeared." "Who are you?" he stammered, his voice trembling uncontrollably. As for Director Wang, he grabbed the tubang-haired young man by the collar and asked, "The actress we hired really did not come. Then explain who that person on the hillside is." The young man replied in confusion, "How would I know? I tried to tell you earlier, but you refused to listen." Suddenly, a young man's terrified shout caught Director Wang's attention. The cameraman was trembling, staring fixedly at the girl's feet. The mushroom-haired young man quickly handed the tablet to Director Wang to see. In an instant, both the director and the tubang-haired young man froze in shock. The unbelievable truth was that the actress was not standing on the ground. She was floating in midair. The director stammered, "Did we really encounter a ghost? Is the person on the hillside the princess from the legend? No, that cannot be right. If she's a ghost, how can the camera record her? Then what exactly is she? A special creature or even an alien?" As for Fang Ning, he was almost scared out of his mind because the actress's performance was too realistic. Raising his hand forward, he nervously muttered, "Don't come closer, don't come closer." After a while, he finally calmed himself down and thought, "Is this crew really that professional?" From the costume to the white hair, everything was prepared perfectly. My decision to hire them was absolutely right. Now it is my turn to act. Thinking this, he immediately took out a flashlight and pointed it forward. "I am not afraid of you. I grew up under the sunlight and lived through the spring breeze. You are only a ghost. You cannot do anything to me." Seeing this scene, the viewers flooded the chat with comments. Ha ha ha, he is facing a female ghost and still posing like a hero. This streamer is really brave. I knew it, it is definitely just acting. The floating scene must be some kind of prop. Watching Fang Ning continue walking forward, the mushroom-haired young man, Director Wang, and the Twubang-haired young man all widened their eyes. What is wrong with him? The female ghost slowly raised both hands in front of her chest like a zombie. Her fingernails gradually grew longer in a terrifyingly strange way. Director Wang immediately grabbed the walkie-talkie and shouted, "Mr. Fang Ning, stop the live stream now. Slowly move back. We may have really encountered a ghost." At that moment, the mushroom-haired young man noticed something strange ahead. Not only did strange energy fluctuations appear, but their communication signal was also completely cut off. Meanwhile, Fang Ning was struggling against the shockwaves released by the female ghost. They were so powerful that even the ground was left with deep marks. The scene terrified the three people on the director's side so much that they dropped to their knees and begged for mercy. In the blink of an eye, the female ghost reached Fang Ning and grabbed his neck tightly. Her terrifying strength lifted him into the air effortlessly. Just then, a strong gust of wind blew past and knocked away the veil covering the female ghost's head. Underneath was an unbelievably beautiful face with deep and captivating eyes. Seeing her appearance, Fang Ning was completely stunned. The only thought in his mind was, "What kind of ghost is this beautiful?" After seeing her face, the viewers exploded with comments. "If every female ghost looked like this, I would volunteer. Cameraman, give yourself a raise. This beauty is beyond even top actresses." But the truth was completely different from what the viewers imagined. The female ghost's grip around Fang Ning's neck tightened, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. Everything had gone far beyond the original script. The female ghost slowly lifted Fang Ning higher into the air while maintaining her grip on his neck. Her beautiful face showed no emotion at all. Fang Ning was already close to losing consciousness due to the lack of air. On the other side, Director Wang's face turned pale. "It is over. If this continues, we are all going to die." The Twubang-haired young man panicked. "Director, think of something. I am still young. I do not want to die in this deserted place." Director Wang shouted, "How can I think of something? Look at those marks on the ground. Even rocks were damaged. What can we do?" At this moment, Fang Ning's strength was rapidly fading. His eyes slowly closed. His consciousness gradually sank into darkness. Just then, a small beam of light suddenly appeared from somewhere. It shot forward and entered his weakened body. The next moment, Fang Ning suddenly opened his eyes. He grabbed the female ghost's wrist and shouted angrily, "Damn it, do you know how important this live stream is? Just act normally for me." The string of beads on his left wrist suddenly lit up, attracting the female ghost's attention. A burst of golden light erupted, forcing the female ghost to release him and step back, while Fang Ning painfully twisted on the ground. Holding his neck and coughing violently, he cursed inside. "A little longer and I would have gone to meet my ancestors. And where is that so-called professional crew? Who can survive acting like this? All the effort spent preparing this live stream cannot be wasted." While Fang Ning still could not understand why a real female ghost existed here. Her eyes remained locked onto the beads on his wrist. Facing the camera, Fang Ning continued acting. "To be honest, I have lived this long and still remain alone. If I have to die today, before that happens, I want to do something I never dared to do before." He fixed his hair and continued, "Viewers, dying beneath the peony flowers and becoming a charming ghost is still a romantic fate. Today I am going all in." After saying that, he stomped on the ground. Then he lowered himself into a position like he was proposing. Slowly taking out a ring from his pocket, he said, "Princess, please let go of your 1,000-year obsession and marry me." The viewers instantly exploded. He is proposing to a female ghost? This streamer is too bold. He's not even sparing a ghost. Sending gifts now. Hope we can still see his videos tomorrow. Holding the ring, Fang Ning closed his eyes and thought, "This contrast is exactly what will push the live stream to its peak." Unexpectedly, the female ghost's gaze became gentler. Her face turned innocent like a normal girl as she softly asked, "Marry me?" But right after that, she seemed to realize something. Her hand suddenly grabbed Fang Ning's hand tightly, while the surrounding wind began to rage. Seeing this, Fang Ning felt a chill down his spine. What is wrong with this actress? Why is she not following the script? Wasn't she supposed to panic and run away? Just then, the female ghost slowly moved closer to him. Her eyes never left his gaze for even a moment. She raised the ring in front of her and asked, Why did you only come to find me now? Tears continued falling as she cried out, Why? Why did you make me wait for so long? The more emotional the female ghost became, the more terrifying the wind around her grew. Even rocks and dirt were lifted into the air. Fang Ning could not understand what was happening. Could these winds and tremors really be created by props? Meanwhile, the female ghost cried out in pain, Why? Why did you abandon me here? Her eyes turned deep red, filled with darkness and terror. This time, the wind became far stronger than before. Even the crew members were thrown away and slammed into trees. Behind the female ghost, a purple aura slowly gathered. In just moments, it transformed into a terrifying ghostly figure. Even Fang Ning was so frightened that he nearly lost his soul. Half of the female ghost's face began to distort. One side was slowly corroded, leaving only one eye filled with endless despair. Fang Ning finally confirmed this was no longer acting. The thing before him was a real ghost. These phenomena could never be created by props. He did not want his life to end here. Besides, he had not made enough money yet. He absolutely did not want to die now. The female ghost wiped away her tears while letting her damaged face continue to decay. With sorrow in her voice, she cried, Why? Why did you leave me behind? Do not leave me alone here. Hearing those words, Fang Ning suddenly understood something, and shock flashed across his eyes. He remembered his childhood, when his parents left him behind, after making empty promises, before disappearing without a trace. From then on, he lived with harsh relatives who often punished him over the smallest mistakes. Every winter night, the little boy curled up in a storage room with only a thin blanket, trembling as he called out in his heart, Mom, Dad, I miss you. Where are you? Do not leave me here. I will be good. Please do not leave me alone. At that moment, he realized the female ghost in front of him carried the same loneliness as he did. He gently placed his hand on her head and said, So you are just like me. Do not cry anymore. He slowly opened the ring box. Then he gently placed the ring on her ring finger. After that, he pulled her into his arms, and her corrupted face slowly returned to normal. Whispering beside her ear, Fang Xing said, I came back to marry you. At that moment, the female ghost suddenly opened her eyes wide. A terrifying roar erupted, and her power created a storm that sent Fang Ning flying far away. The impact made him crash into a nearby tree, and he completely lost consciousness. Thanks to everyone's continuous shouting, Fang Ning slowly woke up. When he opened his eyes, dawn had already arrived. Sitting up, he rubbed his head in confusion and asked, What exactly happened? Where is the female ghost? A crew member answered, After last night's storm, we all lost consciousness. Nobody knows what happened afterward. We checked the camera too. After it fell, it only recorded grass and the ground. Everything else was missing. After the storm, the live stream was also interrupted. However, there is good news. Your account gained another 150,000 followers. The live stream revenue reached 30,000 yuan. Even after the platform's cut, the remaining amount is still very good. Director Wang excitedly said, I will send you yesterday's live streams recording. Once it is uploaded, it will definitely attract many more fans. Fang Ning stared at the numbers on his phone and laughed. Great, great. Do not worry about your payment. I will pay exactly as agreed, not a single coin less. We can work together again in the future. Everyone has stayed awake all night. It is time to go home and rest. The scene shifted to an old apartment. Morning sunlight entered every corner, highlighting its worn-down condition. Fang Ning had also returned home. He slowly walked up the stairs. Reaching his door, he quickly took out his key. The door opened, and he stepped inside. As soon as he entered, he kicked away an empty Coca-Cola can on the floor. Then he collapsed onto an old chair. Taking out his phone to check the data, he thought, it has not even been uploaded for long, but the views have already passed 100,000. The comments are also increasing non-stop. It seems my fame has grown a lot overnight. Suddenly remembering the female ghost from last night, he thought, I never even asked for her name. Thinking about it, he entered the bedroom, took off his clothes, and muttered, Strange, I just woke up not long ago, but I am sleepy again. I wonder if she followed me after that proposal last night. Hopefully not. I still want to live a few more years. Besides, that kind of resentful spirit should be a bound ghost. It cannot easily leave the place trapping it. After saying that, he lay down on the bed. His eyelids slowly became heavier. Not long after, he fell completely asleep. Time passed quickly, and soon night arrived. After a long sleep, Fang Ning slowly woke up. He immediately reached for his phone to check the time. But instead, his hand touched a piece of red cloth. The scene made his eyes widen. The person standing before him was the female ghost from last night. Her red eyes, familiar wedding dress, and long hair were exactly the same as before. Seeing her figure, Fang Ning's mind was filled with questions. He pinched himself and muttered, "What the hell is happening? Am I dreaming?" But the sharp pain quickly gave him the answer. Looking at the female ghost standing blankly before him, he comforted himself. "Whatever you think about during the day appears in your dreams at night. I cannot believe I dreamed of this." Then he clasped his hands, closed his eyes, and thought, "If this is a dream, everything should change according to my thoughts. As long as I stop thinking about her, it will be fine." He slowly opened one eye to check. But reality was completely different from what he expected. The female ghost was still standing there, even looking at him with confusion. This made him scream, "Oh my God, why are you still here?" In response, the female ghost only looked at him as if watching a strange performance. Fang Ning felt a chill run down his spine as sweat poured out. Could I be too exhausted and still trapped in this dream? Just then, he remembered a method he had heard before. Bend your finger to see if it hurts. Without hesitation, he grabbed his index finger and forcefully bent it. He believed that if he was dreaming, he would feel nothing, and that became the beginning of a small disaster. Seconds later, a terrible scream echoed from the room, even startling the birds outside the window. Fang Ning held his painful hand, his face twisted in agony. His swollen finger was clearly visible, while the female ghost tilted her head and asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" Hearing her voice, Fang Ning froze. The pain in his finger was pushed aside as one thought appeared. Could this really not be a dream? He cautiously walked closer, touched the female ghost's hand, and muttered, "So everything is real. She actually has a physical body." After confirming it, he immediately sat up and stammered, Why did you appear here?" His heart was filled with fear. "It is over. This ghost followed me all the way home. Am I really going to die tonight?" Suddenly, the female ghost touched his pointing finger, making him think, "Wait, it seems she did not come here to kill me." At that moment, the female ghost looked at him with pure eyes, gently pulled his hand closer, and said, "I came here to see you. I am not here to take you to meet your ancestors." Fang Ning froze completely, his mouth open in shock. "What? Ha! Why would you come to see me? We do not even know each other." The female ghost pulled his hand even closer and said softly, "Husband, I have finally found you." Seeing this scene, Fang Ning was stunned in his mind. What is happening? Could she really think I am her husband? Seeing his confused expression, the female ghost's attitude instantly changed. A red aura appeared behind her, and her eyes became different as she asked, "Have you forgotten?" Sensing danger, Fang Ning hurriedly explained, "Ah, I see, but I was only acting last night. Who would really propose to a female ghost like you?" Hearing that, the female ghost loses her composure. Her hair flies wildly as her expression changes, and a terrifying ghost shadow appears behind her. Fang Ning breaks into a cold sweat and quickly calculates. Staying alive matters most, so he decides to agree with her first and deal with the rest later. He rushes over, grabs the female ghost's hand, and forces a smile. "How could I forget? You are my wife, after all. Haha." Her anger slowly fades, and the red aura and ghost shadow disappear. After that, he casually asks for her name so he can address her properly. The female ghost's surname is Jiang, and her name is Li. She is called Jiang Li. Jiang Li becomes extremely happy, smiling brightly like an innocent child. Meanwhile, Fang Ning finally relaxes. Luckily, he managed to keep his life. One wrong word, and he felt like he was about to be sent to the afterlife. After all, this female ghost has an outstanding appearance, so he does not mind too much. As someone who has been single for years, he is used to a quiet life. Having a female ghost suddenly appear like fate is not such a bad thing. He clears his throat and asks, "How did you get here?" The princess tomb is at least more than 10 kilometers away. Hearing that, Jiang Li immediately floats into the air and explains. A green energy surrounds her body, lifting her above the ground. Right after that, she charges straight toward Fang Ning. Then she directly merges into his body. Watching her suddenly vanish, Fang Ning is stunned. Huh? What just happened? This is strange. He looks around but cannot find her anywhere, then panics. What the hell? Where is my ghost friend? At that moment, the female ghost appears as a beam of light and says, "I am here, inside your body." Fang Ning is shocked and screams loudly. After that, Jiang Li leaves his body once again. The moment she appears, she falls straight onto the ground. Fang Ning cannot believe it. Can ghosts even fall down? Seeing her slowly stand up with an adorable look, Fang Ning thinks to himself, "She is actually quite lovable, and she does not seem like she wants to harm him." At this moment, Jiang Li stands up and places one hand on the edge of Fang Ning's bed. However, her outfit is too complicated and gets in the way, causing her to lose balance and fall onto the floor again. Seeing this, Fang Ning says she should probably change clothes. That outfit must be inconvenient to move around in. Hearing that, Zhang Li looks back at him with a confused expression. She quietly responds, then raises her hand and uses magic. A wave of spiritual energy lifts her body into the air. Fang Ning watches in shock, feeling like he is witnessing a legendary divine technique. In just a moment, the wedding dress disappears and is replaced by a simple white outfit. Seeing this, Fang Ning immediately gets a nosebleed and shouts, "I told you to change clothes, not wear something like this." Still looking innocent, Zhang Li watches Fang Ning desperately trying to stop the bleeding and asks curiously, "Why are you bleeding so much?" While Zhang Li casually ignores her appearance, Fang Ning struggles to stay calm. He quickly turns away and gives her a white shirt, telling her to put it on immediately. Holding the shirt, Zhang Li still looks confused. Fang Ning sits down on the floor with a burning face. Everything is completely different from what he saw in movies and novels. He even wonders if she is trying to charm him on purpose. A while later, Zhang Li finishes changing clothes. She slowly walks out, and Fang Ning's eyes are almost unable to leave her. Her appearance was already stunning, and the added shirt makes her features stand out even more. Noticing the collar is too wide, Fang Ning quickly steps forward, adjusts it, and carefully buttons it up. Only after finishing does he let out a sigh of relief, like he survived a difficult trial. A little slower and he might have faced another huge problem. As for Zhang Li, after her clothes are fixed, she frowns slightly because the tight feeling is uncomfortable. Fang Ning says, "These are my clothes, so of course they do not fit you perfectly. Tell me honestly, are you planning to follow me forever? Do you really see me as your husband?" Hearing that, Zhang Li immediately nods repeatedly, firmly confirming that Fang Ning is her husband and she will listen to whatever he says. Fang Ning can only shake his head helplessly. This is no longer an illusion. The female ghost before him is truly the legendary princess who slept for 1,000 years. He lets out a long sigh as if he has finally accepted reality. After that, he walks past Zhang Li and signals her to follow him somewhere else. While she curiously touches the light switch, Fang Ning secretly thinks, if she really follows everything he says, maybe he should give it a try. At that moment, the room suddenly lights up. Seeing her reflection in the mirror, the female ghost curiously examines herself and mutters, "What is this? Why is it so clear?" Fang Ning has brought her into the bathroom. He looks at her and asks, "You said I am your husband, so if I tell you to do something, you will do it, right?" Hearing that, the female ghost's cheeks turn slightly red. With expectation in her eyes, she softly replies, "Yes, I will listen to everything you say." Fang Ning is quite satisfied with her answer, but he keeps a serious expression and says, "Remember, you said this yourself." After saying that, the corner of his mouth lifts mysteriously. "Then the first thing I want to teach you is..." Hearing this, the female ghost becomes nervous. Her expression also turns more serious. While she is still wondering, Fang Ning picks up a toothbrush and continues. "The first lesson is brushing your teeth. If you want to live here with me, you need to stay clean every morning." He takes out toothpaste, puts the right amount on the brush, and explains, "I will buy you your own cup and toothbrush later. For now, watch me first. First, put toothpaste on the brush. Then place it on your teeth and brush evenly to clean your mouth. Finally, rinse with water to wash away the foam and spit it out." But before he finishes explaining, the female ghost quickly takes Fang Ning's toothbrush, leaving him frozen. She puts it in her mouth and copies his instructions. Her movements are clumsy but extremely focused. Following every step, she brushes up and down as foam appears around her lips. She wonders, so this is what brushing teeth is. Fang Ning is completely stunned. That is his toothbrush, yet she just used it without hesitation. Even so, the female ghost's ability to learn is surprisingly fast. She quickly understands how to use it. At this moment, she holds water in her mouth and rinses just like he taught her. Standing beside her, Fang Ning can only shake his head helplessly. The female ghost turns to him and asks, "Husband, is this how it is done?" Seeing her innocent look and adorable expression, Fang Ning does not know what to say. He just stands there sweating, thinking this girl is truly too easy to make people soften. Although he feels happy inside, Fang Ning still tries to stay calm. After this test, he considers the female ghost to have passed the first challenge. He gently takes the toothbrush from her mouth and reminds her, "Do not use my toothbrush again in the future. Understand?" While carefully cleaning the toothbrush, he says, "If you stay here, I will buy you your own set of daily items." His hand lightly touches her small face. The female ghost obediently replies, "Thank you, husband. Sorry for troubling you." Fang Ning continues, "It is fine, but what I want to know is why you are so certain that I am your husband and treat me like we are truly married." Hearing that, the female ghost stays silent for a moment before whispering, "I do not remember clearly either. My memories are very blurry. I only know you are my husband, and I have waited for you for a very long time." At that moment, the sun rises, and gentle morning light enters the apartment. Standing by the mirror, the female ghost slowly adds, "There is one more thing. It seems I am searching for something very important." Hearing this, Fang Ning thinks quietly, searching for something while losing her memories. Could she have approached me because of that item? But reality is different from what he imagined. Even after trying to remember, the female ghost still cannot identify what she is looking for, making her feel uneasy. After thinking for a while, a blurry image suddenly appears in her mind. It seems to be a hair ornament, like a hairpin. Fang Ning thinks to himself, "A hairpin? That already sounds unusual. Why does someone ordinary like me keep getting dragged into strange events?" After that, he tells the female ghost to wait outside while he cleans himself up. Standing before the sink, Fang Ning adjusts his clothes and thinks. It seems she truly remembers nothing. From what he knows, ghosts exist because of unfinished obsessions. Could she have even forgotten that? Just as he is about to relax after a chaotic night, he suddenly notices something. Turning around, he sees the female ghost staring at him closely. He immediately becomes embarrassed and asks, "I already told you to go outside. Why are you still standing here?" The female ghost answers naturally, "Of course I am waiting for my husband." Hearing that, the two stare at each other in confusion, and the atmosphere becomes extremely awkward. Without hesitation, Fang Ning pushes her out of the room. The female ghost sits on the floor with a confused expression, while he slams the door shut and says, "Wait outside." Only then does he finally breathe a sigh of relief. While finishing his routine, Fang Ning reviews everything in his mind. He needs to ask more questions. It is too early to draw any conclusions. She looks harmless, but that may not be her true nature. Maybe this is all an act, and she will reveal her real side once she gets what she wants. But he has to admit, she really is adorable, and she even calls him her husband. Even so, humans and ghosts belong to different worlds. He is not some legendary hero who can easily accept this kind of thing. In the end, finding a way to make her leave still seems like the better choice. Thinking that, he walks to the bedroom door and pushes it open. In an instant, his entire body freezes. The female ghost is sitting comfortably on his bed. She is holding an adult book filled with sensitive illustrations. The sight makes Fang Ning scream in horror. He rushes over to take the book back, but forgets that the female ghost can easily float away. Unable to get it back, he can only look up and ask, "Where did you find that book?" The female ghost innocently replies, "I found it under your bed." Then she curiously asks, "Husband, why are the people in this book dressed so strangely? Are they also husband and wife? Do I need to do these things with you too?" Hearing that, Fang Ning feels his brain about to explode. He quickly explains, "No, this book was just given to me by someone else." Although he says that he does not fully believe it himself. He keeps trying to take the book back, but the female ghost's reactions are too fast. Every attempt fails, and the secret he hid for so long is completely exposed. After flipping through more pages, the female ghost points at an illustration and innocently asks, "Husband, why are these people doing such strange things in front of each other?" Hearing the question, Fang Ning completely freezes and does not know how to answer. He immediately rushes forward and quickly takes the book back from her. He stuffs it under the bed and seriously reminds her, "From now on, do not touch my things without my permission, understand?" The female ghost obediently sits down, nods and replies, "I understand, dear husband." Seeing her calm down, Fang Ning returns to the previous topic about the lost item she mentioned in the bathroom. But before he can continue, the female ghost moves closer and stares directly into his eyes, making him visibly nervous. Then her gaze moves downward. Her curious expression makes Fang Ning panic and shout, "Hey, stop staring there." It seems she has just remembered the images from the book earlier. She quietly compares them with the situation in front of her. A proud smile appears on the female ghost's face, as if she has figured something out. She suddenly jumps toward him, making Fang Ning flinch and ask, "Hey, what exactly are you trying to do?" The female ghost seriously answers, according to the book, the first step is removing the husband's clothes, then following the instructions inside, and finally completing it. The more she talks, the more excited she becomes, even reaching for his zipper. Fang Ning's face turns red as he quickly stops her and says, "Forget everything in that book. Why would you suddenly do this? This cannot be done so casually." The female ghost immediately protests with an unhappy expression. "How is it casual? You are my husband. I would only do this with my husband." After saying that, she rushes forward again. Luckily, Fang Ning reacts quickly, dodges to the side, and says, "This still cannot happen. We just met." After creating some distance, he asks her to sit down and have a serious talk. He does not want things to happen in such a strange way. But if he rejects her too strongly, what if she gets angry? Thinking about that, his headache gets worse because he has no way to resist her. While he is lost in thought, the female ghost sits down on the bed with obvious disappointment. Seeing her reaction, Fang Ning is slightly stunned. He did not expect her to care this much. He quickly shakes his head and regains his focus, reminding himself not to overthink. Taking a deep breath, he says, "What I mean is, first we need to understand each other." Before he finishes, the female ghost interrupts. "I understand. Everyone in the book wore very little clothing, so if I remove some, that should be fine, right?" While saying that, she hurriedly starts undoing her buttons. Her already tight outfit becomes even messier. Watching this scene, Fang Ning can only stand frozen, with obvious embarrassment on his face. The female ghost tilts her head and asks, "Will you agree then, husband?" She steps closer again, looks at him curiously, and asks, "Husband, do you like me like this? If you do, then let's do what we should do." The distance between them keeps getting closer. Faced with her overwhelming initiative, Fang Ning hurriedly says, "Put your clothes back on properly." After saying that, he quickly takes another shirt and hands it to her. Not long after, the female ghost puts on the clothes he prepared, while Fang Ning turns around to avoid the awkwardness. He says, "Are you dressed yet? From now on, do not copy those things from that book anymore. That's how it should be." After finishing changing, the female ghost obediently nods and agrees. Fang Ning also wonders why she does not use magic to create new clothes. It turns out her ability cannot directly create objects from nothing. That is why she uses his clothes instead. Seeing her keep holding the shirt and smelling it, Fang Ning quickly waves his hand and says, "Hey, do not sniff it like that." While she gradually follows his instructions, Fang Ning quietly thinks, "Ghost-like existences should normally be difficult to see with the naked eye or record with ordinary devices, right?" Still full of questions, Fang Ning asks, "Zhang Li, are you really a ghost?" Hearing that, the female ghost immediately looks confused. She quickly denies it. Fang Ning then asks, "Then what exactly are you?" At this point, the confusion on her face becomes even clearer because even she does not know what kind of existence she is. Seeing her reaction, Fang Ning becomes even more certain of his guess. Perhaps she became like this because of an obsession. To help her leave, he first needs to find that hairpin. He grabs her hand and asks, "Do you remember where you lost it?" The female ghost shakes her head. "I still cannot remember. But husband, I am hungry." Her answer surprises Fang Ning. He never expected an existence like her to feel hunger too. Then he leads her to the refrigerator, though he is unsure if she can eat normal human food. Inside, only one cake remains. He gives it to her and says, "There is no food left at home. Eat this for now." The female ghost obediently accepts the cake. She opens her mouth and takes a small bite. But after tasting it, she immediately returns it with dissatisfaction, saying this cannot make her full. Holding the unfinished cake, Fang Ning thinks deeply. It seems she has a real body, so she needs energy to survive. But if normal food cannot satisfy her, what can he find for her to eat? He turns and asks, "Then what do you want to eat? Do not tell me you plan to eat me instead." However, the female ghost does not answer immediately and suddenly looks outside the window. After staring for a few seconds, her eyes light up as if she has found something. Hearing her say there is delicious food outside, Fang Ning becomes curious and looks toward the window. At that moment, the female ghost suddenly places her hand on his shoulder, catching him off guard. Right after that, she lifts him up and flies into the sky toward the place she discovered. As someone afraid of heights, Fang Ning nearly loses all hope. The early morning city appears below them with winds rushing past. The view is beautiful, but he has no mood to enjoy it. In this ridiculous situation, he can only shout, "Hey, where are we going? At least let your husband change his slippers first." After a while, the green light around the female ghost slowly descends toward a forest. The moment they land, Fang Ning grabs a nearby tree and keeps retching, while the female ghost calmly walks forward. After taking some time to recover, he turns and asks, "Where is this place?" But the moment he finishes speaking, his eyes widen in shock. In front of them is a huge abandoned building, with signs of decay covering every wall and rooftop. It is a school called Haiwan Elementary School. The familiar name makes Fang Ning's memories stir, as if he has heard of it somewhere before. While thinking, the two slowly walk inside. However, the scene here feels extremely unusual. Rotten desks, signs, and other abandoned items are piled up in the schoolyard, creating a desolate atmosphere. Fang Ning takes out his phone and checks the map. His eyes stay fixed on the screen until he confirms their current location is Haiyan Village. This place sits in a large empty area, with no signs of human activity nearby. A chill runs down Fang Ning's spine, making him realize this place is only a few kilometers from his apartment. Yet he has never stepped foot here before. This is the location of a shocking incident once widely reported by the media. Years ago, a real estate company planned to build an entertainment complex on this land. After purchasing the area, the residents of Haiyan Village gradually moved away. At first, everything went smoothly, but once construction began, strange incidents started happening one after another. Mysterious accidents killed many workers and people involved, forcing the project to stop. The entire area was abandoned until now. These terrifying memories make Fang Ning even more uneasy. He keeps looking at the female ghost, unable to understand why she brought him to such a notorious place. At this moment, Zhang Li looks extremely excited, repeatedly saying there is something fascinating inside. Fang Ning's face turns pale, and he nearly loses his balance. According to Fang Ning's guess, what the female ghost mentioned is likely some kind of energy similar to her, such as leftover soul energy from this place. Hearing that, Fang Ning quickly hides behind a tree and tells her to go inside and enjoy it herself while he waits outside. However, as her husband, he probably cannot stay too far away. Because of that, Zhang Li keeps begging and pulls him deeper inside. Seeing her behavior, Fang Ning feels both embarrassed and uneasy because she is far too childish. Whether he agrees or not, Zhang Li treats it as something that must happen and quickly drags Fang Ning further in, making his fear explode until he screams. However, her cuteness and constant acting spoiled gradually make Fang Ning soften. 10 years ago, a mysterious disappearance happened at the dormitory of Haiyan Elementary School. The incident became widely known as the mysterious disappearance case of Haiyan Elementary School. At that time, a 6th grade student named Lian Xiang suddenly vanished while staying inside the sealed school area. After hearing the news, her parents were devastated and immediately reported it. The police and rescue teams expanded the search area, but found no clues. Even though the security cameras operated day and night, the girl's whereabouts were as if she had never existed. 1 month later, Lian Xiang's heavily decomposed body was discovered inside a teaching building, even though that area had already been searched many times. The incident caused both teachers and students to fall into panic. The scene was quickly sealed for investigation. The examination confirmed that Lian Xiang had died about 1 month earlier. The strange part was that there were no traces around the body, as if she had disappeared from the world and suddenly returned. Half a month later, Haiyan Elementary School's principal, Jiang Shuang, suddenly hanged herself inside the school grounds, causing great fear among the students. From then on, countless unexplained events occurred at Haiyan School. Eventually, the school was relocated and demolished, becoming the abandoned area it is today. From Lian Xiang's disappearance and reappearance to the principal's death and construction accidents, everything left this place covered in mystery. The more Fang Ning reads these records, the more his scalp tingles. He cannot help worrying that this abandoned place truly hides something abnormal. At that moment, Fang Ning's body trembles repeatedly, and he can barely hold his phone steady. Meanwhile, the female ghost is clearly excited, constantly circling around her husband. While the female ghost plays with a statue in the schoolyard, Fang Ning takes the chance to suggest that maybe they should leave. Hearing that, Zhang Li immediately looks unhappy, her cold gaze locking onto him. Seeing her expression, Fang Ning quickly changes his tone and awkwardly laughs, saying he was only joking. Deep down, Fang Ning still feels this female ghost is not trustworthy at all. However, seeing her confidence, he believes she truly possesses great ability. After calming himself down, Fang Ning opens the school gate and enters with the female ghost. The scene inside is completely rotten. Most of the paint on the walls has peeled away, leaving only traces of decay. Spider webs cover every corner of the building. For the rats, this place has long become their familiar territory. Using his flashlight and Zhang Li's ability to sense spiritual's energy, the two quickly move deeper inside. Everything around them shows severe deterioration, from cracked walls to old damaged doors. At this moment, the female ghost places her hand on Fang Ning's shoulder and points upward, making his anxiety grow even stronger. Wanting to help the beautiful girl in front of him get the meal she desires, Fang Ning can only reluctantly climb the stairs toward the higher floors. Their destination is the floor marked 5F. After reaching the floor, the two begin observing the area. Compared to below, the condition is no better. The level of decay is even more severe. Suddenly, the female ghost leaves Fang Ning's side and rushes toward a room, making him even more nervous and tense. Inside an office deep within the building, the layout shows that this was once where the school's management worked. Zhang Li and Fang Ning enter the area as well. While Fang Ning is still looking around in confusion, completely unaware of what this place used to be, Zhang Li can no longer hide her excitement. Her eyes are locked onto what she considers a delicious meal, a set of school supplies and some old leftover items. Fang Ning casually picks up a comb covered in years of dust and wipes away the dirt. Other than a freezing sensation running down his spine, the item seems completely ordinary. Just then, the female ghost rushes over and snatches the comb from his hand, looking like someone who has waited too long. Fang Ning can only stare in confusion. A strange dark aura suddenly rises from the comb. Zhang Li immediately absorbs all of the energy with an expression of pure enjoyment. After draining everything, she returns the comb to Fang Ning, leaving him standing there confused about what just happened. The female ghost looks extremely satisfied, with a delighted smile as if she just received a great reward. Even though she keeps praising it as a delicious meal, Fang Ning still cannot understand what she did or what she absorbed. However, after the energy inside disappears, the comb no longer gives off a cold feeling. Fang Ning guesses that what Zhang Li absorbed was soul power. The soul power hidden inside these objects seems to satisfy her hunger and make her happier. The truth is almost exactly that, making Fang Ning believe this school is hiding some kind of evil spirit. Just thinking about it gives him a headache. While lost in thought, he is pulled back by Zhang Li's voice. Since there are still many food items nearby, she keeps waving at him to follow. Since they already came this far, Fang Ning decides to go along with her and search for the things she likes. While walking, a sudden idea flashes through his mind, instantly making him alert. The idea is simple but highly possible. Filming's explorations of mysterious locations. Curiosity always attracts viewers. Fang Ning suddenly turns around, causing the female ghost to look back at him. He has found a way for Zhang Li to stay with him while also helping them earn a large amount of money. Zhang Li still does not understand his plan, and her face shows pure confusion. Fang Ning grabs her hand and asks if she can sense the location of soul power. She cannot find the exact position, but she can roughly detect the direction. Hearing that, Fang Ning becomes extremely excited, as if he just hit a jackpot. The Princess Tomb exploration still has strong popularity. If he continues making similar content, he can greatly increase his online fame. For someone who loves money and attention like him, this is a perfect opportunity. Without hesitation, Fang Ning starts his plan. He teaches Zhang Li how to use a phone for recording. Thanks to her intelligence, she quickly learns everything. With her ability to control floating objects and move freely, filming becomes even easier for her. Seeing how quickly she learns, Fang Ning pats her head and promises that if she does well, he will take her to enjoy many delicious foods. Hearing about food, Zhang Li immediately becomes excited and happily jumps around. Having a wife who can fly and sense mysterious phenomena makes her perfect for helping with video recording. All he needs is to take her around, record explorations, and upload them online. Then the number of followers will definitely rise, his fame will grow, and income will follow. After agreeing on the content and carefully explaining everything, the two begin carrying out the plan. Thanks to her flying ability, Zhang Li easily takes the role of camera woman for her husband. Once the recording starts, Fang Ning immediately enters character. He begins with the familiar style of content creators. Hello everyone, I am the great elder chairman of the beggars sect Ao Lang. Long time no see, do you still remember me? Greetings to all viewers watching. It is already 1 in the morning. After the Princess Tomb incident, today I continue my exploration journey. In front of me is an abandoned school in the mountains outside the city, Haiyuan Elementary School. Haiyuan Elementary School was built 40 years ago with funding from the Shangyuan Foundation. to provide education for children in Haiyuan village. The source of Haiyuan village's ghostly rumors was the mysterious disappearance of a girl 10 years ago. Since then, many strange incidents and unusual deaths have occurred around the area. 3 years ago, the entire region was cleared out, and the residents moved away. Were these strange events just coincidences, human-made tricks, or was there truly an invisible force behind them? Today, follow me as we enter this place filled with terrifying rumors and uncover the truth. While Fang Ning is passionately talking to the camera, the comb behind him suddenly releases a special soul aura. Even stranger, it begins moving by itself and even stands upright. As for Zhongli, besides thinking about food, she completely ignores this change. Looking at the comb, she only shows a hungry expression like she is facing a rare delicacy. Even so, she forces herself to hold back, reminding herself to finish filming first before enjoying the meal. Meanwhile, Fang Ning continues his narration. It is said that the missing girl was named Lian Xiang. Later, her body was found right here, inside the principal's office. The principal who committed suicide also died in this same room. Therefore, all the mysteries may have started here. While investigating, I also discovered a girl's comb on the desk. After saying that, he reaches behind himself to pick up the comb and show it to the audience. But after searching around, he still cannot touch the item he wants, leaving Fang Ning stunned. Not only that, the comb begins moving strangely, making him feel something is wrong. At first, he thinks Zhang Li is secretly helping create effects for the video with her power, but after thinking carefully, she never mentioned doing this. Just then, a dark hand with sharp claws suddenly grabs his wrist tightly. Surprisingly, Fang Ning still manages to keep some calm in this situation. At the same time, he realizes the moving comb and this strange ghost hand have nothing to do with Zhang Li. Behind that arm is another female ghost with an extremely terrifying appearance. Her eyes are pitch black, her hair is dark blue, and her lips are so red that it is impossible to tell if it is lipstick or blood. While Zhang Li behind him is still yawning from boredom, the terrifying ghost moves closer to Fang Ning. He curses his bad luck for encountering another ghost here. In an instant, the ghost tightens her grip around his neck, intending to kill him. The terrifying force is so strong that Fang Ning cannot make a sound. Coldness spreads through his body, his limbs become stiff, and his face turns pale from lack of oxygen. Not stopping there, the ghost uses her other hand to hold him down. Fang Ning's entire body becomes locked in place, unable to move at all. Realizing this is the opponent's special ability, he can only desperately call for Zhang Li in his mind. His helpless struggle seems to make the ghost even more excited. The corner of her mouth rises, revealing the expression of a predator that has captured its prey. Unfortunately, from Zhang Li's position, she cannot see what is happening behind him. Fang Ning's body completely blocks the terrifying female ghost. Moreover, Zhang Li's mind is only focused on the delicious food she will get after finishing the job. Meanwhile, Fang Ning is already reaching his limit. Sweat pours down, saliva drips from the corner of his mouth, and he tries to call for help but receives no response. His consciousness slowly fades, and his eyes gradually close. Inside Fang Ning's mental world, the beads on his body suddenly begin glowing, just like when Zhang Li once strangled him. Unexpectedly, this light gives him a strange source of power. Fang Ning's eyes shine as if merging with the glow from the beads. Perhaps for someone as obsessed with making money as him, dying here while still young is simply unacceptable. Even the vicious female ghost cannot hide her shock and caution. Fang Ning immediately breaks free from her control and even grabs her arm to stop her from escaping. A special light continuously radiates from his body, all coming from the beads he wears. One surprise after another, the female ghost cannot believe that an ordinary human can detect her existence and even directly grab her body. Before she can recover from the shock, Fang Ning gathers his strength and throws her away. The impact is so strong that the female ghost almost loses her ability to resist. However, the effects of oxygen deprivation prevent him from maintaining this state for long. His body collapses, and he starts coughing violently. What surprises Fang Ning the most is that he has no idea where this power came from, or when he gained such an ability. At that moment, the female demons muttering from the floor drew his attention away. Why? Why would you treat me like this? She gritted her teeth tightly, her fingers scraping across the floor with a sharp screech. Suddenly, the female demon shot forward like an arrow, her sharp claws aimed straight at Fang Ning. Everything happened too fast for him to react. At the same time, a mysterious voice rang beside his ear, repeatedly telling him to lower his body and dodge to the side. Following his instincts, Fang Ning immediately did as instructed. This allowed him to narrowly avoid the attack. He also realized his body had become much more agile than before. Under the current light, the female demon's figure became clearer. Her dress was covered with old and fresh bloodstains, showing traces of countless terrifying events. A dark shadow rushed toward him again, but this time Fang Ning managed to dodge. He also noticed it was only a feint. Sure enough, the female demon's true target was the door behind him, trying to escape. Unfortunately for her, the moment she reached it, a powerful soul force erupted and blasted her back. Only then did Zhang Li calmly appear, sending a voice transmission to Fang Ning and telling him to go all out, treating this as real combat training. Thanks to that message, Fang Ning learned that the guiding voice earlier was Zhang Li's. He had thought the golden power came from her, but it actually came from the bead chain on his body. Putting his doubts aside, Fang Ning refocused. He rolled his wrist and stretched his muscles, preparing for a real battle. After warming up, he instantly charged forward and threw a powerful punch. The female demon barely dodged it, but her face was still filled with shock at an ordinary human's strength. Knowing she could not fight him head-on, she immediately tried to escape, but was caught by Fang Ning's hand. He coldly said, "Think you can escape from me that easily? This video's popularity still depends on you." As soon as he finished speaking, a heavy blow struck the female demon. She was sent flying into the wall with a loud crash. Without giving her a chance to resist, Fang Ning pinned her against the wall and excitedly said, "How dare you ambush me? Next time, choose the right person. Once you're in my hands, don't even think about escaping." Realizing she could not break free by force, the female demon immediately changed tactics. Her appearance began to transform, becoming much more beautiful and charming. Her figure also changed, becoming softer and more attractive than before. In just moments, her entire appearance was completely different from her original terrifying form. The sudden transformation left Fang Ning stunned. The female demon slowly moved closer, leaned beside his ear, and softly called, "Big brother, can you spare me this time?" While speaking, she deliberately acted close to him, trying to weaken Fang Ning's resolve. Indeed, Fang Ning became slightly flustered, and his face turned red for a moment. But then, a freezing sensation suddenly swept over him, making his entire body stiffen. Looking behind him secretly, Fang Ning immediately understood the source of the killing intent. Zhang Li stood there with an extremely displeased expression, her eyes almost piercing through everything before her. With his strong survival instinct, Fang Ning instantly changed his attitude. He pulled the female demon away and shouted, "Shut up! How can you act so shamelessly in broad daylight?" After saying that, Fang Ning suddenly realized it was midnight, so there was no such thing as broad daylight. Don't think those seduction tricks can shake my firm will. Thinking about the consequences of angering Zhang Li, Fang Ning felt cold sweat pouring down his body. The female demon's gaze earlier clearly carried the desire to devour everything. Luckily, he reacted fast enough, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. At that moment, the female demon approached again, showing a pitiful expression and begging Fang Ning to trust her, promising she would not hurt him anymore. While he was still stunned by her words, she suddenly blew a strange breath toward his face. By the time Fang Ning sensed something was wrong, it was already too late. The female demon instantly returned to her terrifying original form, with an aura even stronger than before. It turned out her approach was only a trick to absorb his soul force. Fang Ning had not even recovered yet. A painful claw mark suddenly appeared on his back. The force was so strong that it pushed him backward, but he still managed to keep his balance. After that attack, a deep wound was clearly visible on Fang Ning's back. Seeing this, the female demon became even more excited, with strange demonic energy constantly appearing around her. Without giving him time to recover, she launched another attack. A storm of attacks rained down. Although Fang Ning dodged most of them, he still suffered injuries in several places. Even the female demon was shocked to see his speed continuously increasing. Unable to land a single hit, she lost patience and let out an angry roar like a wild beast. Right after that, she charged forward again. A powerful attack aimed directly at Fang Ning's chest, but this time, he easily blocked the strike. Unwilling to give up, the female demon immediately attacked with her other hand. However, before she could hit him, Fang Ning slapped her hard, sending her face sideways. He frowned and scolded her for only causing trouble and doing evil. Dazed from the hit, the female demon glared and gritted her teeth. "You, Before she could finish, another slap struck her other cheek. "You what? Look at the wounds you caused on me." Not stopping there, Fang Ning pressed her head onto the table and declared, "I came here to eliminate evil creatures like you and let justice shine everywhere." The entire scene was recorded by his phone. The female demon's soul force began to collapse from the beating. Sensing the energy released, Zhang Li immediately became interested. Without hesitation, she quickly absorbed all the scattered soul force. After enjoying it, her face brightened as she repeatedly praised how delicious it was. Meanwhile, Fang Ning clenched one fist and grabbed the female demon's collar with the other, questioning her identity and why she appeared here to harm people. Facing his intimidating tone, the female demon did not resist and only stayed silent. Then she suddenly burst into tears, making Fang Ning feel like he had become the villain instead. Her body strangely shrank smaller, while only her mouth remained unchanged. Crying, she repeatedly questioned, "Why are you treating me like this?" The dark aura around her slowly faded away, revealing the true appearance of a familiar young girl. Looking closer, Fang Ning realized she was Lian Xiang. After confirming her identity, countless thoughts appeared in his mind. If he could uncover the truth behind Haiyuan Elementary School through Lian Xiang, this video would definitely attract many viewers. So he quickly asked, "What exactly happened? How did you die back then? Why did you attack me just now? Is there anyone else in this school besides you?" The endless questions caused Lian Xiang's expression to change. Tears kept falling as if she had remembered something terrifying. Finally, she hugged Fang Ning and cried, "It was him, he forced me. I never wanted to do this." But with so little information, Fang Ning had no idea who she was talking about. Her words reminded him of the time when he himself had suffered oppression. Anger rose in Fang Ning's heart. He kept wondering who this person was and how a pitiful girl like Lian Xiang could suffer such cruelty. He pulled Lian Xiang into his arms again and comforted her, promising to help. She only needed to tell him who was behind everything. Hearing this, Lian Xiang slowly began explaining everything about that person to Fang Ning. However, before she could finish, a strange black void suddenly appeared behind her, constantly pulling her body deeper inside. Even though Fang Ning desperately reached out to hold her, the outcome could not be changed. Before his eyes, Lian Xiang was slowly dragged away, tears streaming down her face. In the end, she completely disappeared into the darkness, leaving Fang Ning with only helplessness. But things were far from over. From the void, strange black energy surged out, followed by the appearance of a terrifying Gisk demon. It opened its mouth full of fangs and roared, "Damn you! How dare you touch my Lian Xiang!" Driven by rage, the demon immediately swung its massive rough fist toward Fang Ning with overwhelming force. The huge gap in strength left him unable to find any way to defend himself. While his mind was still in chaos, Zhang Li appeared without warning and stood before him to protect her husband. As the giant fist descended, she quickly created a barrier to block the attack for both of them. However, the terrifying shockwave from the collision was far beyond what an ordinary person like Fang Ning could endure. It sent him crashing into a nearby wall in pain. Seeing his condition, Zhang Li immediately lost focus and turned her gaze toward him. That opening allowed the Gisk demon to land a brutal claw attack on her. Fang Ning's consciousness slowly faded, but his eyes remained fixed on Zhang Li. She was being pressed close by the demon's sharp fangs. When he finally woke up, everything before him had completely changed. Somehow, Zhang Li had already taken him safely outside. Fang Ning opened his eyes in her arms, looking completely shocked. What confused him was that they were both sitting on a tree. Seeing that he had awakened, the female demon could not hide her joy and smiled excitedly. Meanwhile, Fang Ning was still recovering from the dizziness after losing consciousness. So the moment he moved, he lost his balance and almost fell down. Luckily, the female demon quickly used magic to help him land safely. After calming down and observing his surroundings, Fang Ning realized they were already outside, at the entrance of Haiyuan Elementary School. Thinking about Lian Xiang, he became frustrated. The image of that ugly monster kept appearing in his mind, making his mood even heavier. At this moment, the female demon revealed that there was an extremely special delicacy inside. Since he had been unconscious, Fang Ning immediately asked what happened afterward. According to Zhang Li, the giant demon inside was indeed incredibly powerful, and she did not have enough soul force to defeat it. However, what satisfied her most was that the video had been completed. Now she could peacefully enjoy her spoils. As soon as she finished speaking, a giant finger appeared, releasing a strange aura. Zhang Li looked at it greedily, as if it was part of the giant demon's body. Seeing that object, Fang Ning was stunned and asked what it was and where she got it from. The female demon calmly replied that it was a rare delicacy. While carrying him out, she simply took it along. But Fang Ning was still confused. No matter how he looked at it, it was just a giant finger. How could anyone eat that? Hearing this, the female demon only shook her head helplessly. She gave no further explanation and directly used a spell, transforming the finger from a physical object into a gaseous form. All the soul force inside was quickly absorbed completely. After finishing the absorption, she looked satisfied and repeatedly praised how delicious it was. While the female demon was still enjoying the aftertaste, a Seven-colored glow suddenly appeared from her forehead and shot straight into Fang Ning. Once the energy entered his body, all his exhaustion instantly disappeared. Not only that, he also realized Zhang Li's soul force had been fully restored. Perhaps places filled with dense dark energy were truly suitable for her. Fang Ning looked at the female demon and asked what happened while he was unconscious, how she escaped with him, and where his abnormal strength and speed came from. Hearing his questions, Zhang Li excitedly wanted to explain, but after only a few words, the sunrise began appearing on the horizon. The first rays of sunlight reached her body, causing changes. Thin streams of dark energy continuously escaped from her, catching her attention. Because of that, the two decided to return to the apartment first and discuss everything later. Inside Fang Ning's residence, Zhang Li curled up in a corner, looking completely different from usual and making Fang Ning shiver when he looked at her. Knowing she existed as a spirit and could not resist sunlight, Fang Ning quickly closed the curtains. He immediately turned on the lights. Then he sat on the bed and let out a deep sigh. But before he could rest for long, Zhang Li suddenly rushed over and hugged him tightly with a happy expression. Unable to handle her clinginess, he pulled her away and told her to sit still. Yet the more he looked at her, the more Fang Ning felt like he was raising a pet that loved acting spoiled and staying close to him. When he gently touched her cheek, Zhang Li immediately showed a satisfied expression. Thinking the curtains might not block the sunlight forever, he asked where she would hide once the sun rose higher. Zhang Li pointed at him and answered that she could hide inside his body. The reason was that a contract had already formed between them. As long as Fang Ning existed, she would not easily disappear. Hearing this, he widened his eyes in shock and blurted out, "What the fucking what?" From beginning to end, he never knew about any contract. According to Zhang Li, when he proposed to her at the princess's tomb and she accepted, the contract had already been created. In other words, their fates were now connected. As long as Fang Ning continued finding suitable things for Zhang Li to absorb, she would gradually recover her strength. This symbiotic state meant the two were deeply linked, and one person's needs would directly affect the other. If Zhang Li failed to receive enough energy, Fang Ning would also be in danger, and if he died, she would no longer be able to exist. Simply put, their lives were now tied together. If one side suffered, the other would also face the consequences. However, with her current strength, Zhang Li confidently promised to protect Fang Ning no matter what. The flood of new information left him stunned, while also helping him understand the reason behind his previous exhaustion. The power that allowed him to fight Lian Xiang actually came from Zhang Li. In other words, he could borrow and synchronize with her strength. The stronger Zhang Li became, the greater the power Fang Ning received, and the same applied in reverse. Even Fang Ning himself could hardly believe that something straight out of a movie was actually happening to him. The scene returned to Haiyuan Elementary School. At this moment, Lian Xiang was suffering torture from a mysterious figure. The man kept threatening her because she failed the mission he gave her, and even tried to reveal his identity. He then grabbed Lian Xiang by the neck and coldly warned that if they did not eliminate them, they would be the ones to die. This person clearly had an extreme mindset, constantly claiming that Lian Xiang belonged to him. In his mind, she was never allowed to leave him. However, what concerned him most was sensing that Fang Ning's group would return here. Because of that, a plan to kill Fang Ning quickly formed in his mind. Time moved to the next morning. In the crowded and lively streets, Fang Ning sat in a restaurant and raised his hand, loudly asking the owner if his beef noodles were ready. The owner, Uncle Zhang, had a kind expression. While bringing out the noodles, he wondered why Fang Ning arrived so early today since he rarely woke up early. Hearing that, Fang Ning only smiled awkwardly and explained that he had something to do this morning. Clearly, he was a longtime customer of the restaurant. Uncle Zhang remembered his order perfectly, a large bowl of beef noodles, less spicy, extra green onions, and no cilantro. As soon as Fang Ning separated his chopsticks, the aroma of the noodles rushed into his nose, making him unable to hide his craving. Meanwhile, Uncle Zhang smiled, wished him a good meal, and returned to work. While picking up some noodles, Fang Ning suddenly remembered something and asked Zhang Li if she had said before that her soul force was running out. Hiding inside his body, Zhang Li immediately answered that it was true. Her power had been seriously depleted, and she needed more soul force to recover. While enjoying his meal, Fang Ning continued asking how she could restore her energy. Zhang Li explained that besides absorbing special things like the finger she ate before, another method was collecting fear from other people. Hearing this, Fang Ning was shocked. According to her, before meeting him, she had survived for a long time by absorbing fear. However, she remained in a vague state, almost without awareness, thoughts, or communication ability, like a person in a vegetative state. In most horror stories, ghosts spreading fear to maintain their existence and increase their power was completely normal. That was why terrifying creatures often appeared in this genre. Thinking carefully, hundreds of thousands of people who watched Fang Ning's early live streams had unknowingly provided Zhang Li with a large amount of soul force through their fear. This gradually helped her regain awareness and consciousness. At this moment, Fang Ning finished all the soup and placed the bowl down heavily, creating a clear sound. He then stood up and told Uncle Zhang to keep adding it to his tab as usual, and he would pay everything at the end of the month. Hearing that, Uncle Zhang helplessly waved his hand and told the kid to leave, adding that he could come help wash dishes when he had time. Fang Ning laughed and walked away from the restaurant, even raising his hand as if asking everyone to support his channel. Back at the apartment, sitting before the glowing computer screen with his phone in hand, Fang Ning began thinking about the impact of the new video. If the live stream performed well, this recorded footage would likely attract the same attention. Looking at the video quality, he felt satisfied with Zhang Li. Even though it was her first time using a smartphone, she used her abilities to control the device and create stable, professional shots beyond his expectations. With raw footage already at this level, only a little editing, background music, and narration were needed to turn it into outstanding content. More importantly, the video could scare many timid viewers, providing even more soul force for Zhang Li. The more Fang Ning thought about it, the more he felt this was a perfect win-win plan. Remembering their previous cooperation went smoothly and the cost was reasonable, he decided to continue working with director Wang's team and sent over all the footage from yesterday. After finishing his work, he casually put his phone aside and called Zhang Li. The moment she heard him, she turned around and rushed over, leaving Fang Ning surprised by her enthusiastic reaction. It turned out Zhang Li disliked her husband, calling her by her name directly because it made them feel distant. Hearing her explanation, Fang Ning helplessly shook his head and gave her a new nickname, Little Jiang. Unexpectedly, Zhang Li loved the intimate nickname and happily accepted it. After that, Fang Ning brought up what happened at Haiyuan Elementary School the previous night when they encountered the mysterious figure. But before he could finish, Zhang Li showed a greedy expression and confirmed that person was a delicacy. Taking the chance, Fang Ning asked if there was any way to eliminate him. After all, this was related to his webtoon project. The footage from yesterday was still incomplete and lacked a proper ending. If they could return to Haiyuan Elementary School, uncover the truth, and create a complete story, this video would definitely attract far more attention. Moreover, Fang Ning still remembered his promise to bring Lianxiang back, while the secrets inside that school remained unsolved. However, with Zhang Li's current strength, she was still unable to fight the mysterious enemy. To do so, she needed to recover her lost hairpin. Although Zhang Li had absorbed a lot of soul force recently, her memories had only returned little by little. Among them, she clearly remembered that about half a year ago, her hairpin was taken away by someone. At that time, she only acted on instinct, occasionally appearing at the princess's tomb without fully recovering her awareness. To Zhang Li, that hairpin held special meaning. She kept asking Fang Ning to help her find it, with a pitiful look in her eyes. Since their fates were now connected, helping her recover the item was only natural. However, Fang Ning still wondered if the hairpin alone would truly allow Zhang Li to defeat that mysterious figure. Hearing this, Zhang Li immediately became confident and claimed that with the hairpin and her current abilities combined, she would easily deal with him. But the problem was how to find it. Fang Ning had never even seen the hairpin's exact appearance, let alone knew where the person who took it was. From her remaining fragmented memories, Zhongli remembered 3 tomb robbers. 2 were scared into madness, while the last one somehow escaped successfully. The hairpin was most likely still in his possession. However, that happened half a year ago, and it was possible that person had already left the city. Zhongli quickly rejected that possibility. Thanks to the soul force she absorbed recently, she could vaguely sense the location of the jade hairpin, and it seemed to still be somewhere in this city. Therefore, their current goal was to find the hairpin first. Once she recovered it, Zhongli's strength would improve greatly. Then they would return to Haiyuan Elementary School to continue investigating the truth and complete the unfinished story. Just hearing about returning to a place with delicious energy made Zhongli unable to hide her excitement. But this was not the time to delay. Fang Ning immediately took out his phone and prepared to search for information about the tomb robbery from that year. However, before he could do anything, a sudden notification appeared on the screen and caught his attention. Checking his phone, he found a message from Director Wang saying the video he sent earlier had been fully edited. There was also a warning message from the authorities, stating that several intentional injury cases had recently appeared near Haiyuan City, and residents were advised to avoid going out alone during sensitive hours. The news made Fang Ning feel uneasy. His instincts told him the world around him was becoming abnormal, because ordinary cases would not cause authorities to issue such a widespread warning. The scene shifted to Yongdai Financial Center, where Director Wang's studio and his team were located. An employee who always kept a cigarette in his mouth was buried among piles of documents, letting out a tired sigh. The reason was simple. Recently, the studio had barely received any new projects. If this continued, the entire team would soon fall into trouble. Aside from Fang Ning's order a few days ago, they had almost no other clients. Every time someone mentions Fang Ning's name, the employee with the cigarette became annoyed and told everyone to stop bringing him up. Just remembering the danger they faced during the Princess Tomb exploration video made him uncomfortable. The black-haired young man sitting nearby quietly told his coworker that he planned to finish the month and quit. Although Director Wang treated them well, finding a new job was necessary, or unemployment was almost certain. The proof was that Brother Gao had already left yesterday. The cigarette-smoking employee did not argue. He simply lowered his head onto the desk and complained that after paying the studio rent at the end of the month, Director Wang might not even have enough money to pay everyone's salaries. Just then, Director Wang suddenly walked in. His face was filled with excitement as he loudly announced that they finally had work. The 3 men who had just been sighing in despair instantly changed their attitude and sat upright, looking like they had been working seriously all along. Quickly putting on a serious expression, the cigarette-smoking employee coughed a few times and asked Director Wang what job they would handle this time. Director Wang smiled excitedly, slammed his hand on the desk, and announced that the details had already been sent to the group chat. The client this time was still Fang Ning. Hearing that name, the cigarette-smoking employee turned pale as if struck by lightning. In his mind, he could already see himself following Fang Ning into strange places for another live stream. He quickly said that staying alive was more important and they should refuse this job. The other 2 also agreed repeatedly. However, unlike their worries, this task was only video editing. According to the deal, the studio would receive 1,000 yuan for post-production, plus a bonus if the video became popular. After downloading the footage, the cigarette-smoking employee watched it briefly and commented that ghost hunting content was already too common and would be difficult to attract attention. The 2-haired employee behind him agreed, saying the previous video's success was mostly due to luck. Still, getting 1,000 yuan just for editing was already pretty good. As soon as he finished speaking, Director Wang rushed over, knocked him on the head, and firmly declared that this time was completely different. This video would definitely explode in popularity. Based on the quality of the original footage Fang Ning provided, he was absolutely confident that their studio was about to turn things around. It might even create a major impact in the content creation industry. After that, Director Wang and the 3 team members sat before the screen and watched the entire video. Images appeared one after another with a familiar voice. "Hello everyone, I am the leader of the beggar gang, Ao Lang. It is 1 in the morning and I am currently standing at the abandoned Haiyuan Elementary School." Everything seemed normal at first, until the 2-haired employee noticed something strange in the video. His eyes widened in shock as he immediately called everyone's attention. Pointing at the screen, he urgently told everyone to look closely at the moving comb. "Look at that comb." Before anyone could react, he became so excited that he grabbed the cigarette-smoking employee by the collar and shook him hard. The other man immediately coughed violently, his face turning red as he shouted that he could not breathe. After being released, the two-haired employee quickly apologized. The cigarette-smoking employee calmly lit his cigarette again and said it was just a comb, so what was there to fear? That calm attitude lasted only until the scene of Fang Ning facing the female demon appeared. The person who had stayed calm the longest became the first to collapse, dropping into his chair as if all his strength had vanished, under the shocked looks of his co-workers and boss. What he could not understand was why everything in the video felt so real. How did the female demon float in the air? Was there some hidden mechanisms or special effect? Even director Wang found it unbelievable, especially the scenes where the monsters disappeared and then fully regenerated before their eyes. Even more terrifying was that after more than 10 years in video production, director Wang still could not find any trace of editing or special effects, although he had watched the video countless times. Every time he replayed it, he still felt chills running down his spine. When the video ended, the two-haired employee continued raising questions about Lian Xiang. How did she die? Who was behind everything? And was the story in the video connected to the mysterious case from more than 10 years ago? In fact, director Wang had secretly visited the city library to search for related information. Luckily, he found the newspaper issue from that year. What shocked him was that the girl in the video looked exactly like the girl in the old newspaper photo. More importantly, even the untouched original footage already had incredible appeal. Therefore, he was certain that once the video was released, it would attract huge attention. If everything went as expected, the team would also receive an additional bonus from their agreement with Fang Ning. Thinking about the extra income at the end of the month, all three employees became excited. People often say money is the strongest motivation for office workers. So the moment they heard about the bonus, the three instantly regained their spirit and promised to finish the job perfectly and turn this video into a hit. After around 4 hours of work, the final product was finally completed. After countless hours in front of the screen, the team finished editing the video sent by Fang Ning. Besides editing the video, they also created a creepy thumbnail with the title, "The Truth Behind the Teenage Girl Suicide Case 10 Years Ago." The work was already about 90% done. Only the audio enhancement and background music for the climax scenes remained. The result completely exceeded expectations, making director Wang praise them non-stop. In his eyes, the post-production quality had surpassed normal standards and reached a whole new level. However, the young man stayed humble, saying Fang Ning's original content was already fascinating, so editing it was not too difficult. Because of this, director Wang ordered the staff to send the video directly to him so he could upload it to the social media platform himself. Hearing that, the Tubang shared guy was shocked and asked if he planned to upload it immediately or send it to Fang Ning for approval first. Director Wang simply raised his finger with a confident look and said that was unnecessary. Fang Ning fully trusted their ability, so they only needed to finish editing and release it. At another company, thousands of employees worked there every day. Among them was a department responsible for reviewing videos. The 40-year-old man was named Tao Ping, a content reviewer. Coincidentally, after director Wang uploaded the video, Tao Ping was the one assigned to review it. Since he watched countless similar videos every day, he had already lost interest in horror exploration content. Recently, this type of content had appeared everywhere. Most were just cheap comedy with poor quality and no highlights. So Tao Ping naturally assumed Fang Ning's video would be the same. Everything seemed normal until one scene appeared on the screen, making even someone tired of watching such videos stare in shock. It showed a giant demon with a terrifying appearance. Every detail looked unbelievably realistic, from its teeth to its expression, creating a chilling feeling. The scene shocked Tao Ping so much that while pouring water, he jumped and dropped everything in his hands. His scream after getting burned by hot water echoed across the office and instantly attracted everyone's attention. What was surprising was that even while in pain, he refused to look away from the screen and kept saying, "What kind of video is this? It's so addictive." Right after that, he quickly called his coworkers over. "Hey, come here and watch this video." Hearing Tao Ping's excited voice, everyone gathered around to see what happened. Many complained that recent videos lacked creativity and became boring after a few minutes. It had been a long time since they saw Tao Ping this excited. After watching it, he confidently declared that this was a high-quality product and would soon become a huge online sensation. Of course, nobody believed him until the video started playing. From then on, everyone silently watched the screen with complete focus. Even after the video ended, many still thought there was more left. The steady camera work and vivid effects made it hard to believe this was filmed with just a phone. Although it felt like real footage, the visual effects were no worse than many movies. This rare combination left Dao Ping full of admiration. He then became curious about who was behind these incredible scenes. Back with Fang Ning, he was walking under the fading evening light while letting out a long yawn. While talking with the female ghost, he said thoughtfully, "Based on the clues you gave me, I investigated news from half a year ago. Near the village beside the princess tomb, people saw 3 suspicious individuals acting strangely, as if they were searching for something around the village. After receiving the information from the villagers, the police immediately arrived, but they only caught 2 people. Both had records as repeat grave robbers, while the third person's whereabouts remained unknown. The 2 suspects were in an extremely unstable mental state, as if they had witnessed something terrifying. During detention, they kept screaming 2 words, 'There is a ghost.' Later, both were sent to prison, but the case still had unanswered questions. The authorities found no signs of digging around the princess tomb, so whether a tomb robbery really happened and where the actual tomb was located remained a mystery. The person who took Zhang Li's hairpin was definitely no ordinary person. After using the chaos to disappear, did he have enough time to erase all traces from the scene? There might be another hidden person behind the third suspect, or he could have some connection with Haiyuan Elementary School. Based on the direction Zhang Li sensed, the lost hairpin was somewhere around this area, which was why Fang Ning came here. Just then, Zhang Li suddenly appeared, startling Fang Ning. She confirmed that the hairpin was very close. Hearing that, Fang Ning looked around and reminded her not to appear casually. There were many people nearby, and being seen would cause trouble. Luckily, the female ghost was obedient, making him feel slightly relieved. He promised she could come out freely once they arrived. What confused Fang Ning was that it was not even completely dark, yet the streets were already empty. He wondered if it was because of the police warning. After walking further, Fang Ning stopped at another road and asked Zhang Li which direction to take. From his palm, Zhang Li's small hand slowly reached out and pointed in one direction. Fang Ning instinctively followed the direction she pointed. Surprisingly, it led to an alley that had been sealed off, with many curious people gathered around watching. Everyone's faces were filled with shock, because what appeared before them was a terrifying dried corpse. The police were also guarding the scene, proving that this case was far from simple. At that moment, the scarfist officer slowly smoked and asked his colleague, "Xiao Wang, what do you think about this case?" Meanwhile, Fang Ning quietly blended into the crowd and moved closer. People kept discussing the corpse because it looked exactly like a mummy. What made everyone more uneasy was that this was already the 3rd murder case in the city. The sense of danger kept growing, especially since the previous cases from months ago were equally mysterious. After moving through the crowd, Fang Ning finally reached the police barrier and caught the scarfist officer's attention. The young bowl-cut officer looked up and replied, "You mean my analysis of this case?" According to his analysis, the victim likely died around 3 in the morning the previous day. There were no signs of attack on the body, and no unusual evidence was left behind. More importantly, the killer seemed very familiar with the surveillance camera locations because the investigation found no useful clues. The strange part was that the cause of death was exactly the same as the previous 2 cases. The forensic report showed sudden heart failure, but none of the victims had any history of heart disease. The bowl-cut officer believed this was almost certainly a serial murder case, and the victims appeared to be chosen randomly. Since the killer completely avoided the cameras and left no signs of direct contact, the most likely theory was the use of poison. However, the scarfist officer rejected that possibility. The examination showed no drugs or toxins inside the victims' bodies that could explain their deaths. Besides, turning a corpse into a mummy-like state could never be considered a natural death. Hearing that, the bowl-cut officer could only scratch his head helplessly. "Master, I really give up this time." The killer left absolutely no trace, like an invisible ghost. The scarfist officer took another puff of his cigarette and patted his colleague's shoulder. "Eliminate every impossible possibility. No matter how unbelievable the answer is, it will be the truth." Then he suggested that the higher-ups quickly issue a warning to to advise people to avoid going out at night. Other than that, the remaining work could only be handed over to specialized departments for further investigation. Night slowly fell. The scene shifted to an abandoned high-rise building, worn down by years of neglect. Strangely, in this silent place, a man was standing before a flickering candle. In his hand was a hairpin that looked exactly like Zhang Li's. He slowly raised it toward the candle and whispered, "My lord, the time has come." At that moment, a cold wind suddenly swept through, instantly extinguishing the burning candle. On the wall opposite the man, an unknown entity slowly appeared. Its bizarre form, covered with countless overlapping eyes, created a terrifying sight. Its mouth slowly opened, revealing sharp teeth and a twisting tongue. It spoke excitedly, "Oh, is it time to hunt again? Night has arrived. Please prepare, my lord. We can leave at any moment." "Ha ha 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 ha. Well done, little one." As the voice faded, a creature resembling a smaller version of itself crawled onto the man's body and proudly declared that choosing him among the three was the right decision. With his help, the police were completely unable to track their whereabouts. "This great king's invincible soul weapon is in my hands. Even a level 4 spirit is nothing to fear, let alone those weak humans. By the time that slow human prey finds us, we will have already completed our evolution and left this place." After saying that, the creature kept urging the man to leave quickly, because tonight was the moment to hunt. At a nearby drink shop, Fong Ning sat alone, slowly drinking water. Just then, Zhang Li used her soul sense to inform him that the aura she sensed earlier was gradually weakening. According to the female ghost's judgment, the dried corpse found earlier was very likely related to the person they were searching for. The reason was that the victim's body still carried the familiar aura of Zhang Li's hairpin. While Fang Ning was thinking about these clues, Zhang Li suddenly sensed the hairpin's location outside and immediately told him, causing him to jump up in surprise. Based on the direction of the connection, the person Zhang Li mentioned was likely among the people currently in front of Fang Ning. Although the signal was unclear, she was certain the target was one of them. Without hesitation, Fang Ning placed money on the table and rushed outside, casually telling the waiter to keep the change. However, when the waiter saw the money left behind, he immediately broke into a cold sweat. A moment later, he angrily smashed the cup and shouted, "My God!" He ordered nothing, only drank hot water and sat here for hours. Then he leaves 1 yuan and says, "Keep the change?" What change? Outside, Fang Ning blended into the crowded streets, filled with people everywhere. The crowd made Zhang Li lose her ability to locate the hairpin because the connection between her and it was heavily blocked. So Fang Ning decided to approach people one by one. Once he got close enough, Zhang Li could identify the target. But before he could act, a woman suddenly noticed him. She quickly walked over, linked her arm with his, and smiled. "Handsome, want to have a drink with me?" She even suggested finding another place to chat after drinking, leaving Fang Ning unsure how to respond. If this continued, he would not be able to work with Zhang Li anymore. So Fang Ning immediately removed her hand and said he was busy. But the woman became even more persistent and hugged him tightly. At that moment, Zhang Li appeared and unceremoniously pinched Fang Ning's waist. The sudden pain acted like a trigger, making him react much more strongly than usual. The woman was pushed to the ground under everyone's confused gaze. Just when Fang Ning thought it was over, a group of aggressive men in suits suddenly appeared. The leader looked at him coldly. "Kid, you've got some courage. You dare cause trouble on our territory." Facing the situation, Fang Ning immediately raised his hand and explained that it was all just a misunderstanding. Unfortunately, the group had no intention of listening. They thought he still did not know fear. Following the leader's order, one of them stepped forward to deal with Fang Ning. But the moment he grabbed Fang Ning's shoulder, his arm was twisted backward, making him scream in pain. Without stopping, Fang Ning quickly subdued him with clean and decisive movements. Seeing this, the leader could not help praising him, admitting that Fang Ning truly had some skill. His calm attitude was not without reason. In his eyes, this place was not somewhere others could act however they wanted. Right after that, the men rushed forward one after another, swinging their sticks directly at Fang Ning. At the same time, in another alley, a drunken man staggered home. He kept complaining that the real estate business had become harder recently. Without drinking, deals could not be discussed, yet the work still went nowhere after wasting the whole night entertaining clients. Everything seemed ordinary until the man stumbled and fell, only to be caught by a familiar figure. In his drunken daze, he instinctively thanked the person in front of him for helping him stand. The killer kept supporting him and walked him quite far. The drunk man casually said that he should visit his house someday, and he would treat him well. Hearing that, the other man narrowed his eyes and silently thought that day would never come. Before the man could understand what was happening, he threw a hairpin at him. Then he leaned close to the man's ear and spoke like he was hypnotizing him. "Leave this alley and keep walking straight. You will reach home." Under that strange influence, the man immediately followed the order without any doubt. Taking that chance, the strange creature appeared again. Its blood-red eyes locked onto the target. The man only stopped when he suddenly realized he had reached the end of the road, with nowhere else to go. At that moment, the demon began controlling the soul energy leaking from the surrounding walls. It bound the victim's hands and feet. Then, with a terrifying face and sharp fangs, it rushed toward the man. Only then did he realize the danger was right in front of him and desperately tried to escape. But it was already too late, as his body was slowly devoured by the creature. Strange energy covered the man's entire body and entered through his mouth, while the demon let out a series of delighted laughs. Streams of soul energy continuously escaped from the victim's eyes and mouth, all quickly absorbed by the demon. It had never been this excited before, because after devouring this person, it would finally have enough power to break through to level 4. Meanwhile, the man could only struggle in unbearable pain. His mind was filled with one desperate thought: this is really the end. At the critical moment, Fang Ning suddenly appeared. A lightning-fast kick slammed into the demon's face, saving the man at the last second. The terrifying force sent the demon flying, rolling across the ground before being thrown far away. It finally crashed into a wall, causing a loud explosion as dust filled the area. "Are you all right? Can you still hold on?" Those were the first words Fang Ning asked after saving him. After being strangled and losing a large amount of vitality, the man looked extremely weak, but he still forced himself to reply that he was alive. However, right after thanking Fang Ning, he immediately fainted on the ground. Fang Ning then asked Zhang Li if she was certain the hairpin was on that guy. The female ghost quickly confirmed that she could clearly sense its presence. Across from them, the little demon became furious, with streams of blood-red energy rising around its body. It growled, "What are you?" It guessed Fang Ning was a soul hunter and never expected him to arrive so quickly. "Do you know who you have offended? Leave now and let me deal with the fat guy behind you. I can still spare your life. Otherwise, you will die without a whole body." Facing the threat, Fang Ning pointed directly at it. "Someone like me cannot stand by while you harm innocent people. I do not know what status you have among soul hunters, but if you want to seek your own death, I will grant your wish." After saying that, it mocked him. "And it is midnight now. What do you mean by broad daylight? Is something wrong with your head?" As soon as it finished speaking, it sent streams of soul energy rushing toward Fang Ning. The strange attack shocked him. Luckily, Zhang Li immediately rushed out of his body, destroyed the soul energy, and removed the danger, while Fang Ning was still coughing from the energy that entered his throat. The little demon on the other side stared in disbelief. It never expected its soul technique to be broken so easily. Fang Ning circulated spiritual energy around his body and smiled proudly. "I broke your move because I am obviously more handsome." After saying that, he accelerated instantly, gathered power in his leg, and charged forward with his fist clenched. However, the demon reacted extremely fast, transforming into a soul form and narrowly avoiding the attack. After crashing close to the wall ahead, Fang Ning immediately called Zhang Li out for support. Zhang Li instantly attacked and absorbed all the soul energy the demon had gathered. As she absorbed it, she looked delighted as if enjoying a delicious meal. Meanwhile, the demon was completely stunned. It trembled while watching, unable to understand who these two people were. They had stolen all the power it accumulated for more than a year. Even its abilities were useless against Fang Ning, leaving it with only one thought: escape. But Fang Ning had no intention of letting it get away. He immediately closed in and punched straight at its face. However, the demon reacted quickly, dodged the attack, and jumped into the air. As if he had seen through the enemy's movement path, Fang Ning stomped on the ground and shot into the air with his fist ready. His next strike landed perfectly, sending the demon crashing to the ground in pain. Before it could recover, it saw Fang Ning's foot pressing firmly on its stomach. Fang Ning then turned to Zhang Li and asked how they should deal with it. Her answer was simple: just devour it. Right after that, Zhang Li rushed forward, preparing to consume the demon. Knowing it had reached a dead end, the demon desperately cut open its own stomach to take out something. What appeared was Jiang Li's hairpin. The demon immediately used it to release powerful streams of soul energy toward them. The power released from the hairpin exceeded their expectations, forcing Fang Ning and Jiang Li to separate and dodge. When they finally stabilized themselves, the demon had already escaped without a trace. Before Fang Ning could chase after it, a flashlight from afar shone directly at him. The police arrived and ordered him to stop and raise his hands. But before he could react, the bowl-cut officer rushed behind him and restrained him. Fang Ning became annoyed, thinking that he had not even raised his hands yet and was already locked down. How was he supposed to raise them now? After pushing Fang Ning against the wall, the young officer reported to his superior that the suspect had been captured. At the same time, the scarfist officer pulled out his gun and aimed directly at the restrained Fang Ning. However, after observing carefully, he quickly realized Fang Ning was not the person they were looking for. He lowered his gun and told his partner to release him. The bowl-cut officer froze in embarrassment, while Fang Ning gave him an unfriendly glance. The young officer pointed at the unconscious fat man and said his condition was exactly like the previous victims. If Fang Ning's was not the killer, then who else could be more suspicious? While Fang Ning tried explaining that he was just an innocent citizen and not the murderer, the two officers confirmed that there were no traces of a third person nearby. Looking at the camera mounted on the nearby wall, the scarfist officer believed that if the killer had appeared here, he should have been recorded. But the murderer had never shown any weakness before, so expecting him to make such a simple mistake was unrealistic. Hearing that, the bowl-cut officer punched the wall in frustration. He felt helpless facing a killer who was almost invisible, as if they could only watch him continue committing crimes. At that moment, the fat man slowly woke up and immediately confirmed to the police that Fang Ning was the person who saved him. The young officer quickly stepped forward and questioned him about what happened, how much he remembered, and whether he knew he was the first survivor of the recent cases. The endless questions scared the man so much that he felt he might die from fear before being killed by a ghost. After calming down, he began telling them what he had experienced. Unfortunately, before he could say much, he fainted again, so the bowl-cut officer immediately called an ambulance. After that, the scarfist officer asked Fang Ning if he was a soul hunter. In reality, Fang Ning had no idea what that meant. However, remembering that the demon had mentioned this title before, he guessed it was likely an organization dealing with supernatural incidents. Their stance was still unknown, and Jiang Li or even himself could possibly be treated as dangerous targets, so staying cautious was the best choice. While Fang Ning was thinking of a careful answer to hide the truth, the scarfist officer seemed to have already seen through everything. In his eyes, Fang Ning was still too young. With years of investigation experience, the officer could tell from his expression alone that Fang Ning had no idea what a soul hunter was. His thoughts were almost written all over his face. The young man then handed Fang Ning an identification card and calmly reminded him that if he wanted to hide the truth, he first needed to control his eyes and facial expressions. The card clearly showed the name Zhang Tiandao. He also said that if Fang Ning encountered trouble in the future, he could contact him. The scarfist officer advised Fang Ning to leave because anything related to evil spirits was extremely dangerous. After thanking him, Fang Ning quickly left, while the officer felt this young man was quite unusual. Since the killer had disappeared without a trace, the case was temporarily over. The scarfist officer and the others left the scene one after another. However, on top of a high-rise building, the grave robber and the little demon had already watched everything unfold, their hearts filled with anger and heavy concern. That man was Kui Jing. His face darkened as he cursed in frustration. He was only one soul away from completing his goal, yet all the soul power he had gathered was stolen. The little ghost beside him also gritted its teeth and shouted, "Let's go to another city and continue the hunt. I will remember this debt forever." With no other choice, he put the little ghost back into its cage. The ghost immediately replied, "Understood, my lord." After saying that, his figure shot off the skyscraper roof and rushed straight toward the street below. In the silent night, another figure was also rushing through the city streets. While moving forward, Fang Ning asked Zhang Li beside him, "Lear, can you still sense Zhang Gai's location?" Zhang Li quickly answered, "Yes, ahead. It is injured, so it cannot have gone far." Hearing that, Fang Ning continued, "Good, but earlier you had a chance to capture that shadow demon. Why did you avoid it?" Zhang Li gently landed on his shoulder and said helplessly, "That middle-aged man carried an extremely heavy yin aura. If I appeared before him, I might not have been able to escape safely." Her words reminded Fang Ning of what happened earlier, making him shiver slightly. He asked, "Then what kind of soul technique did that shadow demon use? That black shadow completely trapped me." Zhang Li slowly explained, "Soul techniques are extremely powerful arts. To break them, one needs soul power or spiritual power. However, the person breaking it must have greater strength than the caster." Fang Ning became even more confused. "What exactly is spiritual power?" Zhang Li answered, "The power my husband used unconsciously just now was spiritual power. Unlike soul power, which only exists in spirits, spiritual power exists within every human. The special thing is that most people can only awaken it when they are close to death. At that moment, their hidden potential can erupt far beyond normal limits." After hearing this, Fang Ning was still puzzled. "But didn't you say you lost your memories? How do you know all this so clearly?" Zhang Li hesitated before replying, "Over the past 2 days, after tasting some delicious food, fragments of my memories have occasionally appeared." Fang Ning immediately realized something. He guessed that Zhang Li's memories were returning as her power recovered. He asked, "So I failed to escape earlier because my spiritual power was too weak?" Zhang Li immediately denied it. "No, my soul power has strengthened the spiritual power inside you, so it is definitely stronger than his soul power. The problem is that you only use spiritual power to increase your speed and physical strength. To break that soul skill, you must learn to guide and release spiritual power outward." Fang Ning looked at his hands in confusion. "Release spiritual power? But how do I do that?" Zhang Li patiently explained, though she seemed slightly awkward. "Normally, this requires a long time of cultivation and constant training." Suddenly, her eyes lit up as if she had thought of something. She happily said, "I have a way." Right after speaking, she returned to her original form, wrapped her arms around Fang Ning and whispered, "Husband, do not move. Focus sensing the spiritual power inside your body." Before Fang Ning could understand what was happening, she moved closer and gave him a deep kiss. At that moment, both of their consciousnesses entered Fang Ning's mind sea and sank deeper and deeper. Looking at the completely unfamiliar scene before him, Fang Ning was shocked. "Where is this place?" Zhang Li slowly moved away from him, floating in the air as she explained, "This is your sea of consciousness, your spiritual world. Because we have a contract connecting us, I can bring you here by creating a deeper link." Fang Ning was still confused. "A spiritual world? Then why did you bring me here? We still need to chase that shadow demon. If it escapes, won't all our efforts tonight be wasted?" Despite Fang Ning's impatience, Zhang Li wrapped her arms around his neck and comforted him softly. "Husband, do not worry. Time moves 10,000 times slower in this sea of consciousness than outside. That shadow demon cannot escape far. Moreover, only here can I help you master spiritual power in a short time." As she spoke, Zhang Li's figure became exposed as her clothes disappeared. At the same time, Fang Ning's clothes also vanished completely. Fang Ning immediately became embarrassed, his face turning red. "Lear, what is happening? Where did our clothes go?" Zhang Li remained calm as she leaned against him and explained, "Clothes will interfere with your ability to sense spiritual energy, so they must be removed." Before he could recover from his surprise, she continued guiding him. "Close your eyes and feel the spiritual energy coming from your core. Follow my instructions and guide the spiritual power through your entire body." Fang Ning pushed aside thoughts and followed Zhang Li's guidance step by step. Her gentle movements passed over his body, helping him understand the flow of spiritual energy. In the real world, Fang Ning's body slowly began to shine with dazzling light. Moments later, he opened his eyes, and golden flames burned brightly in his pupils. Feeling the surging power inside him, he muttered, "So this is spiritual energy." The moment he finished speaking, he leaped into the sky and surpassed a 20-story building with one step. Just then, Zhang Li separated from his body and pointed into the distance. "It's over there." Fang Ning immediately looked in that direction and quickly spotted a black figure moving at incredible speed. Looking closer, he realized it was Jing. At the same time, the little demon inside Ku Jing sensed the approaching threat and hurriedly urged him, "Hurry, leave this place now." Ku Jing was shocked. "Is that soul hunter really that terrifying?" The little demon gritted its teeth. "He himself is not a threat. Without the one hiding inside him, he would have already died under my soul arts. But the soul power I sensed is at least level 5, even surpassing level 4. The feeling of danger grew stronger, and it continued urging, "Take me away immediately." Hearing this, Chu Jing quickly landed on the ground where a motorcycle had already been prepared. Approaching the vehicle, he calmly reassured the little demon, "Don't worry, my lord. Our base is protected by barriers and soul traps. If that soul hunter comes, he won't return." After saying that, Kui Jing got on the motorcycle and quickly started unlocking it. However, before he could start the engine, a cold voice suddenly came from behind. "So that's how it is." Kui Jing's expression changed. He jumped off the bike and cautiously looked around. From above, Fang Ning's voice echoed, "Using a living body to hide your presence, then splitting your route to avoid being tracked. You are the third tomb thief who escaped from the princess's tomb, aren't you?" Fang Ning smirked, took out a wanted notice and glanced at it. "If I remember correctly, your name is Kui Jing." Having his identity exposed, Jing's face stiffened, and his eyes became filled with caution. Without saying anything more, Fang Ning raised his hand and struck down with a thunderous attack. Kui Jing immediately drew his dagger to block. At the same time, the little demon rushed out of his body, pointed at Fang Ning and shouted, "Brat, don't push us too far." Surrounded by surging spiritual energy, Fang Ning coldly replied, "Push you too far? When you casually took other people's lives, did you ever think this day would come? Hand over the hairpin now, and it'll give you a painless death." Hearing this, the little demon laughed mockingly and reached into the cage. "As is expected, you are after my soul artifact. Since you want it so badly, I will let you see it yourself." After speaking, it took out the hairpin and held it up before Fang Ning. Instantly, ghost energy from all directions surged forward, covering Fang Ning and forming a dense black barrier around him. Beneath the little demon, a giant ghost dragon appeared and lifted it into the air. Looking down at Fang Ning buried in ghost energy, it sneered, "This is the price for challenging me. You made me waste so much soul power, so today I will take back everything with interest. You and the soul spirit inside you will experience a fate worse than death." However, as it looked into the thick ghost energy, surprise slowly appeared on its face. In an instant, golden light exploded and tore the ghost energy apart into countless fragments. The little demon widened its eyes in horror and shouted in disbelief, "Impossible! How can you break my soul art?" Without hesitation, it controlled the ghost dragon and sent it charging toward Fang Ning, intending to crush him. Fang Ning gathered spiritual energy into his arm and threw a powerful punch. His glowing fist pierced through the ghost dragon like a pillar of flame, causing it to shatter and explode into countless pieces. Trembling violently, the little demon stared wide-eyed and exclaimed, How can this happen?" Seeing the spiritual energy approaching, it hugged the hairpin tightly and retreated, gritting its teeth. "Damn it, you're only a mortal. How can you be this powerful?" With nowhere left to run, the little demon enlarged the hairpin into a giant hammer and slammed it down toward Fang Ning. Facing the attack, Fang Ning shouted, "Lier, finish it now." Jiang Li immediately rushed forward and condensed ghost energy into a shield to block the strike. A loud explosion erupted, shattering the barrier instantly and forcing Jiang Li to retreat. But at that moment, Fang Ning seized the chance, jumped into the air, and grabbed the floating hairpin. The moment he touched the soul artifact, a violent wave of ghost energy erupted and wrapped around his arm, locking his movements. Even as its body began to disappear, the little demon desperately held onto the hairpin and screamed, "You will never take it from me." The pressure from the ghost energy stopped Fang Ning from pulling his hand away, and he was shocked. What? The two sides fell into a stalemate. The little demon's ghost energy tightened around him, while Fang Ning could only grit his teeth and endure. Just then, Jiang Li appeared again. She rushed forward and absorbed all the ghost energy, binding Fang Ning, completely destroying the little demon's advantage. It immediately cried out in despair, "My soul artifact, my hairpin." The spiritual energy around Fang Ning burst brightly. He calmly said, "Earlier, you relied on the hairpin and Jiang Li's power to barely suppress me, but now it belongs to me." Without giving it another chance, he shouted, "Go to hell and repent." At the same time, a violent wave of spiritual energy pierced through the little demon's body, turning it into ashes. Only its head remained floating in the air. The little demon screamed unwillingly, "Return my soul artifact to me. I need it to become a level 4 spirit. I have not taken my revenge yet. I need that power. I refuse to accept this." Slowly, its screams turned into the cries of a young child. "Mother, where are you? Save me. I can't breathe underwater. I feel so miserable. I still haven't found my mother. I don't want to die." The voice gradually faded away. In its final moment, an innocent child's face appeared, before completely vanishing into nothingness. Right after that, fragments of the little demon's memories suddenly flooded into Fang Ning's mind, appearing in broken but vivid scenes. Quietly watching those memories, Fang Ning felt complicated emotions. He murmured, "This was its past?" Then he turned to Zhongli. "Lier, do you know about drowning newborn girls?" Because of the belief that sons are more important than daughters, many families cruelly took the lives of their own baby girls simply because they were not boys. From the memories he saw, the little demon was once a newborn girl who was drowned by her own father. Her desire to live and the hatred of losing her life turned her into a spirit. The victims afterward were all seen by her as the shadow of that father. She killed them to make them feel the same suffocation and pain she once endured. That was how she released her resentment and the injustice she carried toward this world. After saying that, Fang Ning looked at Zhongli and asked, "What about you, Lier? What made you stay in the princess's tomb for 1,000 years without leaving? What are you still holding on to?" The moment he finished speaking, a dagger suddenly cut through the air toward him. Fang Ning did not even turn around. He simply raised his hand and caught the blade. His cold voice sounded, "The spirit protecting you is gone, yet you still dare attack me? I thought you had already escaped while everything was chaotic." After speaking, he slightly tightened his grip. The dagger instantly shattered like a rotten branch. Seeing this, Ku Jing collapsed onto the ground in fear. His entire body trembled, and his eyes were filled with terror as he could not say a word. After a while, Ku Jing suddenly grabbed his head in panic and muttered repeatedly, "You killed it. I'm finished. They will find me. I will definitely die. I will definitely die." Fang Ning ignored his state. He lifted Ku Jing up like an empty sack. Ku Jing struggled and begged in panic, "Don't kill me. Please don't kill me." Fang Ning looked at him and calmly said, "I ask you answer. Understand?" With his throat being squeezed, Jing could not speak and could only nod repeatedly. Seeing this, Fang Ning finally released him. Even after being freed, Ku Jing still did not dare move under that cold gaze. Fang Ning continued, "Good, now answer me. What is your relationship with that spirit?" Sitting on the ground, Ku Jing gasped for breath and tried to calm himself before tremblingly explaining, "About half a year ago, I went to Changbaidao to look for business opportunities. He said there was a major job that needed people. I was desperate at the time. When I heard the huge reward, I immediately called 2 acquaintances to join me." Hearing this, Fang Ning frowned slightly. "Who is Changbaidao?" Ku Jing raised his head and cautiously explained, "He is an information broker in our world, an extremely capable middleman. He knows where valuable antiques are hidden, where treasures can be excavated, and he is also connected to a mysterious organization no one truly understands. Most of my past jobs came through him." After brief silence, he continued, "That mission was to enter the princess's tomb and retrieve an item. He did not explain much, only gave me a normal ceramic jar and said it was the key to opening the tomb and finding the target. After bringing the jar back, my curiosity got the better of me, so I opened it immediately. I never expected that the demon was sealed inside. It was more terrifying than anything I had ever encountered. That entire night, I was tortured until I collapsed. Then it took over my body and completely suppressed my consciousness. When I regained awareness, I was already inside the princess's tomb with my 2 partners. At one area, the ghost baby suddenly left my body and burrowed underground. Thinking my chance had come, I quickly told the others the truth. But just as I tried to escape, it emerged from the ground with a hairpin and possessed me again. Then countless vengeful spirits rose from the earth and attacked us. To survive, I had no choice but to obey it and kill for its protection. My 2 companions were dragged away by the spirits. The last thing I heard was that they went insane and were captured. I never wanted to kill anyone, but it said I would die instantly if I resisted. It also promised to help me escape pursuit and give me a fortune as long as I followed its orders. I only wanted to survive. My son is seriously ill and needs money for treatment. He is still waiting for me to return. I cannot die." After hearing this, Fang Ning's eyes turned cold. He looked down at Ku Jing and asked, "You say you cannot die. Then did those people you killed deserve to die? They also had families and loved ones. Their family's pain is far greater than your situation." Ku Jing was speechless. He collapsed to his knees and begged while crying, "I know I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Please don't kill me, and don't hand me over to the police. I know I do not deserve forgiveness. I destroyed too many families. But my son has already lost his mother, and now he only has me. Please, I beg you." Looking at the man repeatedly bowing before him, Fang Ning remained expressionless. He grabbed Ku Jing by the collar and shouted, "Don't apologize to me. Apologize to the families who lost their loved ones, to children who lost their fathers, and to wives who lost their husbands. Do you understand?" After saying that, he let go and continued, One last question. Where is Chong Baidao? How do you contact him? Jing stammered. Chong Baidao is extremely mysterious. No one knows his exact location. Most jobs are arranged online. Items are delivered to designated locations, and payments are sent to overseas accounts. If we need to meet, we can only wait for him to appear. No one knows where he is. Give me your phone. Jing was stunned. Huh? But before he could say more, he heard a cold command. Hurry. After checking Jing's phone for several minutes, Fang Ning operated it and said, Listen carefully. I am Fang Ning. This is how you contact me. If Chang Baidao appears again, report to me immediately. Understood? After speaking, he threw the phone back to Jing. Seeing Fang Ning about to leave, Jing froze and asked, Are you really letting me go? You're not handing me to the police? Fang Ning turned around with a faint smile. No need. Without that spirit protecting you, sooner or later the law will catch you. Before that happens, if you still want to save your son, use your time wisely. As for the families you harmed, I believe that demon left you something worth more than your son's medical fees, didn't it? Hearing this, Jing burst into tears. He lowered his head to the ground and choked out, Thank you, thank you. I understand what I must do now. Fang Ning did not want to continue and walked away while saying, If your son survives this illness, let him live an honest life. Do not let him follow the same wrong path as you. After finishing his words, his figure quickly disappeared, leaving Jing sitting alone on the road with a complicated expression. After a while, he smiled faintly and whispered, Fang Ning, thank you. After I finish what remains, I will turn myself in. Entering another ally, Fang Ning walked while talking with Zhang Li. Lear, do you think my decision was reasonable? Jing truly had his own hardships, but what he did was still unforgivable. I just don't want his son to follow the same path I once did. Zhang Li appeared from his body and gestured happily. Since my husband has already made his choice, don't worry about it anymore. You defeated such a powerful spirit in such a short time, and even helped me recover my hairpin. That is already amazing. After saying that, she rushed over and hugged Fang Ning. He quickly pushed her away and awkwardly replied, All right, I won't think about it anymore. But losing your hairpin was probably not just an accident, right? That spirit was likely only a pawn. I think there is someone else behind this. Do you remember anything about Chong Baidao? Hearing the question, Zhang Li immediately fell into deep thought. After a long while, she smiled and answered, I don't remember. Fang Ning could only laugh helplessly. Then why did you think for so long? Zhang Li puffed up her cheeks and protested, I really don't remember anything. Since my husband asked, I had to try thinking about it. I probably need more time to fully recover my memories and strength. Fang Ning sighed softly. All right, I'll admit I'm wrong. Let's go home. Hearing that, Zhang Li happily shouted, Let's go home. As they continued walking, Fang Ning thought quietly. Whoever was behind this, now that the hairpin had returned to Zhang Li, their plan must have been greatly affected. While walking, Fang Ning suddenly stopped. Zhang Li could not react in time and bumped into his back. Seeing her hold her head in pain, Fang Ning could not help but laugh. He took out the hairpin and handed it to her. Here, this belongs to you. Zhang Li gently moved her hair aside and shyly asked, Husband, can you put it on for me? Fang Ning reluctantly reached behind her head and replied, I really don't know what to do with you. Can't you do it yourself? His words caused Zhang Li's eyes to tremble slightly. A distant memory suddenly appeared in her mind. In that memory, someone was also standing before her, gently placing the hairpin in her hair and saying, Lier, I specially brought this hairpin back for you. The past and present overlapped. Under the moonlight, Fang Ning smiled and asked, So, do you like it? A warm feeling spread through Zhang Li's heart. All the emotions she had buried for so long surged up, leaving her speechless. Finally, she softly said, I like it. Seeing tears suddenly appear at the corner of her eyes, Fang Ning was stunned. But the tears kept flowing. Zhang Li wiped them away while smiling, I really like it. Tears continued falling one after another. At the same time, the soul power inside her suddenly erupted violently. The power surged like a raging tide, causing countless tears to appear in her clothes. After the final burst of energy, her clothes completely disappeared. Zhang Li's figure appeared before Fang Ning, leaving him completely flustered. He quickly covered his eyes, but it clearly did not help much. Avoiding the sight, he shouted, Again? This was already a new outfit. Big sis, can you stop destroying my clothes? At that moment, the soul power gathered again and formed a completely new outfit. At the same time, a delicate bracelet appeared on her ankle. The ancient-style clothing, identical to the one in her memories, slowly appeared. From the center of Zhang Li's forehead, countless golden rays of light shot out. One of them entered directly into Fang Ning's forehead. Feeling this power, he was shocked. This energy was far stronger than before. It surged into his body like endless waves crashing against the shore. With a loud roar, Fang Ning's aura suddenly exploded with terrifying force. In a distant area, two soul hunters immediately sensed this change. The red-haired woman exclaimed, "The spiritual energy over there is incredibly strong." The other person shook his head. "This fluctuation is unusual. It doesn't feel like one of ours. Let's deal with these creatures first, then go check it out." At that moment, a demonic hand moved slightly, and soul power began gathering inside it. A two-horned demon and countless bulging-eyed monsters appeared one after another. Receiving the order, they immediately charged toward the woman. She quickly sensed the danger. As they approached, she summoned her weapon and coldly snorted. With a single strike, all the demons were torn apart and reduced to fragments. Inside a dark skyscraper, two men in black also noticed the aura that had just erupted. The scarred man crossed his arms and said coldly, "The ghost baby's aura has disappeared. Was it the work of a soul hunter? I already warned it not to be arrogant." That person was Yuan Tun. Beside him, a white-haired man spoke. "Forget it. It was only an experiment. Its death means nothing. But we still need to investigate what happened and who took action. If Immortal Master asks, we need an answer. Let's go. The person behind it is no longer useful. Deal with him." This man was Chang Baidao. After receiving the order, he revealed a sinister smile and raised his hand toward the captive. Panic filled the man's face as he desperately begged, "Don't kill me, please. I told you everything you asked. You said you would let me go." Hearing that, the man's lips curled into a cold smile. "I lied to you." The moment he finished speaking, the captive's neck suddenly twisted and distorted. Soon after, his entire body began twisting violently until it completely lost its original shape. Elsewhere, a small object floated in the air before suddenly falling down. Zhang Tiandao noticed the strange light, and his expression immediately changed. This is. Seeing his unusual reaction, Xiao Wang asked, "Master, what's wrong? Is there something over there?" Zhang Tiandao quickly regained his composure and replied, "Nothing. I just feel like I forgot something." Then he said, "Xiao Wang, go rest first." Confused, he could only scratch his head and answer, "Then see you tomorrow at the police station." After Zhang Tiandao left, Xiao Wang whispered in confusion, "What's wrong with Master?" Meanwhile, Fang Ning was desperately regulating his breathing after absorbing that massive amount of spiritual energy. He never expected the process to be so dangerous. It felt like his body was about to explode. Just then, Zhang Li noticed someone approaching and hurriedly pulled him away while sweating. "We need to leave now." Not long after, the two returned home. As soon as they entered, Fang Ning closed the curtains and worriedly asked, "That pillar of light was so huge. It won't appear in the news tomorrow, right?" Seeing his anxious expression, Zhang Li gently explained, "It won't. Ordinary people cannot see spiritual energy unless it condenses into a physical form." Still curious, Fang Ning asked about the huge spiritual energy this time. Zhang Li guessed. A small part came from the ghost baby's soul power. Most of it was likely the remaining power inside the hairpin, probably only on a tenth of my peak strength. Hearing this, Fang Ning was shocked. "What? Only on a tenth? Then how strong were you at your peak?" Suddenly remembering something, Fang Ning stood up and asked, "Then did your memories recover? Did you remember anything?" Zhang Li looked at him and replied, "A little." But the moment she mentioned it, she held her head in pain. Seeing her like that, Fang Ning could not bear to ask more. He gently patted her head and said, "Forget it. If you can't remember, don't force yourself." Suddenly, she rushed forward and hugged him tightly. "No matter what happens, I will always stay by my husband's side." Just then, his phone suddenly received a new message. Director Wang sent a notification saying that his video had reached a trending position. Hearing this, Fang Ning immediately let go of Zhang Li, his eyes shining. "The video went viral? Haha, let me see." The numbers on the screen shocked him. In just 3 hours, it had surpassed 1.6 million views. The comments were also extremely lively. Some praised how exciting the video was, while others wished the beauty in the video would notice them. Looking at the data, Fang Ning excitedly shouted, "It's even more popular than the princess proposal video before." His mind instantly filled with visions of receiving advertisements, becoming a brand ambassador, and live streaming sales. Imagining that bright future, Fang Ning almost drooled. Just as he was lost in excitement, Zhang Li's voice sounded beside him. "Husband, look at this." Hearing that, Fang Ning immediately turned around to find her. Unexpectedly, Zhang Li appeared from his chest, frowned and said, "Quickly look inside your spiritual sea." Following her words, Fang Ning calmed himself and entered his spiritual sea. When both of them appeared inside, a magnificent scene unfolded before him. What are these? Countless fish were swimming throughout his spiritual sea, ranging from tiny ones to enormous ones. Seeing his shocked expression, Zhongli explained, "They are all the power of fear. Husband, you possess an enormous amount of this power." While he was observing carefully, she suddenly hugged him from behind, making him blush, then told him to close his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the clothes on both of them disappeared. Fang Ning kept his eyes closed, allowing those fish to merge into his body. Outside the house, his body sat in meditation as waves of energy continuously revolved around him. Suddenly opening his eyes, he thought quietly, "So this is the power of fear? Perhaps it was created from that viral video." He felt that even without Zhongli's help, he now had enough strength to fight against the ghost baby. Thinking of this, he smiled. Today really is a day full of good things. After that, Fang Ning went to take a shower. As the water flowed down, countless thoughts appeared in his mind. The ghost baby's death, the soul hunters, the mysterious police officer Zhang Tiandao, Zhang Li's lost memories, and the mysterious organization behind the Princess Tomb incident. A completely new door seemed about to open. That world was more fascinating, but also filled with danger. Once he stepped inside, there was no way back. After taking a shower, he went to bed to rest after a long, exhausting day. But after sleeping for a while, an unbearable discomfort appeared in his body. Zhongli walked closer, gently stroked his head, and softly called out, "Husband." Then her eyes remained fixed on him. After that, she quietly laid down beside Fang Ning and fell asleep with him. Zhongli silently watched his face. Suddenly, her eyes turned red, and her trembling voice whispered, "More than 1,000 years have passed." Saying that, she hugged him tightly with overwhelming emotion. "I finally waited for you." Meanwhile, Fang Ning felt his breathing become heavy, as if something was pressing down on him. Suddenly, a distorted face appeared in his mind, screaming in unbearable pain. Then broken fragments of memories surfaced, including an empty gasoline can. Before his eyes was a place engulfed in flames, the Tianqing orphanage. In that scene, a younger version of Fang Ning appeared. He suddenly gave a sinister smile and turned back to look. The next morning, somewhere else, a blonde young man was brushing his teeth. Suddenly, his phone started showing new notifications non-stop. He muttered in confusion, "So many messages this early in the morning?" After reading them, his expression changed instantly. "What? My video second place? A newcomer uploaded a video last night and already reached the top?" Seeing more than 3 million views overnight, he could not believe it. How is this possible? I was supposed to be the most popular one. Annoyed, he rushed into his room to check. I want to see what this guy did to surpass me. 30 minutes later, he raised his head helplessly. I admit defeat. This video is truly amazing, completely on another level. No wonder its popularity exploded so quickly. His annoyance turned into excitement, and he left a comment. Hey everyone, can you make the next part soon? I also want to know what happened to Lian Xiang in the end. After that, he typed a few more lines. When he finished, he laughed. This is truly a hidden master. Brother, let me help increase your fame. A netizen quickly noticed and commented, Everyone, look what I just found. Flying Potato even left a comment too. What kind of newcomer video is this? I have to check it out. Back at Fang Ning's place, he and Zhang Li were still sleeping soundly. Suddenly, his hand touched something soft. Half asleep, he mumbled, "This bun tastes great. This bun is so soft." While talking in his sleep, he unconsciously moved his hand elsewhere. He even squeezed it a few times and muttered happily. At that moment, Zhang Li let out a small sound. That sound woke Fang Ning up. He rubbed his eyes and thought in confusion, was I dreaming? Why did it feel so real? But his hand still had not moved away, making Zhang Li even more embarrassed. Once he fully woke up, he finally understood what was happening. Seeing Zhang Li lying beside him with his hand in the wrong place, his face instantly turned red. Fang Ning quickly pulled his hand back and shouted. The noise also woke Zhang Li. She sat up, rubbed her eyes, and asked, "Husband, are you awake?" The sight before him left Fang Ning so flustered that he almost got a nosebleed. Zhang Li moved closer with concern and asked, "Husband, your nose." He immediately stepped back, covered his nose, and hurriedly said, "Stop, do not come any closer." After saying that, he ran to find some paper. Zhang Li looked at him in confusion and softly called, "Husband?" After taking care of it, he returned and said loudly, "Put your clothes on first." Hearing that, she pouted slightly. Right after that, pale blue rays of light appeared around her body. The light gathered together and transformed into clothes. Once everything was complete, she smiled and said, "Husband, I am dressed now." At that moment, Fang Ning noticed something unusual. Seeing Zhang Li standing under the daylight without any reaction, he froze. Her new outfit made her beauty stand out even more than before. He wiped away his sweat and asked, "Why are you no longer afraid of sunlight?" Zhang Li took out her hairpin and answered, "Because I have recovered part of my strength." Her current outfit was also completely different from before. She tilted her head and asked, "Did you not say long dresses were inconvenient last time, husband?" This made Fang Ning even more confused. He had never heard of a spirit body being able to move under daylight. Could Zhang Li not be a simple spirit body, but another form of existence? While he was still thinking, she rushed over and hugged him happily. "Husband, hug me." Fang Ning awkwardly removed her arms. "Let me answer the phone first." The caller was Director Wang. As soon as he answered, he heard the other side speaking excitedly, "Mr. Fang Ning, our video has reached the top of the trending list." Fang Ning remained calm. "I know." Director Wang continued, "Many advertisers have already contacted us. The placement fee alone for the next video is already tens of thousands of yuan." Fang Ning thought for a moment and replied, "Do not accept them yet. We are still newcomers. Too many ads right after becoming popular will ruin the audience's impression. By the way, Director Wang, do you have experience managing accounts before?" Director Wang said he had managed an account before, but it only reached around 20,000 followers, not even close to the fans Fang Ning gained overnight. Hearing that, Fang Ning asked if there were any issues and continued, "I need to focus on creating content, so I want you to handle the account operation. I will handle ideas and filming, while your side manages editing and the account. We will cooperate long-term, share profits, and grow this account together." The proposal left Director Wang stunned. "Long-term cooperation?" He stammered. "We can really do that? We are only a small studio. With your current popularity, I am afraid." Seeing his hesitation, Fang Ning smiled and reassured him. "It is fine. I am very satisfied with our 2 previous collaborations. Besides, I also have a good impression of everyone in your studio." He asked, "So what do you think, Director Wang? You do not want to work with me?" Before he could finish, the other side quickly replied, "Of course we want to." When discussing profit sharing, Director Wang cautiously said, "We can take 20, or even 'tis enough." Fang Ning immediately decided, "I will give you 30. He slowly explained, "Back then, I contacted many companies. The moment they heard the price was only 1,000 yuan, they rejected me without knowing it was all the money I had. When I was about to give up, only your studio responded and treated me with respect and professionalism. I have always wanted to thank you for that." Those words deeply moved Director Wang. He said emotionally, "That was what we should have done. Providing the best experience for customers has always been our principle. Rest assured, we will do everything we can to develop this account." Fang Ning nodded. "All right, send me the contract later. I still have some things to handle. From now on, the account will be managed by you." After ending the call, he checked the video's data. Seeing it had reached the top of the trending list, Fang Ning was shocked. The explosion was even greater than he expected, which explained why he gained so much fear energy. He only wondered how much Zhang Li had recovered. Thinking of that, he turned and called Zhang Li. Hearing his voice, she immediately flew over. "What is it, husband?" Fang Ning asked. "Was the fear energy from yesterday enough? Did it help you recover much?" Zhang Li shook her head. "The energy this time is far weaker than when we met at the Princess Tomb. Full recovery will still take a long time," he asked. "Then how much is still missing?" She answered. "Compared to my peak condition, I am still far away." Fang Ning sighed. "Still that much?" Then he changed the topic. "What about dealing with the monster at Haiyuan Elementary School?" Zhang Li raised all 10 fingers. "I am completely confident." Hearing that, he relaxed. "Good, then let us eat first and rest well. Tonight, we will return to Haiyuan Elementary School." The moment food was mentioned, Zhang Li happily cheered. That night, at the apartment complex, Fang Ning had prepared everything he needed. He opened the window and looked at Zhang Li, glowing faintly. "Xiaozhang, get ready to leave." Before he could finish speaking, her hands were already placed on his shoulders. In an instant, both of them disappeared from their original spot. At the same time, near the school, 2 strangers were secretly watching. The blonde man whispered, "Brother Zhang, are we really here to film a video?" The other man immediately knocked his head and scolded, "Stop talking nonsense. You saw the video reached the top of the hot search, too." He continued analyzing, "The filming location is exactly here. Anyone from Haicheng would recognize it immediately. This is where the attention and traffic are. How can we miss this chance?" The blonde man was still worried, but this place has ghosts. Zhang Xiao put his arm around him and laughed disdainfully. What ghosts? They are all just software effects and filming tricks. There are tons of horror videos like this online. Do you really believe ghosts exist? Just as he finished speaking, a hand suddenly landed on their shoulders from behind, making both of them jump in fear. The person who appeared was actually a young woman named Lin Huang, but the two men were so terrified that they screamed, "A ghost!" Lin Huang crossed her arms and said angrily, "Did we not agree to meet at the entrance of Haiyuan Elementary School? Why are you treating me like a ghost? If you are scared, just go home." Zhang Xiao sighed. "Do not blame us. This place is already deserted, and the cold atmosphere at night makes anyone feel uneasy." The blonde man continued, "That video was clearly prepared with great effort. From the setting to Tutbalta's production effects, everything was high quality. We came here with nothing. How can we compete with them?" Seeing him wanting to give up, Lin Huang immediately slapped him lightly and shouted, "You are really stupid. Where would we get money to build sets or make effects? We came here mainly to take advantage of the popularity." Lin Huang quickly made a plan. How about naming it Exposing the Truth Behind the Trending Video at Haiyuan Elementary School? Hearing that, Zhang Xiao immediately gave a thumbs up. "Brilliant. No wonder you have the most followers in our group." After finishing the discussion, she shouted, "All right, stop flattering me. Let us go." At that moment, Mao Xing suddenly changed expression and hurriedly said, "Wait, listen carefully. I think there is a sound behind us." Sure enough, two figures slowly appeared and walked toward them from behind. Seeing that scene, the two men immediately panicked and screamed, wanting to run away. As both of them grabbed onto her, Lin Huang angrily shouted, "Let go of me." Meanwhile, the two people who appeared were Fang Ning and Guang Li. Zhang Xiao awkwardly scratched his head. "It is late at night, and this place is so deserted. Someone suddenly appearing scared us a little." Lin Huang turned around and smiled apologetically. "Do not mind them. My friends are just a little timid." Then she asked, "Are you two locals living nearby?" Fang Ning replied, "Yes. What about the three of you?" Zhang Xiao introduced himself. "We are vloggers here to explore Haiyuan Elementary School, which is very popular online. I am Zhang Xiao. My social media account is called Flying Potato." Mao Xing also spoke up. "I am Mao Xing, his partner." Lin Huang continued, "And I am Lin Huang, their childhood friend. I currently make content about food travel and outdoor experiences." At that moment, Mao Xing recognized Fang Ning and was shocked. "Wait, are you not the person ranked first on the trending list?" Seeing Zhang Xiao did not understand, he explained, "He is the owner of that top trending video. Is that not why we came here after watching his video?" Realizing they had met the real person, Lin Huang became extremely excited. "Your video was amazing. I already followed you." She continued excitedly, "Can you sign an autograph for me? I cannot believe I met you here. Oh right, this older sister also appeared in your video. Are you two lovers?" Fang Ning answered awkwardly. "She is." Before he could finish, Zhang Li lightly pinched him, forcing him to change his words. "This is my wife." After that, Fang Ning seriously warned them, "If you want to live stream or record videos at Haiyuan Elementary School, you should come back during the day." Zhang Xiao asked in confusion, "Why? Is this your private territory where others are not allowed to film?" Fang Ning shook his head. "No, I am just saying there is truly something unusual here. Entering at night is very dangerous. It could even cost you your lives." Hearing that, Zhang Xiao still did not believe him. "Dangerous enough to lose our lives. Do you think we do not know? Your video clearly used special effects. If this place was really that terrifying, how did you escape last time? And why did you come back today? Are you afraid we will steal your popularity?" Fang Ning did not explain further. He only shouted loudly, causing a powerful gust of wind to suddenly appear and force everyone to narrow their eyes. "If you do not want trouble, leave now. I have already said everything I needed to say. Whether you believe it or not is up to you." After opening his eyes, Mao Xing was still confused. That wind just now was really strange. But what surprised him even more was that Fang Ning and Zhang Li had disappeared from sight. Did they already go inside? Could they be here to film the next part of the video? Hearing that, Zhang Xiao immediately became excited. "That is right. If we secretly follow them and record entire process of making the video, then upload it online, would we not become famous too?" Mao Xing quickly tried to stop him. "Brother Zhang, forget it. They already warned us. Maybe there really is something inside. Besides, doing this is not right." However, Lin Huang was already overwhelmed by curiosity. "Do not overthink it. I also want to know how they make their videos. A chance like this does not come often." Mao Xing did not want to stay alone, so he helplessly followed. "Hey, wait for me." But the moment the three stepped through the school gate, they immediately felt like they had entered a completely different space. A strange door appeared before them. Meanwhile, Fang Ning walked forward while thinking, I hope those three listened and left. If a fight happens later, I may not have enough strength to protect them. He turned to Zhang Li and asked, How is it? Can you sense that guy's aura? Zhang Li pointed toward the classrooms above, the same place they had visited before. Fang Ning nodded with satisfaction. Good. Start recording. Zhang Li carried the equipment in front, while Fang Ning followed closely behind and spoke. Everyone, I have returned to Haiyuan Elementary School. 3 days ago, I encountered a mysterious creature here. I was forced to retreat back then, but Lian Shang's soul is still trapped inside this school. Today, I have returned to bring her out. That is why I came back today. However, after observing for a while, he found nothing unusual and wondered, where is it hiding? At that moment, Zhang Li's voice echoed in his mind. Husband, it is here. He continued facing the camera. Based on my guess, this item once belonged to Lian Xiang and has a close connection with her. Through it, we can track her location. But before he could touch it, a blood-red wave of soul energy suddenly shot out. At the same time, an angry roar echoed. You dare come back, human? A terrifying demon appeared, with twisted ghost heads growing on its arm. It sneered. Since you came here, do not expect to leave. The barrier is already set. There is no escape. Unlike the demon's aggression, Fang Ning remained calm. When the demon threw a punch, he immediately countered, Is this really all you have? Their fists collided in midair, creating a powerful shockwave. Right after that, one of the demon's arms was shattered instantly. It screamed in fear, In just a few days, you became this strong? Were you hiding your true strength before? That is right, you are a soul hunter. Fang Ning laughed mockingly. I did not get stronger. My strength has always been the same. Since you cannot defeat me, you start making excuses? After all these years, you still have not improved at all? His words struck directly at its pain. The demon trembled with rage. Damn you, how dare you insult me? At that moment, strange changes began appearing on its body. A black armor slowly covered its entire body. In this new form, it coldly said, You think you have one arm? Do not celebrate too soon. Its aura exploded. A huge amount of energy gathered in its palm and condensed into a terrifying glowing sphere. It roared, No one can separate me from Lian Xiang. No one. Not even a soul hunter like you. Feeling the power inside that attack, Fang Ning became cautious. Could this be its true soul technique? Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Xiao had already started recording. Facing the camera, he introduced himself. Hello everyone, I am Flying Potato. Right now, we are inside the main building of Haiyuan Elementary School. Everyone has probably heard the rumors about this place. Today, we came here to. Before he could finish, a furious voice came from inside. You dare come back, human? Right after that, a shocking explosion erupted. A part of the building was destroyed by the energy sphere. Seeing that scene, all three of them were completely stunned. Zhang Xiao collapsed to the ground and tremblingly pointed ahead. It is him, the person we just met. At that moment, Fang Ning had been blasted out of the building and was falling from above. Lin Huang turned pale and screamed, That is the 5th floor. Falling from there means certain death. At the critical moment, Zhang Li rushed out from above. She caught Fang Ning in midair just in time. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Li landed on the ground with Fang Ning in her arms. The sight left everyone nearby frozen, as if they had witnessed something beyond the normal world. Meanwhile, the recording phone remained floating in the air, continuing to film under the control of soul power. Mao Xing trembled like he had fallen into an ice pit and stuttered. Brother Zhang, did I see that right? They just flew, didn't they? Zhang Xiao was no better, but he still forced himself to stay calm. Flew? No way. It must be a wire. Movies use those all the time. But before he finished speaking, a huge shadow appeared from the hole in the upper floor. Without warning, the demon charged down like a falling meteor. The ground shook violently as countless rocks and debris exploded everywhere. A powerful pressure swept across the area, blowing everyone away like they were caught in a storm. Mao Xing was thrown aside. Looking at the demon before him, his face turned pale. This definitely is not a wire. What kind of wire could pull a monster like that? While everyone was still frozen, Lin Huang was the first to recover. She grabbed the collars of the two men beside her and shouted, What are you standing there for? Do you want to die? Run. But before they could get far, a roar that shook the entire space came from behind. No one leaves this place today. A strange laughter followed. Anyone who dares touch my Lian Xiang must die. Hearing the name Lian Xiang, The three of them were confused and shocked, but they had no time to think, because the entire school was suddenly covered by a massive glowing barrier. Mao Xing rushed forward to break the barrier, but the moment he touched it, he was thrown back. He panicked and shouted, "Brother Zhang, we are trapped. We cannot get out." Zhang Xiao was both angry and unwilling to give up. He charged toward the barrier with full force. "Move aside. I refuse to believe this thing cannot be broken." In the end, no one knew whether the barrier was too strong or Zhang Xiao was simply too stubborn. After the impact, he was sent flying backward, his body curled up like a cooked shrimp. He fell heavily onto the ground, trembling from head to toe with a terrified expression. He muttered, "It is over. This time it is really over. If I had listened earlier and not followed them inside, I would not be doomed like this." Lin Huang looked back with a cold gaze but tried to stay calm. "What is the point of saying that now? Our only hope is that he defeats that monster. Otherwise, none of us are leaving." Standing in the schoolyard, Fang Ning stayed in a defensive stance while analyzing the situation. A bad feeling rose in his heart. Something is wrong. This guy is not as simple as I thought. What was that attack? A shock wave, an impact wave, or compressed air? Before he could find the answer, the demon launched a violent attack and roared, "Die, all of you." Fang Ning immediately circulated spiritual energy, moved sideways, and barely avoided the terrifying strike. Without stopping, the demon gathered strength and stomped the ground, leaving behind a deep crater. Right after that, it charged forward like a storm, throwing a massive punch straight at him. With no way to dodge, Fang Ning could only raise his arm to block. But at the moment the punch was about to land, lightning suddenly erupted around its arm. A warning instinct flashed through his mind. Blocking directly would only end in destruction. Without hesitation, he used all his strength to retreat. Although he avoided the direct hit, the lightning still brushed past him and sent him sliding across the ground. A sharp pain came from his shoulder, making him frown as he held the injury. He thought seriously, this guy has power capable of crushing everything. As expected, he is extremely difficult to deal with. Seeing his opponent still alive, the demon became even more furious. It charged forward while shouting, "Let me see how many more times you can endure." Knowing he could not keep defending, Fang Ning immediately shouted, "Le-er." Zhang Li simply replied and transformed into a streak of lightning. She waved her arm lightly, causing cracks in space to appear one after another. Countless glowing chains shot out and wrapped tightly around the demon. The giant fist stopped right in front of Fang Ning, shaking violently but unable to move forward. Completely restrained, the demon let out furious roars, "Damn it, I want to kill you." Fang Ning let out a breath of relief, and the tension on his face faded. The corner of his mouth raised provocatively. "Then kill me. Am I not standing right in front of you? Try it." Behind him, Zhang Li continued increasing the power of the chains. Under that pressure, the demon was forced lower and became completely unable to escape. It screamed in rage, "Damn brat, release me. I have to kill you." "Ah." Ignoring the screams, Fang Ning slowly walked closer and gently patted its head. His voice was calm but full of mockery. "Do you think I am stupid? Releasing you would be like handing my life to a mad dog. Calm down. You hid yourself very well. But if my guess is correct, you are the final principal of Haiyuan Elementary School, the one who committed suicide in his office, right?" After finishing his sentence, Fang Ning sent a strand of spiritual energy into the demon's forehead. The huge body slowly disappeared, returning to its original form. Fang Ning's expression became even colder. "Shang, right? Tell me, was Lian Shang's death caused by you?" The man's body started trembling violently, and his broken voice replied, "No, it was not me. It was not my fault. If she had not run away back then, I would not have had to do it. I never wanted to kill her." But soon, his expression twisted. Madness filled his eyes, and a strange smile appeared. "It was her fault. Why did she run? Was staying with me not good enough? Everything was her fault. You cannot blame me." Before he could finish, Fang Ning lost all restraint. He rushed forward, punched him hard in the face, and shouted, "You bastard!" His anger exploded as he grabbed the man's collar and said through gritted teeth, "She was only a child. You were already old enough to be her father. She still had a beautiful life ahead of her, yet you killed her for no reason. Do you have no children? Do you understand how much pain her parents suffered after losing the child they loved most?" The man looked unable to endure any longer, shaking his head in panic. "Stop, please do not say any more." Fang Ning ignored him, forming a bright spirit energy sphere and placing it before his forehead. His cold voice sounded like a final judgment. "Where is Lian Shang? Tell me, and I will give you a quick death." but the man suddenly raised his head and screamed like a madman, "You want to take Lian Xiang away? Never. I will not let you take her away. Absolutely not." Right after that, a thick wave of dark demonic energy erupted from his body. The terrifying power instantly shattered Zhang Li's chains. Knocked back by the impact, she shouted, "Be careful, he has unleashed his power." Before anyone could react, the man charged forward with a crazed aura and grabbed Fang Ning tightly around the waist. A deafening explosion shook the entire space. Fang Ning was blasted away like a cannonball, crashing through a wall and leaving a huge crater. Extreme pain overwhelmed him, leaving him unable to speak. Only faint groans escaped his throat. Struggling to stand, Fang Ning held his aching back and staggered forward. Seeing the principal charging at him like a wild beast, he gasped and sent a message through his divine sense to Zhang Li. "What the hell did that old man just do, Lier?" Zhang Li appeared beside him, keeping her eyes locked on the enraged enemy ahead. She replied through the message, "I do not know either, but it seems his cultivation suddenly increased." At that moment, the principal suddenly changed direction, slammed his fist into the ground, and roared, "No one can separate me and Lian Xiang, no one." Beneath Fang Ning, countless lightning spheres appeared. Their blue light flashed brightly before rushing toward him. Fang Ning barely dodged in time, but the explosion's shockwave still sent him flying away. His body crashed and as pain spread everywhere. He cursed inwardly, "Damn it, he really got stronger. Did I get too confident and cause this? Where is the villain who dies from talking too much? Why is he not following the script?" At the critical moment, Zhang Li appeared in time, grabbed his arm, and summoned chains to bind the principal again. However, the opponent's dark purple demonic energy was far too overwhelming. The chains were knocked back the moment they touched him. The principal raised his head and laughed wildly, "Ha ha ha." Then he rushed forward with a punch carrying terrifying power. When the attack aimed at Zhang Li, Fang Ning instantly stepped in front of her without hesitation. At the same time, another lightning sphere exploded, blasting him far away. His body dragged across the ground, leaving a long trail of dust behind. Zhang Li quickly flew over. Seeing Fang Ning covered in wounds, with torn clothes and blood all over his body, she could not hide her worry. "Husband, are you all right?" Fang Ning wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and calmly replied, "I am fine. Enter my body first. A smaller defense range will make this easier to handle." After Zhang Li merged into his body, Fang Ning forced himself up and continued running. Despite the pain, his mind kept calculating, how did he level up so ridiculously fast? Fighting him head-on means certain death. I need another way. Behind him, the principal continued chasing without slowing down. While pursuing, he formed hand seals and shouted, "You will never leave this place." Countless lightning spheres appeared again, following Fang Ning's every move and forcing him to constantly change directions. After observing for a while, a thought suddenly appeared in Fang Ning's mind. The entire place was sealed by the barrier, but the principal's office might still have a weakness. If he wanted to turn things around, that was his only chance. With that thought, he immediately rushed upstairs, leaving behind endless explosions shaking the building. However, the principal seemed to have predicted his plan. A wave of lightning spheres instantly blocked the path. Seeing this, Fang Ning frowned deeply. This is bad. There is nowhere left to dodge. But stopping now means losing the only chance to move forward. In the end, he decided to risk everything and muttered, "Fortune favors the brave." After saying that, he charged straight toward the 3 lightning spheres, blocking the way. His figure twisted through the air as he skillfully slipped through the tiny gap between the 3 spheres. But right after he passed, the 3 spheres resonated and exploded together. The terrifying shockwave threw Fang Ning into the hallway, leaving him almost powerless. He gasped heavily while looking back and secretly felt relieved. It was extremely dangerous, but at least he survived. Lian Xiang only appears when someone reaches that strange energy source, and every clue points to the principal's office. She might still be there. With that thought, Fang Ning rushed toward the room ahead without hesitation. Inside was the familiar desk and the large hole in the center, constantly releasing a strange demonic aura. Just then, a chilling laugh came from behind. The principal entered with a twisted face full of madness, raising a sinister smile. "Ha ha ha, you cannot escape. No one is allowed to ruin my life with Lian Xiang. No one. You, the 3 little demons outside, and the woman inside your body, all of you will die here." Ignoring his screams, Fang Ning calmly walked toward the desk. His eyes were filled with confidence as he smirked. "Lian Xiang, if I am right, you hid her here, did you not?" The pride on the principal's face instantly disappeared. His body froze, and his expression turned stiff as if Fang Ning had exposed his deepest secret. Fang Ning did not care. He raised his hand, preparing to strike the comb on the desk. The principal immediately shouted, "No." But Fang Ning completely ignored him. His fist slammed down with immense force. The impact shook the entire room violently. From the comb, a glowing formation suddenly appeared, and strange light quickly filled the space. Fang Ning smiled coldly and said, "Lian Xiang disappeared 10 years ago, and the last place she was seen was this principal's office. I also encountered her spirit here. Every clue points to the same answer. There is a hidden space inside this office, and this desk is the key to opening it." Hearing this, the principal went completely insane. Demonic energy erupted around him as he screamed, "So what if you figured it out? You still can never enter. Die." With that, he unleashed all his power and threw a devastating punch at Fang Ning. Jiang Li immediately appeared and created a green barrier to block the attack. However, after his power surged, the principal's strength had far surpassed before. Jiang Li's shield only lasted for a moment before shattering. Taking the chance, he condensed a massive lightning sphere, raised it above his hand, and laughed proudly. "It is over." The terrifying sphere shot straight toward Fang Ning. At the most critical moment, Jiang Li ignored her own safety and rushed forward to protect him. A world-shaking explosion erupted as the lightning sphere exploded like a giant firework. Thick smoke covered everything. The principal laughed in delight, his eyes filled with satisfaction. "Ha ha ha, it is finally over." But as the smoke slowly cleared, his eyes widened in horror. In front of him, Fang Ning was still standing, surrounded by spirit energy. In his arms was Jiang Li, safely pulled away from the explosion. The principal shouted in disbelief, "Impossible! How did you escape?" Without answering, Fang Ning carried Jiang Li and rushed straight into the formation. A faint shadow appeared, and the two of them vanished into the hidden space. Inside was a dark and freezing prison, covered everywhere with strange chains. Deep inside the dungeon, a small girl was hanging in the air, weak and motionless. Hearing the movement, the girl slowly raised her head. When she recognized the person who arrived, her eyes instantly lit up. "Brother Lian Xiang," softly called out, her voice trembling with joy. Fang Ning gently placed Jiang Li down and quickly walked toward the girl. A smile appeared on his face. "I told you I would help you. I am here now." He gently touched the lock holding the girl. With a cracking sound, the lock instantly shattered into pieces. After being freed, Lian Xiang could barely stand. Luckily, Fang Ning caught her in time. Just then, the principal suddenly rushed inside. Demonic energy surged around him as he shouted, "Stop! Let her go now." Fang Ning remained calm. He moved Lian Xiang behind him for protection and stared coldly at his opponent. "I came here today to destroy you. Then I will take Lian Xiang away from this place forever." Hearing that, the cruelty on the principal's face disappeared, replaced by a terrifying gentleness. He slowly reached toward Lian Xiang and spoke softly, "Lian Xiang, be good. Come back to your teacher. I will protect you." But the girl's reaction was completely different from what he expected. Her body trembled as she quickly hid behind Fang Ning, her eyes filled with fear. Seeing this, the principal's expression froze. His lips trembled as he lowered his voice. "Lian Xiang, you actually chose him?" The forced smile on his face quickly vanished. The veins on his face bulged, and his clenched teeth made a cracking sound. The demonic energy around him exploded violently, shaking the entire space with his rage. He roared like a beast driven mad. "You actually chose him." This outburst was far more terrifying than before. The thick black demonic energy turned into a storm, sweeping away everything in its path. Fang Ning and Jiang Li were forced back, closing their eyes to avoid being injured by the violent aura. Outside the hidden space, the group watching still waited. Mao Xing asked curiously, "They just rushed inside and we heard a huge explosion. Why is it so quiet now? Did the battle already end?" Zhang Xiao swallowed nervously and replied softly, "If that elder won, we are safe. But if that demon won, none of us would survive." Just then, Lin Huang's expression suddenly changed. He pointed to a corner and shouted, "Look over there. Something is coming out." Right after his warning, a massive wave of demonic energy suddenly burst outward. Everyone only had time to cough a few times before collapsing to the ground, one after another, completely losing consciousness. The principal became more and more insane. The demonic energy around him surged wildly as he screamed, "Lian Xiang, no one can separate us. No one. If you want to leave me, then die with them and stay here forever." Jiang Li struggled against the terrifying pressure from him. Her breathing became heavier and her face turned pale. She quickly sent a message to Fang Ning. Husband, the black mist around him is strange. I sense a formation draining our power non-stop. I cannot hold on much longer. Think of a way quickly. Fang Ning immediately turned and asked, Lian Xiang, do you know where his weakness is? The girl quickly nodded. His chest. Right now, he has no soul power or protection left. But Lian Xiang hesitated, looking worriedly at the man. There are terrifying shockwave spheres around him. It is almost impossible to get through. Hearing that, an image suddenly appeared in Fang Ning's mind. It was the moment when he barely escaped the explosion while carrying Jiang Li. That feeling returned, sharp and precise beyond normal limits. Fang Ning's eyes lit up, and his determination grew stronger. It was not impossible. As long as he recreated that state and moved fast enough, he could do it. In the next moment, his figure blurred into an afterimage and rushed toward the principal at incredible speed. Excitement surged in his heart. Yes, this is it. This is the soul skill that belongs to me. Seeing Fang Ning approach on his own, the principal showed a look of contempt. He controlled countless lightning spheres and sent them forward while shouting proudly, seeking death. But Fang Ning's speed exceeded his expectations. Before the lightning spheres could lock onto him, he had already changed positions repeatedly, smoothly dodging every attack. When he reached the closest distance, he gathered all his strength into one punch and struck directly at the principal's abdomen. The violent spirit energy pierced through the principal's body, creating a powerful shockwave that caused a sharp explosion behind him. Fang Ning roared, "Let us see who dies first." The principal's body collapsed. His eyes widened in disbelief as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He stammered, "How is this possible?" But at that moment, a massive lightning sphere suddenly flew toward him. It exploded directly on his body. Fang Ning could only retreat and watch as the explosion swallowed the principal completely. As the smoke slowly cleared, the demonic energy around the principal began fading away. Kneeling on the ground with a huge hole through his body, his eyes grew dimmer. He whispered, "Yanner, do not go. Do not leave your father, it was all my fault." His trembling hand slowly reached toward Lian Xiang, his voice filled with regret. "Lian Xiang, I am sorry." After those words, his body completely disappeared, along with the final trace of demonic energy, leaving behind a heavy silence. The moment the principal vanished, a massive stream of memories escaped and rushed into Fang Ning's mind like a flood. Meanwhile, Jiang Li remained completely calm, even leisurely enjoying some food. Inside his consciousness, Fang Ning felt countless fragmented memories slowly merging together. He said quietly, "Lier, it seems someone else was controlling the principal behind the scenes. Moreover, the reasons behind his actions was not exactly what I thought. In the past, he lived a happy family life with his gentle wife and his adorable daughter named Yan but a disaster 10 years ago destroyed everything. In that car accident, he was trapped in the driver's seat by steel bars piercing through his body. His wife and daughter were thrown from the vehicle and died right before his eyes. At his moment of greatest despair, a mysterious person appeared before him. That person slowly manipulated his mind and promised that his daughter could be revived through a special ritual. In his unbearable grief, he completely believed the promise. And you, Lian Xiang, became the chosen sacrifice for that resurrection plan. But from beginning to end, it was all a deception. Those rituals were actually meant to destroy both his soul and his daughter's. Yan Er's soul had already vanished when the accident happened. When he learned the truth, he completely broke down. His suicide in the principal's office was not to complete the resurrection ritual, but because he could no longer endure his own suffering. "Brother, do you know where my parents are now? Xiang misses them so much." Fang Ning lowered his head, remembering his investigation into Lian Xiang. After a long silence, he sadly replied, "After leaving this place before, I called the number on their missing person notice, but no one answered. Later, the police told me that your parents had passed away. Perhaps the pain and despair they carried for years caused their health to fail." Lian Xiang stood silently for a long time before lowering her head. Her soft voice sounded, "Thank you. You and Sister Li are my benefactors." Fang Ning gently placed his hand on her shoulder and said warmly, "Do not call me your benefactor, just call me Fang Ning." Suddenly, Lian Xiang's figure began fading away. A painful groan escaped, and her small body trembled repeatedly. Fang Ning's expression changed instantly as he shouted, "Lian Xiang, what is happening?" Lian Xiang smiled gently, her voice as light as the wind. "I am sorry, brother Fang Ning. I think I am about to disappear. My resentment was never strong. I survived until now because of the principal's soul power. Now that he is gone, that source of strength has disappeared too. Do not worry about me. Being freed from this place was what I always wished for. Trying to keep her smile despite her fading voice, she continued, although I really wanted to see the outside world one more time, at least I will no longer be controlled to hurt others. Thank you, Brother Fang Ning. Fang Ning immediately turned to Zhang Li with a worried expression. Li is there any way to save her? Zhang Li thought for a moment before answering. We need an object connected to her as a medium, and a large amount of spirit energy to maintain her soul. Without hesitation, Fang Ning took out the wooden comb and held it forward. What about this? After saying that, he immediately threw the comb toward her. The comb was surrounded by bright green light, but when it touched Lianxiang's soul, it still could not stop her from fading away. Fang Ning gritted his teeth and cursed softly. Damn it, why is it useless? Lianxiang smiled gently, her eyes filled only with gratitude. She softly said, It is all right, Brother Fang Ning. Thank you for everything. If there is another life, I hope we can meet again. After those words, her small figure slowly merged into the void, leaving only a faint mist drifting away. Fang Ning stood frozen, pain clearly visible in his eyes. The wooden comb fell from his hand. Fang Ning lowered his head and repeatedly punched the ground, each strike accompanied by a choked cry. I promised I would take you outside. I am sorry, Lianxiang. I broke my promise. Tears kept falling onto the cold ground. A few drops accidentally landed on the wooden comb beside him. Suddenly, the comb released a faint glow and automatically absorbed the spirit energy Fang Ning had once infused into it. The sight stunned him, and he immediately raised his head in surprise. Before him, Zhang Li was using her secret technique with all her strength, slowly absorbing Lianxiang's soul into the comb. The female ghost reached her hand toward Fang Ning. In her palm was the familiar comb, with Lianxiang's soul resting inside in a peaceful sleep. Fang Ning quickly took it, but the soul disappeared immediately after appearing, making him confused. What happened? Zhang Li slowly replied, If you want to keep her here, I found a way. I separated part of my own original soul power for her, combined with the remaining soul power left after the principal vanished. With that, she can continue to exist. My soul power is greatly weakened now. I need time to recover, so I cannot come out yet. The comb contains a small space where she can nourish her soul for now. As she finished speaking, Zhang Li looked exhausted, but right after that, she suddenly pinched Fang Ning's arm hard. He jumped from the pain. Before he could understand, her serious expression disappeared, replaced by her familiar stubborn attitude. I can save her, but remember this clearly. In your eyes, there should only be me. Fang Ning held his aching arm and shouted, It hurts. Stop pinching me. She was only 13 when she died. Do not overthink it. I do not have such strange interests. I only see her as a younger sister, all right? After saying that, he gently held Zhang Li's hand. The action immediately made her face turn red. Fang Ning smiled softly. Thank you, Li. Zhang Li said nothing, but the stubbornness in her eyes softened greatly. On the way back, Zhang Li suddenly asked curiously, Fang Ning, what was that terrifying speed earlier? Did you awaken your soul technique? Fang Ning nodded. Yes. This ability is probably related to time and space. In an extremely short moment, I can feel time slowing down thousands of times, observe everything around me, then adjust my body to reach the optimal speed. It feels similar to the time bullet skill in games. Hearing that, Zhang Li tilted her head in confusion. Time bullet? Fang Ning looked at her and nodded seriously. Yes, but its official name is One Dream Thousand Years. Zhang Li softly repeated the name, a thoughtful look appearing in her eyes. When they returned to the school grounds, they found the three people still unconscious on the ground. Fang Ning sighed helplessly. I told them not to follow us. Now look at them, sleeping here. He turned to Zhang Li and asked, Li, were they affected by the battle? Zhang Li observed for a while before replying. It seems the formation took away several years of their life force. Luckily, they are still young, so the impact is not too serious. At most, they will have headaches for a while, after waking up. Hearing that, Fang Ning finally relaxed. That is good, but we cannot leave them here. Taking them outside the school gate will be safer and prevent the remaining formation energy from affecting them. The two quickly carried all three people outside and placed them neatly at the school entrance. After that, they returned. Near dawn, the two turned into two streams of green light and returned home. The moment he fell onto the bed, Fang Ning complained tiredly, Ever since I met you, my entire sleep schedule has been ruined. Zhang Li laughed happily, then suddenly removed her outer clothes and jumped onto the bed excitedly. Time to sleep. Fang Ning immediately turned red and shouted in panic, Stop right there. After saying that, he started searching through the closet. He took out another blanket, spread it on the bed, and said seriously, "One blanket each. This will be more comfortable." Zhongli pouted unhappily, but Fong Ning ignored her. He pulled his own blanket over himself and casually said, "I am sleeping first." With no other choice, Zhongli hugged her blanket and lay beside him. Fang Ning closed his eyes and thought in relief, "Finally, I can rest for a while." Early the next morning, outside Haiyuan Elementary School, Lin Hua let out a faint groan. She slowly opened her eyes. The moment she saw her surroundings clearly, she became fully awake. A few seconds later, she raised her hand and slapped the two people beside her, shouting, "Wake up! Hey, stop sleeping!" Mao Xing and Zhong Xiao slowly woke up, still half asleep, and asked, "Is breakfast ready?" Lin Hua immediately became furious. "Breakfast? We almost died. Wake up and focus." Standing outside the elementary school gate, Lin Hua stared inside. A mix of frustration and confusion kept rising in her heart. She wondered how they escaped and what exactly happened last night. Suddenly, an important thought flashed through her mind, and her expression changed instantly. Excitement and unease appeared at the same time. She quickly turned to the two beside her and shouted, "Where is the video we recorded last night? Take it out and watch it now." Mao Xing immediately checked his phone and said after seeing the screen, "Found it. The video is still here. Strange, I remember holding my phone when I passed out last night. How did it end up safely inside my pocket?" Ignoring him, Lin Hua urged impatiently, "Stop talking and open the video now." The three quickly focused on the recording. Inside was everything they had captured before losing consciousness. After watching for a while, Mao Xing suddenly looked terrified and shouted, "Could it be that the beggar sect elder really saved us?" Lin Hua was also shocked and nodded slightly. "It must have been him. There is no one else." Unlike the other two, Zhong Xiao laughed excitedly. "Hey, this time we recorded something incredible. With a little editing and uploading online, it will definitely become popular." While everyone was excited, Lin Hua fell into deep thought. If everything in the video was real, then all those previous times were not special effects. That beggar sect elder was truly fighting evil spirits. But what was his purpose? And what about that wife? Could she really be a ghost princess from an ancient tomb? In the afternoon, sunlight slipped through the curtains, and Fang Ning slowly opened his eyes. Lying on the bed and looking at the faint light entering the room, he sighed inwardly. He had slept all the way until afternoon again. A strange emptiness filled his heart. He turned his head. He saw Zhongli still sleeping peacefully, holding tightly onto his leg. An irresistible feeling rose in Fang Ning's heart, and he slowly reached out, wanting to touch her face. But the sudden ringing of his phone broke the peaceful atmosphere. He stopped, picked up the phone, and answered, "Hello." From the other end, Director Wang's excited voice rang out, "Fang Ning, our video has reached 90 million views." Fang Ning waved his hand instinctively and replied casually, "Oh, that is pretty good." Hearing that, Director Wang immediately raised his voice, "Pretty good? Brother Fang Ning, you are too humble. Your video has entered the top 10 most viewed rankings. Do you know? The entire internet is buzzing because of you." Suddenly, Director Wang heard Fang Ning curse, followed by the sound of rushing water. He asked in surprise, "Brother Fang Ning, what happened?" On Fang Ning's side, he was in an awkward situation. Somehow, Zhongli had pushed aside all the covers and was now holding him tightly. Trying to stay calm, he replied, "No, nothing happened." But inside, he complained helplessly, "How am I supposed to guard against this?" Seeing Zhongli still asleep, she mumbled, "Husband, so soft." Fang Ning silently decided that after earning enough money, he would rent a bigger place and buy more sleepwear for her. It took him a lot of effort before he finally escaped Zhongli's embrace. After reaching the living room, Fang Ning finally relaxed and continued the call. "Director Wang, please continue." Director Wang excitedly announced, "Right, the platform just sent us an invitation. They want us to join. The entry fee is 50,000 yuan, and our future videos will receive priority recommendations. With the current view count, our share will be at least 50,000 yuan. 50,000? What are we waiting for? Sign it now." Fang Ning's heart immediately stirred. This amount was already far beyond what he earned in an entire year before. After ending the call, Fang Ning leaned against the chair and let out a long breath. Everything that happened recently appeared in his mind. In just a few days since meeting Zhongli, his life had completely changed. Money, soul power, spirit techniques, soul bodies, and all those mysterious things he never thought he would encounter. He quietly thought that everything started because of her. But remembering their first meeting still made his scalp go numb. Now she had become an irreplaceable part of his life. He had to help her recover her lost memories. Whether she chose to leave or stay after regaining everything, he would respect her decision. To restore Zhang Li's memories and power, he needed to gather more soul power or fear energy. Continuing to make ghost videos was still the most effective method. The footage from yesterday only needed some editing before sending it to Wang Sanhe. As for other sources of soul power, he probably needed to search for more urban legends online. Maybe he could find clues related to soul bodies or spirit generals. Thinking that, he decided to wash his face first and plan the next step. But the moment he turned on the faucet, Fang Ning's expression instantly froze. The liquid flowing from the faucet was no longer clear like normal water, but dark red like fresh blood. Fang Ning stared in shock and blurted out, "What the hell is this?" He immediately turned the faucet shut, but no matter how hard he tried, the flow would not stop. His frustration quickly turned into panic as he shouted, "Damn it! Why will it not stop?" Just then, a horrifying sight entered his eyes, freezing all his emotions. Fang Ning slowly raised his head and looked at the mirror. The reflection was not his own face, but a rotten face wearing a sinister smile. Strange spirit energy flickered inside its dark, empty eye sockets. Facing the terrifying scene, Fang Ning did not retreat. He immediately punched forward and shouted, "Playing tricks with fake gods and ghosts?" The mirror shattered instantly, but the horrifying face did not disappear. Instead, it appeared on every broken piece scattered across the floor. Countless twisted faces stared toward him, while strange laughter overlapped and echoed louder and louder. Fang Ning held his head in pain and shouted, "What kind of monster is this?" The pain felt like his mind was being torn apart, making him almost unable to stand. Staggering toward the bathroom door, he panicked. "This is bad. There is something evil in this room. I need to find Lear." But before he could touch the handle, the door opened by itself. Outside was no longer the familiar apartment, but a strange space where countless worlds overlapped endlessly. Fang Ning wanted to scream, but his throat seemed locked. His mind was filled only with disbelief. How could this happen? Suddenly, a black shadow flashed past at incredible speed. Fang Ning only caught a blur and muttered, "What is that thing?" Without thinking further, he immediately chased after it. One thought appeared in his mind, "I cannot let that thing run wild inside my home." Thanks to the ability he awakened, the distance between Fang Ning and the shadow quickly became smaller. But just as he was about to catch up, the creature suddenly turned around. It was a deformed squirrel with a rotten face covered in maggots, looking like a walking corpse. The surprise only lasted for a moment. Fang Ning immediately counterattacked. His fist shot forward as he shouted, "You dare sneak attack me? Die!" The terrifying force of his punch struck the target directly, causing the squirrel's body to explode into thick black smoke. But the smoke quickly wrapped around his arm. No matter how hard he tried, he could not break free. Looking at his covered arm, Fang Ning panicked. "What is this?" The rotten face of the squirrel slowly appeared inside the smoke and let out a cold laugh. "Ha ha ha ha, you fell into my trap." Before Fang Ning could react, the black smoke swallowed his entire body. A pain like countless needles piercing his flesh made him nearly lose his mind. He tried to circulate his spirit energy to escape, but only a few weak streams came out before being completely absorbed by the black smoke. The squirrel moved closer, speaking with pride. "It is over, kid." At that moment, a flash of light suddenly tore through the space. A sharp object shot forward at incredible speed, aiming directly at the squirrel's head. The black smoke instantly scattered. Fang Ning suddenly opened his eyes, breathing heavily. The crushing pressure covering his body finally disappeared. The door slowly opened and the squirrel's head rolled across the floor before stopping motionless. While Fang Ning was still stunned by the scene, Zhang Li's familiar voice came from behind, "Husband." Zhang Li quickly stepped inside, still holding her hairpin tightly, and asked worriedly, "Are you all right?" But Fang Ning had almost no strength left. His body went weak and collapsed. Zhang Li quickly caught him, her face filled with anxiety. After a long while, he finally managed to sit up. Holding his head, he pieced together the fragmented memories and asked in confusion, "What just happened?" Zhang Li immediately replied, "You were attacked by a soul body. Luckily, I noticed in time and destroyed it." Fang Ning was slightly startled. He quickly turned away, pretending to adjust the water while coughing. Cough, cough. "A soul body?" Zhang Li calmly replied, "Yes, it was the type that attacks the mind." At that moment, Fang Ning's eyes suddenly stopped something that had fallen out. A necklace appeared in the basin. He frowned while observing it and said, "This does not look like something a wandering soul could possess. So why did it target me?" Zhongli sighed softly, her expression becoming more serious. "I do not know either. It was too dangerous at the time, so I had to act immediately and could not let your power protect you completely. If I was any slower, even if I saved you, your brain might have suffered permanent damage. If I find out who is behind this, I will destroy them all. Anyone who dares attack my husband will never be forgiven." Fang Ning picked up the necklace and looked at the symbols engraved inside. A thought silently appeared in his mind. "It seems someone has started targeting me." He put the necklace away, trying to stay calm, then ordered, "I am fine now, put your clothes back on." Jiang Li glanced at him, turned around and casually replied, "All right." Fang Ning let out a long breath. While cleaning the broken glass on the floor, he silently reflected. If Jiang Li had not noticed the danger or acted a little slower, he would probably already be a cold corpse. After defeating multiple soul beings and Zhang, then awakening his soul technique, he had slowly become arrogant. He even believed he could handle every problem, only thinking about fame and money while forgetting the dangers always hiding around him. Looking back, it was truly embarrassing. It seems different soul techniques have certain forms of countering each other. One Dream 1,000 Years is powerful in direct combat, but against illusions or mental attacks, it has almost no way to respond. Who is the person behind this? Was it revenge for destroying those souls? Or is it related to Zhang's death at Haiyuan Elementary School? Both possibilities are possible, but right now the enemy remains hidden while he can only stay alert against sudden attacks. Just then, Zhang Li's voice came from behind. "Husband, I finished changing." Fang Ning turned around and his face instantly heated up. Jiang Li was wearing his coat. Although it was oversized, it still could not completely hide what should have been covered. She took a small breath and innocently said, "Husband's clothes smell really nice." Fang Ning immediately panicked and pointed at her. "Ah, my coat, take it off now." But Jiang Li only smiled brightly and ran away, replying, "I do not want to." At that moment, Fang Ning's eyes accidentally fell on the floor. Right where Jiang Li had been standing, a business card appeared. He bent down and picked it up. The moment he saw the information on it, his expression changed completely, leaving him speechless. Somewhere else, a person covered in blood kept coughing violently, with fresh blood continuously pouring from her mouth. Standing before her, another person walked over impatiently and asked, "What happened? Did you find Chong yet?" The injured woman struggled to reply, coughing blood as she spoke. "Cough, cough. My yin squirrel was destroyed." The other person's expression changed instantly. "What?" Yin squirrel was a level 5 soul spirit. Even ordinary level 5 soul hunters would struggle to survive its attack without mental defense. At that time, I felt I was only one step away from killing that soul hunter. But suddenly, an extremely terrifying force appeared and erased Yin squirrel instantly. "Mr. Chang, I truly did everything I could." Chang Baidao slowly walked closer, remaining silent from beginning to end. The woman immediately collapsed to her knees and begged desperately, "Please help me explain to doctor, please." Before she finished speaking, Chang Baidao sat down, gently lifted her chin and said calmly, "All right, I understand. You really did everything you could." In the gloomy night, his voice slowly echoed, "Zhang, the chosen formation core, was destroyed. The important experimental body was also taken away. With such a huge loss, someone must take responsibility." After saying that, his mouth suddenly opened wide, revealing sharp teeth and a strange long tongue, looking exactly like a bloodthirsty beast. He leaned closer and whispered coldly to the kneeling woman, "Besides, after losing Yin Squirrel, you have no value left." The moment he finished speaking, he bit down on her head. Fresh blood instantly sprayed out, staining the ground red. In just a moment, only a headless corpse remained on the ground. Chang Baidao calmly wiped the blood from his mouth and said, "You know the organization's rules. Useless people will not be kept. Do not blame me." Standing nearby, Yuan Tun frowned thoughtfully. "This is strange. Zhang hid there for nearly 10 years without revealing himself. Why did a soul hunter suddenly find him? And they even took away the important experimental body. Could our plan have been exposed?" Chang Baidao took out a strange object from his chest, his eyes cold. "This matter cannot be ignored. Report to the organization immediately. At the same time, investigate the identity of that soul hunter. We cannot let him destroy the remaining links." Soon after, a portal appeared in the air. Chang Baidao and Yuan Tun stepped inside. Before disappearing, his murderous voice echoed, "No matter where you hide, I will find you. This debt must be paid with your life." The next morning, inside a tea shop, Zhang Tiandao sat quietly reading a file. Suddenly, the door opened, and a small bell rang clearly. The moment Fang Ning entered, he saw him. Zhang Tiandao immediately raised his hand and called, "Over here." Fang Ning quickly walked over, sat opposite him, and calmly said, "Officer Zhang." While speaking, he placed the necklace on the table. "Help me check this thing." Zhang Tiandao remained calm and asked, "You called me here just to look at this item?" However, the moment he examined it carefully, his pupils suddenly shrank. A storm rose in his heart. This is the abyss." Hearing him mutter, Fang Ning immediately asked, "The abyss? What exactly is that?" But Zhang Tiandao did not answer immediately. He narrowed his eyes and observed Fang Ning for a while before asked, "Where did you get this?" Fang Ning frowned slightly, still staring at the necklace. His voice carried a hint of irritation. "Last night, a terrifying squirrel-shaped soul came out of my bathroom mirror and attacked me. After I destroyed it, it disappeared and only left behind this card." Hearing this, Zhang Tiandao seemed relieved. He closed his eyes briefly before saying, "I guess you have awakened spiritual power, right? And it probably happened not long ago. Otherwise, your survival after encountering it would be almost impossible to explain." Fang Ning nodded. Zhang Tiandao continued in a calm voice filled with warning, "Your luck is truly incredible. Not many people can survive Yuan Shang's attack. But from now on, you need to understand that the world you see will no longer be the same. In this world, there are beings known by many names, such as souls, ghosts, and spirits. They are born with soul power. Ordinary people cannot see them, but they can still be affected or harmed by them. As for humans, everyone possesses spiritual power within their bodies. However, most people's power is too weak to manifest. Yet there are special individuals whose spiritual power far exceeds ordinary people. They develop extraordinary abilities. These people are called ability users. Most awakened people gain their powers at birth. Late awakenings like you are extremely rare, making up only about 10% of all ability users. Both ability users and souls are divided into 8 levels based on soul power and strength. However, once a soul reaches level 6, it gains a special suppression ability that allows it to control weaker souls. Above level 6 are 2 higher realms, Soul General and Soul King. Hearing this, Fang Ning became confused. With such a huge population, why are ability users so rare? Why have I never heard of them before? Zhang Tiandao slowly replied with a heavy tone, "The government cannot let society fall into chaos. If ordinary people learn about ability users and supernatural beings, fear and rejections will spread. So we use special soul techniques to hide the truth and even alter people's memories, making them completely unaware of this world. Since birth, all children undergo special testing. Those born with abilities are recorded in official files. When they turn 16, we contact them and invite them to join the official organization of ability users, the Soul Hunters." Fang Ning leaned slightly forward and asked, "What if they refuse?" Zhang Tiandao calmly answered, "Their abilities will be sealed and related memories will be adjusted so they can return to normal life. Those who accept will undergo 3 to 5 years of training before being assigned to different regions to handle supernatural incidents. Most supernatural events come from souls created by lingering obsessions or monsters with innate abilities. They are unpredictable and extremely dangerous. That is why the Soul Hunters exist." Fang Ning thought for a moment before asking, "If Soul Hunters are everywhere, there should be a lot of them. But in the recent cases I encountered, I never saw anyone show up to deal with them. Because in recent years, supernatural incidents have increased too quickly. Many Soul Hunters have been injured or killed during missions. Also, a major incident 40 years ago severely weakened our forces. And the most terrifying enemy has never been souls or monsters, but humans themselves." Fang Ning was shocked. "Humans?" Zhang Tiandao nodded with a serious expression. "That's right. Besides those born with abilities, there are also around 10% who awaken later, just like you. The problem is that if they never reveal their powers, we have a hard time detecting them. For example, in a remote village, there may be someone who spent their whole life mocked for their ugly appearance, rejected and looked down upon by others. After awakening, they continue living among ordinary people while possessing power beyond natural laws. Some are controlled by greed, some are consumed by hatred, and others choose the wrong path for their own goals. The government has always maintained a surveillance system to discover and stop such cases early. But everything changed 40 years ago when a mysterious organization appeared. No one knows where they came from. They recruited many late-awakened ability users and even planted people among the Soul Hunters. They constantly manipulated and tempted those with weak wills. 40 years ago, this organization triggered a massive conflict within the Soul Hunters, causing heavy losses. Even now, they continue operating in secret, setting traps, attacking Soul Hunters, and fighting against the government. Despite years of investigation, we still do not know their true goal or the person behind everything. Those people will do anything for power. One of their common methods is capturing souls and turning them into tools for their own use. Hearing this, Fang Ning looked down at the necklace in his hand, feeling uneasy. He hesitated and asked, "Could it be?" Zhang Tiandao immediately replied with certainty, "That's right. This necklace and the numbers carved on it are the symbol of Abyss Above. Abyss comes from the meaning of deep abyss, and above refers to standing above the cliff. The person who attacked you belongs to this organization." Fang Ning still had doubts. But why did they target me? I'm not a soul hunter, and I have no connection with them. Zhang Tiandao helplessly replied, "I don't know either. Maybe you accidentally ruined one of their plans or interfered with their actions. However, I believe revenge is the most likely reason." Fang Ning stayed silent for a long time, trying to piece together everything that had happened. A vague thought slowly appeared in his mind. Maybe everything is connected to souls or Zhang Chang, and behind all of this, the real mastermind could be Abyss Above. Fang Ning looked up and asked, "Do you have any way to track them down?" Zhang Tiandao shook his head. "Unfortunately, if finding Abyss Above was that easy, we would have destroyed them long ago. In fact, we captured several members of this organization before, but they all had a special soul technique inside their bodies. The moment they heard certain keywords, the technique activated and destroyed them from within. They died before revealing anything. By the way, you have heard of soul skills, right? They are abilities born from the soul and are extremely rare. Everyone has a different type with unique effects. Even among ability users, only a few geniuses can awaken soul skills." Fang Ning stayed silent, but he secretly laughed inside. Soul skills? Not only did he know about them, he already had one himself. According to Zhang Tiandao, didn't that make him one of those rare geniuses? Seeing his silence, Zhang Tiandao continued, "Soul skills are extremely difficult for humans to control. But for soul bodies and mutated creatures, they are natural instincts. They can use soul skills without training. That is why being a soul hunter is so dangerous. You can never predict what ability your next enemy will have." Hearing this, Fang Ning slammed his hand on the table and said angrily, "If we cannot find them, does that mean I can only sit here and wait to be attacked?" Zhang Tiandao looked at him for a moment before slowly replying, "I have a suggestion. If you join the Soul Hunters, you will receive the organization's protection. The entire base is covered by a defensive barrier. People from Abyss Above cannot attack you there." Fang Ning fell into deep thought. His awakening came from Zhang Li's power, which was completely different from normal ability users. Besides, if Zhang Li recovered her memories one day and chose to leave, his current abilities would disappear too. At that point, he would become an ordinary person. How could he explain that to the organization? His long silence made Zhang Tiandao suspicious. He glanced at Fang Ning and said, "It seems you are hiding something from me, aren't you?" "Sorry, but I cannot join the Soul Hunters right now. You won't erase my memories or put me under surveillance, will you?" Zhang Tiandao took an item from his pocket and smiled. Normally, late-awakened ability users are monitored because they may be connected to Abyss Above. However, I trust my own judgment. The last time we met, didn't you risk your life to save people from monsters? That action was enough for me to trust you. Here, take this. As he spoke, he pushed a card toward Fang Ning. Fang Ning picked it up and asked, "What is this?" Zhang Tiandao explained, "This is an external member certificate of the Soul Hunters. This system was created after the Civil War 40 years ago to increase manpower. Late-awakened users who refuse to have their abilities sealed can become collaborators after passing an evaluation. With this card, you can use your abilities within allowed limits without breaking regulations. In return, when dangerous souls or supernatural incidents appear, you must cooperate with local soul hunters to resolve them. I have told you everything you need to know. This notebook contains basic knowledge. If you discover any new clues, contact me immediately." After saying that, he placed the notebook on the table and left the cafe. After receiving the notebook, Fang Ning immediately stood up and shouted, "Officer Zhang, what kind of person are you really?" Zhang Tiandao's footsteps suddenly stopped. I am currently just an ordinary police officer." Only after Zhang Tiandao completely disappeared did Fang Ning sink heavily into his chair. Abyss Above, it seems my decision to meet him was the right one. At least now I know who my real enemy is. Then he infused a portion of his own soul power into it. When the data appeared on the card along with a faint image of himself, Fang Ning was stunned for a moment. He secretly admired it. Wow, this actually looks pretty impressive. It really is an item made for ability users. Just like the time his spiritual energy erupted before, ordinary people could not see it at all. But soon, his eyes filled with doubt. How could an ordinary police officer understand these things, introduce him to the soul hunters, and even give him an external identity card? No matter how he thought about it, it was unbelievable. Even the most naive person would have trouble accepting it. After walking only a few steps away, a female employee approached and stopped him. Keeping her polite smile, she said, "Sir, you haven't paid yet. The total is 58 yuan. Hearing the amount, Fang Ning froze instantly, feeling quite shocked. His face showed clear dissatisfaction. "But I didn't order anything here," the female employee gently explained. "The person who came with you ordered it. He said he had something important to discuss with you and asked us not to disturb you." Zhang Tiandao's meaningful smile immediately appeared in Fang Ning's mind. He reluctantly took out his wallet and complained silently, "I really can't believe this guy. He drank coffee and disappeared, leaving me to pay. No wonder he left so quickly. He was just pretending to be some mysterious expert." After leaving the cafe, Fang Ning walked while flipping through the notes Zhang Tiandao left behind. Beside him, Zhang Li quietly walked along. As he read through the information, he kept thinking, "Abyss above is indeed a huge threat. The situation is already urgent. I need to help Zhang Li recover her strength as soon as possible, or it will be hard to resist them." He suddenly stopped and turned to ask, "Lear, besides eating delicious food and absorbing fear, is there any other way for you to recover your power?" Zhang Li thought for a while, looking slightly embarrassed. I guess there is no other way." Fang Ning refused to give up and continued asking, "Then is there any pattern to absorbing fear? Is there a more effective method than watching videos or live streams?" Hearing that, Zhang Li immediately became excited. She jumped around happily and replied, "As long as our appearance or voice makes others feel afraid, it works. The stronger their fear, the faster my soul power recovers." After hearing that, a rather bold idea suddenly flashed through Fang Ning's mind. What if I open a haunted house and let Zhang Li be in charge of scaring the guests? But he quickly abandoned the idea. With his current finances, it was pointless to even think about it. Building a haunted house alone would cost millions, not to mention promotion and other expenses. There was no guarantee anyone would visit. Better leave it for later. While he was still distracted by his thoughts, Fang Ning suddenly bumped into someone rushing from behind. The person lost balance and fell onto the ground. Fang Ning immediately turned around, bent down and asked, "Are you okay?" The man stared at him with obvious excitement. "Benefactor, it's you." Fang Ning felt awkward because he did not recognize him. He could only ask, "Who are you?" The fat man immediately grabbed his hand and shook it repeatedly. "Benefactor, benefactor, I can't believe I met you again. My name is Zhu Tianhua. Last week, if you had not saved me in the alley behind the bar, I probably would not be alive today." Hearing this, Fang Ning's memories slowly returned. So it was this guy. Zhu Tianhua kept talking for a while before asking curiously, "May I know your name, benefactor?" Fang Ning replied reluctantly, Fang Ning. Is your health better now? Also, you look like you are in a hurry. Did something happen?" Hearing that, Zhu Tianhua could only let out a helpless sigh. It's a long story. But there is a nice cafe nearby. I also have something I want to discuss with you. How about we sit down and talk? Today, my treat. Not long after, the two arrived at the cafe Zhu Tianhua mentioned. After sitting down, Zhu Tianhua warmly said, "Order whatever you two want." Fang Ning smiled awkwardly. "Anything is fine. I'll have whatever you order." Inside, he silently complained, "What a coincidence. I left less than 10 minutes ago and now am back again." Zhu Tianhua happily called the employee over. "3 cups of Acid malt snow coffee, please." "Thank you." The female employee smiled and replied, "Of course, please wait a moment." Remembering how he had just paid the bill earlier, Fang Ning could not help but sigh inwardly. This guy really is a long-time customer here. He instantly chose the most expensive coffee on the menu. His attitude was no different from a wealthy boss. Zhu Tianhua slowly explained, "After you saved me, I passed out. When I woke up in the hospital, the police told me you had already left. I didn't even get the chance to thank you." Fang Ning waved his hand. "It was nothing, I just happened to help. But you said you had something important to find me about. What exactly happened?" Zhu Tianhua sighed and said, "To be honest, I came here today to find an expert who specializes in dealing with strange supernatural matters." Fang Ning was slightly surprised. "Someone to remove evil spirits? I already solved that problem for you last time. Did something strange happen again?" As he spoke, he circulated spiritual energy into his eyes to carefully examine Zhu Tianhua. Through his vision, dense ghostly energy was wrapped around the man's body. Zhu Tianhua scratched his head awkwardly. That's right. This time, the incident happened inside my company. After thinking for a moment, Fang Ning's finally said, "All right, tell me everything from the beginning. Maybe I can help." After hearing that, Zhu Tianhua excitedly slammed the table and shouted, "Really? Thank you, Mr. Fang Ning." His loud voice startled the female employee nearby, almost making her drop the drinks in her hands. He quickly turned around and apologized repeatedly. "I'm sorry. I'm really sorry." The female employee, forced to smile, placed the 3 cups of coffee on the table and politely said, "Please enjoy." Zhang Li sat beside them, staring at the coffee with curiosity, but still hesitating to try it. Seeing this, Fang Ning leaned closer and whispered, "This one is safe to drink." Hearing that, Zhang Li carefully took a small sip, looking like a little cat testing something new. Her innocent appearance made Zhu Tianhua glance at her several times. He thought to himself, "This girl really is strange. Even when I met her before, she didn't seem like a normal person. She even had a talisman stuck on her head." But when he saw Zhang Li completely absorbed in the coffee, drinking happily and forgetting everything around her, his thoughts changed. The more he looked, the cuter she seemed. Following someone like Mr. Fang Ning, it was not surprising to have someone special around. Then he began telling the whole story. "On Monday after you saved me, I woke up in the hospital, gave my statement to the police, and returned to my company. I run a company that develops virtual reality games. Recently, the market has declined badly, so we invested everything into a new VR project. We only had one final test before launch. The company's future depended on it, so I could not afford to be absent. That was when things started becoming strange. It was the first internal test after the product was completed. We planned to monitor the players' heart rates and adjust the game content. At first, everything went smoothly. The staff told me screen sharing had been activated, and the first test officially began. The character creation system also worked normally, and the tester quickly entered the game world. But right after logging in, he suddenly shouted in shock, "This place." What appeared before him was a crowded office full of people working. The terrifying part was that it looked exactly like our real company office. The tester immediately panicked. "What's going on? Why does this look like my company?" Outside, the monitoring staff also turned pale. "This is wrong. The game has been changed. We never designed a setting like this. What exactly is this?" Inside the virtual world, the office began to change strangely. Streams of ghostly energy slowly spread through the area, making everyone watching feel a chill down their spine. At that time, I was still injured and covered in bandages, but I rushed over, grabbed the monitor's collar, and shouted, "What is happening? Where did this scene come from?" The staff member hurriedly checked the system and replied, "Please wait. I need to inspect the source code. Should we stop the test immediately?" I was so angry that I was trembling. I told them to continue a little longer. I wanted to know who was behind this. After checking for a while, the staff reported, "There are traces of previous game versions in the source code, but most of them have been modified. The current encryption system is extremely complicated. We need more time to analyze it." After hearing that, I immediately ordered, "Keep monitoring the tester. Do not miss any changes. I will go to the surveillance room and check the cameras." At first, the source code being altered was serious, but it did not truly scare me. However, when I checked the surveillance footage, I discovered something far more terrifying. Fang Ning frowned and asked, "What did you see?" In the recording, there was an office that was completely empty. Yet the computers turned on by themselves, and the keyboards kept typing lines of text as if someone was using them. Realizing how serious the situation was, I immediately went back to stop the test. But the moment I entered the room, what I saw left me unable to believe my eyes. The tester was screaming in pain, while countless streams of black energy surrounded his body. I panicked and rushed to the monitor, grabbed his collar and shouted, "What happened? Stop the test immediately." But the man only kept trembling. His face was pale and his broken voice whispered, there are ghosts in this office." Gritting his teeth, Zhu Tianhua released the monitor and rushed toward the tester. Without hesitation, he reached out and pulled the VR headset off the man's head. But the moment the device was removed, he froze completely, and all color drained from his face. The tester had completely lost control. Tears, mucus, and saliva mixed together, continuously flowing down his face. I was so terrified that I immediately shouted at the staff, "Call an ambulance now." The man was too scared to react and could only answer nervously, "Yes, yes." After that incident, many employees submitted resignation letters. Everyone was deeply traumatized, and the game project nearly came to a complete stop. If that thing was still inside the company, all my years of hard work would be destroyed. I could not accept watching everything collapse. To calm the employees, I gave them temporary leave. Then I spent a large amount of money to invite a famous master in the field, Master Ji Zhong. Hearing this, Fang Ning thought to himself, that thing is not some ordinary zombie or evil object. What use would things like black dog blood, sticky rice, or fire talismans have? And the name Master Ji Zhong sounds strange too. Zhu Tianhua smiled helplessly and said, nothing can escape Mr. Fang Ning's eyes. After arriving at the company, the master set up all kinds of formations in the office and confidently claimed everything was under control. He even said he was fully prepared and would definitely eliminate the ghost. After finishing the ritual, he laughed proudly. Ha ha ha, it's only a little ghost. This master has already destroyed its soul completely. But at that moment, the staff member and I both saw a huge shadow silently appear behind him. The master immediately screamed, there is a ghost. Then he turned and ran away. His speed was even faster than mine and the monitors. Since that day, he never dared return to the company again. Zhu Tianhua choked back tears, wiped his eyes, and grabbed Fang Ning's hand. Today, I originally planned to meet another expert named Shen Shuzi. I never expected to meet you first. This must be fate. Mr. Fang Ning, please help me destroy that thing. I truly do not know who else to find. Fang Ning helplessly raised his hand to stop him. All right, stop crying. I will take care of it. However, I am quite busy with my daily work, so I may not always be able to arrange the time immediately. Zhu Tianhua quickly nodded. I understand. Then he took out a gold card, pushed it toward Fang Ning, and seriously said, if you solve this problem, the 50,000 yuan inside this card will be my small token of appreciation. Hearing that amount, Fang Ning almost jumped up. 50,000? His heart immediately started racing. So dealing with supernatural problems can earn this much money? And it is enough to help Zhang Li recover her strength. This is truly killing two birds with one stone. Seeing his reaction, Zhu Tianhua quickly added, Mr. Fang Ning, do you think it is too little? You saved my life before, and now you are helping me overcome this crisis. It is like saving me a second time. If necessary, I can add another 20,000 yuan. But my company's situation is not very good right now. I may only be able to pay more after the game launches. Hearing this, Fang Ning still looked calm on the outside, but his hand had already quickly put the card into his pocket. He smiled righteously. Mr. Zhu, you are too polite. Why talk about money between us? Meeting each other is already a precious fate. Mentioning money only makes things distant. Ha 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 ha. Ahem. Since Mr. Zhu is in such a hurry and your sincerity is enough, let's go tonight. Send me the company address. Oh right, remember to send me the bank card password too. Don't forget it. Zhu Tianhua laughed and replied, of course, I will have to trouble Mr. Fang Ning tonight. 11 o'clock at night at Tianhua Company. In front of the reception desk, Fang Ning appeared with an extremely confident look. Hello everyone, I am the elder leader of the beggars sect. Long time no see, do you still remember me? It is already 11 at night, and I am standing in the lobby of a famous game company. This name may not sound familiar to some people, but if you mention famous games like Sword Immortal 7 Heroes Story or Sea City Mysterious Sword Record, many people have probably heard of them. A few years ago, this company was close to bankruptcy. However, after a new owner took over, they shifted into VR development and achieved impressive results. But in just the past few days, an unusual incident has pushed the company toward collapse once again. So why am I here at this late hour? And what exactly is threatening this company? Follow me as we uncover the entire story. 3 days ago, when the latest VR game entered internal testing, a series of strange events appeared right before the employees' eyes. After logging in successfully, the testers suddenly entered a strange office map that even the development team had never created. The scene was so realistic that everyone watching was shocked. But what was even more terrifying was that when they checked the source code, they discovered most of the data had been modified by an unknown force. Only after reviewing the surveillance system did the true supernatural phenomenon begin to reveal itself. Can you imagine this? The computers in the monitoring room suddenly turned on by themselves, and the keyboards kept producing typing sounds, as if an invisible hand was operating them from behind. They immediately stopped the test, but everything had already gone beyond their control. The tester was affected so severely that his mind nearly collapsed and he had to be rushed to the hospital. It seemed like some existence did not want me to appear here. At that moment, a line of text suddenly appeared in the air. Welcome to our game. At the same time, Fang Ning's phone completely lost signal. He smiled coldly. You want to trap me here? It won't be that easy. Fang Ning suddenly jumped into the air and pushed upward with force, directly breaking open the elevator ceiling and creating a large opening above. Zhang Li immediately flew through the gap. She held the phone in one hand to record while shining light downward with the other. After climbing out of the elevator shaft, Fang Ning turned back with a proud expression. This is nothing. How could tricks like this trouble the leader of the beggars sect? Did I spend all those years watching spy movies for nothing? He then pushed open the metal door in front of him and walked inside. A long hallway appeared before him. Dark red marks like blood covered both walls, while arrows of the same color pointed forward. After observing for a moment, Fang Ning sighed. Looks like it wants to play some kind of game with me. This was the office area that appeared in the surveillance footage, where the computers operated by themselves. Fang Ning approached the nearest room and pushed the door open. Inside was a mess, as if a violent battle had just happened. Ghostly energy slowly drifted through the entire space. Seeing this, Fang Ning immediately circulated spiritual energy, causing a faint glow to cover his body. His fist slammed heavily onto the floor, creating a shockwave that spread out and tore apart part of the ghostly energy ahead. Just as he pulled his hand back, Fang Ning suddenly discovered a blood-stained keyboard under his palm. He picked it up, examined it, then turned toward the camera and smiled. Oh, it even dropped equipment? Could this be an item needed to fight the boss? It seems this thing can absorb ghostly energy. To test it, Fang Ning pressed a few keys. Sure enough, part of the ghostly energy floating around the room was immediately absorbed by the keyboard. Seeing the ghostly energy being pulled toward the keyboard, Zhang Li's eyes lit up. She licked her lips slightly, looking like she wanted to swallow all of it immediately. Suddenly, every computer screen in the room lit up at the same time. Glowing green arrows appeared, all pointing in the same direction. While following the directions, Fang Ning sent a voice transmission to Zhang Li. Have you found its location yet? Zhang Li immediately replied through voice transmission. Not yet. Its aura is too faint. It feels like it is hiding in another space. Fang Ning nodded slightly and continued toward the end of the hallway. There, a gaming chair was placed in the middle of the room. He tilted his head and thought, "So you want to invite me into your VR world?" As soon as he finished speaking, the computer screen changed and displayed only one word, yes. Taking a deep breath, Fang Ning walked over, sat down, and picked up the VR headset beside him. Zhang Li immediately warned him through voice transmission. Husband, don't do this. It is very likely a trap. Fang Ning calmly replied, don't worry. If it truly wanted to harm me, it already had chances before. For example, it could have made the elevator fall earlier, but it only cut the power. That proves it does not intend to hurt me. Besides, according to Zhu Tianhua's story, it has never killed anyone so far. Maybe it is similar to the souls like Soul Infant or Jiang Shuang that we encountered before. However, we still need to be careful. If you notice anything strange, wake me up immediately. Understand? Zhang Li nervously swallowed and seriously nodded. I understand. Without hesitation, Fang Ning put on the VR headset and logged in. When he opened his eyes inside the VR world, the first thing Fang Ning saw was a space so realistic that it was unbelievable. From the lighting and ground to the surrounding sounds, everything felt completely real, leaving him shocked. Damn, this game is far too realistic. This definitely is not normal VR technology. Could everything come from that soul's ability? He looked upward and shouted loudly, I am here now. Are you still not planning to appear? Right after his voice echoed, the entire space began to shake. Cracks spread everywhere like glass hit by a powerful impact. In an instant, the entire scene shattered, revealing a busy office behind it. This place felt much more realistic than the previous scene. However, the strange thing was that everyone here had no faces. Whether it was intentionally made to create a horror atmosphere, or simply because these were background characters without details remained unknown. The deeper Fang Ning went into the office area, the stronger the strange feeling in his heart became. Just then, a conversation came from a room ahead. You are a top student. Why did you choose to apply to a small company like ours? Driven by curiosity, Fang Ning walked straight through the wall like a spirit. The moment he passed through the material, a cold sensation swept through his body. He secretly laughed. So this is the feeling Zhang Li described before. It really is quite special. Inside the room, two people were sitting across from each other. What caught Fang Ning's attention was that they were different from the faceless figures outside. Every detail of their faces was clear. He immediately guessed, looks like these two are not ordinary characters. One of them might be the center of this story, or even the soul I am searching for. At that moment, the young man being interviewed calmly replied, "I have a dream." The moment those words were spoken, the entire room suddenly shook violently. The surrounding space began cracking and collapsing piece by piece. Fang Ning widened his eyes in shock. What is happening? An earthquake? No, that can't be right. Hey, Lear, what happened? Why is this place suddenly falling apart? Outside, Zhang Li could not hear anything from the VR world. She only stared nervously at Fang Ning's motionless body, keeping a firm grip on the recording camera. At that moment, a nearby screen lit up. The interviewer's voice came through. Your name is Guan Wen, right? That dream sounds interesting. Tell me more about your thoughts. On another screen, Guan Wen's face appeared. His voice was full of passion. Since I was young, I have always loved games. My greatest wish is to create products that people truly enjoy. The adventure and combat games developed by this company are exactly the type I love most, and I have played every game the company has released. I hope to join the development team and create even better games with everyone. I believe that here, both I and the company can achieve success and move toward a brighter future. The interviewer immediately stood up and slammed the table excitedly. Very good. You are hired. You can start working tomorrow. Thank you, Boss Song. I definitely will not disappoint your expectations. Boss Song nodded with satisfaction and continued encouraging him. I have reviewed your test results. You truly deserve to come from a prestigious university. Your programming ability is outstanding, and your passion for games is extremely rare. I believe you will become an important member of this company in the future. He even promised that one day the director position could belong to Guan Wen. By then, the products you create will become famous everywhere. As for income, there is no need to worry. The company will always value talented people. Hearing this, Fang Ning silently judged. More familiar promises again. Is this supposed to be an immersive VR experience? Or am I watching an interactive movie? It seems Guan Wen is the main character of this entire story. But why does he want me to witness all of this? Just then, an employee walked by. His body passed straight through Fang Ning, as if Fang Ning did not exist at all. A thick stack of documents appeared in front of Guan Wen. Another colleague walked over, placed another pile on the desk, and smiled. Hey, Guan Wen. Guan Wen looked up, showing obvious exhaustion. What is it? Help me handle these documents. The boss will check them later. Guan Wen frowned in confusion. But isn't this your responsibility? I haven't even finished my own work yet. The colleague patted his shoulder with fake friendliness. Everyone knows you are the most capable person here. Talented people should take on more responsibility. Don't disappoint everyone. After saying that, he placed the documents down and walked away. Before leaving, he waved and laughed. I'll treat you to lunch later. Thanks. Guan Wen wanted to argue, but he eventually swallowed his words. He simply lowered his head and let out a helpless sigh. Watching everything, Fang Ning muttered, "This is a typical case of workplace bullying. People who cannot refuse others always end up carrying unreasonable burdens. If it were me, I would have thrown those documents right back." Time slowly passed. By 6 in the evening, the office was completely empty. Only Guan Wen remained, still sitting before the computer and working. While typing, he told himself, as long as I finish this function today, I can finally rest. This is the first project I have participated in from beginning to end. I must do my best. Dad, please watch me. I won't disappoint you. Time continued moving forward. When the clock reached 7:30 in the morning, employees began arriving one after another. Seeing Guan Wen asleep on his desk, they looked at each other and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. This excellent student must really have something wrong with him. The company doesn't even pay overtime, yet he still works himself this hard. You call that chasing a dream? Ha ha ha. Dream my foot. He is just trying to please the boss for a promotion. With that crazy productivity, I can dump some work on him this afternoon and leave early. Ha ha ha. From afar, Fang Ning quietly listened to their conversation, his expression growing darker. He clenched his jaw, disgusted by lazy people, mocking someone who worked hard. If the whole company thought like this, their coming crisis was no surprise. Suddenly, the office door was pushed open. A staff member rushed in and shouted, "Hey, have you all heard the news? Our game project lost its investor." The shocking announcement instantly woke Guan Wen, who was sleeping on his desk. He slammed his hand on the table, stunned. "What did you just say?" "Xiao Guan'e, I understand how you feel. But the game industry must follow market trends. Without funding, we cannot continue. How about this? I will move you to a new project and raise your salary by 50. As for welcome out of game, just forget about it. Guanwen answered firmly, I do not need a raise. I only want to know how to finish welcome out of game. Fine, I know how much effort you put into it. I will give you one final month. However, the entire team will move to a mobile game project. If you can finish it alone within 1 month, I will find investors again and release it on the regular platform. Remember what you said today. I will definitely do it. Time quietly passed, and day after day, Guanwen barely rested. His workspace stayed lit all night, surrounded by piles of instant noodle cups. Meanwhile, people behind his back kept gossiping. Has he even showered recently? You can smell him from far away. Is he being stubborn? Making mobile games is much easier to earn money, yet he keeps clinging to that outdated idea. One day, the director entered Guanwen's office. Xiaoguan, I have good news. An investor wants to buy your game. Hearing that, Guanwen immediately stood up with excitement. Really? That fast? The director nodded and slowly added, yes, but there are some small changes. The game will be released on mobile. Because of performance limits, many maps and side quests must be removed. The story and gameplay also need around 50 changes. Oh, and the partner wants to add a gold recharge system. After hearing this, Guanwen froze. His eyes widened in disbelief. Rage exploded as he grabbed the director's collar. What did you say? Is this still my game? The director tried to stay calm. Do not get too emotional. You are still in charge and will receive a share of the profits. Guanwen roared. You were the one who said this would become a game everyone loved, not a product made to satisfy investors. The director pushed him away, adjusted his clothes, and coldly replied, Enough. With this plan, you will get a raise after profits are divided. You lose nothing. Guanwen's protest echoed through the office. This is not about money. This is my game. I refuse. The director only shrugged and walked away. Whether you agree or not changes nothing. This game belongs to the company. It is our property. The investor contract has already been signed. If you do not want to continue, hand over the program. We will find someone else. Hearing that, Guanwen was completely stunned. He stared at the director's fading back, gritting his teeth as he could only say one word, you. The betrayal of his life's creation drained Guanwen's strength. He collapsed, coughing violently in pain. Red blood dripped from the corner of his mouth onto the desk, leaving bright stains. His body fell to the floor, his face completely pale. The office instantly became chaotic. Boss, something happened to him. Call an ambulance. Hurry. Fang Ning returned to reality and spoke emotionlessly. So this was everything you experienced when you were alive, Guanwen? In front of him stood Guanwen's blurry figure. A dark smile appeared as he said, Sorry, Soul Hunter. You and your team were too powerful, so I did not dare reveal myself earlier. Is that so? Fang Ning replied calmly. Then why appear now? Are you not afraid I will erase you completely? Zhang Li moved closer to Guanwen, staring at him with an unfriendly gaze. Guanwen scratched his head awkwardly. If fate has decided that I must be eliminated, hiding is useless. But if I keep you here, I fear the people outside will have their entire building destroyed by your teammates. He lightly snapped his fingers, and the pressure filling the air immediately weakened. If possible, I hope you will not deal with me yet. Let me finish the game and release it. I can guarantee I have never harmed anyone. The tester from before only entered my unfinished game by accident when I had just awakened. I only need fear as a source of power to maintain my existence. Fang Ning calmly replied, Fine, then tell me, why did you become like this? And why can you not let go of that game? Guanwen sighed softly and created a virtual keyboard in front of Fang Ning. A sad smile appeared on his face. Maybe everything started from this. Back then I coughed up blood and it stained the keyboard. From that moment, my soul became bound to it. After death, it became the vessel that allowed me to exist. It was the same keyboard you found before. 7 days after I died, I suddenly awakened, but no one could see me. I tried communicating with people, yet they completely ignored my existence. As time passed, my figure became weaker and weaker. Occasionally, some sensitive people could vaguely notice me at night, but that only made them more frightened. At that time, the boss hired an exorcist to deal with me. All my belongings, including the keyboard, were collected and sealed inside a box in the warehouse. A few days ago, a programmer accidentally opened that box, giving me another chance to awaken. As for why I cannot give up this game, it is because of my father. When I was young, my father was diagnosed with cancer. My mother left after that tragedy, leaving only the two of us to depend on each other. Even so, my father never gave up. He often played games with me, cared for me, and raised me until I grew up. Those were the happiest memories of my life. Although the illness tortured him, whenever we played games, he could truly smile. Back then, I promised I would become a game designer and let my father be the first person to experience my first creation. But I was too young then. I did not understand what cancer was or what death meant. I always believed my father would stay by my side forever. Until I was 10 years old. My father took his final breath on the hospital bed, and that promise became a regret that followed me for the rest of my life. I want to finish this game and fulfill that unfinished promise. If possible, please help me bring it to everyone. This is not only my life's work, but also my father's dream. After hearing the story, Fang Ning rested his chin and thought deeply. A soul program? A sudden idea flashed through his mind, making his eyes light up. This ability is quite valuable. He immediately grabbed Guan Wen's hand and asked excitedly, I have an idea. Quickly tell me, what exactly can your ability do? How far can you interfere with programs and games? Guan Wen was slightly stunned, but quickly waved his hand. The scene before them instantly changed into a programming office filled with computers and lines of code. Inside the VR world, I can create anything as long as I understand it. Even programming code can be completed in an extremely short time. However, things like licenses and promotion still need people in the real world to handle, so I need your help. Fang Ning nodded and asked, what about realism? Can it reach the level I just experienced? Guan Wen immediately answered, of course. With soul power, I can almost perfectly recreate the outside world, including images, sounds, and even smells. Calling this place another world would not be wrong. Hearing that, excitement appeared on Fang Ning's face. Excellent. All right, take me out first. Lear is probably losing patience. A while later, Fang Ning removed the VR device and looked at the computer screen. Can you appear in the real world? Guan Wen's face appeared on the monitor. It consumes soul power, but I can do it. As soon as he finished speaking, Guan Wen's blurry figure stepped out from the screen and gently landed on the floor. The light around his body flickered weakly, but his human shape remained stable. He said awkwardly, I am still not used to this form. Typical introverted programmer style. Fang Ning turned to Zhang Li and gestured, Lear, stop recording. But Zhang Li ignored him and immediately rushed toward Guan Wen, her eyes shining brightly. Husband, can I start now? Seeing that look, Guan Wen instantly felt like a fish being watched by a hungry cat. He quickly hid behind Fang Ning, almost trying to merge with him. Fang Ning had no choice but to explain, no. This ghost is actually quite trustworthy. He will also be useful for our new plan. Hearing that, Zhang Li immediately pouted, looking so unhappy that she seemed ready to explode. Fang Ning could only walk over and pat her head, gently comforting her. Good girl, do not be angry. If our plan succeeds, you will never run out of food again. Hearing that, Ong Li's anger quickly disappeared, replaced by a sweet smile. Okay, Lear trusts husband. The next morning, at the headquarters of Tianhe Game Company, the chubby boss hurried into the office, clearly nervous. While walking, he shouted, Mr. Fang Ning, are you here? How is everything? Has the strange thing in the company been dealt with? Zhang Li nodded and confirmed everything was settled, but she also mentioned another cooperation opportunity she wanted to introduce. As she showed the computer screen to Zhu Tianhua, her words about a new business deal left him stunned. He immediately asked what kind of project it was. Just then, Guan Wen's face suddenly appeared on the screen, making Zhu Tianhua jump in shock. He panicked, stepped back, and hid behind Fang Ning while trembling and pointing at the screen for help. Meanwhile, Fang Ning helplessly thought why everyone who faced danger always used him as a shield. Smiling to calm him down, Fang Ning pulled Zhu Tianhua back to his seat and explained that the person in front of him was Guan Wen, the spirit that once appeared in his company. Besides, this was not even his first time dealing with spirits. Even so, Zhu Tianhua's face remained pale. Looking to the side, he saw Zhang Li excitedly comparing Guan Wen's height with Fang Ning's. Meanwhile, Guan Wen was trembling, afraid she was calculating how long she could eat him. Seeing this scene, Zhu Tianhua almost cried inside, feeling normal people could never adapt to these ghosts. After finally calming down, he turned to Fang Ning and asked if introducing Guan Wen today was for a partnership discussion. Fang Ning immediately explained his plan to create a VR horror adventure tournament. Guan Wen would handle the technology and game development. Fang Ning would manage the ideas and unexpected problems, while Zhu Tianhua would provide investment, setting, and promotion. Looking at the VR headset in front of him, Zhu Tianhua was still hesitant. Fang Ning simply told him to try it first, and he would understand. Hearing that, Zhu Tianhua was finally convinced and put on the VR device to enter the system. On the way back, Fang Ning quietly calculated. With Guan Wen joining, he could fulfill Guan Wen's wish while also developing his own game. Zhu Tianhua gained another free worker, and Fang Ning would receive 30% of the revenue. Thinking about it, he felt that dealing with spirits could sometimes be quite profitable. Suddenly, Zhang Li rushed over from behind and complained that all her food supplies were gone. Fang Ning helplessly patted her head and promised that once the game was complete, they would enter it and scare players. Then the fear she gained would be endless. Hearing that, Zhang Li happily hugged him and refused to let go. Just as a taxi passed by, Fang Ning waved it down and decided to use the money he earned to buy her some new clothes. Zhang Li asked what was wrong with her current outfit. Fang Ning explained that they needed to buy clothes for sleeping. Hearing that, she was surprised, not knowing sleeping required special clothes. Holding Fang Ning's hand, she suggested flying there since it was not far away. But he immediately reminded her that they had to stay hidden during the day, and the rules clearly stated they could not casually use abilities in front of ordinary people. Hearing that, Zhang Li obediently agreed to walk. Soon after, the two stopped in front of a women's clothing store. After looking at the display window, Fang Ning quickly chose this place. He only had one thought. Seeing Zhang Li dressed like this every day was unbearable. Today, he had to solve the sleeping clothes problem. Meanwhile, Zhang Li looked at the items behind the glass in surprise and asked if those were really clothes. She even felt they used too little fabric. Just then, the store door opened and the staff warmly welcomed them. Fang Ning pretended not to notice anything and almost closed his eyes as he dragged Zhang Li inside. Inside the store were all kinds of women's underwear with countless designs. From simple styles to fancy ones, every color and pattern was displayed beautifully. Although Fang Ning looked slightly awkward, the female clerk kept her professional smile and asked if he was buying something for his girlfriend. Fang Ning immediately pushed Zhang Li forward and confirmed it, then asked the clerk to help choose suitable designs for her. After looking over Zhang Li, the clerk asked for her bust measurement to recommend suitable products. The question completely confused Zhang Li. She looked down at herself and muttered, trying to understand what it meant. Seeing that she did not know how to answer, Fang Ning suggested letting the clerk measure her directly. The female clerk took out a measuring tape, blushed slightly, and gently asked Zhang Li to raise her arms. Before Zhang Li could understand what was happening, the clerk quickly measured her body and announced the underbust measurement was 80 centimeters. Hearing the result announced, Zhang Li's face instantly turned bright red. Her reaction was like a frightened rabbit, quickly stepping back with a wary expression. The clerk froze for a few seconds, completely confused about what she had done wrong. Seeing that, Fang Ning stepped forward, patted Zhang Li's head and explained that this was just a normal measurement. Although still embarrassed, Zhang Li was eventually convinced to continue. When she asked why they measured that area, Fang Ning explained that choosing underwear was different from normal clothes. After hesitating for a while, she allowed the clerk to continue. This time, the result was a 97.5 centimeter bust, equal to size 36D. The clerk immediately excitedly brought out many different bras and introduced them to Zhang Li. There were styles ranging from modest to mature. She even brought out a particularly bold design, making both Fang Ning and Zhang Li blush at the same time. Zhang Li immediately grabbed Fang Ning's arm and quietly asked if she could avoid wearing these things. Fang Ning helplessly took the products from the clerk, thanked her, and said he would choose himself. After the clerk left, he asked why Zhang Li disliked them so much. She shyly pointed at the items and said they had too little fabric and looked uncomfortable to wear. Hearing that, Fang Ning brought her to the fitting room and explained that these were inner layers of clothing. As long as the size was correct, they would not feel uncomfortable. After sending Zhang Li into the fitting room, Fang Ning casually brought over more clothes for her to try and told her to choose whichever felt comfortable. While waiting outside, he remembered his previous conversation with Zhu Tianhua about Guan Wen. Back then, he insisted that Guan Wen had to stay at the company, or the game project could not continue. Guan Wen politely greeted them and expressed his wish for long-term cooperation. Meanwhile, Zhu Tianhua was still so nervous that he could barely speak clearly. Seeing that Zhu Tianhua was still unsure, Fang Ning continued explaining the benefits. An employee who needed no salary, no rest, and had efficiency far beyond normal people was extremely rare. Moreover, if the company faced any spirit-related problems, Guan Wen could help handle them. Standing beside him, Guan Wen kept nodding to prove Fang Ning was right. Zhu Tianhua scratched his head and thought for a long time. After struggling internally, he finally reached out and shook Guan Wen's hand. His smile looked like he was about to cry, but at least he accepted the cooperation. Just then, Zhang Li's voice came from the fitting room, asking if Fang Ning was still outside. As soon as he answered, a hand suddenly reached out from behind the curtain and pulled him inside. Being dragged in without warning, Fang Ning's face turned red from panic. He hurriedly asked what she was doing. Inside the fitting room, Zhang Li was struggling with the clothes she had tried on. She held the outfit and looked at Fang Ning with confusion. Fang Ning immediately turned away, not daring to look further. It turned out she only called him in to show the item in her hand and ask how to wear it correctly. Seeing what Zhang Li was holding, Fang Ning quickly turned his face away and asked her to turn around first. Zhang Li obediently followed. Meanwhile, Fang Ning nervously explained how to put it on and told her the others worked the same way. After helping her, he immediately rushed out of the fitting room with a burning face, reminding her to stay there while he found more suitable clothes. Not daring to return himself, Fang Ning asked the female clerk to help Zhang Li try on the clothes. The clerk happily agreed. Seeing someone else helping, Fang Ning finally let out a relieved sigh. Sitting on a nearby chair, he complained internally that taking a girl shopping was more exhausting than many other tasks. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly called his name from behind. Hearing the familiar voice, Fang Ning looked toward the entrance in surprise. A man and woman walked into the store together, holding each other closely. The man looked at Fang Ning curiously and asked the woman beside him about him. Then Feng Ni calmly introduced him as her ex-boyfriend. She explained that back in college, she mistook Fang Ning for a senior student, and they only dated for about half a month. Hearing that, Fang Ning immediately disagreed. As he remembered it, Feng Ni was the one who chased after him first. Before Feng Ni could respond, the man beside her suddenly interrupted with a meaningful smile. He laughed loudly, acting like he had finally met the famous person from Feng Ni's stories. Then he asked why Fang Ning came here, hinting that this place was not for people with limited money. He even brought up how poor Fang Ning used to be. Fang Ning calmly replied that his finances no longer needed anyone else to worry about. However, Feng Ni continued mocking him, saying she wondered who he was dating this time. The man immediately joined in, pretending to defend Fang Ning while secretly mocking him non-stop. Watching the two of them exchange attacks, Fang Ning felt like he was watching a terrible performance. Just then, his eyes accidentally fell on the young man. A faint trace of ghost energy appeared above the man's head. This immediately made Fang Ning suspicious, feeling that it was not normal. When asked what he was looking at, Fang Ning only smiled and said he had lost focus for a moment. The two even casually invited him to dinner. Fang Ning refused the invitation without hesitation. At that moment, Zhang Li's voice came from the fitting room. She walked out wearing new clothes and asked about the shoes on her feet because they felt slightly strange. Fang Ning gently asked if she liked them. Zhang Li immediately nodded and happily praised how beautiful the outfit was. The scene left Feng Ni and her boyfriend speechless. Ignoring their reactions, Fang Ning took out his gold card and told the clerk to pack all the clothes from the fitting room, including the ones Zhang Li was wearing. When the clerk announced 6 outfits costing over 40,000 yuan, the couple stood frozen. They never expected Fang Ning to be this wealthy. After completing the payment, the clerk returned his bank card and gave him a premium membership card. Taking the bags, Fang Ning happily put his arm around Zhang Li and prepared to leave. As they passed by, An Qiqiang suddenly took out a business card and handed it to Zhang Li, introducing himself as the chairman of Qiangsheng Group. But before he could finish, Fang Ning pushed the card aside and coldly told him to move away. Humiliated in front of everyone, An Qiqiang immediately became furious and shouted angrily. Fang Ning only left a warning that both of them had unusual signs around them and should be careful in the future. Those words instantly enraged Feng Ni, who loudly cursed at Fang Ning. Elsewhere, Kue Jing hurried through the hospital hallway toward his son's room. He was full of hope because he had finally gathered enough money for his son's treatment. But when he opened the hospital room door, the smile on his face instantly disappeared. His son was already sitting up, completely healthy, as if he had never been sick. More importantly, Chang Beidao and Yun Wandun were standing beside him. Chang Beidao only glanced over, but that cold gaze alone made Ku Jing tremble all over. At home, Fang Ning placed the many shopping bags onto the chair. Then he fell onto the sofa, yawning and complaining that today was exhausting. Jiang Li beside him copied him and repeated the same words. Hearing that, Fang Ning sat up and lightly tapped her head, telling her not to learn such random phrases. He pulled Jiang Li down and reminded her that the clothes were expensive, so she must not damage them carelessly. He also asked if they needed a wardrobe to store them. Jiang Li happily shook her head. She took out her hairpin and waved it lightly, making all the clothes disappear into the space inside her magical artifact instantly. Right after that, Jiang Li changed into another outfit in the blink of an eye. She spun around in front of Fang Ning and innocently asked if she looked beautiful enough. The moment he saw the new outfit, Fang Ning immediately got a nosebleed. He quickly covered his face and told her to change back at once. Jiang Li laughed happily and snapped her fingers, making her original clothes appear again. Relieved as if he had survived a disaster, Fang Ning took out a cute rabbit outfit from the box and told her to wear this at home from now on. After changing clothes, Jiang Li happily ran around, feeling that the new outfit was extremely comfortable. Overjoyed, she rushed over, hugged Fang Ning, and repeatedly thanked him. Fang Ning only replied awkwardly that he was glad she liked it. During that moment, the two unknowingly moved closer to each other. The atmosphere slowly became silent, and the distance between them kept getting closer. But at that exact moment, a phone rang and shattered the entire mood. Seeing the caller's name on the screen, Fang Ning quickly answered Director Wang's call. Knowing Fang Ning was free, Director Wang immediately mentioned that fans were constantly demanding new videos, and said this was the perfect time to use the current popularity. Fang Ning replied that the second part of the Haiyuan Elementary School video had finished editing and could be sent over immediately. Hearing that, Director Wang praised his working speed. After ending the call, Fang Ning immediately transferred the remaining files to him. Putting away his phone, Fang Ning coughed awkwardly and said he would take a shower, telling Jiang Li to rest early. But Jiang Li puffed her cheeks and protested, saying she still wanted to play games for a while. With no other choice, Fang Ning handed her his phone and only reminded her not to mess around. Deep down, he increasingly felt like a pet caretaker rather than a companion. Thinking back on everything that happened today, he realized he had gained another way to collect soul power through Guan Wen's VR project. However, the most important thing was still helping Jiang Li recover her strength before Yuanshang appeared again. At the same time, he began considering cooperation with the government's soul hunter forces. After showering and walking out, Fang Ning suddenly stopped. The sight before him left him completely speechless. Jiang Li had taken over his bed and was sleeping peacefully like the true owner of the room. Helplessly, Fang Ning walked over and pulled the blanket over her. While doing so, he laughed because this was the same person who had insisted she would not sleep earlier. Half asleep, Jiang Li turned over and mumbled in her dream, saying she was waiting for her husband. Hearing those words, Fang Ning instantly blushed, and his hand holding the blanket froze. After a while, he sighed and wondered who that man was that made Jiang Li remember him for thousands of years. Looking at the sleeping girl, Fang Ning silently promised to help her recover all her memories and power, so one day she could find the person she had always waited for. At the same time, in the hospital, Kuei Jing's son happily said that his health had improved rapidly, and the doctors confirmed it. The boy innocently introduced the older brother beside him, saying he claimed to be his father's good friend and had talked with him for a long time. In the room, Chong Beidao calmly sat there peeling an apple as if nothing had happened. Yun Yundun stepped forward and closed the door. Seeing this, Shui Jing immediately trembled and asked why they appeared here. Chang Beidao smiled faintly and asked if Ku Jing was not welcoming their presence. He reminded him of their previous cooperation, when Qi Jing had gained many benefits from the information they provided. Cold sweat covered him as Ku Jing hurriedly denied it and repeatedly said he always welcomed them. Chang Beidao calmly finished eating the apple he had peeled. Then his expression turned cold as he directly asked whether Kuei Jing had remembered who killed Han Ying. Terrified, Jing kept shaking his head, insisting he truly did not know and begging them to spare him and his son. Hearing that answer, Chang Beidao casually waved his hand as if he had lost all patience. Immediately, Yun Yundun attacked. Black energy surged out and lifted the boy from the ground. His screams filled the room. The child's body was twisted by invisible force, and blood continuously flowed from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Cui Jing nearly went insane. He knelt down, grabbed Chang Baidao's leg, and begged while crying for him to stop. But Chang Baidao coldly kicked him away and asked again if he remembered the killer. Kui Jing's entire body trembled violently, and Fang Ning's image appeared in his mind. The boy screamed in pain as one arm was broken under the force of the black energy. Blood stained the room, while Kui Jing stood frozen, watching his suffer. Finally, Kui Jing completely broke down and shouted that he would reveal everything. He only begged them to stop and spare his son. In panic, Chu Jing revealed Fang Ning's name and gave them the phone number Fang Ning had left before, saying they should contact this number if Chang Baidao appeared. After checking, they confirmed it was indeed the number recorded when Hun Ying died. Yun Yundun casually threw the boy back in front of his father. Ku Jing hugged his son tightly, crying while trying to comfort him that everything was over. Thinking he had revealed everything, Qi Jing tremblingly asked if they could spare his life and his son's. Chang Baidao only smiled, sounding like he had agreed. But the next moment, the child's body suddenly exploded right before Ku Jing's eyes. The shocking scene left him completely frozen in disbelief. While he fell into despair, Chang Baidao and Yuan Dun laughed loudly as if enjoying a show. Losing all reason, Ku Jing screamed and charged at the two killers. However, the huge gap in power allowed Chang Baidao to finish him instantly. After that, Yuan Dun asked if they should try calling the number they had just obtained. Chang Baidao shook his head, saying they should not alert the enemy. He wanted to investigate first before meeting Fang Ning himself. At the same time, a female nurse opened the door with her usual smile to change the patient's medicine. But 1 second later, her face turned pale at the bloody scene before her. Meanwhile, the non-stop ringing of the phone woke Fang Ning from his sleep. He took a few deep breaths and muttered that he had another nightmare. Looking at the time on his phone, Fang Ning wondered why someone was calling so early. When he saw the caller was Du Feng, his expressions immediately changed. Memories from 3 years ago suddenly returned to Fang Ning's mind. Back then, he was only a young man making a living by handing out flyers on the street. During one job, he met Du Feng's group of friends. She stood out among the crowd, and when their eyes met, she instantly blushed. Her friends noticed and teased her non-stop, making Du Feng chase after them in embarrassment and laughter. From that brief moment of eye contact, the distance between them slowly disappeared. After spending time as friends, their relationship gradually turned into love. Sadly, their happiness did not last. A friend of Du Feng discovered Fang Ning's true identity and exposed him in front of everyone. She even slapped him and claimed Fang was not worthy of standing beside Du Feng. Although her eyes still showed hesitation, Du Feng ultimately did not defend him. The sound of a car stopping outside the villa brought Fang Ning back to reality. Outside the gate, Du Feng was already waiting with a worried expression. The moment she saw Fang Ning get out of the car, she called his name loudly. Before he could react, Du Feng rushed over and hugged Fang Ning, crying as she said she knew he would come. At that moment, Zhang Li appeared with a sharp gaze aimed directly at Du Feng. She quickly pulled Du Feng away from Fang Ning. Realizing she had acted improperly, Du Feng hurriedly apologized. Zhang Li pouted and coldly declared that no one could casually touch her person. Fang Ning ignored it and directly asked Du Feng why she called him over so urgently. Du Feng explained that after hearing his warning yesterday, something strange happened that night. Her boyfriend suddenly became paralyzed and could not get up, so she contacted Fang Ning in panic. After hearing this, Fang Ning asked if the man was still inside the house because he needed to check personally. Du Feng nodded repeatedly and led them upstairs, saying An Qiqiang was in the bedroom. On the way, Fang Ning asked why she did not call the police or an ambulance. Du Feng said no one would believe something like this. Fang Ning explained that the government actually had a force that handled supernatural incidents, called soul hunters. Hearing that name, Du Feng was shocked. Fang Ning calmly confirmed it and entered the bedroom with her. The moment they saw what was inside, both fell silent. The scene before them stunned Fang Ning, and his eyes stayed fixed on it. On the bed, Du Feng's boyfriend lay motionless, covered in dense ghost energy. Fang Ning thought to himself that things were exactly as he had expected, and the man's soul power had grown stronger than yesterday. Unlike Fang Ning, Du Feng noticed nothing unusual and rushed to the bedside to wake her boyfriend. At that moment, the man muttered unconsciously, "Help me, help me." But seconds later, his face twisted horribly as veins bulged across his skin. His eyes opened unnaturally wide, and his arm moved out of control to choke himself. Seeing this, Du Feng cried out in panic, "Chiang, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me." Fang Ning immediately rushed over, pulled Dufeng away, and shouted, "Stay back." He gathered soul power into his hand, swung forward, and shouted, "Wake up now." The heavy slap struck Dufeng's boyfriend across the face, sending his head sharply to the side. Pulling his hand back, Fang Ning breathed heavily and whispered, "Sorry, things were urgent, so I hit a little too hard." Dufeng quickly hugged her boyfriend, tears falling nonstop. "Jiang, are you okay? Don't scare me like that again." "Don't worry. I already dealt with the remaining corrupted soul power inside him. After he recovers, he might even have to thank me." As soon as he finished speaking, Du Xing's boyfriend suddenly opened his eyes. He sat up, ignoring his swollen and crooked face, and stared at his hands in excitement. "Wow, I really feel much better." After saying that, he rushed over and hugged Fang Ning's leg, crying non-stop. "Thank you, Fang Ning. You drove that monster out of me, right? It won't come back anymore, right?" Fang Ning waved his hand. "It is not that simple. What I removed was only the leftover soul power." Hearing that, Dufeng's boyfriend immediately dropped to his knees and kept bowing sincerely. "Please, I beg you, tell me clearly, what exactly happened to you two?" Around midnight last night, when Fenrir and I were about to sleep, strange noises suddenly came from outside the bedroom door. It sounded like something sharp was slowly scratching the door. At first, I thought it was just a cat or a mouse passing by, so I ignored it. But the sound became clearer and louder. Dufeng complained in annoyance. "What is that terrifying sound? I can't sleep. Chiang, go take a look." Her boyfriend forced himself to stay calm. "It is probably just a mouse or wind blowing through this old house." Even so, he still felt uneasy. Finally, he stood up and walked toward the door. "It's okay, Fenrir. Let me check." I grabbed the doorknob and tried to open it. But no matter how hard I pulled, the door did not move at all. Dufeng anxiously asked from the bed, "Chiang, what happened? Can't you open it?" He replied. "I don't know. The door seems stuck. I can't pull it open." Xiang, look down. It seems like someone is standing outside the door. Hearing that, he lowered himself and looked through the gap under the door. Under the faint light, he vaguely saw two dark shadows that looked like a pair of legs standing outside. I saw it. Fang Ning frowned and shook him. "What did you see? Tell me quickly." "A pair of red eyes. They definitely weren't human. They were close to the ground, staring right at me. Right after that, my body lost all feeling. I completely lost control. Everything turned pitch black, and I couldn't move or speak until Lord Fang Ning woke me up." Dufeng continued. "At that time, he was lying on the floor and screaming non-stop. No matter how I called him, he didn't respond. I had to drag him onto the bed. I tried turning on the lights but found the power was gone. The windows were closed, yet the curtains kept moving wildly even though there was no wind. I didn't dare sleep all night. I stayed beside him until morning and kept calling you. Have you two recently been somewhere unusual or touched anything impure?" Hearing that question, both their expressions changed. Dufeng's boyfriend looked at her and hesitated. "We haven't done anything special recently, right, honey?" Dufeng awkwardly replied, "Yeah, everything has been normal." Seeing their reaction, Fang Ning sighed and coldly said, "Looks like you are still hiding something from me. If you don't want to tell the truth, I don't need to get involved." After saying that, he turned to leave. The two immediately panicked and called after him. "Fang Ning, don't go, please help us." Dufeng's boyfriend gritted his teeth as if making a decision. "Fine, we will tell you the truth." Fang Ning stopped and turned back, waiting for their explanation. He patted Dufeng's shoulder lightly. "Fenrir, tell him." Dufeng slowly stood up, bit her lip, and said, "I think this is related to Chang's business." Fang Ning immediately asked, "What business?" Dufeng lowered her head and said quietly, "Chiang used the group's transportation system to secretly smuggle illegal antiques." Fang Ning immediately understood and smirked. "No wonder you didn't dare report it to the police. If this gets exposed, you will probably face more than 10 years in prison." Her boyfriend let out a heavy breath, clenched his fists, and showed a determined look. He slowly stood up and said, "Follow me." Then he led everyone to a room covered with signs of age. He stopped in front of a large bookshelf. He searched through several books and accidentally triggered a hidden mechanism. A secret passage suddenly appeared, leaving both Fang Ning and Dufeng shocked. Everyone slowly entered deeper inside. He pointed at a ring and explained, "It was this. Yesterday, when I picked it up, my head hurt like it was about to split apart. Then a strange voice suddenly appeared in my mind. I felt a strange evil aura from this item, so I threw it into a trash can when I went outside. But who would have thought that by night, it appeared beside my bed again as if it had never left." He took out a tablet and handed it to Fang Ning. If anything unusual happened recently, you should probably look at this. Fang Ning took it, glanced through the information, and smiled. Quite interesting. This might be the key to everything. Judging from my research, it is likely an ancient artifact from the Zhang Kingdom thousands of years ago. If Lord Fang Ning is interested, after you solve this problem, I will give it to you. How about it? Hearing the name Zhang Kingdom, Fang Ning suddenly paused as if he remembered something. He narrowed his eyes and examined the ring from different angles before slowly saying, "This item is indeed impressive." As he spoke, he casually put the ring away. But what lies behind it is not easy to deal with. If I help you, I will also face considerable danger. 500,000. If Lord Fang Ning solves this matter, besides the ring, I will pay another 500,000 as a reward. Hearing the reward, excitement immediately appeared on Fang Ning's face. He relaxed, stepped forward, grabbed Anqiang's hand and smiled. Deal. Such generosity, as expected from the chairman of a major corporation. After reaching an agreement, Fang Ning looked around the room and said to Anqiang, "That thing is probably still hiding somewhere in this villa. I will stay here tonight and keep watch. You two should find another place to rest." Hearing this, Anqiang thought for a moment before replying, "Leaving is not a problem. I have several houses in the city. I am just worried it will follow us." Fang Ning smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, I checked already. There is no remaining soul power from it inside your body. Also, the ring is with me now. It cannot stay far away from its host item for long." Hearing that, Anqiang no longer hesitated and immediately left with Du Feng. Before leaving, he turned back and said, "Thank you, Fang Ning. I hope everything goes well." Fang Ning helplessly called after him, "Hey, remember to prepare the 500,000 for me." After the villa was covered in silence, Fang Ning sat down and leaned back in his chair. He turned to Zhang Li and asked, "Can you sense where it is hiding?" Zhang Li flew around the room once and shook her head. "It has not left this place, but it is hiding very well. I cannot locate it exactly." Fang Ning nodded, picked up the ring, and suddenly threw it to Zhang Li. "Right, he said this was an artifact from the Zhang Kingdom. See if you recognize anything." Zhang Li caught the ring and carefully examined it. She was slightly stunned. "I think I have seen it before, but I cannot remember." Fang Ning gently patted her head and said, "It's okay, I will help you recover your lost memories." Zhang Li smiled softly. "I trust you." Fang Ning picked up the ring again and thought deeply, "Maybe this is its host item. If we destroy the ring, can we force it to appear?" Zhang Li immediately replied, "It is not that simple. Host items are always protected by certain rules and are almost impossible to destroy. Only when the soul inside completely disappears will it break on its own. Besides, that soul cannot leave its host item too far. It must still be somewhere in this house. At midnight, when the yin energy reaches its peak, we can use the weak connection between it and the ring to find its location. If it does not want to be found, it will definitely attack before then." Zhang Li nodded repeatedly, exactly. Night slowly fell, and the dark sky outside covered the villa in an eerie atmosphere. Fang Ning sat beside the window, silently watching every movement. It was already 10 at night, and the silence around him created an uneasy feeling. Suddenly, all the lights in the room turned on at once. Fang Ning instantly turned around, his expression becoming serious. He already knew the answer. That thing had appeared. However, when he looked toward the light switch, Fang Ning froze. The person standing there was not a monster, but Zhang Li with an innocent expression. Fang Ning immediately shouted, "Hey, why did you turn on the lights? I worked hard to create this mysterious atmosphere." Zhang Li blinked and replied, "But, husband, you have been sitting there for hours and nothing happened." Fang Ning leaned back on the chair and muttered boredly, "This monster is too cautious. Is it planning to hide forever and force me to find it myself?" As soon as he finished speaking, the lights suddenly went out. Fang Ning immediately stood up and asked annoyedly, "Why did you turn off the lights this time?" Zhang Li stood beside him and seriously replied, "It was not me." The faint moonlight entered through the window. Fang Ning instinctively looked outside and briefly saw a dark shadow flash past. Without hesitation, he chased after it and searched everywhere, but only the silent night remained. Returning to the room, he handed his phone to Zhang Li. "Help me record this. Get ready." Zhang Li took the phone and raised the camera. Fang Ning adjusted his position, stood by the window, and seriously looked into the lens. "Good evening, everyone. I am Fang Ning, the #1 elder of the beggar sect. I am currently inside a haunted villa, rumored to be in the outskirts. Everything started from a mysterious ring connected to the ancient Zhang Kingdom. Before recording this, several strange events already happened here, including a sudden power outage and a mysterious shadow passing by the window. Tonight, I will stay here and find the one behind everything. If you are watching this video, it means I am still safe. Remember to like and share to support me. At that moment, a strange red light slowly seeped through the gap under the door. Fang Ning immediately became alert. An Qiqiang's description of the red light flashed through his mind. He turned toward the camera and shouted, "I don't know what will happen next, but if I can upload this video, please support me as much as possible." After saying that, he walked straight to the door and tried turning the handle. Fang Ning bent down and looked through the gap under the door, thinking that a pair of ghostly eyes might appear next. He moved closer to look, and Zhongli quickly brought the camera over as well. However, after staring for a while, his expression slowly became annoyed. "There is nothing here," he spoke in disappointment. Just then, a strange sound suddenly came from behind him. Fang Ning turned around and focused on the closed curtains. He wondered, there was no movement outside, so why were the curtains shaking? He stepped forward and pulled the curtains open, already prepared to face whatever was hiding there. But the moment he saw outside, his entire body turned cold. A long, slimy tentacle was wrapped around the window frame. He stuttered, What is this?" Before he could react, a strange creature suddenly dropped down from the ceiling in front of him. It was a woman with a face covered in stitched scars, while her hair had transformed into countless octopus-like tentacles, twisting in the air. Sharp teeth appeared as a chilling voice echoed, "You have seen me." Without hesitation, Fang Ning gathered spiritual energy into his fist and shouted, "Then come out. I will fight you." He immediately threw a powerful punch forward. However, a strong gust suddenly rushed in from the window, throwing him off balance and forcing him back several steps. After stabilizing himself, Fang Ning breathed heavily and wondered, the window is still closed. Where did this wind come from? When he looked back, the strange creature had completely disappeared without leaving a trace. Fang Ning froze. Impossible. Where did it go? He immediately turned to Zhongli. "Did you see that monster hanging upside down outside the window?" Zhongli widened her eyes in surprise. "What monster? You only suddenly walked to the window. There was nothing there." "You really didn't see it? I even attacked afterward." Zhongli nodded slightly. "You only punched toward the window and stopped before hitting anything." Fang Ning suddenly froze. A thought appeared in his mind. This is probably related to the ring. As long as he wears it, his vision will be affected by something. Thinking of this, he immediately threw the ring away. But after flying a short distance from his hand, the ring suddenly disappeared in midair. Then something even more unbelievable happened. The ring had somehow returned to his finger, as if it had never been thrown away. Fang Ning shouted in shock, "Impossible. I clearly threw it away." Looking closer, he noticed the ring was releasing an extremely dense amount of ghost energy. Dark mist swirled around it, quickly forming two eerie ghostly arms that grabbed Fang Ning's neck and lifted him off the ground. With his throat tightly squeezed, Fang Ning could not breathe and only made broken sounds while desperately struggling. At this critical moment, the bracelet on his wrist suddenly released a faint golden light, causing the spiritual energy inside him to explode violently. Fang Ning roared, grabbed the ghostly arms with both hands, and forcefully crushed them. After escaping the restraint, he collapsed onto the floor, breathing heavily as if he had just crossed the line between life and death. After recovering slightly, he raised his head and shouted, "Lier, can you hear me?" Only prolonged silence answered him, with his voice echoing through the empty room. Fang Ning immediately stood up, scanning everywhere while repeatedly calling Zhongli's name. A thought appeared in his mind. This might be the enemy's soul technique, deliberately separating them before attacking one by one. At that moment, another strange red glow appeared near the cabinet. Fang Ning narrowed his eyes, slowly walked closer, and opened the cabinet door. The moment he saw inside, his expression instantly changed. Inside the cabinet was Zhongli's head, with red blood continuously dripping onto the floor. Even the moonlight outside the window had turned blood red, making the scene even more terrifying. Before Fang Ning could react, Zhongli's closed eyes suddenly opened and stared at him. Blood tears slowly flowed from the corners of her eyes. The horrifying sight made Fang Ning fall backward in shock. But in the next moment he regained his composure, kicked the nearby table away, and shouted, "Damn it! You think these tricks can scare me?" Standing up and dusting off his clothes, he sneered, "It is all just an illusion. Don't think you can fool me that easily." But just as he relaxed slightly, the bedroom door suddenly opened, and red light from the hallway poured inside. Without fear, Fang Ning stepped outside and stared into the darkness ahead. Come out. If you have the ability, show yourself. Stop hiding and playing these childish tricks. Or are you truly unable to do anything to me? After he finished speaking, the red light around the hallway gradually faded, leaving only a dark red glow at the end. The only place still shining was the room at the far end of the hallway. Fang Ning walked straight there without hesitation and pushed the door open. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Fine, let's see what other tricks you have. However, the room was strangely silent, with no reaction at all. Fang Ning looked around carefully. A strange red light spread from the floor, covering the room in a blood-like color. Still cautious, he stepped inside and pulled the curtain beside the window open. But behind the curtain was not the night outside, but a sink with a blood-red liquid flowing from the faucet. Fang Ning only frowned slightly, walked over, turned off the faucet, and muttered, still using the same old tricks. But the moment he turned around, the tentacle-haired monster suddenly emerged from the sink and screamed, "Die!" Fang Ning did not react at all. He immediately turned around and threw a punch at it. The powerful strike sent the creature flying back into the sink. Fang Ning sneered coldly. "Stop shouting. With that appearance, you still want to surprise me?" After being knocked away, the creature suddenly appeared from the nearby wall. It stared at Fang Ning in confusion. "How did you do that?" Fang Ning smiled lightly. "Do you really need to ask? Your tricks are outdated and boring, no different from those cheap horror movies." While cracking his knuckles, Fang Ning calmly explained, "First, fear comes from not knowing what awaits you. But if that unknown thing cannot threaten you, there is nothing to fear. Second, from beginning until now, I have only seen you perform tricks. You have never shown any ability that makes me feel danger." Hearing that, the tentacle demon licked its lips and laughed coldly. "You have already fallen into my soul illusion, yet you still act confident. Do you not understand your current situation?" Fang Ning calmly closed his eyes. "Isn't this just a fake world you created? Your goal is to drag my consciousness into the ring and control me, right?" Hearing this, the demon's expression changed instantly. "Impossible. How did you figure it out?" Without giving her more time, Fang Ning's spiritual power erupted violently. He charged forward and shouted, "Your biggest mistake was using Lear to distract me. Don't forget, we have a life and death contract. If she truly died, I could not survive either. So everything I saw was fake." Seeing the fist covered in spiritual power rushing toward her, the demon screamed in panic. "Impossible. It is only a level 6 soul spirit. How could it form a contract with someone as weak and short-lived as you?" But before she finished speaking, Fang Ning's punch struck her face directly, sending her body crashing into the wall behind her. Fang Ning slowly walked forward, looked down at her on the ground, and rotated his wrist. "Give up. You have no chance left." The demon raised her head, her face dark and a cold smile appearing on her lips. "Admit defeat? How ridiculous. Even if you saw through this illusion, so what? Do not dream of leaving this place alive." After saying that, she slammed both hands onto the ground and shouted, "Soul domain, open." In an instant, everything around them completely changed. When Fang Ning regained his vision, he had appeared on an ancient battlefield filled with thousands of years of bones. The scattered skeletons began shaking and slowly crawled out from the ground, one after another. The demon floated in the air, her laughter echoing through the space. "I have waited thousands of years to awaken this power. I only wanted to play with you a little, but since you chose your own death, do not blame me. Once I kill you, your soul and that white-haired girl will become my nourishment. My power will rise to another level." The arrogant laughter continued, but Fang Ning completely ignored it. He quietly moved forward, dealing with each skeleton rising around him. However, there were too many enemies. Soon they surrounded him from all directions. A cold blade suddenly slashed toward him from behind. Fang Ning turned around and knocked the sword away with his hand. Right after that, he grabbed the flying sword. With a weapon in hand, he charged forward. A wave of sword light swept across, destroying all the soldiers blocking his path. From a distance, the tentacle demon stared at the scene in disbelief. Before she could react, Fang Ning rushed forward with the sword and cut off her head in one strike. The demon's body fell onto the battlefield covered in blood. Fang Ning looked at her corpse indifferently and sneered. "After creating such a grand soul domain, this is all you have?" But soon he noticed something was wrong. The blood from the severed neck began flowing backward, quickly rebuilding the body. The fallen head slowly recovered as well. The demon stood up again, looking even more terrifying. "Useless. Inside my soul domain, unless you can destroy this entire place, I will never die." She raised her hand, and the destroyed skeletons immediately reappeared, closing in from every direction. This is my territory. The soul power here is almost endless, while your spiritual energy will eventually run out. All resistance is meaningless. Fang Ning only smiled. Is that so? I also want to see how long this so-called immortality can last. But before he finished speaking, a skeleton charged at him, forcing him to dodge. More attacks followed, becoming increasingly fierce. A long spear stepped toward him. Fang Ning raised his hand to block, but the impact was so strong that blood flowed endlessly from his palm. Seeing this, the demon laughed loudly. What happened? Trying to hurt yourself to escape my soul domain? How ridiculous. Those wounds will only make you die faster. Thank you for the power you are about to give me. She continued, laughing coldly. You are truly stubborn. Even now you still refuse to give up. Let me tell you, you cannot escape this way. Every injury you suffer will be reflected back onto your own body. As thanks for the gift you are about to give me, I will let you enjoy your final moments. Fang Ning slightly raised the corner of his mouth, but I think the one reaching the end is actually you. The moment he finished speaking, all the soldiers around him suddenly disappeared like dust. A violent storm swept across the battlefield. The demon froze, her expression changing dramatically. What is happening? Realizing something was wrong, she quickly focused on sensing the changes inside her soul domain. The tentacle demon suddenly turned around and shouted, "Who is it?" But the moment she saw what was behind her, her face turned pale, and she stepped back uncontrollably. In the sky, Zhongli silently looked down. Her cold eyes burned with a crimson glow filled with killing intent. The tentacle demon retreated in panic. How can you enter here? This is my soul domain. How did you get inside? With no other choice, she unleashed all her power. From the sea of blood below, countless giant tentacles shot toward Zhongli. But in an instant, all the tentacles were crushed into dust. Not only that, an invisible force tightly pressed against the demon's body, twisting her into a deformed mass of flesh until she could not even scream. Zhongli slowly raised her hand and spoke in a cold voice without emotion. You dared to hurt my husband. As soon as she finished speaking, her 5 fingers closed. The deformed mass transformed back into the tentacle demon before exploding apart, leaving only miserable cries echoing through the chaotic space. The soul domain shook violently, and cracks spread across the ground. Amid the chaotic energy, Fang Ning raised his hand to block his face and struggled to stay balanced. In the next moment, the entire space collapsed, and Fang Ning suddenly opened his eyes. His consciousness returned to reality. His palm was still bleeding from the ring's injury, but the strange ghost energy around it had completely disappeared. Jiang Li landed beside him and absorbed the remaining soul power from the ring. Not long after, the ring returned to its original appearance, looking like an ordinary item. Jiang Li looked at Fang Ning. Spiritual energy flowed from her fingertips and covered his wound, quickly healing it. She asked worriedly, "Husband, are you all right?" Fang Ning finally relaxed, sweat still on his forehead as he smiled and patted her head. "I am fine. I was just dragged into its soul domain. How much time passed outside? What is the situation now?" "Only about 10 seconds in total. At first, I thought you were just thinking while holding the ring, but then I saw a cut appear on your palm. Realizing something was wrong, I entered your mind immediately and destroyed the soul domain." Hearing that, Fang Ning became serious. "Then where is that monster now?" Zhongli smiled excitedly. "When I broke its domain, it disappeared too. I absorbed all of its soul power. Today was a really satisfying feast." Fang Ning laughed, gently pinched her cheek and teased, "You really are a little glutton." The two chatted happily inside the room, completely unaware that 2 figures were secretly watching from the building behind them. They were Chang Baidao and Yuan Dun. Chang Baidao pointed toward Fang Ning's room and asked, "Are you still planning to serve this master?" Yuan Dun answered briefly, "Yes, he has not left yet." The corner of Chang Baidao's mouth curled into a sinister smile. He took out a small orb from his pocket and laughed. "I finally found you, Fang Ning." Inside the room, Fang Ning sat calmly on the chair and called on Kai Chiang. "I have dealt with the troublemaker in your house. Everyone can return home." The other side immediately responded with excitement. "Wow, your efficiency is incredible. Fang Ning, you truly are an expert. We will head back right away." Fang Ning smiled faintly and reminded him, "Do not forget the final payment." After ending the call, he looked at Zhong Li. "Have you absorbed all the remaining soul power on the upper floor?" Zhong Li flew closer and obediently replied, "Yes, it is all gone." Just then, the doorbell started ringing non-stop from outside. Fang Ning was slightly surprised and thought, "What is going on? Could they have already come back even though they just left?" Unlike him, Zhang Li immediately sensed something wrong. She stayed silent and stared carefully at the door. As Fang Ning walked downstairs, he shouted, "Coming, wait a moment." However, before he reached the door, a red beam suddenly pierced in from outside, destroying the door and rushing straight inside. Zhang Li instantly rushed forward and pushed Fang Ning aside, shielding him with her body as she shouted, "An ambush! Be careful!" A massive explosion suddenly erupted. Zhang Li's body was blasted away and slammed into the wall amid thick smoke and dust. Fang Ning turned around in shock, his face changing as he shouted, "Zhang Li." But before he could act, Chang Baidao walked in from outside, his eyes locked onto Fang Ning. A pyramid-shaped artifact appeared in his hand. He shouted loudly, "Soul weapon, release seal, spirit cage." The pyramid artifact instantly flew toward Zhang Li. She barely managed to create a green barrier to block it. However, the defense did not last long. The pyramid slowly broke through the barrier, leaving Zhang Li shocked. Soon, the protective shield completely shattered. Countless iron chains immediately wrapped tightly around Zhang Li's limbs. Finally, a large lock sealed tightly around her neck. No matter how hard she struggled in pain, she could not escape the restraints. Fang Ning stared coldly at Chang Baidao, anger filling his voice. "Who are you people? Release her now." After saying that, he charged forward with all his strength and punched toward the one controlling the cage. But Chang Baidao only calmly turned around. He casually raised one hand to block the attack. The terrifying force was completely neutralized. With a simple wave of his hand, Chang Baidao sent Fang Ning flying backward. Fang Ning coughed out blood and slid across the ground. Supporting himself with both hands, his eyes still burned with fury. Oh, even a special soul is only this strong? Being defeated so quickly is truly disappointing. Yuan Dun stepped through the broken wall with a mocking smile. "I thought someone marked by the organization would be powerful, but you are so weak that you were controlled the moment we met." Zhang Li cried out in pain and slammed against the cage in rage. "Husband!" But the more she resisted, the tighter the chains became. Layer after layer wrapped around her body. Chang Baidao looked over indifferently and said, coldly, "Stop struggling. The spirit-binding cage is a new generation soul weapon created by the doctor. You cannot escape." Enduring the pain from the chains, Zhang Li trembled all over and struggled to say to Fang Ning, "Husband, leave now. Get away from here immediately." Fang Ning shouted in panic, "Zhang Li." But before he could move forward, Yuan Dun and Chang Baidao blocked every path. Yuan Dun smiled mockingly. "That white-haired girl cares about you so much. It seems you are the Fang Ning mentioned by Chu Jing." The moment he heard that name, Fang Ning froze. He looked at them in shock. "Ku Jing, did he send you here?" Yuan Dun calmly took out his phone and held it up, wearing a victorious smile. "That is right. He gave us your name and phone number. I have already collected the debt from the past. I made him watch his own son explode in his arms. Ha ha ha." The pain and despair on his face were unforgettable. "If only I had recorded it for you to see." Before he could finish, Fang Ning shouted furiously, "Bastards, who exactly are you people?" Before Yuan Dun could answer, Chang Baidao spoke as if reading a file. "Fang Ning, 22 years old. At 4, you were sent to Tianxing Orphanage on the outskirts of Haicheng. Your parents' identities remain unknown, and all traces of them were erased. Do you know? In some ways, we are quite similar to you. 16 years ago, a massive fire broke out at Tianxing Orphanage. Almost the entire facility was destroyed, yet strangely, none of the children were injured. Only the director and 3 staff members died. The official conclusion was that it was a dust explosion caused by improper storage and operation in the kitchen area. But by coincidence, while clearing the scene, the police discovered evidence linking the director to a child trafficking network. That fire also brought down the entire organization behind it. After that, all the orphans were transferred elsewhere. Only you mysteriously disappeared during the handover. 10 years later, the police finally found you again. By then, you were already able to live independently. So tell me, Fang Ning, wasn't that special child from the story you? Who are you people? Why do you know all of this? You were the one who caused the orphanage fire back then, weren't you? I do not understand what you are talking about. You can deny it. After all, we are not police, and we have no interest in uncovering the truth. But every detail of that incident matches too perfectly, as if it was planned from the beginning. It is hard to believe a 6-year-old child could plan everything so perfectly. A murder with no evidence left behind, and all the victims were adults. Truly impressive. Standing in the room, the spiritual energy around Fang Ning exploded violently. His eyes burned like flames. Enough. Everything you said is just speculation. I already told you that fire was only an accident and had nothing to do with me. As for you, who are you and why are you targeting me? Facing his rage, Chang Baidao remained calm. A faint smile appeared on his face. Fine. Since you truly want to know, I will kindly answer. I am Chang Baidao, also known as Yuan Quan. I am an executor of the organization Yuan Shang. He turned toward his companion, and this is Yuan Dun. Yuan Dun crossed his arms against the broken wall and smiled. It is a pleasure to meet you, Fang Ning. Without letting him interrupt, Chang Baidao continued mysteriously. Do you know? The death of Jiang Shuehun and your destruction of the plan at Haiyuan Elementary School made our doctor extremely furious. Fang Ning clenched his teeth. Doctor? And the artificial soul project you just mentioned? Chang Baidao laughed softly, his arrogant angst obvious. That is right. It is a grand project beyond this era's understanding. The doctor, the leader of Yuan Shang, has pursued it for decades. Simply put, the goal is to create artificial souls. As you know, souls usually appear after the death of people with deep resentment and special abilities. However, naturally formed souls are extremely rare and difficult to control. Therefore, the doctor created tragedies on purpose to amplify resentment before death. When souls are born in their weakest state, capturing them becomes much easier. This method is far more effective than waiting for souls to appear naturally. Through this method, we obtained a portion of power that once belonged to the gods. From then on, countless souls were created, stripped of their consciousness, and turned into tools to increase our strength. Unfortunately, for some reason, souls created this way could no longer evolve. Seeing this flaw, the doctor started the second-generation artificial soul project. Lian Shang and Zhang Shuang were the results of that new generation project. Fang Ning's eyes widened in shock after hearing everything. He clenched his fists and shouted furiously, "You created countless tragedies just for this insane research? You are nothing but demons." Chang Baidao shook his head slightly. Demons? No, you are wrong. In this era, only awakened people like us deserve to be called humans. Those weak people outside are nothing more than tools and materials for our growth. You call us cruel, but humans still experiment on monkeys and chimpanzees, don't they? So why does no one call them evil? Hearing this only disgusted Fang Ning. He stepped back with fury in his eyes. You are all insane. You have lost your humanity. Chang Baidao remained calm and slowly walked closer. His voice became tempting. Fang Ning, I have told you everything. You have great potential, and I value you greatly. We are both awakened, the new humans of this era. We should not stand as enemies. I can give you a chance to join Yuan Shang. As long as you join us, I will spare the white-haired girl's life. I can even speak to the doctor and have her temporarily kept alive. But if you refuse, then do not expect to ever see her again. Wealth, status, beauty, everything people chase in this world can belong to you. A new era is waiting ahead, where you no longer struggle to survive but stand at the very top. All you need to do is agree. Fang Ning stood there silently. Well, still no decision? My patience is not unlimited. But at that moment, Fang Ning suddenly revealed a strange smile. He reached out his hand toward Chang Baidao as if wanting to shake hands. Not a bad choice. Chang Baidao laughed in satisfaction. Fang Ning, as expected, you know how to choose wisely. Welcome. Before he could finish, Fang Ning suddenly smashed his head into Chang Baidao's face and shouted, "Join your damn organization? Never. Today I will crush your dog head." The surprise attack made Chang Baidao stagger for a moment. He glared angrily. How dare you? Spiritual energy exploded around Fang Ning. He charged forward like an arrow, forcing Chang Baidao onto the floor as he roared, "Not only do I dare, I will kill you. Die, you lunatic." A punch carrying all his strength slammed toward Chang Baidao's stomach. But right before it landed, Fang Ning suddenly sensed something wrong. Chang Baidao's figure vanished from his original position. In an instant, he appeared at another corner of the room. His face darkened. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed forward at terrifying speed. Fang Ning immediately acted his 1,000 leavings years in one dream, leaving afterimages as he dodged aside. Without slowing down, Fang Ning counterattacked with a punch. Spiritual energy erupted like raging waves as he shouted, "Go to hell." Chang Baidao roared back, "Let's see if you have the ability." The two collided head-on, their fists creating violent shockwaves that shook the air. Only seconds later, Fang Ning was blasted backward. Meanwhile, Chang Baidao remained calm as if nothing happened. He continued pressing forward, attacking while sneering. "Is that all? You want to fight me with this little strength? Fang Ning quickly calculated in his mind. His opponent could teleport instantly. Only by combining his time-based soul skill could he barely keep up. But could his spiritual energy last through the battle? At that moment, a kick from Chang Baidao swept toward him. Fang Ning immediately lowered his body to dodge. I want to see how long you can keep running. You have not even awakened your spirit domain yet. How can you possibly defeat us? As he spoke, Chang Baidao threw another punch. This time, Fang Ning could not dodge and took the hit directly. His body was sent flying into the wall, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. The terrifying impact left countless cracks across the wall behind him. Chang Baidao turned around and laughed. Yuan Dun, your turn. From behind, Yuan Dun stepped forward and replied coldly, All right, boss. He raised his hand as massive energy gathered and shouted, Soul skill, tenfold gravity. In an instant, Fang Ning's body was forced heavily onto the ground. Enduring the crushing pressure, sweat covered his body as he thought, Damn it, I cannot move at all. My entire body feels like it is about to be crushed. Chang Baidao slowly walked closer with a look of contempt. I did not expect you to possess a Timus-type soul skill that could keep up with my speed. Interesting. But like I said, you have no chance of winning. Join Yuan Shang and I will give you everything. Fang Ning gave no response. The spiritual energy inside his body quietly gathered into his palm. A burst of power shot straight toward Chang Baidao, but he only tilted his head slightly and avoided it. Chang Baidao sneered, You still have spiritual energy left? Too bad your attack just now missed. No, you only think it missed. Hearing that, Chang Baidao suddenly felt something was wrong. Almost at the same time, he and Yuan Dun turned toward the cage holding Zhang Li. Inside, waves of thick dark ghost energy began surging violently. Fang Ning shouted, Zhang Li, I have done everything I can. The rest depends on you. Looking at the cage, Chang Baidao still tried to stay calm. It is useless. The spirit-binding cage is a masterpiece created by the doctor. It cannot be destroyed. It even absorbs the soul power of those trapped inside to repair itself. Unless you reach the Soul General or Soul King realm, there is absolutely no way to escape. Hearing those words, Fang Ning lost all hope. He collapsed onto the floor and laughed bitterly. Is this where it ends? Did I really fail? Chang Baidao and Yuan Dun looked at him, already believing victory was in their hands. But they failed to notice the tears quietly falling from Zhang Li's eyes inside the cage. She smiled softly and whispered, Husband. Slowly, Zhang Li raised her hand. Then she removed the talisman attached to her forehead. The moment the talisman came off, her body froze. Her eyes changed color instantly, and a massive wave of ghost energy erupted like a tsunami, sweeping everything around her away. Yuan Dun turned around and saw the scene. His face turned pale as he shouted, Boss, something is wrong. Chang Baidao immediately turned around, showing panic for the first time. How is this possible? What did she do? Seeing Zhang Li unleash her power, Fang Ning shouted in joy, Zhang Li. The cage could no longer withstand the force. The chains began cracking one after another before shattering. Amid violent roars, Zhang Li broke through the cage and rushed out. Floating in the air, her entire body was covered in ghost energy. A crazy smile appeared on her face as her voice echoed through the room. Ha ha ha, I am out. I am finally out. Standing within the endless ghost energy, Chang Baidao felt the terrifying power coming from Zhang Li. Fear appeared in his eyes. Impossible. Even the doctor's spirit-binding cage was destroyed. According to theory, no soul below level 6 should be able to do this. Could she be a higher-level existence? But how can she absorb soul power from the air? Even if she is above level 6, I am not certain I cannot fight her. Just as Chang Baidao was about to attack, he met Zhang Li's eyes. Her cold voice cut through the air like a blade. Did I allow you to move? In the next moment, terrifying ghost pressure suddenly crushed down on his raised arm. His arms exploded into a shower of blood instantly. Chang Baidao was thrown backward. Holding his severed arm, he screamed in pain, My arm, my arm. Seeing this, Yuan Dun immediately charged forward. Using all his strength, he shouted, Boss, let's fight her together. His soul skill activated. A punch carrying 20 times normal weight shot straight toward Zhang Li. Facing the attack, Zhang Li calmly raised one finger to block it. Instantly, all the force was reflected back. Yuan Dun was sent, flying like a cannonball, smashing through the wall and leaving a huge hole. He collapsed onto the ground, his body trembling as blood flowed across the floor. Holding his injured arm, Yuan Dun muttered in disbelief, This soul is terrifying. Just how strong is she? Maybe the only choice is opening my soul domain and using my second form to drag both her and Fang Ning inside. But before he could act, a hand gently landed on his shoulder. Yuan Duns turned around. Despite losing an arm, Chong Baidao remained unusually calm. No need. The plan has changed. We retreat and report to the doctor first. From a distance, Zhang Li stared at them and roared, "Do you think you can escape?" A massive wave of ghost energy instantly swept forward. However, Chong Baidao and Yuan Dun's bodies had already started fading. Before disappearing completely, Chong Baidao looked back and warned, "Fang Ning, just wait, we will meet again." After saying that, his figure completely vanished into the ghost energy. Zhang Li's attack only struck empty air, leaving streams of black energy swirling inside the room. Fang Ning sighed softly and said, "Forget it, Zhang Li. He can teleport instantly, so he has probably already escaped. We cannot catch him now." But before he finished speaking, a wave of ghost energy from Zhang Li suddenly rushed forward and wrapped tightly around his body. Fang Ning was startled as he looked at the strange girl slowly approaching. Zhang Li, what is wrong with you?" Standing before him, Zhang Li looked down with cold, emotionless eyes. "Zhang Li, who is Zhang Li?" Fang Ning immediately panicked. "It is you. You are Zhang Li. We signed a life and death contract. Do not scare me like this." At that moment, the ghost energy around his neck suddenly disappeared on its own. Zhang Li held her head and stepped back, her face filled with pain. She screamed in confusion, "Who am I? Who am I? Who am I?" Suddenly, Zhang Li froze. Her eyes turned a strange red. The pain vanished completely, replaced by a crazed smile. "Ha ha ha, I remember now. I am the princess of Jiang Kingdom. I am waiting for someone, yes. I am waiting for the Oathbreaker who promised to marry me. I want to kill him. Kill him." Seeing her chaotic eyes, Fang Ning instinctively stepped back. His voice trembled with worry. "Zhang Li, are you all right? Do not be like this. You are scaring me." But before he could finish, Zhang Li appeared in front of him. Her cold hand grabbed his neck and lifted him into the air. She smiled coldly. "That is right, husband. It is you. I want to kill you. Once you die, everything will end." His memory returned to the past, back to Jiang Kingdom. In the endless darkness, a carriage raced desperately while pursuers chased closely behind. A little girl sat beside an unconscious woman, tears falling non-stop. "Mother, wake up!" Beside her, a little boy grabbed her hand and urged quietly, "We have to go. They are almost here." The two children opened the carriage door and ran into the night. Meanwhile, the assassins checked the bodies and reported to their leader. "Princess Duan is dead, but the little princess and the son of General Fang are missing." The assassin who reported immediately received a heavy slap. The leader shouted, "What are you waiting for? Go find them. Those two children cannot have gone far." In the nearby bushes, the little boy covered the girl's mouth tightly, trying to stop her sobs. In the freezing winter night, the girl was carried on his back. The boy whispered like making a vow, "Zhang Li, do not be afraid. There is a city ahead. I will protect you." Hearing that, the little girl slowly relaxed and fell asleep. From that moment on, that simple promise became an unforgettable obsession. Back in the present, Zhang Li's hand was still tightly gripping Fang Ning's neck. With his breath blocked, Fang Ning could only struggle with all his strength. Meanwhile, Zhang Li kept screaming with hatred, "Liar, ha, die." At that moment, a noise suddenly came from outside the villa. Through the broken door, Du Feng and her boyfriend entered. Looking around, the man muttered, "Fenjer, look at this place. It looks like a battlefield. I thought only the door was damaged." Then they looked inside. And Kaiqiang happily shouted, "Mr. Fang Ning, I brought the 500,000 payment for you." But before he finished speaking, the suitcase in his hand fell to the ground. The scene before them left them completely frozen. They sat on the floor, trembling non-stop. What is happening? Wasn't the ghost already destroyed? At the same time, Zhang Li turned her gaze toward them. A cold, killing intent appeared in her eyes like a predator finding new prey. Seeing this, Fang Ning quickly shouted, "Run, both of you run. She has lost control." Zhang Li immediately covered his mouth and smiled strangely. "Do not rush. I will deal with these two little meals first, then it will be your turn." Hearing this, and Kaiqiang lost all courage. He screamed, "A ghost. It is a real ghost." Ah. Then he turned and ran. But just as he was about to leave, he felt his leg being held back. Looking down, he saw Du Feng grabbing his leg. She trembled and cried, "Kaiqiang, save me. I cannot move my legs anymore." And Kaiqiang gritted his teeth, his face pale and covered in sweat. After a few seconds of struggle, he suddenly kicked Du Feng away and shouted, "I am sorry." Watching her lover abandon her to escape, Du Feng collapsed on the ground and cried out, "Kaiqiang." At that moment, a freezing sensation ran down her spine. She instinctively turned around and saw Zhang Li approaching. Thick killing intent surrounded her. with a strange smile on her face. Ghost energy spread everywhere. Without hesitation, Zhongli rushed forward. Dufeng could only sit there helplessly and scream, "Save me!" After being released, Fangning immediately unleashed all his spiritual's energy and shouted, "Zhongli, stop now." Like a flash of light, he rushed forward and hugged Dufeng. At the same time, he took Zhongli's attack directly. Blood sprayed from his back. The terrifying force sent both of them flying into the nearby wall. Zhongli did not care about their condition. Ghost energy surged around her again as she charged forward and roared like a beast, "Go die!" to Dufeng in a weak voice, "Hold on to me tightly." Then he circulated his soul power and used his fastest speed to dodge the waves of attacks coming at him. Only then did Dufeng understand part of the situation. With a pale face, she asked, "If that ghost is your girlfriend, why did she become like this?" Her question made Fangning remember the moment when Zhongli removed the talisman from her forehead. He quickly interrupted, "She removed the talisman to fight Chong Beidao, and that is why she became like this." Hearing this, Dufeng quickly picked up the talisman nearby and asked, if removing the talisman caused this, can putting it back restore her?" The words awakened something in Fang Ning. He repeated softly, "A talisman?" Immediately, he released Dufeng, grabbed the talisman, and rushed toward Zhongli. While running, he only left one sentence, "Wait here for me." Fang Ning unleashed all his soul power. His figure blurred as he moved at incredible speed, continuously avoiding Zhongli's attacks. In an instant, he reached her and placed the talisman back on her forehead. In his heart, he silently vowed, "Zhongli, I will protect you no matter what." Then he reached out and held her weakening body. Tears filled the corners of Zhongli's eyes. Before she could speak, Fang Ning lowered his head and pressed his lips against hers. At that moment, Fang Ning's consciousness was pulled into a completely unfamiliar space, where endless flames burned everywhere. Fang Ning opened his eyes in shock and wondered, "Where is this place?" Far away, ancient buildings slowly appeared before him. After observing for a while, he realized something strange. This was Zhongli's mind world. But why was he here, and where was Zhongli? Carrying his doubts, Fang Ning continued deeper into the space. When he approached a city gate, he saw two large carved words, Jiang Kingdom. The scene inside left Fang Ning confused. Countless questions appeared in his mind as this ancient city was filled with corpses. At that moment, a massive stream of ghost energy gathered in the sky and slowly formed into a huge sphere. The strange phenomenon immediately caught Fang Ning's attention. Looking up, he saw countless ghost figures floating across the sky, making his confusion even stronger. Without saying a word, Fang Ning quietly moved forward. Before an altar, he found a group of mages gathered together, seemingly performing a sinister ritual. Inside the massive sphere of ghost energy, the figure of a trapped person appeared. The scene left Fang Ning frozen, his words stuck in his throat. Such terrifying resentment Zhongli is trapped inside. A strong sense of unease rose within him. He wondered if this was the reason she lost control. Without hesitation, Fang Ning reached out, trying to pull Zhongli out of the sphere. But the moment he touched it, a strange force instantly sent him flying back and stopped his attempt. Fang Ning refused to give up. He gritted his teeth, endured the pain spreading through his hand, and forced his arm into the energy barrier. At that moment, the bracelet on his body suddenly lit up and began absorbing the thick black ghost energy around it. With the bracelet's help, Fang Ning finally broke through the barrier, rushed inside, and hugged Zhongli tightly. Without hesitation, he kissed her again. As the kiss continued, the ghost energy around them slowly disappeared. The black marks covering Zhongli's body gradually faded away. Pieces of the dark layer fell off, revealing her original skin. However, after the ghost energy vanished completely, Zhongli had exhausted all her strength. Her body went limp and fell backward. Fang Ning quickly caught her. Panic filled his face as he shouted, "Zhongli!" At a secret base of the Yuanshang organization, Chang Baidao and Yuan Dun walked out from inside, both covered with serious injuries. Everyone present was shocked by the sight. Voices quickly spread, "Oh my God! Are they the 12 guards? How did they get injured this badly?" Another person whispered, "Could they have been ambushed by soul hunters?" Luckily, Lord Yuan Quan carried the teleportation moon disk. Otherwise, they might not have returned this time. However, before he finished speaking, Yuan Dun suddenly kicked one of them with great force. The person was sent flying backward, coughing blood before collapsing to the ground. Yuan Dun was still furious. He rushed over and stomped on the man repeatedly while cursing, "You brat, can't you see we are injured? At least let us recover before asking us to move." After a while, Chang Baidao stepped forward and raised his hand to stop Yuan Dun. With a mocking smile, he looked at the remaining robed man and said, "Then please lead the way, little brother." The man immediately nodded respectfully. "Yes, yes, my lord." The three of them left, leaving behind the poor man lying motionless on the ground, covered in injuries. Lying helplessly on the floor, barely able to move, he rolled his eyes and weakly whispered, "Yuan Dun, Yuan Dun." Meanwhile, Fang Ning gently carried Zhang Li in his arms. As he was about to leave the room, Du Feng quickly asked, "How is she? Is she all right?" Fang Ning replied tiredly, "She is only sleeping. She should be fine. The ghost creature here has been dealt with, and the mission is complete. We will leave now." Seeing Fang Ning carry Zhang Li away, Du Feng quickly called out, "Fang Ning, wait. This is the reward Kai Qiang prepared for you. Thank you for saving me." Hearing that, Fang Ning stopped. He turned around, quickly took the suitcase, and laughed. "Ha ha ha, I almost forgot the most important thing. Thanks." Seeing his familiar money-loving expression, Du Feng could only hold her forehead helplessly. He really never changed. Fang Ning scratched his head as if remembering something and asked, "What about you? What are you planning to do?" Du Feng thought for a moment and answered, "Me? I do not have any plans yet. Maybe I will stay with my parents for a while, or..." Her cheeks turned slightly red as she continued softly, "Could I go to your place?" But before her hope could last, Fang Ning pointed at Zhang Li and interrupted immediately, "Come on, you know I already have a girlfriend." Du Feng still refused to give up and wanted to say more, but before she finished, Fang Ning rushed outside. His voice echoed from afar, "Goodbye, Lan Feng." Inside the house, Du Feng immediately shouted angrily, "Again? My name is Du Feng, not Lan Feng. Are you doing this on purpose?" At the same time, inside a research facility of Yuan Shang, Yuan Dun and Chang Beidao appeared in the laboratory, both heavily injured. The doctor remained focused on the chemical bottles before him. Without turning around, he coldly asked, "Did the mission fail?" Yuan Dun immediately became angry and shouted, "Doctor, can't you see? Our arms ended up like this because that special soul destroyed your spirit-binding cage." Chang Baidao placed a hand on his shoulder and said seriously, "The decision to retreat was mine. Based on my judgment, even if we opened our spirit domains, we still could not defeat her. If we became exhausted, we would not even be able to use the moon disk for teleportation." Only then did the doctor put down the bottle in his hand and calmly say, "Very good." Hearing that, both Yuan Dun and Chang Beidao immediately knelt down and dared not speak further. "Raise your heads. This is not your fault," he said. Then the doctor slowly walked over and placed a hand on Chang Baidao's shoulder, surprising him. "Remember this. All of your power was given by me. Do not play small tricks in front of me." Saying that, the doctor took the moon disk from Chang Baidao's hand and coldly declared, "This mission failed, so this is your punishment. Go recover from your injuries. I will assign someone else to capture the special soul." Seeing the moon disk taken away, Chang Baidao was unwilling and stammered, "Dr. Wei." The doctor did not even look at him and interrupted, "What? Do you have an objection?" Chang Baidao immediately lowered his head, his body trembling slightly. Yuan Quan would never dare. The doctor said nothing more. He turned away and left one final order. "Write a detailed report about today's battle and send it to me." Yuan Dun helped Chang Baidao stand up. Both answered together, "Yes, doctor." After they left, the cold expression returned to the doctor's face. Ranjiang quietly said, "What useless fools. Tools should understand that they are only tools. Perhaps they should be replaced with more useful ones, but for now, they still have value to exploit." The woman cursed 1,000 years ago not only escaped the princess tomb, but also awakened power beyond level 6. This is completely different from the traces left by soul hunters. Once she fully awakens, it will be too late. Before that happens, we must capture her again. He raised the moon disk. From inside the orb, streams of bright red blood energy erupted. The doctor said coldly, "It is time for you to make your move." A blurry shadow slowly appeared in the air. The doctor immediately gave an order, "Go, Yanlong." Back in Fang Ning's room, he carefully placed Zhang Li on the bed to rest, then made himself a bowl of instant noodles. So the special soul was someone they had been watching for a long time. They were even interested in Zhang Li before the hairpin theft incident, perhaps even earlier. All doubts were finally cleared. Zhang Li was one of Yuan Shang's targets. But why did they want me to join them? And what Chang Baidao mentioned about opening a spirit domain, is it a way to increase power, like the soul domain used by the ring monster? Seeing Zhang Li still unconscious, Fang Ning became worried. Should I enter her mind world and check what happened? Thinking that, he slowly lowered his head, moving closer to her. At that moment, Zhang Li's eyelashes trembled slightly and her eyes opened. Their eyes met suddenly. Fang Ning immediately moved back and awkwardly explained, "Cough, you are awake? I was just checking your condition." Zhang Li said nothing, but tears quickly filled the corners of her eyes. Suddenly, she rushed forward and hugged him tightly, crying, "Husband, I thought I would never get to see you again." Fang Ning quietly let her release her emotions. After a while, he gently stroked her hair and comforted her. "It is all right now. Those people were all driven away by Zhang Li." Zhang Li looked up, her cheeks slightly red, and asked softly, "Really?" "Of course. When you removed the talisman from your forehead, I never expected you to become that powerful. You seemed like a completely different person." Hearing about the talisman, Zhang Li froze slightly and asked in confusion, "The talisman? I removed it?" Fang Ning nodded seriously. "Yes, you removed it yourself. After defeating Chang Baidao, you immediately lost control of yourself." Zhang Li lowered her head and looked at the talisman on her forehead. She softly said, "Zhang Li does not know where this talisman came from. I only remember it was already on me when I woke up. It helps suppress the resentment inside my body. When I destroyed it, I only wanted to risk everything and use my resentment to break the soul cage. I never expected it to actually work. But do you know that resentment caused you to lose your mind? You almost killed both me and Du Feng. From now on, unless it is absolutely necessary, never remove it again. Understand?" Zhang Li could only pout and obediently nod. Zhang Li understands. Right after that, Fang Ning suddenly placed his hand on her shoulder. Before she could react, Zhang Li was gently pushed down onto the bed. Her face instantly turned red. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she softly called, "Husband." Then she slowly closed her eyes, waiting for what would happen next. Fang Ning lowered his head, but all he did was place a gentle kiss on her forehead. Then he pulled the blanket over her. He stood up and walked outside while saying, "Go to sleep early. I still need to pack. We are moving soon." Zhang Li poked her head out from the blanket, looking confused. "Moving? Where are we going?" 3 days later, Fang Ning sat on a chair, his body still covered with injuries. Holding a cup of medicine, he thought silently, "Yuan Shang already knows my identity. I definitely cannot keep using my old phone number. I need to change it immediately." Luckily, the money earned from previous live streams was enough, so renting a new place would not be too difficult. After arranging everything, Fang Ning leaned back tiredly and sighed. His eyelids grew heavier and heavier. Soon he fell asleep. In his dream, he felt himself endlessly falling into an endless abyss, until a ray of light suddenly appeared before him. When he opened his eyes, Fang Ning found himself transformed back into a child. Looking down, he saw both hands covered in fresh blood. Beside him was a blood-stained knife that had just fallen from his hand. His entire body trembled violently. His voice was filled with panic. "No, not me, I did not do it." Before him was a chaotic room with 4 adult bodies lying motionless. Fang Ning held his head and screamed in agony. Then the scene changed again, bringing him back to a few days before that moment. At that time, he was moving through a dark hallway with a group of friends. Fang Ning stopped and turned back to warn them, "Stay hidden here. I will go find some food. If anything happens, run immediately." After saying that, he entered the kitchen alone, opened the fridge, and searched for food. While holding a pile of apples, he suddenly heard a strange noise coming from a nearby room. Curiosity made Fang Ning move closer. Through the crack of the door, the light inside made him frown. At this hour, is someone still here? He peeked inside. A middle-aged man was fixing his clothes inside the room. On the floor, another man pinned down a little girl and covered her mouth so she could not scream. The sight froze Fang Ning in place. The apple slipped from his hand and hit the floor with a soft thud. The noise instantly put the 2 men on alert. One of them rushed to the door, looked around, and spotted the apple rolling across the floor. He picked it up, gave a sinister grin, and said, "Just a little rat stealing food. It ran pretty fast." The other man called out, "What happened?" "Nothing. Relax. Everything is quiet outside now. Do not tell me you killed the girl already. She is not dead. I know my limits. She is just too exhausted to even cry anymore. What a shame. Old Jiang only likes boys, or the 3 of us could have had some fun together. Remember this. Never let anyone find out. If someone asks, just say she went missing. These kids have already been sent to the Shangyuan Foundation. Plenty more die during the experiments anyway. The director will never suspect a thing." After hearing everything, Fang Ning could only cover his mouth as his whole body trembled. He stayed completely silent and waited until every sound faded away. Once he was sure no one was around, he carefully stepped out of hiding. Then he opened the secret door hidden inside the kitchen. Xiao Di lay before him, beaten so badly she could not even move. Fang Ding rushed over and helped her up. "Xiao Di, is that really you? Are you hurt?" The moment she saw him, Xiao Di burst into tears and hugged him tightly. "Teacher Wang told me to come to the kitchen because there was special food for me, but they kept hurting me. It hurts so much, Brother Fang Ding. Did I do something wrong? Why did my parents abandon me? Why does everyone here treat me like this?" Fang Ding gently wiped away her tears. "No, your parents must have had their reasons. Once we grow up and leave this place, you will find them and learn the truth. As for those evil people, they will pay for what they did." Back in reality, Fang Ding was still lying quietly on the chair. After waiting for a long time without any movement, Zhang Li stepped outside to check on him. Seeing him asleep with a pained expression and tightly furrowed brows, she grew worried. The sight made Zhang Li even more uneasy. She leaned down and whispered, "My husband, are you having another nightmare?" She gently kissed his forehead and carefully tucked the blanket around him, just as he had always done for her. Inside the dream, the scene changed again. Fang Ning found himself standing before the chubby orphanage director. After hearing the story, the man slammed the table and shouted, "What? Something like that happened?" Fang Ding looked at him seriously and replied, "Yes, director. I saw it with my own eyes. I hid Xiao Di's belongings, and they contain evidence of everything they did." The director stood up with a pleased smile. "Well done. You are Fang Ding, right? Thank you for trusting me. Now go bring those things here, and then we will call the police." Trusting him completely, Fang Ding immediately left to retrieve the evidence. But the moment the boy disappeared from sight, the director's warm smile vanished. He summoned one of the men who had abused Xiao Di. The man had barely entered when the director slapped him hard across the face. Clutching his cheek in panic, he stammered, "Director, I." Without letting him explain, the director threw Xiao Di's torn clothes at him and roared, "Look at the mess you idiots caused. Director, we are on the same side. Please save me." The director turned away with a cold expression. "Worthless fools. Do whatever you want, but never interfere with the organization's plan. Do you understand? And do not think I do not know you all had a hand in this. If anything like today happens again, I will not spare any of you." Then the director opened the door to a nearby room. Inside, Fang Ning was tied up with his mouth gagged. The director nodded and ordered, "Take this boy to the kitchen and get rid of him. Then move the body through the secret tunnel. Luckily, he came to me first. If the supervisor found out, we would all be in serious trouble. Director, I knew you would never abandon us." One of the three men grabbed Fang Ning by the collar, lifted him into the air, and sneered, "Finally caught you, little rat. The Foundation is requesting another batch of materials tomorrow. Put the children you deal with into that shipment. Understood? I do not want this happening again." "Yes, Director. I will arrange it right away." In the orphanage kitchen, Fang Ning was dragged inside and brutally beaten. The three men took turns without showing any mercy. One of them yanked him up by the hair, stared at his swollen face, and sneered, "Nice job. Because of you, I got slapped. Do not worry. I will make sure you suffer." Then he threw Fang Ning into the corner of the room. His body hurt so badly that he could not even move. He could only curl up on the floor. "Do you love snitching so much? Go on then, little rat." Even through the savage torture, with his face swollen from being stomped on, Fang Ning never begged for mercy. In that nightmare, the men's cruel laughter echoed without end. But in reality, a gentle voice broke through the darkness. "My husband, what is wrong? Please wake up." Zhang Li leaned over with worried eyes. The moment she touched his forehead, her expression changed. "You are burning up. You have a fever." Without hesitation, Zhang Li gently closed her eyes. A faint green glow spread around her as healing energy slowly flowed into Fang Ning's body. Feeling the clang forces inside him, she murmured, "Two opposing powers exist within my husband. One carries an aura similar to the energy I absorbed from the Xiang Kingdom ring. The other is impossible to identify. There is no danger for now, but if those two powers merge, my husband may reach an entirely new realm." Then her eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. While my husband is still asleep, maybe I should learn something new and surprise him." With that thought, she immediately searched under the bed. After digging around for a while, she happily exclaimed, "I knew he hid it here. Ah, I found it." In her hands was a skill book. Zhang Li smiled brightly. "When my husband wakes up, he is definitely going to be surprised." While Zhang Li focused on studying the skill book, Fang Ning remained trapped inside the endless nightmare. In the dream, the three men continued taking turns torturing him. After a while, two of them grew tired and told the third, "That is enough. Stop wasting time. Finish him already. We still have work to do." Hearing that, the cruelest man grabbed Fang Ning. He forced Fang Ning's head down into a water tank. "If you want to blame someone, blame your parents for not sending you to hell sooner." Fang Ning's consciousness slowly faded as he suffocated, but just as the last light in his eyes was about to disappear, a crimson glow suddenly erupted. The bracelet on his wrist shined with dazzling golden light, as if awakening a mysterious power. The man froze in shock with his mouth hanging open. Thick streams of black energy poured out from the bracelet. They wrapped around Fang Ning's body and formed a massive cocoon overflowing with murderous intent. In the next instant, the cocoon exploded. The figure that stepped out was still Fang Ning, but everything about him had changed. His skin turned dark brown, his eyes glowed blood-red, and his razor-sharp claws made him look like a true demon. Without giving his enemy time to react, Fang Ning rushed forward and locked his hand around the cruel man's throat. No matter how desperately the man screamed for help, Fang Ning's icy gaze never wavered as he tightened his grip. Bones cracked with a sickening sound. Blood sprayed everywhere, as the man's throat was pierced instantly. His body collapsed onto the floor like a lifeless log. The other two panicked and screamed, "What the hell is that? Run!" One rushed to the door to escape, but no matter how hard he tried, it would not open. The other shouted, "Why are you just standing there? Open the door!" The man trembled violently with a pale face. "I cannot open it." While both of them were consumed by panic, Fang Ning appeared right in front of them and roared, "Die!" One of the men backed against the wall. Spotting a knife nearby, he clung to it like his last hope. He quickly grabbed the knife. He screamed like a madman, "Damn it, I will kill you even if it costs me my life," and charged straight at Fang Ning. But before the blade could reach its target, Fang Ning vanished, leaving behind only an afterimage. A split second later, a devastating knee strike slammed into him. His face twisted instantly as the impact hurled him into a pile of kitchen supplies. Fang Ning slowly walked over and picked up the butcher's cleaver. His icy gaze locked onto the last man, who was trembling in fear. Unable to bear the pressure, the man dropped to his knees and begged, "Please do not kill me. Xiao Ning, I know I was wrong. Besides, I was not the one who bullied you. I even helped you before. I gave you food. I even carried you. Before he could finish, Fang Ning kicked him square in the face and shouted, "Shut up." The cleaver rose into the air. Covering his face, the man sobbed his tears and snot streamed down. "Please do not do this. I can help you. I really can." Meanwhile, the director was reading documents in his office when his phone suddenly rang. He frowned in annoyance and answered, "Hello? Old Jiang, are you done over there?" A trembling voice came from the other end. "Director, something happened in the kitchen. Please come down quickly." The call suddenly cut off before the man could finish. The director frowned and snapped, "Hello, old Jiang? What happened? Hello?" Only the endless beeping remained. At the same time, inside the kitchen, the phone was crushed into pieces by Fang Ning in his demonic form. The last man knelt on the floor, shaking uncontrollably as he pleaded, "The director will be here soon. He is the one behind everything. I was only following orders. Please spare me." "Fine, then I will make your death quick." The moment he finished speaking, a horrifying scream echoed through the room. Outside the kitchen, the director kept calling his men, but none of them answered. Grinding his teeth, he muttered, "What a bunch of useless idiots. They cannot even handle something this simple." Tired of waiting, the director stormed into the kitchen and shouted as he opened the door, "Why are you not answering your phones? Are you all dia?" His words stopped the instant he saw what was inside. The kitchen was soaked in blood. Everyone inside was dead. Standing among the scattered bodies, Fang Ning stared at him with blood-red eyes. Sensing overwhelming danger, the director immediately turned to run. But before he could get far, a wave of ghostly energy shot toward him. It wrapped around his leg and dragged him back into the kitchen. The director screamed, "No, let me go." The only reply was the heavy slam of the kitchen door. Faint words appeared on the door, "No unauthorized entry." Silence slowly filled the room. The corpses remained motionless. Only the ghostly aura surrounding Fang Ning slowly began to fade. It returned to the jade bracelet on his wrist. When the black energy disappeared completely, Fang Ning collapsed onto the floor as his consciousness returned. He suddenly sat up and looked around. The blood-soaked room and piles of bodies left him frozen. "What just happened?" Fang Ning whispered in complete confusion. Looking down, he realized he was still holding the blood-stained cleaver. Trembling, he muttered, Did I do this? Unable to accept what he saw, Fang Ning dropped the cleaver and cried out in agony. No, that is impossible. It was not me, I just blacked out. But every trace in the room pointed to the opposite. Clutching his head, he screamed, They wanted to kill me. But why? Why are they all dead? His voice echoed through the cold room, but no answer came back. After a long moment of losing control, Fang Ning suddenly fell silent. His eyes slowly turned crimson as a deep voice echoed in his mind. Is this what a mental collapse looks like? Pathetic. You are far too weak. Even if they died 100 times, it would never repay their sins. I will set everything back on its proper course. But now is not the right time. First, we need to leave this place. As the voice faded, his gaze slowly shifted. It settled on the fire inside the kitchen. Fang Ning smiled mysteriously. Do not worry, I will take you out of here. The next day, the orphanage children gathered in small groups, hungry and exhausted. One child complained, My stomach will not stop growling. Are we not getting food today? Maybe we should sneak into the kitchen, but if the teachers catch us, we are finished. At that moment, Fang Ning walked over with a mysterious smile. I just saw a rainbow in the yard. Come outside, it is beautiful. The children paused for a moment before running outside. One of them frowned and asked, Where is the rainbow? Who said there was a rainbow out here? Rainbows form when sunlight bends through the air, but I have never seen one in real life. While the children were still chatting, a massive explosion suddenly erupted from the kitchen. The blast shook the entire orphanage. Every child froze in terror. What was that? No one knew the answer, but flames quickly swallowed the building. Fire spread through every hallway, climbing across the walls and doors. Before long, fire trucks arrived, and rescue teams rushed every child to safety. Once they were outside, Fang Ning quietly looked back at the kitchen, now consumed by flames. The police quickly secured the scene and began investigating the fire. After forcing their way into the kitchen, a firefighter approached a blond young man and asked, Are you Zhang Jun, the officer in charge of this case? The man nodded. Yes, I am. Have you figured out what caused the explosion? An investigator replied, Based on the current evidence, it was most likely a dust explosion caused by improper storage. Besides the 4 people who died in the kitchen, were there any other victims? The firefighter checked his notes and answered, No additional casualties. Every child in the orphanage made it out safely. Not a single child was hurt? How did they all escape? The firefighter explained, According to the children, one kid suddenly shouted that there was a rainbow outside, so everyone ran out to see it. The explosion happened right after that, so none of them were trapped inside. It was incredibly lucky. Even so, Zhang Zhan's expression never changed. He walked straight toward the group of children and asked, Which one of you said there was a rainbow outside? The children looked at each other. A few nervously stepped back, leaving an open space. Standing in the middle was Fang Ning, calmly meeting his gaze. Not far away, several police officers and firefighters were talking. I cannot believe the lead investigator is that young. He is a genius in the police force. He graduated at the top of his province when he was only 23. He joined the bureau 2 years ago, and since then he has solved one difficult case after another. Even so, he is still so young. Why would the higher-ups trust him with such a major case? Age does not matter, ability does. Besides, he is Zhang Tiandao's younger brother. The moment the firefighter heard that name, he immediately understood and nodded with respect. Zhang Tiandao, the legendary police officer? Meanwhile, Zhang Jin walked over and gently placed a hand on Fang Ning's shoulder. Then he crouched down, smiled warmly, and asked, Little guy, what is your name? Fang Ning answered, Fang Ning. Still smiling, Zhang Jin continued, You were the one who said there was a rainbow outside, right? Fang Ning brushed his hand away and replied calmly, Yes, but I must have seen it wrong. Just then, a woman's voice called out from behind, Officer Zhang. A female officer with a stack of files walked over and said, We found this account book inside the director's safe. The fireproof safe protected most of the contents. Besides the ledger, we also found a large amount of gold, gemstones, and foreign cash. Zhang Jun took the ledger, flipped through a few pages, and his expression darkened. This is. Without another word, he slipped the ledger into his pocket and told the officer, Keep investigating. I want the autopsy report and the forensic results as soon as possible. The officer nodded, understood, then she quickly walked away. Fang Ning gently tugged on Zhang Jun's sleeve and asked, Officer, can I leave now? Not yet. I still have a few questions. Can we talk somewhere else? Fang Ning quietly clenched his fists. His face darkened for a moment, but he still nodded. Okay. Not long afterward, the two arrived at a children's playground. Sitting on a swing, Zhang Jin looked Fang Ning in the eyes and said seriously, "It is just the two of us here, so I will be direct. I do not believe this fire was an accident. I believe someone caused it. Do you know anything about that?" "Officer, what are you talking about? I do not understand." "A dust explosion can only happen inside a sealed space where enough dust is suspended in the air and mixed with oxygen. So why did the four people in the kitchen never open a window or try to escape? There is only one conclusion. Before the explosion, they were already restrained or dead. The only 4 adults in the kitchen all died, while every child escaped without a scratch. You were the one who led all the children outside by saying there was a rainbow. You are the key to this entire case. Tell me what happened last night and how you were involved." Fang Ning stayed silent for a moment. Then a faint, cold smile slowly appeared on his face. The bracelet on his wrist suddenly glowed with a mysterious light. Just as Zhang Jun pressed him for answers, the female officer from earlier ran over, out of breath. "Officer Zhang, I have been looking for you all day. So this is where you are. Here are the autopsy report and the scene analysis you requested. One more thing. Our scanners detected unusual energy traces inside the kitchen. We should probably report this to headquarters and request a specialist." Zhang Jun took the files and waved casually while reading them. "Got it. I will call my brother. You can get back to work. I still need to talk with this kid." Treated like a secretary again, the female officer pouted. "Hey, I am your senior. Stop making me run errands all the time." Zhang Jun laughed helplessly and waved his hand. "All right, dinner is on me tonight. A really good one." She glanced at him with a smirk. At least you are sincere, deal." With that, she turned around and left, leaving Zhang Jun to continue reading the reports. After scanning the documents, his expression immediately turned serious. "Just as I thought. There is no soot inside the victims' airways, but there are burn marks around their mouths and noses. That proves they were already dead before the fire started." Fang Ning remained calm and asked, "If you really think I did it, what are you going to do? Send me to juvenile detention? Lock me up? No, neither of those will happen. I will close this case as an accidental fire." Fang Ning frowned slightly. "Why? Besides the ledger detailing child trafficking hidden inside the director's safe, I also found signs that nearly every child here had been abused. You risked exposing yourself just to make sure those children survived. That tells me you are not a bad person. I believe you had your reasons." Hearing those words, Fang Ning finally relaxed a little and quietly said, "Thank you. No need to thank me. But I think you have awakened some kind of special ability." The energy left at the scene was far beyond normal. Fang Ning's expression changed. Before he could answer, Zhang Jin gently rubbed his head and smiled. "I did not expect someone your age to awaken an ability already. After this case is over, I will introduce you to a special organization. They will teach you how to use and control it." Fang Ning remained silent, his mind filled with questions. "My name is Zhang Jun. My brother and I also grew up in an orphanage. Maybe that is why I want to help you a little more. Remember this. Do not let hatred control your life. There are still many things in this world worth protecting. Go back to the others. Someone will come to pick all of you up soon." Fang Ning said nothing and quietly turned to leave. After a few steps, he suddenly stopped. "Oh, one more thing. I think you forgot that the swing you are sitting on is broken." Zhang Jun looked up in confusion. "What did you just say?" The moment he finished speaking, the swing chain suddenly snapped. Zhang Jun crashed onto the ground and winced in pain. Watching Fang Ning walk away, he muttered, "What a little brat." Then Zhang Jun took out his phone and made a call. "Hey, brother, I met a very interesting kid today. Yeah, I think he has already awakened an ability." That afternoon, the investigation at the fire scene continued. Meanwhile, Fang Ning quietly slipped away from the group and hid behind a school bus. After making sure no one was watching, he quickly headed into the nearby forest. At a remote spot, Fang Ning knelt down and started digging into the ground with his hands. A buried bag slowly emerged from beneath the soil. But at that moment, suspicious noises came from behind him. Fang Ning immediately hid the bag and concealed himself behind a tree. He soon spotted 2 members of the Abyss organization nearby. One of them stopped, pulled out a phone and said, "Doctor, I am sorry to report that there may be a problem with our experiment. Yes, the orphanage was just destroyed in a major fire. We still cannot confirm whether Zhang Jun, the officer leading the investigation, has discovered the connection between our organization and the orphanage. Understood. If he keeps digging, we will arrange for him to have an unfortunate accident." The call ended, Hidden in the bushes, Fang Ning's heart pounded with fear. Wasting no time, he rushed out of the forest and sprinted toward the city. As soon as he reached the nearest police station, he hurried to the front desk and asked, "Officer, is Officer Zhang here? I have something urgent to tell him." The officer on duty scratched his head and replied, "I think he just left. I heard he has plans tonight." Hearing that, Fang Ning immediately turned and ran, leaving the officer calling after him, "Hey kid, where are you going?" He raced through the streets, searching every crowd and every intersection. At a crossroads, Fang Ning finally spotted Zhang Jun. He was standing by the roadside with a bouquet of roses. Fang Ning was about to call out Officer Zhang when a speeding car suddenly came racing toward them. Just as Zhang Jun stepped into the street, the car slammed into him and sent his body flying. The next morning, at the noodle shop Uncle Zhang often ran where Fang Ning used to eat, two unfamiliar visitors arrived. A blue-haired girl looked at her companion and sighed, "You really can eat." Walking beside her was a tall young man, Yuan Long, the same one who had appeared in Dr. Abyss's laboratory. After finishing an entire table full of noodle bowls, Yuan Long shouted, "Boss, the bill." Looking at the mountain of empty bowls, the blue-haired girl sighed. "But where are we supposed to find Fang Ning? This city is huge." Hearing Fang Ning's name, the shop owner looked surprised. "You two know Xiao Ning?" "Yes, we work with him at his new job. He has not shown up recently, so we got worried and wanted to visit him. We came to his apartment complex but forgot the building number. Do you know where he lives?" "Oh, the kid eats here all the time, so I know. Come to think of it, I have not seen him in quite a while. You should check on him." As he spoke, the owner handed them a piece of paper with Fang Ning's address. With the information they needed, Yuan Long immediately stood up and left without a word. The blue-haired girl bowed politely. "Thank you, boss. We will go see him right away." The owner quietly watched them disappear into the distance. Fang Ning's co-workers sure are a strange bunch. Well, maybe they are just into cosplay. Fang Ning once brought a girl with a white wig here too. Back at Fang Ning's new apartment, Zhang Li pressed her ear against his chest, carefully listening to his heartbeat. She kept muttering, "Strange. His heartbeat is normal. Why has my husband still not woken up?" Suddenly, she sensed something unusual. Her face instantly turned red, and she looked flustered. But why is this happening? Just then, a soft sound came from Fang Ning. He suddenly woke up and accidentally bumped into Zhang Li. Opening his eyes in confusion, Fang Ning asked, Zhang Li, what is going on?" Seeing him awake, Zhang Li happily hugged his head and smiled. "My husband, you are finally awake." Fang Ning struggled to break free and cried out, "Wait, I cannot breathe." A moment later, the room lights were switched on. Rubbing his head, Fang Ning asked, "What time is it?" Zhang Li puffed out her cheeks and answered, "It is already 11 in the morning. You have been unconscious for 3 whole days." Fang Ning stared in shock. 3 days? "That is right. I found you asleep on the sofa that day and carried you to bed. But no matter how much I tried to wake you the next morning, you never opened your eyes." Fang Ning clutched his head as a stabbing pain shot through his brain. Zhang Li quickly supported him and asked anxiously, "My husband, are you all right? How do you feel?" Leaning back in his chair, Fang Ning let out a long sigh. Countless thoughts flooded his mind. Was it all just a dream? A dream so long and so real it felt terrifying. Did I really dream for 3 straight days? Zhang Li asked curiously, "What did you dream about?" "You kept frowning in your sleep, and you kept mentioning the Shangyuan Foundation and some director." The moment he heard those words, the hateful faces from his dream flashed through Fang Ning's mind. That is right, the Shangyuan Foundation. Haiyuan Elementary School was also funded by them. No wonder they easily gained Principal Jiang Shuang's trust. In the dream, the foundation and Tianxing Orphanage secretly carried out illegal activities involving children. And there was also Zhang Jun. Thinking of that, Fang Ning immediately picked up his phone. "I need to contact Officer Zhang right away." He quickly made the call. "Hello, Officer Zhang. This is Fang Ning." At the same time, outside the apartment complex where Fang Ning used to live, Yuan Long and the blue-haired girl arrived. Standing in front of the building, Yuan Long looked at the paper in his hand and confirmed, "This is the place." Meanwhile, in the apartment upstairs, Fang Ning had just finished his phone call with Zhang Tiandao. Fang Ning finally relaxed and put his phone down. But the next second, his stomach growled non-stop. Fang Ning pulled a strange face. After sleeping for 3 straight days, no wonder he was starving. Right then, a delicious aroma drifted over. Looking up, he saw Zhang Li wearing an apron and carrying a steaming bowl of noodles. She smiled gently. "Husband, you slept for 3 days. You must be hungry. I made these noodles just for you. Give them a try. Fang Ning's eyes lit up at the bowl. Lear made these for me? Awesome. Zhang Li happily lifted a bite of noodles to his mouth. While you were unconscious, I learned quite a lot. Let me feed you. Fang Ning did not refuse and opened his mouth. The moment he tasted them, he closed his eyes with pure satisfaction. Zhang Li sat beside him and asked nervously, "Well, husband?" After swallowing the noodles. Fang Ning immediately shouted, "They are amazing." He could not wait any longer and grabbed the bowl, devouring everything. Zhang Li simply sat beside him, smiling happily. Before long, the bowl was completely empty. Rubbing his full stomach, Fang Ning sighed. "Lear, I never knew you were this good at cooking." Zhang Li answered softly, "I only remembered a little. When my mother was still alive, she always cooked for me." Hearing that, Fang Ning asked in surprise, "Did your memories come back?" Zhang Li blushed, turned away, and held up a familiar book. "I found a guide for wives in this book. Then after you finish eating." Before she could finish, Fang Ning quickly pulled her clothes back into place and cried out, "Get dressed properly. Did I not tell you to stay away from that book?" Zhang Li tilted her head in confusion, but the cover says it is very important. Fang Ning gently tapped her forehead. "Forget everything inside that strange book." Zhang Li held her head, looked pitiful, and mumbled, "I know, husband." After saying that, Fang Ning stood up and said, "I am going to take a shower and change first." The moment she heard that, Zhang Li's eyes curved with excitement. She skipped after him with a grin. "Husband, I want to bathe with you too. I can rub body wash on you, and then..." Before she could finish, Fang Ning rushed into the bathroom and slammed the door shut. His cautious voice came from inside, "Be good and wait outside." Zhang Li pouted outside the door and let out an unhappy snort. But not long after, the corner of her lips curled into a meaningful smile. "Husband, it is only one door. Do you really think it can stop me?" While showering, Fang Ning suddenly felt something was wrong. He had hidden that dangerous book so well, so how did Zhang Li still find it? It almost felt like he was the one accidentally leading her astray. As for Shangyuan Guild and Yuanshang, no matter who they really are, if they dare lay a hand on me or Lear, I will make them pay. Lost in thought, he had just finished drying his hair when a figure suddenly appeared before him. Hearing the movement, Fang Ning slowly opened his eyes. Standing before him was Zhang Li, wearing alarmingly little. She calmly said, "Husband, I want to show you something." Fang Ning's expression changed. He immediately threw the towel at her. "Hey, cover yourself!" Zhang Li caught the towel. But instead of listening, she smiled and stepped even closer. Her eyes sparkled with mischief and an indescribable mystery. "Husband, close your eyes for a moment." Even with his face burning red, Fang Ning instinctively obeyed. A strange sensation quickly filled his mind. When he opened his eyes again, everything around him had completely changed. Zhang Li now stood before him in a bright red wedding dress. Her makeup was flawless, and the whole scene looked like a wedding ceremony. But the girl in that memory was not looking at him. Her eyes were fixed on another man whose back was turned. In the next instant, the scene changed again. Zhang Li stood in the middle of a raging sea of flames. She covered her face and cried, as the fierce fire swallowed everything around her. The vision suddenly vanished, bringing Fang Ning back to reality. He frowned slightly. "Are these your memories from 1,000 years ago?" "Yes. After absorbing the power from the ring, I remembered part of my past. They are only scattered memories, but that man feels strangely familiar to me." "So you insisted on coming into the bathroom just to show me these memories?" Zhang Li immediately beamed and nodded repeatedly. "Yes. I feel those memories are connected to you, husband." What really happened between that man and Li Er? Why did he leave? And what did that sea of fire mean? But what troubled Fang Ning the most was the back of the man in those memories. It gave him a strangely familiar feeling. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Fang Ning let out a soft sigh, got dressed, and walked outside. "Come in." He then stepped over and opened the door. Outside stood the blue-haired girl alongside Yuan Long, his gaze as cold as ice. Fang Ning could not help feeling surprised. They came much faster than expected. Zhang Tiandao also arrived, carrying a basket of fruit. As he walked in, he said, "Didn't you tell me on the phone that you found clues about Yuanshang? I came over the moment I hung up. Sorry, I only moved here a few days ago, so the place is still a mess." "It is fine. Let's get straight to the point. What were you going to tell me on the phone?" "I was attacked by Yuanshang again. The enemies called themselves enforcers. Their names were Yuan Quan and Yuan Dun." The moment he heard that, Zhang Tiandao shot to his feet in shock. "What did you say? You ran into Yuanshang's 12 guards?" Fang Ning asked in confusion, "The 12 guards?" Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Zhang Tiandao explained, "They are the 12 strongest ability users under Yuanshang. Yuanshan and Yuandun are two of them. According to the Soul Hunters records, their strength ranges from rank 5 to rank 6. You faced enemies like that and still survived?" Fang Ning answered awkwardly, "Actually, Yuan Quan lost an arm. Then Yuan Dun used a strange red teleportation ability to take him away." Fang Ning thought to himself, Li was the one who did it, but I absolutely cannot let the Soul Hunters learn about her. With your current spiritual power, you still managed to wound Yuan Quan so badly that he had to flee with his teammate? Looks like you are hiding quite a few trump cards. That is right. When the time is right, I might tell you. As for that red teleportation item, it is most likely the Moon Disk, a special soul artifact used by Yuanzhang. In previous battles against the 12 guards, they also used it to escape, making them nearly impossible to capture. Based on our investigation, we suspect Yuanzhang not only owns several Moon Disks, but may even know how to manufacture them. Everything you know about their abilities and combat methods is extremely valuable to the Soul Hunters. Tell me every detail. After thinking for a few seconds, Fang Ning nodded and recounted everything, starting with the distress call from his ex-girlfriend. After hearing the entire story, Zhang Tiandao closed his notebook, thought for a moment, and said, "All right, I have a general understanding now, but I have a feeling you are still hiding something. Even so, I will not force you to talk. The important thing is that even if you destroy your phone card, they can still track you down with soul arts. If you want to avoid Yuanshang's revenge, your best option is to join the Soul Hunters and accept their protection. But you also need to be honest with me about everything." Fang Ning did not answer right away. He simply said calmly, "Thank you, Officer Zhang. I will think about it." Realizing he could not change Fang Ning's mind, for now, Zhang Tiandao stood up, sighed softly, and reminded him, "You should make your decision soon. No matter what, thank you for providing this lead. If there is nothing else, I will be leaving." After only a few steps, he suddenly heard Fang Ning call out, "Wait, there is one more thing I want to ask." Zhang Tiandao turned back and frowned slightly. "What is it? Do you know a police officer named Zhang Jun?" The question instantly changed Zhang Tiandao's expression, and the calmness in his eyes disappeared. He rushed over, grabbed Fang Ning by the collar, and asked excitedly, "Where did you hear that name?" Fang Ning thought to himself, "This old man really has a short temper. Many years ago, I think he once helped me, but I have always felt his death was connected to Yuanshang." Hearing that, Zhang Tiandao slowly let go of Fang Ning's collar. The toughness around him seemed to vanish. He sank into a chair and spoke with deep sorrow. "So my guess was right after all. I used to be a soul hunter. Zhang Jun was my younger brother. After he died, I left the organization. 16 years ago, a Jun was in a traffic accident after work and fell into a coma. He was taken to the hospital for treatment. I still remember that day clearly. The doctors said he would wake up as long as he continued receiving proper care. But when his condition finally began improving, he suddenly died for no apparent reason. When I examined Ajun's body, I found traces of soul power lingering around him. Even the protective talisman I had asked my teammate to obtain for him had burned to ashes. It was obvious this was no ordinary accident. I once asked the Soul Hunters to investigate the case and even volunteered for the front line, but my request was denied. No one wanted to touch that case. After hearing the story, Fang Ning could not hide his surprise. He asked, "They refused to investigate? Why?" Zhang Tiandao clenched his jaw and slammed his fist onto the table. Anger filled every word. Because Ajun had never awakened soul power, he was not a soul hunter. Besides, the organization was preparing an operation against Yuanshang at the time. Fang Ning frowned slightly. "Did that operation succeed?" A bitter smile crossed Zhang Tiandao's face. "We failed. It was as if Yuanshang already knew everything. They had traps waiting everywhere, and the soul hunters suffered devastating losses. Since that disaster, even though our overall strength is still greater, we no longer dare launch attacks. We can only fight on the defensive. I have always believed someone among the Soul Hunters' leadership was secretly working with Yuanshang. Ajun was my only family. After what happened, I lost all faith. I gave up everything and chose to retire. 16 years ago, Zhang Jun once said that when the time was right, he would introduce Fang Ning to a special unit. Fang Ning silently wondered how much of that promise had been real. Those blurry memories only made him more confused. While drinking some water, Zhang Tiandao suddenly froze. He stared at Fang Ning in disbelief. "Wait, are you the orphan who awakened an ability back then?" "I remember that case. It was also the last investigation Ajun accepted before he died. Fang Ning scratched his head awkwardly. I cannot be certain either, but after recalling the past, I discovered an important clue related to Yuan Shang. Zhang Tiandao's expression immediately turned serious as he stared at him. What clue? Tell me. Taking a deep breath, Fang Ning slowly replied, Have you ever heard of the Shangyuan Foundation? Zhang Tiandao paused for a moment. The Shangyuan Foundation? A Jun mentioned that name in the report he sent me before his death. But the later investigation only uncovered a group using the foundation as a cover to kidnap children. Since no further evidence was found, the case was closed. If the Shangyuan Foundation is truly connected to Yuan Shang, then this goes far deeper than we imagined. The foundation is enormous, with an incredibly complex network of connections. Do you have any proof? The two people who attacked me this time were the same ones sent to investigate the orphanage. 16 years ago, Yuan Quan and Yuan Dun. I also heard them say, with my own ears, that they had to eliminate Officer Zhang to cover up the Shangyuan Foundation's secret. The moment he heard that, Zhang Tiandao slammed the table again as his emotions exploded. Are you certain? Could you be remembering it wrong? Fang Ning shook his head slightly. It has been more than 10 years, so my memory is not perfect. But did you notice something important? Zhang Tiandao was stunned. What is it? Fang Ning's expression grew serious as he spoke each word slowly. What do you get if you reverse the two words Shangyuan? Zhang Tiandao's eyes widened in shock as the answer escaped his lips. Yuan Shang. He jumped to his feet, his eyes filled with both excitement and disbelief. That is it. Thank you, Fang Ning. This could be the key that finally leads us to Yuan Shang. The Shangyuan Foundation is headquartered in Beijing. I will investigate that lead immediately. I will uncover the truth behind a Jun's death no matter what, and you must be extremely careful. Yuan Shang will not let you go so easily. If anything happens, contact me immediately. Let me know as soon as possible. Zhang Tiandao simply raised a hand to show he understood without turning back, then quickly left. Fang Ning stood there in silence, watching the door close behind him. Zhang Li slowly emerged from within his body. Her bright eyes were full of complaint. It was so boring in there. Li did not like it at all. Fang Ning laughed and gently pinched her cheek. All right, it was only for a little while. Did you not say his yang energy was too strong for you to appear in front of him? Zhang Li pouted and put her hands on her hips. That was before. Li is not afraid of his yang energy anymore. Seeing her smug expression, Fang Ning pinched her cheek again. Look at you. Fine. I will buy you a new game later to make it up to you. Happy? Zhang Li immediately cheered with delight. Really? Husband, you are the best. Just then, Fang Ning's phone rang. The caller was Uncle Tianhe. At Flix the Sitais, Yuan Long and the blue-haired girl arrived at the old apartment where Fang Ning used to live. Seeing the two strangers, the landlord, who was cleaning the place, curiously asked, Who are you looking for? Fang Ning? He moved out a few days ago. I am cleaning up so I can rent the place to someone else. Yuan Long spoke calmly. He borrowed one of our books. He forgot to take it when he moved, so we came to get it back. Without suspecting a thing, the landlord pointed at a cardboard box nearby. Go ahead and look. Everything he left behind is in there. Yuan Long walked over and searched through the pile. After a while, he pulled out a book and said calmly, This is the one. The blue-haired girl nodded with satisfaction. The landlord kept sweeping as he muttered to himself, That kid is really strange. He suddenly moved out without warning and did not even ask for his deposit back. After leaving the building, the blue-haired girl smirked. He ran pretty fast, but does he really think he can escape us? Yuan Long replied coldly, Enough talking. Use your gold insight ability and find him. The blue-haired girl nodded. Yes, Brother Long. She formed a hand seal, placed her palm on the book, and poured soul power into it. In the hazy space, the images of Fang Ning and Zhang Li gradually appeared. She smiled softly, found them. That evening, Fang Ning and Zhang Li were riding in a taxi on the way to Uncle Tianhe's company. Watching the city lights slide past the window, Fang Ning could not help recalling Zhang Tiandao's warning. GPS is only one method. Even if you change your phone card, they can still track you with soul arts. Fang Ning frowned slightly as he fell into thought. Soul arts? Abilities like that are impossible to predict. Guarding against them is almost impossible. Is joining the soul hunters for protection my only option, but they can never find out about Li. When he looked beside him, he realized Zhang Li had already fallen asleep. Li really falls asleep fast. She probably never got proper rest while I was unconscious. The road ahead will only get harder, but whatever happens, we will face it together. Thinking that, Fang Ning leaned down and gently kissed Zhang Li on the forehead. Not long afterward, the taxi stopped in front of a tall office building. The driver spoke up, Sir, we are here. Seeing no response from the back seat, he turned around and nearly jumped in surprise. Fang Ning and Zhang Li were fast asleep, leaning against each other like a couple straight out of a romance movie. The driver's lips twitched before he finally shouted, "Wake up, you are here. Stop sleeping." Fang Ning rubbed his eyes and mumbled sleepily, "Oh, we are here already?" He gently shook Zhang Li and called softly, "Lear, we are here, wake up." Zhang Li slowly opened her eyes, still half asleep, looking just like a child who had just woken up. Fang Ning helplessly wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth and sighed. "Boss, you are a spirit. How are you drooling in your sleep?" Hearing that, Zhang Li's eyes suddenly widened, but her gaze drifted into the distance, as if looking through Fang Ning into a forgotten memory. A familiar figure appeared in her mind. A man stood before her with a warm smile. "Lear, wait for me. I will ask the emperor for permission to marry you soon." The scene suddenly changed. Zhang Li desperately chased after him, calling through tears, "Husband, wait for me." But the distance between them never seemed to shrink. The next moment, everything was swallowed by a blazing sea of fire. Kneeling among the flames, Zhang Li cried endlessly, "Do not leave me, husband." "Li-er." Fang Ning's voice echoed, pulling her out of the memory. "Hey, wake up. We have to get out of the car. Do not keep the driver waiting." Zhang Li suddenly came back to her senses, her eyes already filled with tears. Without saying a word, she rushed forward and hugged Fang Ning tightly. "Husband, hold me." After getting out of the taxi, Fang Ning reminded her, "Boss, you can let go of me now." But Zhang Li clung to him like an octopus and refused to let go. No matter what he said, she would not loosen her grip. "No, Lear feels that if I let go, husband will disappear again. I do not want that." Seeing how uneasy she was, Fang Ning cupped her cheeks, looked into her eyes, and said seriously, "I promise I will not leave you. No matter what happens in the future, we will face it together, all right?" Only then did Zhang Li slowly loosen her arms, though hesitation still lingered in her eyes. "Really?" Fang Ning gently patted her head and smiled warmly. "Really? Besides, we are bound by our contract. You cannot run far even if you wanted to." Just then, someone behind them suddenly cleared his throat. Ahem. They both turned around and saw Tianhe standing there with an amused smile, as if he had just watched a great show. "Old Zhu, when did you get here?" Tianhe grinned and shrugged. "Since your taxi stopped outside the company, you two were so wrapped up in each other that you probably did not even notice me. Mr. Fang Ning, you and your girlfriend really make a perfect couple." Fang Ning's face instantly darkened. "Enough with the nonsense. Let's get to business. You said on WeChat the game is finished, right?" Tianhe laughed and gestured with his hand. "That's right. Follow me." As soon as they walked inside, Fang Ning looked around the empty office and asked in surprise, "Isn't today a work day? Why is nobody here?" Tianhe replied as he walked, "I gave everyone the day off. If Xiao Guan suddenly appeared during testing, how would I explain that? Tell them the company has a ghost?" The three of them entered the elevator and headed down a familiar hallway. As they walked, Tianhe smiled. "You know, ever since Xiao Guan started helping us, the company's productivity has gone through the roof. Nobody has to work overtime anymore." Stopping in front of a room, Tianhe knocked on the door and called out, "Xiao Guan, Mr. Fang Ning is here." A familiar voice quickly answered from inside. "All right, come in." The door opened. The room was almost completely dark, with only the computer area lit up by countless monitors. At the far end of the room, Xiao Guan controlled several mechanical arms at once, as endless keyboard clicks echoed through the room. Seeing them enter, he immediately turned around and greeted them with a smile. "Mr. Fang Ning, it has been a long time." Fang Ning shook his hand and smiled. "Not that long. It's only been a little over a week." Xiao Guan laughed. "I've been so busy working that I completely lost track of time. I thought it had already been a few months." Tianhe sighed with admiration. Without Xiao Guan, a project this large and complicated would have taken months, maybe even years, to finish. Xiao Guan continued, "Using the videos, blueprints, and data you provided, I recreated Haiyuan elementary schools almost perfectly inside the game. I also added multiple quest lines, side stories, and different endings. I believe this is the first true online haunted house built exactly as you imagined." Sitting down, Fang Ning nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. This will let us harvest even more fear energy." He then turned to Tianhe and asked, "What about the actual gameplay? Have you tested it yourself?" Tianhe scratched his head with an awkward smile. "Well, not really. I heard it's too scary, so I didn't dare. I only tested the mechanics and interactions. Every object and environment in the game can be used, moved, or destroyed just like in real life. I just haven't been brave enough to experience it myself." Fang Ning looked at Xiao Guan. Give me a quick overview of the gameplay. Xiao Guan immediately explained, this is an online puzzle-adventure game that supports up to 6 players at once. It works much like the popular escape room and mystery scenario games. Right now, there is only one map, Haiyuan Elementary School. As for future maps, I have already started collecting data from urban legends online. Oh, that sounds interesting. Can I try it now? Of course. Whenever you are ready, the system can launch immediately. Hearing that, Tianhe quietly edged toward the exit while saying, then Mr. Fang Ning, you go ahead and try it first. Il grabbed some snacks for everyone. But before he could take another step, Fang Ning wrapped an arm around his shoulders with a knowing smile. Food can wait, old Zhu. You're the owner of the game company. How can you not personally experience a groundbreaking game like this? Tianhe immediately shook his head. No way. I'm a total coward. You playing is enough. Fang Ning grinned mischievously and placed the VR headset on Tianhe's head despite his protests. No more excuses. It's a multiplayer game. Of course we all have to play together. Just then, Zhongli gently tugged at Fang Ning's sleeve. She looked up with eager eyes. Husband, Lear wants to play too. Lear likes this game. Fang Ning looked at her helplessly before tossing her another headset with a smile. All right, you can join us. Zhongli immediately hugged the headset and floated happily in the air. Wonderful. Husband, you are the best. Fang Ning laughed, sat down, and put on the headset. With excitement written all over his face, he shouted, all right, start the game. A digital space appeared before the three of them, followed by an emotionless announcement. Verifying player's verification complete. Number of participants, 3. Loading map complete. Current map, Haiyuan Elementary School. We hope you enjoy your experience. In an instant, the surroundings completely changed. The three of them were now standing at the entrance of Haiyuan Elementary School. Fang Ning looked around, reached out to touch a nearby stone pillar, and spoke in surprise. This is incredible. It feels exactly like the real place. At that same moment, under the silent night sky, Yuan Long and the blue-haired girl arrived at a place identical to the abandoned Haiyuan school. Yuan Long frowned. Didn't you say they were hiding here? Where are they? The blue-haired girl answered with confidence. I'm sure of it. From the visions I saw, Fang Ning and that soul entity were definitely here before. Sadly, my power only captures fragmented images, not sound. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed hidden for so long. Yuan Long spoke coldly. Fine, search every classroom. This time, Fang Ning has nowhere to run. Haiyuan Elementary School was built 40 years ago in Haiyuan Village, Yunhai City. 10 years ago, a mysterious disappearance shocked the public here. Since then, countless unexplained events followed. Every year, someone died under strange circumstances. As the villagers gradually moved away, the school became a forgotten wasteland. At that moment, Fang Ning and the other two stood before a door covered in talismans. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and tore every talisman off the door. The system immediately displayed a message. 3 players on an out-of-town trip accidentally wandered here. Night is falling, and rain is coming soon. To avoid the bad weather, you decide to rest inside the school. Fang Ning paused for a second. So this is the story opening? It feels surprisingly immersive. Then he shoved the door open and looked into the darkness beyond. Streams of glowing data began gathering before him. They quickly formed into a chibi version of Xiao Guan. Welcome to my game, Mr. Fang Ning. If you clear this stage successfully, I'll prepare a secret reward for you. Fang Ning raised an amused eyebrow. Oh, a secret reward? Sounds interesting. Let's see what you've prepared. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Guan's image faded away, leaving only one final message. Enjoy the game. Mr. Fang Ning, your special reward is waiting ahead. Good luck. Tianhe blinked repeatedly. There's even a secret reward? I just hope it doesn't mean a bigger budget. Still, this place feels so real it's giving me chills. Seeing him getting nervous, Fang Ning lightly patted his shoulder, making him jump. He laughed. Come on, the game has only just begun. Don't be so tense. With that, he switched on his flashlight and entered with Jiang Li. Tianhe hurried after them. Hey, wait for me. The footsteps of Fang Ning, Jiang Li, and Tianhe echoed through the dark hallway of the abandoned school. The moment they went deeper inside, the main gates suddenly slammed shut behind them. The heavy sound echoed through the night like an invisible warning. Suddenly, several blood-red notification windows appeared before them, carrying an unsettling message. The game has officially begun. Below it was the mission objective. Eliminate 3 bizarre entities inside Haiyuan Elementary School and escape the teaching building. Fang Ning studied the mission panel while rubbing his chin. The clear condition is to deal with 3 monsters and leave the building. So our next step is to find them first? Beside him, Tianhe was already looking pale but stayed calm. From my game development experience, there should be a mission hint or clue somewhere nearby. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed a tiny flashing skull icon on a nearby wall and reached out to touch it. The system immediately responded. The rooftop door is the key to escaping this place. After reading it, Tianhe said, "Looks like the rooftop is our main objective. Let's head there first." Hearing that, Zhongli eagerly walked ahead, while Tianhe also looked much more encouraged. "Let's go, let's go." Seeing her so excited, Fang Ning laughed and gently tapped her forehead. "Silly, that's just a system image. You have to press the right interaction point." Zhongli held her head and pouted. "Husband, don't tap Lear's head anymore. What if I really become stupid?" Fang Ning immediately softened his tone. "All right, my mistake. Ill blow on it, and it won't hurt anymore." Watching the whole scene, Tianhe complained at once. "Come on, this is a horror game. Do you two really have to be this lovey-dovey? You're even showing off your romance in front of a single guy." After the brief teasing, the group continued climbing the old staircase. None of them knew that a creature was silently watching from a nearby shadow. Its head had no facial features at all, only countless twisted stitches forming a grotesque shape that sent chills down Anion's spine. Ahead of them stood a massive door covered in talismans and secured by 3 strange locks. Tianhe cautiously walked over, pointed at the door, then turned to Fang Ning. "This door won't open yet. We probably haven't met the requirements. We need to eliminate 3 monsters, and there are exactly 3 locks here. I bet each monster drops an item to unlock one." Fang Ning thought for a moment. "How about we split up to search for clues? It'll be faster." Tianhe's face instantly turned pale as he waved his hands. "No way. Staying together gives us a chance. Splitting up in a horror game is basically asking to die." Before he could finish, a drop of icy liquid suddenly landed on his shoulder. Tianhe froze. "That's strange. Is the ceiling leaking?" He instinctively looked up. The ceiling above was completely empty. That only confused him even more. Did I imagine it? Just then, Zhongli's eyes lit up. She unconsciously licked her lips as if she had spotted her favorite meal. Fang Ning's expression changed at once. He pointed behind Tianhe and shouted, "Old Zhu, behind you." The monster that had been following them all along was now standing right behind Tianhe, completely still and staring at him. The moment Tianhe saw it, he let out a blood-curdling scream, "Ah!" Without a second thought, he spun around and bolted away faster than he ever thought possible. Zhongli ignored everything else. The instant she saw the monster, she rushed toward it with excitement, muttering, "Delicious food, delicious food." Fang Ning was startled and quickly grabbed her hand. As he chased after Tianhe, he shouted, "This is a game. We can't use our real powers here." Even so, he couldn't help thinking, "Old Zhu is way faster than I expected. I really underestimated him." After running for a while, Tianhe spotted a nearby room, rushed inside, and locked the door behind him. Leaning against the wall, he gasped for breath. "Thank goodness, I finally lost it." But he soon realized something was wrong. The smile on his face froze, and all the color drained from it. Under the moonlight shining through the window, a figure could clearly be seen hanging from the ceiling fan. His whole body trembled. Forcing out an awkward smile, Tianhe stammered, "Sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you." He immediately turned to run, with tears almost spilling out. Only one thought remained in his mind. He had to get back to Fang Ning. Before he could move, he was horrified to find that the door he had entered through had completely vanished. Tianhe stood frozen in the middle of the room, panic filling his eyes. He muttered blankly, "Where did the door go? Why can't I get out?" At that moment, the hanging corpse suddenly moved. Its muscles twitched violently. Slowly and unnaturally, its face turned toward Tianhe, revealing pitch-black eyes without pupils and a long tongue hanging from its mouth. Tianhe stood there in shock for several seconds before letting out a terrified scream unlike anything before. Meanwhile, after running for quite a distance, Fang Ning and Zhongli finally slowed down to check their surroundings. Fang Ning took a deep breath. "Looks like the monster stopped chasing us. There must be another way to deal with them. Spiritual power is sealed here, so there's probably another hidden rule." Just then, a strange sound came from a nearby room. Staying alert, Fang Ning and Zhongli carefully approached. The moment they opened the door, blue light flooded the entire room. In the center stood a treasure chest glowing with blue radiance as its lid slowly opened. A beam of light suddenly shot out. Fang Ning reacted instantly and caught it. In the next moment, the light transformed into 3 talismans and a sharp sword. Zhongli glanced at them and reminded him, Husband, check the system interface. It looks like there's a new update. Hearing that, Fang Ning immediately opened the system. A notification appeared, explaining that random treasure chests would spawn in hidden locations across the map. Players could collect items to fight ghosts, but they also had to watch out for unexpected dangers while searching. Holding the 3 talismans, Fang Ning showed a determined look. If we want to clear this stage, we can't be afraid of hunting treasure chests. Ha! This game just keeps getting more interesting. Suddenly, a miserable scream echoed from the distance. Both of them changed expression and spoke at the same time. That sounded like old Zhu. When they returned, they found Tian He being strangled by several bizarre tongues wrapped tightly around his neck as he struggled in despair. He desperately begged, "I know I was wrong. I should have knocked first. I already apologized." But the monster remained unmoved. It lifted him higher into the air, leaving the room filled with nothing but desperate screams. Even though he knew it was just a game, everything felt so real that Tian He truly believed he was about to die. The moment that thought crossed his mind, he opened the system interface and shouted, "Let me out. I quit. Admin, save me." But all he saw was an error message. His last bit of hope collapsed. He stammered, "Why can't I log out? Did the system crash?" Just then, the classroom door suddenly burst open. Fang Ning charged in. His sword flashed and sliced through the monstrous tongues wrapped around Tian He. Tian He crashed onto the floor, gasping for air. Fang Ning didn't slow down. A brilliant light erupted around him as he rushed straight at the monster. Meanwhile, at the real Haiyuan Elementary School, Yuan Long and the blue-haired girl searched every corner but found no trace of anyone. This is annoying. Based on the tracking marks from Jin Xing's soul skill, they should have been here. Just then, Yuan Long noticed something unusual about a nearby cord. Seeing him stare at it, the blue-haired girl asked, "What's wrong, boss? Did you find something?" Yuan Long formed a hand seal as a thought crossed his mind. This feels like soul power fluctuations. A few seconds later, faint black mist seeped out from the cord. Yuan Long immediately caught the black mist. The blue-haired girl suddenly understood. So that's it. They used soul power to create a barrier that copied the scene and fooled my Jin Xing ability. Yuan Long ignored her explanation. He casually tossed the black mist to her and said, "Enough talking." She smiled brightly. "Yes, boss." As soon as she finished, she lifted the black mist with both hands and giggled. "Let me send them a little welcome gift first." Then she quickly formed another hand seal. Muxing open. Instantly, the black mist dissolved into a streak of blood-red light that shot forward at incredible speed. Outside the game, Guanwen was still monitoring everything. Suddenly, a blood-red gate appeared beside him. The interface began flashing wildly as countless error warnings covered the entire screen. The abnormality rapidly spread through the whole system, causing severe lag. Fang Ning and the others had no idea any of this was happening. The monster still stood there arrogantly, letting out a horrifying laugh. One of its arms turned into bloody energy and condensed into a razor-sharp blade. It bared its fangs and cackled. "Die." Fang Ning tightened his grip on the 2 talismans and muttered, "Time to gamble." He immediately slapped both talismans onto Tian He. Before he could explain, the monster charged. Tian He stared in shock. "Mr. Fang Ning, did you put them on the wrong person?" Fang Ning had no time to answer. He raised his sword to block the attack and said, "Deal with it first." The battle erupted instantly. But after only a few exchanges, Fang Ning was completely overpowered and sent flying across the floor. Tian He hurriedly asked, "Brother, what exactly did you stick on me?" Fang Ning narrowed his eyes and replied, "That's the Swift Step Talisman and the Diamond Body Talisman. They're life-saving items in this game. If you want the details, read the latest system update yourself." Before he finished speaking, the monster charged again. Fang Ning had to twist aside at the last second to dodge the attack. Realizing Fang Ning wasn't easy to kill, the monster immediately switched its target to Tian He. A heavy kick slammed into Tian He, launching him like a cannonball straight through the wall and leaving a huge hole behind. Sitting inside the crater, Tian He stared blankly at his hands and muttered, "Huh? It doesn't even hurt. Was it because of those 2 talismans?" Before he could think any further, the monster's blood blade was already closing in. The blade came crashing down. Tian He instinctively leaped into the air, narrowly avoiding the strike before landing safely. He hurried back toward Fang Ning while shouting at the top of his lungs, "Mr. Fang Ning, something's wrong with the system. All I get are error messages, and I can't even log out." Fang Ning shouted in surprise, "What did you say?" But at that very moment, the monster attacked again. Trusting the power of the two talismans, Tianhe charged forward instead of retreating. He yelled, "Mr. Fang, watch out." Then he threw a punch straight at the monster. The force of the blow far exceeded expectations, sending the monster flying backward and smashing it into the wall. Watching the monster get launched away by his own punch, Tianhe stood frozen for a few seconds before blurting out, "No way. These items are actually this overpowered?" Fang Ning anxiously shouted, "Old Zhu, stop daydreaming. Behind you." Before the warning even ended, the monster appeared in front of them and slashed down with its blade. With no other choice, Fang Ning rushed in to block it. He raised his sword and shouted, "The diamond body talisman doesn't make you invincible. Don't let it hit you directly." Then Fang Ning looked around and called out, "Guanwen, are you here? What's happening to the system? We can't log out. Guanwen, Guanwen." His voice echoed again and again, but the only reply was countless error messages covering the screen. Fang Ning's expression darkened. He turned to Tianhe and said, "This is bad. My system is nothing but errors too, and Guanwen isn't responding. We don't even know if dying here means dying in real life. Our only option is to clear the stage." Before he could finish, the monster unleashed another violent attack. Both of them quickly jumped back to avoid it. Fang Ning realized the monster's speed kept increasing. If this dragged on, they would be at a huge disadvantage. Tianhe immediately replied, "Got it. I'll create an opening for your finishing blow." As soon as he finished speaking, he burst forward at astonishing speed and closed the distance in an instant. He threw a powerful punch, but the monster swiftly ducked out of the way. It immediately countered with a heavy blow to Tianhe's stomach, sending blood spraying from his mouth. Even so, he refused to back down and endured the pain. He suddenly grabbed the monster in a tight bear hug and roared, "I'm taking you down with me." Seeing the opening, Fang Ning charged in and drove his sword straight through the monster's head while shouting, "Die." The finishing strike made the monster let out a miserable scream before shattering into countless points of light. The surroundings suddenly changed as the entire room gradually became digitized. One scene after another appeared, along with the figures of masked students. In front of Fang Ning, a little girl returned to her seat while a boy nearby sat crying with tears streaming down his face. This felt exactly like the first time Guanwen appeared, as if he was witnessing an old memory. So Guanwen even added this detail to the game's opening. Just then, another student ran over, snatched the paper from the crying boy's desk, and shouted, "Hey, what are you writing so seriously? Let me see." As he spoke, he read the letter out loud. "Xiao Wen, ever since the first day I met you, I haven't been able to stop thinking about that day." Hearing this, the boy jumped up in panic and chased after him while crying, "Please don't. Give it back." "No way. You actually wrote a love letter to the class beauty? That's so disgusting." After saying that, he and his friends burst into laughter and ran around the classroom, making a huge commotion. Not far away, another group whispered among themselves, "Boss, isn't that the guy you've been watching? Should we step in? Wait until school is over." Time seemed to fast forward as the scene shifted to after school inside the restroom. The boy was being forced face first into a toilet by a group of students. The leader stood in front of him with a mocking smile. "You've got some nerve. You actually thought you could chase the girl I want? Did you ever look at yourself?" As soon as he finished speaking, the others rushed in and beat the boy mercilessly. Crying, he begged, "I'm sorry. I didn't know you liked her too. I won't do it again." Hearing that only made the leader angrier. He punched the boy into the restroom door and shouted, "Sorry? You think that's enough? I'm not done venting my anger today." His face bruised and swollen from the beating, the boy didn't dare fight back. He curled up and trembled as he begged, "It hurts, this is all my fault. I was out of line, please stop hitting me. I'll do anything if you let me go." The leader smirked, patted him on the shoulder, then glanced toward a nearby toilet. "Fine. Then crawl over there and clean out what's inside. Do that and I'll let you go. Deal?" The moment they heard that demand, everyone around them burst into cruel laughter. "Or don't. I'm still not over it anyway. We've got plenty of time to keep playing with you." Driven into a corner, the boy could only drag himself toward the toilet. The others immediately pulled out their phones to record while laughing. No way we're missing something this good. Ha 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 ha. A while later, the sound of running water echoed from the sink. The boy was bent over the sink, vomiting nonstop as his body shook uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the others casually walked away laughing. "See? I keep my word. We'll let you off this time. But remember, if you report us, you'll regret it." The next morning, many students gathered around a phone in the classroom, chatting excitedly. "Hey, did you guys see the video that's blowing up on the school forum? Yeah, I saw it. The whole school is talking about it. That's seriously disgusting. People really do things like that just for attentions now? Wait, the guy in the video looks familiar. Hearing the whispers around him, the boy could only clutch the letter tightly as silent tears rolled down his face. That afternoon, the pressure finally became too much to bear. He quietly tied a rope to the ceiling fan and stepped onto his desk. A heavy thud echoed through the room as the desk fell over, bringing his tragic life to an end. The scene quickly faded away, replaced by a system notification. Clear the ghosts inside Haiyuan Elementary School. 1 of 3 completed. Fang Ning stood in silence, staring at the rope still swaying in front of him. He spoke in a low voice. So the first story was about school bullying. It all felt horrifyingly real. Did this really happen? Now I'm even more curious about the final reward Guan Wen mentioned. At the same time, in another dark room, cold moonlight slipped through a broken window. A woman sat quietly in front of a piano. Her eyes and mouth were sewn shut, and her fingers were twisted together by grotesque stitches. Yet she continued playing without stopping. Zhang Li silently hung upside down from the ceiling, like a shadow, quietly watching everything. When the final note faded away, she happily clapped her hands and let out a soft laugh. A moment later, Fang Ning and Tian He arrived outside the music room. Fang Ning frowned. Wait, wasn't the piano coming from this floor? Tian He nodded. It was, but it suddenly stopped. Get your items ready. Let's go inside. Hearing that, Tian He immediately took out his talismans and prepared for battle. Without another word, Fang Ning kicked the door open and rushed in. But the sight before them left both of them frozen. Zhang Li stood quietly in one corner, obediently watching the second monster play the piano without the slightest intention of running away. Fang Ning stared in shock. Lear, why are you here? Zhang Li didn't answer. She simply kept clapping happily as if enjoying a concert. Just then, the performance came to an end. The monster slowly stood up and bowed like an artist finishing a recital. Satisfaction filled its stitched face as it spoke in a hoarse voice. You actually stayed and listened to my entire performance. Zhang Li answered innocently, What's so strange about that? I thought it was beautiful. The monster walked closer and gently touched Zhang Li's face. What a lovely and brave child. You didn't run away. You even applauded for me. Then congratulations. Zhang Li tilted her head in confusion. Congratulations? For what? You passed my test. As soon as those words fell, the monster's body began dissolving. Zhang Li blinked in confusion and asked, Past what? Play another song. Lear still wants to listen. However, its appearance gradually changed into that of a beautiful young woman. She smiled gently and said, I have to go now. Maybe next time. As her words faded, everything around Zhang Li quickly disappeared as well. Before her appeared a piano classroom where a young woman was practicing. Just then, the door opened. A man walked in with a little boy, applauding as they entered. Miss Wang, your reputation truly speaks for itself. As expected from someone trained at an overseas conservatory, your performance is absolutely captivating. The young woman stopped playing and asked, You must be Luo Luo's father. What brings you here today? The man happily shook her hand. Ivy registered Luo Luo for an international children's piano competition in 2 months. I'd like to ask if you could give him extra lessons after class. Of course, I'll pay double your normal rate. Miss Wang looked at Luo Luo with a warm smile and gently patted his head. Of course. I'm usually free after work anyway. Besides, Luo Luo is very talented. I've always thought highly of him. Hearing her answer, both father and son beamed with joy. The father said excitedly, Then we're counting on you. We'll start tomorrow. Luo Luo happily added, I really like you too, Miss Wang. Over the following days, the piano room was always filled with the gentle glow of the afternoon sun. As the piano echoed softly, Luo Luo said happily, Thank you for teaching me, Miss Wang. I've improved so much. Miss Wang smiled warmly. As long as you truly devote yourself to music, you'll achieve great results. You're leaving for the overseas competition in a few days, aren't you? Yes, but Miss Wan, I don't want to be apart from you. I like you. I like you very much too, Luo Luo. Once the competition is over, we'll see each other again. Before she could finish speaking, Luo Luo suddenly pulled her closer and kissed her on the lips. If you like me too, will you be my girlfriend? Miss Wang's expression changed instantly. She quickly pushed him away and said firmly, What are you saying? You're still just a child. Don't ever say that again. But I really do like you. When I grow up, I'll marry you. Miss Wang turned and walked away, her voice calm but cold. Stop talking about impossible things. I'll pretend today never happened. You're still my student. If you still want to learn piano, I'll keep teaching you. But if you keep thinking like this, don't come see me again. As Luolua watched her walk away, deep resentment slowly filled his eyes. His fists clenched tightly, and his gaze burned with anger. That night, cold moonlight filled the silent room. Sitting alone at the piano, Luolua muttered to himself, "Wangwan, if you're really this heartless, then don't blame me." After saying that, he took out several sharp blades and various tools, then secretly began modifying the inside of the piano. The next morning, during class, as Miss Wang focused on her performance, the hidden blade suddenly sprang out and stabbed straight through both of her hands. Blood poured out instantly. She cried out in agony, "Ah, my hands." That evening, heavy rain and thunder covered the sky. Miss Wang quietly walked through the rain, her tears mixing with the icy raindrops. The doctor's words from earlier that day echoed endlessly in her mind. "Your condition is very serious. You need to stop playing the piano for now and focus on rehabilitation." At last she collapsed in the pouring rain and burst into tears. Why did this happen? Why? Just then, someone appeared beside her and held an umbrella over her head. It was Luolua. He stepped closer and gently wiped away her tears, pretending to be concerned. "Miss Wang, why are you sitting here? I heard what happened from my classmates. How can I even focus on my competition after seeing you like this? Don't worry, I'll stay by your side and help you through everything." Miss Wang looked up in confusion. "Luoluo, why are you here? Could it be?" Before she could finish, he hugged her tightly, while a cruel look remained hidden deep in his eyes. Not long afterward, Miss Wang was suddenly struck across the face by a vicious slap. Luoluo's mother had arrived with several people from the school. She kept hitting Miss Wang while shouting, "Everyone, look! This is the model teacher you've all been praising." She's completely shameless. She saw that our family had money, so she seduced my son. What a disgusting woman. She completely lost control, kicking and punching while screaming, "What did you do to my son during piano lessons?" Luolua told me everything. "You're the one who seduced him. I regret ever letting you teach him." Time seemed to stand still. Carrying both physical and emotional wounds, Miss Wang quietly walked away under countless looks of contempt. The gossip followed behind her. "I heard she got fired." Yeah, with a reputation like that, who would ever hire her again? Her life is basically ruined. You really can't judge people by appearances. Who knows how many other students she did this to? That night, with only the moonlight shining into the room, Miss Wang sat alone before the piano. Her hands, wrapped in white bandages, trembled as they touched the keys, playing a heartbreaking melody. When the music came to an end, she could no longer hold back. She picked up the bottle of poison beside her and drank every last drop. Her arm slowly fell to her side. The bottle slipped from her hand and shattered on the floor. At the same time, everything around them gradually faded away. A system notification appeared before Jiang Li. Hidden ghost at Haiyuan Elementary School eliminated. 2 of 3 completed. Fang Ning walked over, looked at the notification, and asked quietly, "So you cleared it?" Jiang Li turned around in surprise. "Huh? Husband, when did you two get here?" A new item appeared in the system interface. Fang Ning picked it up while Jiang Li happily clapped her hands. That big sister played the piano so well. Lear loved listening to it. Fang Ning smiled. "I see. Looks like clearing these stages isn't just about fighting. You also have to help them resolve the regrets they carried in life." With music that eerie and an atmosphere that frightening, most people would have run away immediately. Maybe only someone as innocent and kind as Lear could clear it that way. Just then, Zhang Li rushed over and hugged him tightly. She pouted and said, "Husband, where did you go? Lear missed you so much, I wanted a hug." Fang Ning gently patted her head and smiled. "Good girl, Lear. Luckily, I got there in time. Otherwise, Tian he might have been in real danger. Something is seriously wrong with this game. The system keeps throwing errors. The pain from ghost attacks feels completely real, and we can't log out until we clear the stage." Zhang Li's eyes widened in surprise. "We really can't log out?" Tian he nodded. "That's right. I kept calling Guan Wen, but he never answered. The only thing we can do now is clear the stage first and figure out what's happening afterward." Fang Ning agreed. "Then let's split up the items and keep moving. There's only one monster left." Before he could finish, the ceiling suddenly exploded. A gigantic monster smashed through the wall and crashed down. The impact shook the entire building. All 3 immediately scattered to avoid it. Fang Ning was thrown backward a long distance. Clutching his chest in pain, he grimaced. "That hurts. Is this really a game or is this reality?" Tian he staggered to his feet, his face pale as he asked anxiously, "Mr. Fang Ning, what do we do now?" Fang Ning didn't answer. He simply turned and sprinted away at full speed while shouting, "Run!" Tian he was left completely dumbfounded. A second later, he hurried after him, yelling, "Mr. Fang Ning, wait for me." While chaos unfolded inside the game, Fang Ning's real body, still sitting in the chair, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Seeing that, Guan Wen's face turned pale. He muttered in shock, "How did this happen? Is the game affecting their real bodies now?" The system errors are so severe that even the wake-up program has stopped working. Without wasting another second, Guan Wen rushed back to the computer, frantically typing while thinking, "I have to fix these errors immediately. If this keeps going, Fang Ning and the others will be in real danger." Where did the problem come from? I checked everything countless times before launching it. Could something have gone wrong with the soul power source from Haiyuan Elementary School? Inside the game, right after defeating the third monster, Fang Ning was suddenly blasted off the rooftop by an invisible force. Barely regaining his balance, he coughed up blood and muttered in confusion, "What's going on? The mission should already be complete. The 3 ghosts are gone, and we already used the tokens to unlock the rooftop. Why hasn't the game ended?" Countless red warning messages filled his vision as swarms of monsters suddenly appeared, blocking every escape route. Tien he had gone completely pale. His voice trembled as he asked, "What do we do now, Mr. Fang Ning? We're out of items." Before Fang Ning could answer, the monsters roared together and charged. Fang Ning immediately leaped backward to dodge. But in the process, he accidentally stepped too close to the edge of the rooftop. Just as he let out a small sigh of relief, he felt the ground beneath his feet begin to crack. Damn it, this is bad. Before Fang Ning could react, he lost his balance and fell backward into the darkness below. Tien he stood frozen with wide eyes for a few seconds before gritting his teeth, jumping after him and shouting, "Forget it. If we die together." Zhongli immediately leaped after them, crying out, "Husband." As they fell, Tien he kept praying under his breath, "Ancestors, please protect old Zhu and get me through this." At that moment, countless digital symbols suddenly lit up and surrounded the 3 of them. A massive pillar of light shot into the sky and swallowed them whole. The surrounding error messages were crushed apart and dissolved into countless fragments. Amid a space filled with floating streams of data, the figures of the 3 slowly became visible. Tien he opened his eyes, looked around blankly, then shouted in panic, "Where are we? Are we dead?" Fang Ning also looked around in confusion and muttered, "I don't know either, but what is this place?" Suddenly, a strange sound echoed behind them. Space began to twist, and a faint voice emerged from within, "Die." All 3 instantly spun around. Guan Wen stepped out from the crack in space with a relieved smile. "I finally found you all. Thank goodness. Is everyone all right?" Fang Ning and Tien he both stared at him in shock. Guan Wen? At the same time, a massive system interface appeared before them. Congratulations to players Fang Ning, Tien He, and Zhong Li for clearing the Haiyuan Elementary School dungeon. Mission rating, S-Map Exploration, 99%. Reward, 100 game points. Congratulations to player Fang Ning for unlocking the title Campus Butcher. This title is awarded for eliminating a large number of evil spirits within a school dungeon. While equipped, damage dealt on school maps increases by 10%. After they finished reading, the interface disappeared automatically. Fang Ning frowned and turned to Guan Wen. "What's with this title? It doesn't exactly sound like something a good person would have." The moment Tien he saw Guan Wen, he immediately hid behind Fang Ning and pointed straight at him. "Mr. Fang Ning, grab him. Our inability to leave the game has to be connected to him." Guan Wen hurriedly waved both hands. No. I swear it wasn't me. Please calm down and let me explain." A faint smile crossed Fang Ning's lips as he calmly replied, "All right, go ahead. I trust you." Guan Wen then summoned a series of virtual screens in front of everyone and pointed at them as he explained. The system suddenly suffered a critical malfunction, causing the game to go completely out of control. The monster's attacks amplified their impact on your brainwaves, making the pain feel 10 times stronger. That also affected your real bodies. Fang Ning's expression turned serious after hearing that. "Then why did everything return to normal after we cleared the dungeon?" Guan Wen gave a thumbs up, jokingly told everyone to hit the like button, then smiled. "Exactly. Once the dungeon is cleared, the system automatically resets itself. No matter what happened during the run, you still completed the mission, so every condition returned to normal." Tianhua suddenly understood and scratched his head. "After we get out, we need to investigate what caused all this. But for now, we just press this button to log out, right?" Fang Ning had just nodded when Guan Wen quickly reassured everyone. "Don't worry, I'll fix the bug right away. All that's left now is the clear summary." As soon as he finished speaking, Guan Wen raised his hand, and 3 glowing halos appeared before them. He handed each person a glowing orb and announced excitedly, "Congratulations on clearing the dungeon. You three are the first players to complete this instance. I prepared a special secret reward for each of you." Fang Ning received a stack of documents. Zhang Li received a BGP model of her beloved husband, while Tianhua received 3 talismans. Fang Ning picked up a special sheet of paper and quietly read it. Reward, Spirit Domain Expansion Report. Guan Wen immediately added, "I found this while scanning the real map of Haiwan Elementary School. At that time, every file inside the principal's office had already been erased, but I discovered an enormous amount of soul power gathered there. After restoring the data, I recovered this document. I thought it would be useful to you." Fang Ning nodded and gently patted Guan Wen on the shoulder. "Thank you. This is extremely important." Tianhua examined the 3 talismans and asked curiously, "What about mine? They look exactly like the talismans we used in the game earlier." Guan Wen smiled and explained, "That's right. They were created from the soul power I collected at Haiwan Elementary School. The special part is that they can be used in the real world. They won't increase Mr. Fang Ning's strength, but they will give you a reliable way to protect yourself. Right now I can make 2 talismans a day. Each one takes about 5 minutes, and the soul power inside lasts for 7 days. In other words, you can store up to 14 at once. If you encounter any spirit below rank 3, you'll have enough protection to escape even without fighting." Hearing that, Tianhua threw his arms around Guan Wen with tears and snot everywhere. "Thank you, Xiaoguan. I shouldn't have doubted you earlier. I'm truly sorry." Guan Wen quickly pushed him away and introduced Zhang Li's reward instead. "The item you're holding is a projection doll. It was created from the data Mr. Fang Ning left behind when he entered the VG world last time. In reality, it can transform into a keychain and hide your soul power from being detected." Zhang Li hugged the Fang Ning keychain tightly against her chest and happily said, "I like it. For the sake of this gift, I won't eat people anymore." The moment Guan Wen heard that, his face changed completely. He cried out in panic, "What? You're still thinking about eating me? Please don't scare me like that." The next morning, at Tianhua's company headquarters, everyone had already left the VR game. Only Fang Ning remained motionless in his chair, with the headset still on. Tianhua paced back and forth anxiously. "It's been over an hour. Why hasn't Mr. Fang Ning come out yet? Did something happen?" Standing beside him, Guan Wen looked just as uneasy. "He said he was studying the report I found in the principal's office. The contents seem incredibly difficult to understand." At that moment, Fang Ning slowly raised his hand and removed the VR headset. A satisfied smile was clearly visible on his face. Guan Wen immediately rushed over and asked, "So, Mr. Fang Ning, was that reward useful?" "Yes. I'm almost certain this is the research report left behind by Yuan Shang. It records the development of the spirit domain. Its value is beyond measure. If I can master the method of expanding a spirit domain, I might be able to face Yuan Quan or Yuan Dun by myself. But to truly understand it, I need time to cultivate inside my sea of consciousness. After all, a spirit domain is not something that can be mastered overnight. First, let's talk about this game." Guan Wen tilted his head with great interest. "Go ahead, Mr. Fang Ning. I'll explain everything." First question, were all the ghost stories in the game actually real? Why could their attacks injure us in the real world? And why were we unable to log out? Everything was based on real events I collected at Haiwan Elementary School. I recorded the remaining soul power and artifacts, then recreated them inside the game. The pain from the monsters and the inability to log out were both caused by the system bug. Since the game runs on soul power, any disturbance at Haiwan Elementary School directly affects the game world. I need to return there and investigate further. I'll also add an emergency exit system to prevent this from happening again." After hearing the explanation, Fang Ning rubbed his chin and said, "All right, then on to the second question. This game is really fun, but once players memorize the map and learn how to deal with every ghost, won't the replay value drop a lot?" Tianhua immediately agreed. "Exactly. Besides, we only had to jump off the rooftop to clear the stage. Does that really count as beating the dungeon?" That's right. One of the main goals behind this game was to help Fang Ning absorb the power born from fear, and the ultimate form of fear is absolute despair. Fang Ning could only force a smile, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "So I should be thanking you for that." "Ha ha ha ha." Guan Wen laughed at the joke before answering confidently, "You don't have to worry about replay value. Haiwan Elementary School is filled with all kinds of ghosts. Every new run randomizes their locations along with the items, and the map is constantly adjusted. I guarantee no 2 playthroughs will ever be the same." One last question. Fang Ning spoke calmly. I have a suggestion. For the player's safety, could you build a protection system? If the game ever malfunctions or goes out of control, someone should be inside to protect the players and provide support. Do you know any kind-hearted soul that could become Data like you? Guanwen thought for a moment before replying. In theory, soul forms are quite similar to signal structures. If someone masters the use of soul power, entering data streams should be possible, but for now, it's only a theory. What if I find you a little assistant? Guanwen blinked in surprise. A little assistant? Fangning said nothing. He quietly took a comb out of his pocket. The moment Guanwen saw it, he recognized it. Isn't that the little girl's comb from the video you recorded at Haiyuan Elementary School? Fang Ning placed the comb beside the keyboard and calmly replied, "That's right. She probably heard our conversation. Lian Sheng, see if you can get inside." As soon as he finished speaking, faint streams of soul energy began flowing out of the comb. They slowly gathered together, floated in the air, and gradually formed into a single mass. A moment later, the mass of soul energy shot straight into the computer screen. Lian Xiang immediately appeared on the monitor. She cheered excitedly. "Brother Fang Ning, I made it in. It's been so long. I really missed you." The moment Zhang Li heard that, the soul power around her surged violently as her eyes locked onto Lian Xiang. Fang Ning let out an awkward cough. Ahem. "Lian Xiang, I need your help with something." Then he turned to Guanwen. "Can you give her limited authority inside the game? That way she can stay there to protect the players during emergencies while helping you deal with problems from inside the system." Guanwen nodded repeatedly, his voice full of excitement. "Of course, I've already reviewed Lian Xiang's data. It's a pleasure to meet you." Lian Xiang smiled brightly. "I'm happy to meet you too, Guanwen. Lian Xiang, stay inside the game for the time being. It'd be good for you. Your soul power is still too weak, and the environment inside the game will help you absorb more strength and recover faster." "Thank you, Brother Fang Ning. I'll do as you say." Fang Ning nodded gently. "Remember to work with Guanwen and follow his arrangements. Once your soul power has fully recovered, I'll come bring you home." Lian Xiang obediently replied, "Yes, I'll listen to everything you say." After giving his instructions, Fang Ning turned to Guanwen. "Then it's settled. I'll leave the game improvements to you, and please take good care of Lian Xiang." Guanwen happily patted his chest and promised, "Don't worry, Mr. Fang Ning." That night, gentle moonlight streamed through the bedroom window of Fang Ning's room. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he gently wiped the sweat from Zhongli's forehead and whispered softly, Another nightmare?" Suddenly, he sensed something unusual. His instincts immediately put him on guard. Fang Ning subconsciously clutched his chest, confusion filling his eyes. "What's going on? Why do I suddenly feel so uneasy?" At that very moment, a beam of light tore through the night sky and shot straight toward the window. A deafening impact exploded through the air, smashing everything in its path. A violent shockwave swept across the room. Fang Ning shut his eyes as everything around him was blown apart. When he opened his eyes again, Yuan Long and a blue-haired girl were floating outside. Yuan Long looked down coldly. "We finally found you." The overwhelming pressure of an ancient god's soul power instantly covered the entire area. In the blink of an eye, the space beneath Yuan Long shattered, forming a massive vortex that swallowed everything nearby. Fang Ning immediately shook Zhang Li awake, his mind filled with confusion. What is going on? Before they could react, the vortex transformed into a raging sea of flames. Fang Ning grabbed Zhang Li and rushed into the chaos. As he ran, he glanced back and thought to himself, "Such violent spiritual fluctuations. Did Yuan Shang make a move? This breach runs through the entire building. The other floors must have been affected too." The ground shook violently as the entire building collapsed amid a series of massive explosions. High above, the blue-haired girl curled her lips into a sinister smile. "Job's done. Time to clock out." Sitting on her back, Yuan Long remained completely calm. "Their aura is still there. Don't let your guard down." The blue-haired girl asked excitedly, "Oh, not bad. Should we go inside and drag them out?" Yuan Long answered calmly, "No, well, force them to come out on their own." "Ha ha ha. Brother Long really is smart. They set up a barrier to lure us in so they already knew we were coming. Now they're exposing themselves on purpose. It's obviously a trap." She giggled. "Then it's simple. Well, just blow up the outside a few more times and see how long they can keep hiding." As soon as she finished speaking, the blue-haired girl opened her mouth and spat out a gigantic fireball. Blazing star burst. The massive fireball, carrying terrifying heat, crashed straight toward the ground. Beneath the rubble, a little girl trapped under broken concrete burst into tears. "Mommy, I'm scared." Her mother rushed over, pulled her into a tight embrace, and trembled as she comforted her. "It's all right. Don't be afraid. Mommy's here." At that very moment, the blazing fireball descended, its crimson light swallowing the space around the mother and daughter. In complete despair, they closed their eyes and waited for the end. But at the last second, Zhongli appeared before them and blocked the entire attack by herself. She looked back calmly and said, "It's too dangerous here. Leave now." The mother hugged her daughter tightly, her eyes red with gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you so much." With that, she picked up her daughter and fled the chaotic scene. Fang Ning stepped out from the ruins, looked around, and spoke in a low voice. "This is bad. There are still too many civilians nearby. If we fight here, countless innocent people will get caught up in it. We have to lure them somewhere else." He turned to Zhang Li. "Leer, let's go. We're heading to Haiyuan Elementary School." Zhang Li immediately smiled and pulled Fang Ning into the sky. "All right, husband." Below them, the gathered crowd looked up and began talking non-stop. "What's happening? Why are there explosions up there? Are they filming a movie? Are those wires?" Nobody announced anything in this neighborhood, making this much noise in the middle of the night. Filing a complaint. The constant chatter reached the sky, making the blue-haired girl visibly annoyed. Killing intent flashed across her eyes. "They're so noisy. I want to kill every one of them." Yuan Long's expression never changed. He simply tapped her on the head. "Stop causing trouble. Don't overdo it." The blue-haired girl immediately nodded obediently. "Yes, I know." Even so, she pouted and muttered unhappily. "They're just ordinary humans. So what if I kill them, and you actually hit me because of them? Baby is feeling so wronged. Baby is not happy." Yuan Long ignored her complaints and coldly looked toward Fang Ning's direction. "Enough. The target is escaping. Go after them." The blue-haired girl instantly turned into a streak of light and shot forward, her laughter echoing behind her. "Yes, just make sure you hold on tight." Only then did the people below come to their senses. Everyone stared in shock. They really flew away. That wasn't a movie? Those explosions were real? What are you standing there for? Call the fire department. Two streaks of light raced one after another toward Haiyuan Elementary School. Fang Ning and Zhang Li landed on the rooftop, sliding across the surface to absorb the impact. Not long afterward, the blue-haired girl arrived with Yuan Long. She looked at them and sneered. "Why did you stop running? Out of energy already. You won't last much longer anyway." Hearing that, Yuan Long smacked her on the head again. "Be quiet. Stop saying pointless things." The blue-haired girl immediately shouted back, "Hey, you hit me again. That's the second time today. I want to bite you." Fang Ning completely ignored their bickering. His sharp gaze locked onto the pair as he spoke. "With soul power this strong, you must be members of Yuanshang's 12 guards. Why are you looking for me?" Deep down, he stayed on full alert. It's them again. The pressure this time is even more terrifying than Yuan Quan and Yuan Dun. This won't be an easy fight. Nothing. He silently stepped off the blue-haired girl's back. He landed on the rooftop of the building across from them. "Come with us or die. There is no third option." The blue-haired girl landed behind him and angrily recalled their earlier search. "That's right. There's nothing left to discuss. Because of you, I searched the wrong places, and Brother Long beat me several times. If I weren't Yuan Go, born with the ability to travel thousands of miles without tiring, you would have exhausted me long ago." Fang Ning frowned in surprise. "Have we met before?" Yuan Go looked down at him and snorted. "Still pretending? Your little tricks to hide yourselves are child's play in front of me and Brother Yuan Long. Brother Long is the strongest of the 12 guards. Crushing you is easier than stepping on an ant. Ha ha ha." Before she could finish laughing, Zhang Li immediately hurled her chains toward Yuan Go and shouted, "Attack!" Facing the surprise assault, Yuan Go calmly stood where she was. Just before the chain reached her, she casually caught it with one hand and smiled. "A sneak attack? Trying the same trick again? You fooled me once already, and now you think it'll work twice. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish." She pointed a finger at Fang Ning and softly said, "Blazing starburst." In an instant, countless fireballs rained down from the sky, covering Fang Ning and Zhang Li. Fang Ning grabbed Zhang Li and dodged while shouting in frustration, "Hey, who lied to you? We've never even met. Can't you be reasonable?" Yuan Go ignored him and leaped down from above with a cold voice. "Stop wasting your breath. Your time ability is troublesome, but it's nothing more than a minor trick." As she closed in, Fang Ning whispered to Zhang Li, "Leer, return to my body for now. It'll be easier to fight that way." Zhang Li obediently nodded. "Yes, husband." Her body immediately dissolved into mist and merged into Fang Ning. He kept his eyes on Yuan Go while calculating silently. "The fireballs are getting denser. If Leer and I stay merged, we'll have a better chance. Yuan Go stood still and formed a hand seal. The water around her began to flow like ribbons dancing through the air. Water spirit. As soon as the words left her mouth, her eyes suddenly widened. The flowing water instantly became a massive tornado that roared across the rooftop. From within the storm, countless razor-sharp ice blades shot out at terrifying speed. Fang Ning dodged non-stop, his expression growing grim. So this is one of Yuan Shang's 12 guards. What exactly is her ability? How can she control both water and fire at the same time? Yuan Go's wild laughter echoed from inside the storm. Ha ha ha. Stop struggling, you can't escape. After holding out for a while, one ice blade finally pierced Fang Ning's shoulder. Freezing cold spread rapidly, and his arm gradually went numb. This is bad. Getting hit causes freezing. I can't drag this out any longer. I have to defeat her before my body completely loses movement. But before he could act, 2 more ice blades shot toward him, followed by countless icy blades that filled the entire battlefield. Fang Ning kept dodging while searching for an opening, but Yuan Go's attacks only became more relentless. Yuan Go sneered, "It's over." At that very moment, a brilliant light suddenly erupted behind her. Fang Ning appeared as if he had teleported, an enormous amount of spiritual energy gathered in his palm. Without giving her time to react, he struck Yuan Go with a powerful palm attack, but her body instantly shattered into countless pieces of ice. Fang Ning's pupils shrank. Not good, I fell for it. That was only an ice clone. Where is her real body? The instant that thought crossed his mind, an icy hand landed on his shoulder from behind. Yuan Gao appeared with a triumphant smile. Water spirit, freeze. In the blink of an eye, frost spread across Fang Ning's lower body, locking him completely in place. Heh, as long as your arms and legs can't move, your time acceleration ability is useless, isn't it? She raised another hand seal, her gentle voice filled with killing intent. Blazing flame cleaver. A gigantic flaming blade instantly appeared in her hand, radiating terrifying heat and pressure. Yuan Go laughed loudly and brought the blazing blade down toward Fang Ning's head. At the critical moment, Zhongli suddenly burst out of Fang Ning's body, stood in front of him, and shouted, "Husband! Anyone who tries to hurt my husband will die." The moment she finished speaking, Zhongli unleashed a devastating shockwave. The violent blast slammed into Yuan Go and sent her flying. Blood streamed from the corner of her mouth. Zhongli wasted no time. She rushed forward, drew her sharp chain, and launched another attack. But just before the chain could reach its target, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Yuan Go. Yuan Long descended from above and stood between them like an unbreakable wall. At the same time, high in the sky, countless dark red cubes appeared and quickly surrounded Zhongli. The cubes instantly closed in, locking her neck and both legs in place. A talisman sealed her mouth, leaving Zhongli completely unable to resist. Yuan Long brushed off his sleeve and calmly declared, "It's over. Yuan Go, clean this place up. We're taking them to meet the doctor." Fang Ning stood there with his fists clenched, unwilling to accept defeat. Damn it, I still can't do anything against them. Just then, beneath the dim moonlight, a cold flash appeared in the distance. Bang, bang, bang. The moment Yuan Long turned around, a barrage of bullets tore through the air toward him. Yuan Go cried out in shock, "Brother Long." Even Fang Ning widened his eyes in surprise. But when the smoke cleared, Yuan Long was still standing there, casually holding every bullet between 2 fingers. On the rooftop across from them stood a lone figure, the gun in his hand still smoking. Yuan Go looked over and said coldly, "General Soul Hunter Zhang Tiandao? No, you're no longer a soul hunter. Why are you here? Looking for death?" Before she could finish speaking, Zhang Tiandao vanished from where he stood. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Fang Ning. "You're right. I left the soul hunters a long time ago." His eyes turned icy cold. "But today I'm here to collect the blood debt you still owe." Zhang Li continued struggling to break free. But every time she resisted, the restraints around her tightened even more. The pressure and pain made her face grow paler as soft groans escaped her lips. Watching her struggle, Yuan Long walked over, forced her head down, and said indifferently, "Stop wasting your strength." This spirit-binding cage was improved by the doctor, using data gathered after the battle with Yuan Quan. This time, you won't escape. On the other side, Zhang Tiandao raised his gun at Yuan Long, took out a small flask, and asked in a deep voice, "The doctor, your targets have always been special souls, haven't they?" Thinking back to his earlier preparations, Fang Ning quietly sighed in relief. "Good thing I sent that message in time. Otherwise, we'd really be finished." Yuan Long remained expressionless. Those are the doctor's orders. We, the 12 guards, exist only to obey Yuan Shang without question. As for the reason, it's not something we need to think about. Everything has already been decided. Zhang Tiandao immediately shouted back. You'll never know unless you try. With that, he tilted his head back and took a long drink from the flask. Then he handed the rest to Fang Ning. Drink it. It'll dispel the cold inside your body. I've already contacted the soul hunters. They're on their way. Leave this place to me. You need to get out of here now. Fang Ning accepted the flask, but before he could speak, Zhang Tiandao cut him off sternly. No hesitation, go. As for that special soul, I'll do everything I can to save her. But after this is over, you owe me an explanation for why you're connected to a special soul. Yuan Long watched calmly and spoke. Yuan Go, keep him busy for a while. Yuan Go immediately grinned. Yes, 5 minutes will be enough. She waved her hand and cast a spell. Water Spirit, Mystic Ice. Countless ice spikes appeared, sealing off every path in front of Zhang Tiandao. He dodged with ease and said irritably, Yuan Go, after all these years, you're still using the same old tricks? I could dodge them 20 years ago. Yuan Go charged forward with a crazed laugh. Ha 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 ha, touch the scar on your face. You still dare oppose Yuan Shang? If your younger brother hadn't risked his life to save you back then, this lady would have killed you herself. Zhang Tiandao leaped into the air, dodging as he spun around and fired back. But Yuan Go immediately slammed one hand onto the ground, raising a massive wall of ice that blocked every bullet. She smirked mockingly. You think these toys are enough to deal with me? Watching the battle, Fang Ning was deeply shaken. They're unbelievably strong. Yuan Go alone can match Zhang Tiandao, and Yuan Long hasn't even made a move yet. I can't let him face them alone. He turned his eyes toward Jiang Li. Tears filled her eyes as she weakly called out, Husband. Fang Ning gritted his teeth, his gaze turning resolute. No, I have to fight. Lear, wait for me. I'll save you. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ning shattered the ice around his body by force and charged straight at Yuan Go. Yuan Go sneered and quickly formed a hand seal, Water Spirit, Ice Burst Shot. Countless icy projectiles rained toward him, cutting off Fang Ning's advance. A series of violent explosions erupted, blasting him backward. Zhang Tiandao rushed over, caught Fang Ning and shouted, Kid, why are you still here? Fang Ning firmly handed the flask back, his voice unwavering. I can't leave Lear behind, and thanks for the wine. Zhang Tiandao burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Good. Since you're not afraid to die, let's fight together. Remember this. Water Spirit is most effective within about 15 meters. He added that one more sip would temporarily protect the girl from Yuan Go's ice abilities. Fang Ning nodded and asked, Officer Zhang, you seem to know them very well. Just then, 3 blazing fireballs suddenly burst through the dust cloud ahead. Both of them immediately dodged aside. While constantly moving, Zhang Tiandao quickly explained, Yuan Long is the leader of Yuan Shang's 12 guards. No one truly knows what his real ability is. As for Yuan Go, I've fought her before. She possesses 5 different soul techniques and leaves almost no openings. She's an extremely dangerous opponent. Seeing them talking while dodging, Yuan Go became furious and shouted, Hey, what are you two whispering about? Die already. The moment she finished speaking, she switched back to her fire ability, Fire Spirit, Heaven-Scorching Starfire. Massive fireballs rained down one after another, covering the entire rooftop. Deafening explosions shook the area as thick clouds of smoke filled the battlefield. When the smoke finally cleared, only scorched ground and steaming pools of molten lava remained. Yuan Long stepped back and looked down calmly. Yuan Go, be more careful. Realizing what he meant, Yuan Go paused for a moment before laughing awkwardly. Ha ha ha. Sorry, Brother Long. I got a little carried away. She then turned her gaze toward Fang Ning and Zhang Tiandao. 1 or 2 opponents make no difference. I'll still be the last one standing. She pointed her arm toward them. Fire Spirit, Explosive Flame Barrage. A dense rain of flaming bullets poured from her fingertips, forcing both men to constantly change direction. As he dodged, Fang Ning analyzed the battle. Just like Officer Zhang said, she switches between Fire Spirit and Water Spirit depending on the distance. Unless we can shut that down, we won't be able to turn this around. Fang Ning shouted, Officer Zhang, she's strongest at long range. We have to get close and force her into melee combat. Zhang Tiandao immediately replied, Agreed. I was thinking the same thing, but before either of them could charge, Yuan Go suddenly appeared right in front of them. She opened her mouth as blazing energy gathered inside, and a crimson light rapidly grew brighter. Fire Spirit, Blazing Dragon Roar. A massive pillar of fire instantly blasted straight ahead. The overwhelming force forced Fang Ning and Zhang Tiandao to split up to avoid it. Taking advantage of the brief moment, before Yuan Go could chain another attack, Fang Ning suddenly rushed out from her blind spot and kicked directly at her head. Yuan Go reacted instantly. A slight tilt of her body was enough to avoid the strike. She planted one hand on the ground to steady herself, then swept out a counterkick that forced Fang Ning backward. The instant she gained some distance, Yuan Go raised her hand again. Water Spirit activated once more, forming a swirling storm of razor-sharp ice around her like a defensive barrier. The powerful pressure blasted both Fang Ning and Zhang Tiandao backward. At that moment, the flask on Zhang Tiandao's belt accidentally fell onto the ground. Yuan Go smirked and crushed it beneath her foot. Not a bad plan. You wanted to use close combat to cancel out my long-range advantage. Maybe that would have worked 20 years ago. But now, Metal Spirit has enhanced my closer-range awareness. Zhang Tiandao spoke quietly. Shez perfected both long-range and closer-range combat. Doesn't that make her almost impossible to exploit? Fang Ning nodded grimly. This technique is terrifying. One move was enough to force us completely onto the defensive. Ha ha ha. Want to touch me? Train for another 20 years first. And while we're at it, let me show you my newest move, Fire Dragon Killin. Once this fireball locks onto you, dodging is useless. Zhang Tiandao smiled faintly. A new move? Then let me show you this instead. Yuan Go, I prepared this soul technique especially for you. Once you're hit, you won't be able to gather spiritual energy anymore. Hey, Datuo, getting old and losing your mind? Are you still using the same wind spirit move from 20 years ago? With this lady's current rank 6 strength, those tiny bullets cannot even scratch me. Zhang Tiandao drew both pistols and replied, Is that so? Do not underestimate me yet. Soul skill, wind spirit. At the same time, Yuan Go waved her hand and shouted, Fire Star, Fire Dragon Banner. But before she could finish, her expression suddenly changed. The flames beneath Yuan Go suddenly erupted. Ah, what is happening? She screamed in agony. In the blink of an eye, a violent explosion burst from her chest and burned her entire body. Seeing that, Fang Ning froze and asked, Officer Zhang, what just happened? Meanwhile, Yuan Go lay motionless on the ground without any response. Zhang Tiandao slowly walked over and said, Look at all the liquor covering her body. Yuan Go, when I got close earlier, it was never to stop your ranged attacks. The real goal was to coat you with this. It is 96% alcohol. The moment you activated your Fire Soul skill, your own flames burned everything, including yourself. I knew ordinary fire and bullets could not hurt you, so I turned your own power into the weapon that defeated you. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Tiandao opened fire again, but before he could continue, Yuan Go suddenly vanished from the formation without leaving a single trace. Zhang Tiandao froze for a moment before shouting, What? Yuan Long? Behind him, Yuan Long had already appeared with Yuan Go in his arms. Fang Ning's face instantly darkened. A deep sense of danger rose inside him. Yuan Long was far faster than he had imagined. Seeing Zhang Tiandao preparing to charge again, Fang Ning quickly tried to stop him. Even so, Zhang Tiandao pulled the trigger and said coldly, After watching for so long, you finally decided to show yourself? Faced with the storm of bullets, Yuan Long stayed completely calm. With a simple wave of his hand, every bullet stopped in midair. He casually said, Too noisy. A powerful surge of soul power gathered at his fingertips. In an instant, every bullet reversed direction and shot back at terrifying speed. Zhang Tiandao never expected this to happen. He had no time to dodge and was struck head-on by his own bullets. After that, Yuan Long gently set Yuan Go down and said indifferently, That was enough fun. The moment he finished speaking, he rushed forward and landed a heavy blow that sent Zhang Tiandao crashing to the ground. Unable to stand by any longer, Fang Ning unleashed his soul power and rushed forward, shouting in panic, Officer Zhang. Zhang Tiandao had already suffered critical injuries. Before anyone could react, his figure suddenly disappeared right in front of Yuan Long. Looking at the empty space ahead, Yuan Long looked slightly surprised and said, Oh, you are still alive? Elsewhere, Fang Ning had already brought Zhang Li and Zhang Tiandao onto the roof of a nearby building. Yuan Long narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. Then he asked, Is this your domain? The entire space fell into absolute silence. Even Zhang Li's falling tears hung frozen in midair. Blood covered Zhang Tiandao's forehead, yet every drop remained perfectly still. Fang Ning looked at them with worry, completely confused about what was happening. Yuan Long calmly commented, So this domain temporarily stops time. Interesting. Hearing that, Fang Ning was even more shocked. This entire area had clearly been separated from the flow of time. He quickly calculated that if he combined the domain with one dream 1,000 years to boost his speed, he might still have a chance to win. The moment he made up his mind, Fang Ning charged straight at Yuan Long. But Yuan Long easily dodged and mocked him with a cold smile. How foolish. At that very moment, Fang Ning froze and cried out in shock. What? A sword slowly began to take shape in Yuan Long's hand. He calmly drew the sword and pointed its icy tip directly at Fang Ning. Unable to believe what he was seeing, Fang Ning shouted, "You are a time ability user too?" Without giving him another chance to react, Yuan Long mercilessly drove the sword straight through his chest. The time domain instantly collapsed. Everything returned to normal, and Zhongli broke down in tears. No. Even as unbearable pain spread through his body, Fang Ning still gripped the blade lodged in his chest. His heart was filled with unwillingness. Was this really the end? The memories of him and Zhongli slowly shattered into countless fragments before sinking into endless darkness. In the endless silence, a distant voice echoed, young Master Ning, wake up." Fang Ning's consciousness felt dragged back to a distant age. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in an ancient room, lying on a wooden bed. Beside the bed, two maids kept calling for him. One anxiously asked, "How is he? Has young master still not woken up?" The other shook her head. "Not yet. I have no idea why he is sleeping so deeply." At that moment, Fang Ning's soul merged with the body, and the tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. Looking at the two girls, he asked in confusion, "Wanner, Yinger, what is going on?" He looked calm on the outside, but his mind was in chaos. "Where is this? Why is this not my body? Am I inside someone else's body?" Wanner immediately cheered with joy. "Young master, you are finally awake." Yinger bowed respectfully. "The old master ordered you to report to the main hall later. We were told to wake you up early." Fang Ning slowly got out of bed, stared at his reflection in the mirror, and muttered, "The old man is calling for me this early. What is it this time?" After that, the two maids helped him get dressed. While fixing his robe, Wanner softly reminded him, "Young master, tomorrow is your wedding to Princess Zhongli. The old master is probably worried about that." Inside the body, Fang Ning's soul from the future stared at the man in the mirror with endless confusion. Who is this? Why does he look exactly like me? And Zhongli, too. Once everything was ready, Fang Ning left with the two maids. Questions kept filling his mind. Perhaps this place belonged to 1,000 years ago, and he had somehow entered someone else's memories. After walking a little farther, an old general with an angry expression appeared before him. Fang Ning forced a smile and greeted him. "Oh, father, good morning." After saying that, he casually pulled out a chair and sat beside him. He grabbed a piece of fruit from the table and leisurely took a bite as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, the future Fang Ning was stunned. Even the way he sat was unbelievably similar to his own. Unable to hold back anymore, the old general slammed the table and shouted, "Fang Ning, look at yourself. Tomorrow is your wedding with Princess Zhongli, yet you are acting like this." Fang Ning took a sip of tea and calmly replied, "Father, there is no need to make such a fuss. Lear and I have known each other since childhood. Our feelings have long been inseparable. This wedding is only a ceremony." "What did you say?" The old general immediately flared up. "I am the Grand General of the kingdom, and you are the sole heir of the general's manor. Zhongli is the princess of Jiang Kingdom. The two of you represent the honor of the entire nation. Tomorrow, countless officials and lords from every region will attend. How can you treat it so casually? Where will the honor of the general's manor and Jiang Kingdom be then? Come on, father. It is all about saving face, right? Fine, tomorrow I will be more careful. I promise I will not embarrass you. Happy now?" Seeing him give in, the old general's expression softened a little. He slowly said, "Good enough. But remember this. The capital has been far from peaceful lately. Someone is stirring trouble inside the court, while unrest is spreading along the borders. The Yuanshang Church has also been causing constant chaos, giving His Majesty endless headaches. Your wedding carries the hope of keeping the people united, so nothing can go wrong." Fang Ning only smiled faintly. "They are just a few troublemakers. As long as you're here, father, Jiang Kingdom will never fall into chaos." But the future Fang Ning was deeply shaken. Yuanshang? Could that organization have already existed 1,000 years ago? What if one day father is no longer here? Father is unmatched in strength and in perfect health. How could anything happen? Before he could finish, the old general interrupted in a heavy voice. "Last night, your grandfather's spirit tablet suddenly cracked. I have also been waking up in the middle of the night these past few days. People with powerful spiritual energy can sometimes sense danger before it arrives. I have a feeling that tomorrow's wedding may bring a major disaster. Hearing that, Fang Ning dropped his playful attitude and seriously asked, "Father, are you telling the truth?" "Yes, but you do not need to worry too much. I have already made all the necessary arrangements. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will pay the price. Your only job is to prepare well for tomorrow." "Understood. Then I will take my leave." But after taking a few steps, he stopped, turned around, and said, "No matter who the enemy is, if anyone dares to lay a hand on Lear or the Fang family, I will never let them get away with it." Hearing that, Fang Ning's father burst into laughter and slapped his thigh. "Ha ha ha ha! Good. My son has finally grown up. I hope you will keep the promise you made today." The next day, the entire capital was filled with the joy of the grand wedding. The wedding procession slowly advanced as festive music echoed through the streets. Inside the sedan, Fang Ning wore a crimson wedding robe with complete confidence. After a while, Ying Er's voice came from outside. "Young Master Ning, we have arrived." When the sedan stopped, Fang Ning calmly stepped out and looked at the magnificent structure before him. A grand palace stood before his eyes, but as he looked closer, disbelief filled his heart. Was this not the very palace from Zhang Li's memories, the one that had been burned to ashes? While the Fang Ning of this era stood waiting between the rows of attendants, the palace gates suddenly swung wide open. Zhang Li, dressed in a stunning wedding gown, rushed out with a bright smile and happily called, "Husband." The palace maids panicked and chased after her. "Princess, the ceremony is not finished yet. You cannot call him that. You are the princess. You must not." But before they could finish speaking, they all froze. Zhang Li ignored every warning and quickly ran down the steps. Her face overflowed with joy as she threw herself into Fang Ning's arms and happily called, "Husband." Fang Ning reached out and caught her. He gently patted her head and smiled. "Silly girl, you have to wait until the ceremony is over before calling me that." Zhang Li puffed her cheeks and protested. "We are getting married today anyway. What difference does it make?" The maid finally caught up, breathing heavily as she said, "Princess, I've reminded you so many times. Young Master Ning was supposed to come inside and receive you. Why did you run out on your own?" Zhang Li turned around with an unhappy look. "What difference does it make? Brother Xiao Ning is already here. How could I possibly wait any longer?" But the moment she finished speaking, a massive mushroom-shaped pillar of fire suddenly erupted behind them. The blazing red light instantly lit up the distant sky. Both of them were startled and immediately turned toward the explosion. Fang Ning stood frozen in disbelief. "What is happening? How could such a terrifying explosion occur 1,000 years ago?" Within the towering flames, the figure of a great general slowly appeared. A long sword at his waist radiated a chilling aura. His powerful voice thundered across heaven and earth. "Yuan Shang descendants, how dare you invade Great Jiang?" Fang Ning widened his eyes in shock. Father has made his move. The phantom of the general swung his sword. A heaven-splitting sword-slash shot toward the crimson figure roaring like a mad beast. A world-shaking explosion erupted. The palace was instantly reduced to ashes as the devastating shockwave swept everything away. Gritting his teeth, Fang Ning resisted the aftermath and muttered, "Why did Jiang Kingdom's surveillance formation not react? Could the Yuanshang forces have secretly prepared everything in advance?" That thought sent a chill through his entire body. If it was true, then even Father's preparations had already been anticipated by the enemy. He turned toward Zhang Li and saw the maids holding her back. Fang Ning shouted, "Lier, stay here and wait for me." With tears in her eyes, Zhang Li cried out, "Husband." He gave her one last determined look. "Wait for me. I will marry you. I promise." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into a streak of light and shot into the distance. Zhang Li could only watch in despair as she burst into tears. "Please do not go." Fang Ning quickly reached the battlefield, where a mighty fortress had fallen into complete chaos. High above the battlefield, Yuan Long was holding someone by the throat and lifting them into the air. The moment Fang Ning saw it, he roared, "Stop." Hearing the shout, Yuan Long slowly turned around, his icy gaze settling on Fang Ning. The instant their eyes met, Fang Ning felt his heart tighten. His consciousness was suddenly pulled back to reality, and half of his body had already begun to transform into darkness. Across from him, Yuan Long still held the sword buried inside Fang Ning and smiled faintly. "Long time no see." Rage exploded inside Fang Ning as he crushed the blade with his bare hand. Dark energy quickly covered the wound on his chest, healing it at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fang Ning roared in fury, "Yuan Long." In the next instant, his figure blurred and vanished. When he reappeared, his attack was already right in front of Yuan Long, forcing him to dodge at once. Even Yuan Long was surprised. That speed was truly unbelievable. Yuan Long planted one foot firmly on the ground. Then he smoothly twisted his body and narrowly avoided the incoming strike. At the same time, Yuan Long unleashed a powerful kick straight into Fang Ning's stomach. Fang Ning was blasted back several meters, but he quickly caught himself, planted a hand on the ground, and settled into a solid fighting stance. The aura around him grew more terrifying by the second as his power kept rising. Zhang Tiandao could not hide his shock. How is this possible? Fang Ning's soul power had surged from rank 4 to rank 6, a realm countless people could never reach in their entire lives. Meanwhile, Zhang Li's heart was filled with mixed emotions. The scene reminded her of what had happened at Haiyuan Elementary School. Back then, under the terrifying principal's pressure, she had almost fallen into despair. At that moment, half of Fang Ning's body transformed into darkness as he stood in front of her and unleashed power far beyond his limits. He saved her and even cut off one of the principal's fingers. But after she caught him, his body quickly returned to normal. Since then, Zhang Li had realized Fang Ning was hiding a huge secret. Back in the present, Fang Ning charged forward once again. A dangerous smile appeared on his face as he threw a devastating punch at Yuan Long. Facing the sudden change, Yuan Long finally dropped his indifferent expression and carefully watched Fang Ning's every move. He coldly said, "So you have finally awakened." At the same moment, their attacks collided with explosive force. As soon as he spoke, Yuan Long grabbed Fang Ning's arm. He effortlessly lifted him into the air and slammed him hard into the ground. He did not stop there and continued his relentless assault. Every heavy stomp crashed into Fang Ning's stomach, forcing blood to pour from his mouth. After the brutal barrage, Fang Ning's body was covered in blood, and the dark transformation gradually faded away. Seeing his opponent weaken, Yuan Long lowered his guard, grabbed Fang Ning by the hair, and stared at him with unreadable eyes. Just as he was about to finish everything, the object on his chest suddenly emitted a strange glow and mysterious pulse. Yuan Long took out the moon disk, examined it for a moment, then clenched it in his hand and quietly said, "You are still not worthy." After saying that, he casually dropped the unconscious Fang Ning onto the ground. High above, Zhang Tiandao gritted his teeth and muttered, "Damn it. Fang Ning's power just now even surpassed rank 6. Just how strong has Yuan Long become? It looks like my only option is to risk using the spirit-binding arrow to hold him back until reinforcements arrive. But if I fail..." Just as Zhang Tiandao was about to move, Yuan Long suddenly said, "Guan Go, are you done recovering? If you are, get up and finish the job." Zhang Tiandao's expression instantly changed. "Yuan Go? She is still alive?" From the pile of shattered rubble below, Yuan Go slowly emerged. Yuan Go got to her feet, brushed the dust off her clothes, and complained, "Why are you in such a hurry? Do you not know my Earth Star needs time to recover?" Yuan Long ignored her, opened the moon disk, then turned around and said, "I am leaving. This is your responsibility now." Yuan Go frowned and complained, "Huh? That suddenly?" Yuan Long glanced back coldly. "Stop complaining. The doctor has new orders." Hearing that, Yuan Go immediately became serious. "Understood, boss. I will complete the mission." After Yuan Long left, Yuan Go slowly walked forward with a smug smile. She stepped on Fang Ning and proudly thought, as expected of the boss, "He handled them so easily. I did not even use my trump card. I was just careless earlier. Without Brother Long, I could still have dealt with them myself." At that moment, a wooden comb suddenly flew in from the distance. It struck Yuan Go squarely on the head with a loud smack. Yuan Go immediately spun around and shouted angrily, "Who did that?" At the same time, a streak of blue light shot toward them. As the light faded, Zhu Tianhua appeared and shouted, "Of course it was your grandpa Zhu. Fang Ning, I am here to save you." Right after that, another figure appeared and shouted, "And me too. Guan Wen is here." Seeing the reinforcements arrive, Zhang Tiandao showed no relief and urgently warned them, "Get out of here. She is far too strong. You are no match for her." Yuan Go paused for a moment before sneering, "Your soul power is this weak, and you still dared to come? Are you here to entertain me? No wonder Jin Jing did not even bother warning me." Guan Wen wasted no time. He immediately launched his sword forward and shouted, "Digital slash." Yuan Go casually knocked the attack aside and mocked him, "A mere rank 4 wants to challenge me? What a joke." Sensing the auras of Guan Wen and Zhu Tianhua, she curled her lips into a smile and hurled a fireball at them. "So you two were the ones behind that barrier that embarrassed me in front of Brother Long. The fireball shot forward at incredible speed, forcing Zhu Tianhua and Guan Wen to split up and dodge. Seeing that, Yuan Go sighed in boredom as she walked toward them. Killing weaklings like you is hardly satisfying. She slowly approached the exhausted pair, who were sitting on the rooftop, completely unaware that the wooden comb had begun to glow. Standing before Zhu Tianhua, Yuan Go raised her hand and coldly said, "Time to end this pointless show, Firestar." At that exact moment, Lian Shang suddenly emerged from the wooden comb. She immediately connected a cable straight into Yuan Go's head. Guan Wen rapidly typed on his keyboard and shouted, "Connection complete. Starting game upload." Yuan Go suddenly froze, as if she had been pulled into another world. Why can I not use my soul skill? The surroundings completely changed. A glowing red screen appeared before her with the words, "Welcome to Haiyuan Elementary School." She quickly looked around and realized she was standing on the school's rooftop. Countless giant monsters appeared from every direction and surrounded her. Yuan Go frowned. "Is this the same barrier that trapped me before? Looks like I fell for their trick again." The monsters kept closing in until the rooftop was packed from every side. "I have already used too much soul power. If I want to wipe them out and destroy this barrier quickly, I have no choice but to use star annihilation." Thinking of that, she gritted her teeth. What a nuisance. Back in reality, Yuan Go's body began crackling with violent bolts of electricity. Lian Xiang immediately ran over, hugged the unconscious Fang Ning, and cheered, "We did it. Brother Fang Ning, our plan worked perfectly." Fang Ning slowly opened his eyes, completely confused. "Where am I? Was I not already dead?" He suddenly sat up in shock. "Lian Xiang, old Zhu, Guan Wen, why are all of you here?" Guan Wen turned around with a smile. "We were investigating why the game went out of control. We happened to find your battle, so we immediately came up with a way to help." "Fang Ning, you have no idea. I almost got roasted alive just now." "What? You really managed to trap Yuan Go?" Fang Ning immediately asked, "Guan Wen, what kind of soul skill is that? How long can it keep her trapped?" "I developed it by encoding my own soul power. For now, she is trapped inside Haiyuan Elementary School as if she were stuck in a virtual world. But remember this, do not attack her. The moment the soul code surrounding her is broken, she will wake up immediately." "Soul code?" Fang Ning immediately looked toward Zhang Li. "Then can you break the spirit lock prison trapping Li Er?" Guan Wen nodded and quickly ran over to Zhang Li. As he typed non-stop, he said, "I will try to analyze its soul power structure. It may take about 5 minutes. If everything goes well, I should be able to remove it." At that very moment, inside the game world, Yuan Go let out a deafening roar and activated Star Annihilation Flame. A massive torrent of fire surged upward, breaking through the boundary between reality and the virtual world. Seeing that, Fang Ning and the others immediately turned pale and spun around in shock. What? Around Yuan Go, a sea of flames expanded with overwhelming force. The waves of fire merged together into a colossal pillar that stretched from earth to the heavens. The crushing pressure forced everyone to retreat just before the building beneath them shattered and collapsed. Under the terrifying pressure, Guan Wen could not hold on any longer and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Wiping the blood from his lips, he gritted his teeth. Damn it! How did she break free so fast? It has only been a little over a minute. Fang Ning also spat out blood as the terrifying heat from the sea of flames weighed heavily on his mind. This power was even more frightening than during their last battle. After fully releasing her strength, Yuan Go casually clapped a few times before withdrawing the flames. She slowly descended to the ground and calmly said, "I never thought a bunch of insects like you would push me this far. But activating the power of star annihilation consumes special souls, so every one of you must die." Fang Ning silently clenched his teeth. The enemy's strength was overwhelming. Their only hope was to stall until the soul hunters arrived. But his soul power was nearly exhausted, and Zhang Tiandao was badly wounded. At that moment, Lian Xiang rushed forward and shouted, "Brother Fang Ning, only Sister Jiang Li can stop her now. I will hold her off. You all hurry and save Sister Jiang Li." Seeing her charge toward Yuan Go, Fang Ning cried out, "No, Lian Xiang." Lian Xiang entered her ghost form, slowly taking on the appearance of a demon. She had already made up her mind. "Brother Fang Ning, Sister Jiang Li, thank you for giving me a chance to live freely without hurting anyone. Even if my soul is destroyed, I will stop her." Hovering in midair, Lian Xiang formed a hand seal, soul skill, soul split. Countless black fragments separated from her body and turned into clones that charged at Yuan Go. Yuan Go only watched with complete indifference. The flames around her erupted and instantly burned every clone that came close. As another clone rushed in, she grabbed it with one hand and coldly said, "Soul clones." Such a pathetic trick. They are not even real bodies. How could they compare to Yuan Sha's clone technique? With that, she crushed the clone like a balloon and yawned. How much longer do you think you can keep wasting your soul power like this? High above the battlefield, Yuan Go calmly destroyed one clone after another. Meanwhile, on the ground, Fang Ning helped Guan Wen up and urgently asked, "How is it? Can you break the spirit lock prison?" Guan Wen slammed his hands onto the keyboard and replied between breaths, "I have done everything I can. I only managed to open a tiny crack." As soon as he finished speaking, he collapsed to the ground unconscious. Guan Wen, Fang Ning shouted in panic. But Guan Wen could only whisper, "I cannot hold on anymore, Mr. Fang Ning. The rest is up to you." With those final words, his body transformed into a keyboard. Picking it up, Fang Ning gritted his teeth and muttered, "Damn it." Tiny cracks began spreading across the spirit lock prison. Zhang Li struggled with all her strength but still could not break free. "Husband, it is no use. I still cannot get out." Fang Ning immediately rushed over and shouted, "Li, wait for me. I will get you out." He pressed both hands against the crack and poured every ounce of strength into widening the opening. Streams of ghost energy spread from the spirit lock prison across both of his arms. Fang Ning clenched his teeth and roared, "Ah!" In the sky, Lian Xiang's battle against Yuan Go continued. With her soul power completely exhausted, she took a heavy kick to the stomach. "You actually think you can break the doctor's newest spirit lock prison? What a joke." The next moment, Lian Xiang crashed into the schoolyard and blasted out a massive crater. "Ha ha ha. Out of soul power already? You cannot even keep yourself alive, yet you still risk everything for others. You fools are truly hopeless." As she spoke, wings of fire spread from her back, and she prepared to dive down for the killing blow. But at that moment, Zhu Tianhua suddenly leaped into the air and punched her straight in the face. Yuan Go easily dodged and immediately counterattacked, sending Zhu Tianhua flying backward. Taking advantage of the opening, Zhang Tiandao charged forward and shouted, "Spirit-binding bullet." A bullet instantly shot from his pistol toward Yuan Go. A ceiling barrier immediately formed around her, locking her inside. Realizing Zhang Tiandao was behind it, Yuan Go roared in fury, "You again. How dare you use that on me?" Zhang Tiandao looked at Fang Ning with a determined expression and shouted, "Fang Ning, this is the last of my soul power. I do not know how long I can hold her. Get everyone out of here now." While still trying to break the spirit lock prison, Fang Ning turned and asked, "Officer Zhang, what about you?" Zhang Tiandao answered in a deep voice, "I have to keep pouring soul power into the seal. The moment I stop, the spirit-binding bullet will fail. No, if we leave, Yuan Go will hunt us down. None of us will survive. Everyone has risked their lives for me. I cannot abandon anyone." Fang Ning let out a furious roar as spiritual energy surged into both of his arms. His aura exploded as he used every bit of his strength to force the spirit lock prison apart. Break. At last, the barrier could no longer withstand the pressure. The cracks spread everywhere before it shattered into countless pieces. Zhang Li stared in shock. "Husband, Zhang Tiandao." Even Lian Xiang could not hide her excitement as they shouted together, "It is open." But unlike everyone else's joy, a sinister smile slowly appeared on Yuan Go's face. She burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. You really think you have escaped? I am afraid you are about to be disappointed." The shattered cubes suddenly began rebuilding themselves at an astonishing speed. They quickly merged into an even larger spirit lock prison, trapping both Fang Ning and Zhang Li inside. Unable to hold back any longer, Fang Ning slammed his fist into the barrier and roared, "Break." But the attack failed to leave even the slightest mark. Instead, the backlash hurled him straight back toward Zhang Li. Zhang Li immediately caught him and poured life energy into his body. Fang Ning's injuries rapidly healed. "I am fine. We have to get out now. Otherwise, Officer Zhang and Lian Xiang will be in grave danger." Seeing him ready to act, Zhang Li suddenly grabbed his hand. Fang Ning turned around and asked in surprise, "Li, what is it?" Without a word, Zhang Li stepped forward and kissed him. Their spirit energy slowly merged into one. At the same time, a strange rune appeared on Fang Ning's arm. Their clothes dissolved away. Their bodies were wrapped in overwhelming spirit energy as they held each other tightly. Outside, Yuan Go kept fending off Zhang Tiandao's relentless attacks. The hand holding his gun had withered like bone, and his body was completely exhausted. Zhang Tiandao lowered his gun. He lit a cigarette and dropped to the ground. Yuan Go broke through the barrier, stepped out, and shouted madly, Old man, I am finally out. This time, you are dead. Facing her, Zhang Tiandao only smiled bitterly. I still could not avenge you. Before Yuan Go could strike, an arm suddenly pierced through the blazing spirit prison and shattered the barrier from the inside. Yuan Go froze with her mouth wide open. Impossible. From the broken barrier, Fang Ning stepped out with a powerful build and flowing silver hair. Without giving her time to react, he closed the distance and calmly snapped her arm apart piece by piece. A miserable scream echoed as her arm was completely crushed. Then a heavy punch slammed into her stomach. The explosive force blasted Yuan Go straight into the wall behind her. Her body crashed into it, bringing down a huge section of the structure. Watching everything, Zhang Tiandao stood frozen and stammered, "You." Fang Ning slowly walked over and picked up the cigarette that had fallen. He handed it back with a smile. "You have worked hard. Get some rest. Leave the rest to us." Zhang Tiandao stared in shock and thought, Fang Ning has become terrifying. Yuan Go staggered out of the rubble, her face twisted with pain and rage. "Impossible. You were already drained after fighting Yuan Long. How did you break the doctor's latest blazing spirit prison?" Fang Ning did not bother answering. In an instant, he appeared before her and threw another punch. "Everything you did to others." Yuan Go's face changed as she failed to keep up with his speed. Her body was blasted away again as Fang Ning's icy voice echoed, "I will repay it all. Every last bit." His next punch smashed her deep into the rubble once again. Pushed to the limit, Yuan Go finally lost her composure. She gritted her teeth and roared, "Ah! You forced me this far." Struggling to her feet, she shouted with a dark expression, "Star extinction water." A blue pillar of light instantly covered her body, and the surrounding space seemed to freeze. When the light faded, Yuan Go floated in the sky wrapped in two opposing powers, half flames and half ice. She shouted, "Fire star and water star. 2-star extinctions have doubled my power. Prepare to die." As soon as she finished speaking, she launched her counterattack. A massive ice drill tore through the air toward Fang Ning, but he did not move. With one simple motion, he raised his hand and effortlessly blocked the entire attack. Seeing that, Yuan Go turned pale and cried out in horror, "That power belongs to a special soul. How can you use it?" Fang Ning gave no answer. He simply said one word, "Bind." Countless soul chains instantly emerged from every direction, sealing off all of Yuan Go's escape routes. She shouted in panic, "Do you have a soul pact?" Impossible. A soul pact is an eternal bond and that lives and dies together. Why would that special soul stand with you? She finally realized the special soul had given him all of its power. "But do not think that is enough to defeat me. I thought 2-star extinctions would be enough to crush you. I never expected to be pushed this far." She gritted her teeth and roared, "Star extinction metal, star extinction earth." The soul chains wrapped around her shattered instantly. Flames erupted once more, covering Yuan Go until her figure became blurry. When the transformation ended, 5 black spheres representing the 5 elements appeared behind her. "You are far too naive. My strength is beyond anything you can imagine. Otherwise, why would Longji leave without worry?" As soon as she finished speaking, she summoned a giant sword in the sky. Yuan Go shouted, "Heaven-cleaving slash." The enormous sword crashed down toward Fang Ning with overwhelming force. But when the dust slowly settled, everything fell silent. The giant sword had stopped in mid-air. From the fading smoke, Fang Ning emerged with one hand firmly gripping the blade. He calmly held it in place as soul chains spread from his arm, raced along the blade, and shot straight toward Yuan Go. Before she could react, both of her arms were tightly bound. Yuan Go cried out in shock, "Impossible." Fang Ning yanked the sword hard, dragging Yuan Go along. Like spinning a toy, he whirled her through the air again and again. Then he slammed her straight into the schoolyard. Roaring with fury, Yuan Go shattered the chains and yelled, "Damn it, you have truly made this lady angry." She immediately activated Star Extinction Earth, pulling countless rocks and chunks of earth into the air. They quickly gathered around her arm and formed a massive armored gauntlet. Without hesitation, Yuan Go slammed her fist into the ground and unleashed her domain. Black energy surged from beneath her feet, like crashing waves, covering the entire battlefield. Her aura kept rising as the 5 powers painfully merged into one. Yuan Go transformed once again and laughed proudly. "It has been over 20 years since I last used 5-star unity. This time, you have no chance. 5-star unity creates the power of de-destruction. One strike is enough to turn you into ashes. The last time I used it, I was bedridden for a whole year. But today, I will pay any price for your deaths. You should feel honored." Her voice was filled with pride, but she suddenly stopped when she saw Fang Ning calmly walking toward her. Fang Ning simply smiled. Then try it. After 5-star extinctions, my strength has increased 5-fold. The outcome was decided long ago. I am the only one who will win. A thunderous explosion erupted as their fists collided head-on. But at that very moment, blood suddenly burst from Yuan Go's armored arm. In the blink of an eye, Fang Ning sent her flying across the battlefield. No, even the power of destruction cannot hurt you. Who are you? Want to know who I am? Hasn't Yanshang already investigated me thoroughly? Fang Ning charged forward and roared, "Die." Taking his full punch, Yuanju's clothes were torn apart as she let out a desperate scream. Her body slammed into the ground with a violent impact. Yet she still forced herself back up, staggered backward several steps, and begged with a trembling voice, "Please do not kill me. I know I was wrong. Spare me. You spared Ku Jing before, so you will spare me too, right? Right?" Fang Ning said nothing. Spirit energy gathered in his palm and condensed into a glowing sphere. With icy eyes, he said, "I truly hate Yanshang. Officer Zhang once said, blood debts must be repaid with blood." As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed the energy sphere directly onto Yuan Go. Blood splattered everywhere, but Fang Ning's pupils suddenly shrank. The one he destroyed was not Yuan Go, but a giant serpent. Slow footsteps echoed from the edge of the rooftop. "I am Yuan Shi. Little devil, surprised? I never thought the day would come when you needed me to save your life. If the doctor had not predicted this outcome and sent me here to clean up the mess, you would have already said goodbye to this world." Yuan Go struggled to stand and roared through gritted teeth. "Clean up the mess? Does the doctor really think that Long Ji and I are not strong enough to finish the mission?" Yuan Shi let out a hoarse laugh. "You still do not understand? Why do you think Yuan Long only stood there watching while you fought Zhang Tiandao? Because Long Ji trusted my strength completely?" Yuan Shi ignored her frustration and calmly replied, "Really? If he had everything under control, why did he not take the special soul and leave immediately? Why did he leave you here to fight alone?" Hearing that, Yuan Go froze and asked in confusion, "You mean?" Before she could finish, she coughed up a mouthful of blood, went limp, and lost consciousness in Yuan She's arms. Yuan Shi looked down at her with eyes filled with both pity and amusement. "Yuan Go, this sleep came a little too soon, but do not worry. I will not let your life end here. One day, we will drag Yuan Long down from his throne together. Everything he has is nothing more than something that can be taken away." After saying that, Yuan Shi slowly walked toward Fang Ning. Fang Ning watched her cautiously and asked, "You are with Yanshang too?" Yuan Shi lightly stuck out her tongue and smiled teasingly. "That's right. I am Noza Yuan Shi, and I officially confirm that I belong to Yanshang." The moment he heard that, Fang Ning gathered flames in his palm and shouted, 12 guardians, "You are here to take Zhongli too, aren't you? If so, do not blame me for showing no mercy." Yuan Shi only sighed softly. "That is their mission. It has nothing to do with Noza. I have no interest in fighting you, but I am taking Yuan Go with me." As soon as she finished speaking, Fang Ning replied coldly, "You can leave, but Yuan Go must pay for everything she has done." He instantly unleashed Soul Lock. Chains burst from the void to bind Yuan Shi, but instead of panicking, she smiled with amusement. "Do not be so impatient, my handsome boy." In the blink of an eye, her body split into countless tiny snakes, slipping effortlessly out of the soul chains. Fang Ning frowned, his expression turning grim. A substitute, or some kind of clone technique? While he was still thinking, Yuan Shi suddenly appeared beside him, gently licked his cheek, and giggled. "You are so fierce. Getting violent over a few words? You are scaring Noza." Before she could finish, Fang Ning punched her in the face. The instant the blow landed, her body turned into a snake and died on the spot. Moments later, Yuan Shi appeared elsewhere and laughed happily. "Haha, my handsome boy is so strong. I am scared to death." Fang Ning immediately turned toward her, his expression growing even more serious. "Why is she here alone? Yuan Go is badly injured. Where did she hide her?" Without another moment to think, Fang Ning charged forward and shouted, "Since you insist on getting involved, then do not expect to leave." He threw a full-powered punch, but Xuanxi's body scattered into countless tiny snakes and vanished again. The next moment, 3 more copies appeared behind him, laughing. "Oh my handsome boy, take it easy. Why are you in such a rush? You do not even understand Noza's ability. How do you expect to beat me? From what I know, Soul Pact Fusion consumes an enormous amount of spirit energy. You have been fighting for so long. How much power do you have left? Just a little, right?" She spoke while deliberately provoking him. "Come on, hit me again, harder if you can." Yuan Shi swayed playfully. Her teasing pushed Fang Ning over the edge. He roared and charged straight at her. But every time he landed a hit, her body dissolved into a swarm of tiny snakes before quickly reforming. Two more Yuan Shi clones approached and kept mocking him. "Handsome boy, stop wasting your effort. Attacks like that cannot hurt Noza. How about we play a different game? I promise you will enjoy it." Fang Ning ignored her. Spirit energy exploded from his body and instantly destroyed the two clones into countless tiny snakes. Yet the snakes quickly gathered again, this time forming dozens of Yuanza Shi clones that surrounded him. Realizing the situation was getting worse, Fang Ning sent a telepathic message. "Lier, can you find her real body?" Zhang replied. "I cannot, husband. Every single one feels exactly the same to my spiritual sense." Fang Ning was stunned. "They all feel the same? How is that possible? What is wrong? Not fighting anymore. Noza still wants to play." Fang Ning gritted his teeth and attacked again. Clone after clone exploded under his blows. He roared with killing intent. "Then I will destroy every last one of them and see where you can hide." After a fierce battle, Fang Ning finally stopped, breathing heavily. Is it finally over? Just then, another Yuan Shi suddenly appeared behind him and chuckled. "Handsome boy, every one of my snake bodies possesses a level 4 soul. I did not expect you to destroy them all so easily. You truly deserve the title of the man who formed a soul pact with a special soul." The moment he heard her voice, Fang Ning spun around to counterattack. But while still in midair, his body suddenly froze. He completely lost the ability to move, and his face instantly turned pale. Supporting himself with one hand on the ground, Fang Ning frowned in confusion. He had no idea why his body had suddenly stopped responding. At that moment, Zhang Li's soul slowly separated from his body. Watching the scene, Yuan Shi leisurely walked closer and said meaningfully, "So you have finally run out of spirit energy? I knew this moment would come." A few seconds later, Fang Ning and Zhang Li completely separated from their fused state. Yuan Shi immediately kicked them both away. Before they could regain their footing, countless tiny snakes rushed over and tightly wrapped around their bodies. Yuan Shi formed a hand seal and softly said, "Soul skill, serpent bind." The snakes lifted Fang Ning and Zhang Li into the air, leaving them completely unable to resist. "Ha ha ha. I never thought the man who defeated Yuan Go would be captured so easily by me. If I can also bring the special soul back this time, the doctor will surely reward me handsomely." At that very moment, a spear suddenly shot down from the sky like lightning. It pierced straight through Yuan She's body, sending blood spraying everywhere. The snakes restraining Fang Ning instantly lost their life force and fell away. The blood splashing across his face snapped him back to full awareness. Looking toward the newcomers, Fang Ning immediately realized the Soul Hunter's reinforcements had arrived. The girl pulled back her spear and said without turning around, "Sorry, we're late." The moment Yuan Shi saw them, her expression changed. She quickly merged her snakes to heal her wounds while thinking, "I can't believe the Soul Hunters sent these two." The red-haired girl raised her spear and shouted, "Yuan Shi, today we're taking you back to the organization." The spear shot forward again. Yuan Shi instantly dodged while calculating her next move. "This is bad. Both of them are level 6 espers with soul arts. Hong Ji's soul art even counters my clones. I can't drag this out. I have to retreat now." Just as she searched for an escape route, a muscular man suddenly appeared behind her and sneered, "Where do you think you're going?" He immediately grabbed Yuan Shi by the throat. At the same time, he activated the soul skill, Sealed Wind, locking the flow of spirit energy inside her body. Struggling to breathe while feeling her spirit energy slow to a crawl, Yuan Shi realized the danger. If she did not escape now, she would be finished. She instantly transformed into a snake and slipped free from his grip. But Hongji kept attacking from above with her spear, leaving Yuan Shi no chance to escape. After barely holding on for a while, Yuan Shi was forced back into her human form. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, she shouted angrily, "Well done, Hongji and Wei Ying. You two are impressive." She bent down, slammed her palm into the ground, and roared, "Soul Skill, Dragon Python Rampage." A giant python burst from beneath the ground and charged straight at the Soul Hunters. Hongji landed beside Yue Ying, her expression as calm as ever. The instant the python lunged at them, Hongji swung her spear once and sliced the massive beast clean in half. Using that brief opening, Yuan Shi hoisted Yuan Go over her shoulder, grabbed the moon disk, looked back at everyone, and smiled provocatively. "Then Noza will be taking her leave." With those words, she slowly stepped into the moon disk's teleportation light. Fang Ning gritted his teeth, his frustration obvious. Damn it, that teleportation array again. Are we really just going to watch them escape? Even with half her body inside the portal, Yuanxi looked back at him. Fang Ning, right? You're a very interesting man. Just wait, he'll definitely come back for you. But her expression suddenly changed. Sensing something was wrong, Yuan. She looked down and discovered someone had grabbed her ankle. She screamed, "No." Fang Ning said coldly, "You're not getting away this time." In an instant, the spirit energy around the portal became violently unstable. Hongji and Yue Ying had to shield their eyes as they exclaimed, "What's happening?" The next moment, a deafening explosion shook the battlefield. Hongji immediately planted her spear into the ground. Even then, she was pushed back a long distance before barely managing to stop herself. She stared in disbelief. Unbelievable. This kid actually forced the moon disk's teleportation to stop. Fang Ning was blasted out of the chaotic light, still gripping one of Yuan She's arms. After sliding across the ground, he braced himself with one hand and slowly stood back up. His fist clenched tightly. He slammed it into the ground and roared in anger. Damn it, they still got away. Hongji walked over and picked up Yuan She's severed arm. Ye Ying, go check on Officer Zhang. He'll handle things here. Ye Ying immediately replied, "Yes, Captain." Hongji took out a special roll of cloth from her pouch. After wrapping Yuan She's arm securely, she brought it over to Fang Ning. With this sample, we can analyze Yuan She's abilities. The organization will make sure you receive full credit. Hongji extended her hand toward Fang Ning with a friendly smile. Are you all right? But before he could answer, Zhang Li immediately stepped in front of him, puffing out her cheeks as she blocked anyone from getting close. No. Fang Ning smiled helplessly as he took Zhang Li's hand. It's all right, Li Er. Zhang Li hesitated for a moment before letting go, helping Fang Ning to his feet, then looked at Hongji seriously. You're soul hunters. Instructor Zhang sent you here to help, right? That's right. I'm Hongji, and this is my partner, Yue Ying. You're the newcomer instructor Zhang praised so highly, aren't you? Fang Ning, right? You're quite handsome too. The moment Hongji reached toward Fang Ning, Zhang Li's expression changed. She shouted, "Step back." Hongji could only smile awkwardly and quickly raised her hands to show she meant no harm. You're certainly unique. With such a powerful beside you, she's acting just like a jealous girlfriend. Do not worry. I have no intention of stealing your boyfriend. Zhang Li immediately puffed out her cheeks and huffed in response. It seemed this soul hunter had no prejudice against souls. Hongji suddenly nudged Fang Ning in the chest and asked, "What's wrong? Surprised that I'm not hostile toward the soul beside you?" She continued, "We used to fight souls because most of them were driven by violent instincts. Destroying them is a soul hunter's duty. But your case is not unique. In recent years, several espers have formed contracts with souls, and the organization now protects them." Just then, Yue Ying helped Zhang Dao over and called out, "Captain Hongji." Hearing that, Hongji immediately asked, "How is Instructor Zhang? His injuries are serious. We need to get him back to the organization for treatment as soon as possible." Hearing that, Fang Ning asked, "Hess your instructor?" Yue Ying nodded. "That's right. Both Hongji and I were trained by him. But after leaving the Soul Hunters, he investigated everything on his own. He only contacted us again after discovering clues connected to Yan Shang. Both Yan Shang members were badly injured this time. You'll be relatively safe for a while, but don't let your guard down. Yan Shang has countless methods, and sooner or later they'll come for you again. This time they only sent Yuan Go and Yuan She. If they prepare more carefully next time, even we may not be able to protect you." As she spoke, Hongji took out a card and handed it to Fang Ning. "Unless you officially join the Soul Hunters, then you'll be protected by the organization and backed by a Hunter Lord." Fang Ning stared at the card, filled with doubt. "If I join, how will they treat Zhang Li and the souls who have formed contracts with me?" But before he could answer, Zhang Li quickly accepted the card. Fang Ning panicked and called out, "Li Er, don't decide so fast." Zhang Li turned around, gently held his hand and smiled. "Husband, today was far too dangerous. Without the Soul Hunter's protection, we won't last long. Your safety matters more to me than anything else." "All right, then it's settled. From now on, you'll be an auxiliary member of the organization. In 5 days, someone will come to evaluate you. If you pass, you'll officially become a member." As soon as she finished speaking, Hongji flew into the air and called back, "The Soul Hunters welcome you." Holding the card, Fang Ning shouted in frustration, "Hey, don't make decisions for me. I haven't even thought it through yet." Carrying Zhang Tiandao, Yue Ying calmly said, "Take the next few days to think about it. If you still don't want to join after 5 days, just return the token to Instructor Zhang. But if you refuse, for everyone's safety, we'll have to monitor your location and spirit energy in real time. I hope you understand. Wait, I still have a friend. He was injured by Yuanzhou too. Can you? Yue Ying immediately cut him off and pointed toward Zhu Tianhua lying in a nearby crater. If you're talking about that chubby guy over there, I've already checked. As far as I can tell, he's completely uninjured. At that moment, Zhu Tianhua suddenly jumped to his feet, making Fang Ning shout in disbelief. Wait, you were playing dead this whole time? Zhu Tianhua scratched his head awkwardly and laughed. Well, my diamond talisman absorbed all the damage, but I used up every talisman I had, so staying alive was the top priority. Fang Ning could only mutter helplessly, "That's exactly your style. You had me worried for nothing." That night, beneath a bright full moon, a cemetery caretaker walked through the silent graveyard carrying a lantern. Suddenly, a strange red glow appeared behind him along with eerie noises. Yuan Shi and Yuan Go stumbled out from the moon disk's teleportation gate. The moment they appeared, both collapsed to the ground, covered in injuries. Yuan Shi spat out a mouthful of blood, breathing heavily as she growled with hatred, "Those damned soul hunters." And Fang Ning and that special soulful too. Just wait. To resist the spatial turbulence, I suffered internal injuries, and my spirit energy is almost completely drained. Damn it. Looking around, she realized they had been teleported somewhere unfamiliar. The moon disk the doctor had given her was badly damaged, and Yuan Go was still unconscious. Just then, footsteps echoed from the distance, drawing closer. Yuan Shi immediately tensed up. Someone's coming. Could it be the soul hunters? Without hesitation, she dragged Yuan Go behind a gravestone, silently cursing. Damn it, why now of all times? The cemetery caretaker walked over and quickly noticed the trail of blood on the ground. Shock filled the caretaker's face as he murmured, "Blood? Is someone hurt?" After taking a few more steps, he spotted Yuan Shi and Yuan Go hiding behind a gravestone. The blood-soaked scene terrified him. "Oh my god, theories, so much blood. What happened to you? Do you need an ambulance?" Yuan Shi quickly realized he was just an ordinary person. She flicked out her snake tongue, stepped from the shadows with a twisted smile. The caretaker panicked. "What are you doing? Should I call an ambulance?" Yuan Shi did not answer. She simply stared at him indifferently. In the next instant, her body transformed into a gigantic python that tightly coiled around him. His terrified screams echoed as blood splattered everywhere, and his flashlight fell to the ground before going dark. After swallowing her victim whole, Yuan Shi slowly licked her lips. Then she looked up at the night sky and burst into mad laughter. "So what if I lost an arm? Yuan Long, today I finally found your weakness. As long as the doctor loses faith in you, the others and I will divide your spirit power. When that happens, I will become one of the Supreme Heart Guards." Fireworks continued bursting over the city behind her. Beneath the night sky and flashing lights, Yuan Shi looked completely unhinged. Fang Ning and Zhang Li were on their way home. Looking at the lively streets, Zhang Li asked curiously, "Husband, what day is it today? It's so festive." Fang Ning calmly replied, "The Dragon Boat Festival. Back then, I was always alone, so I never paid attention to holidays like this." After walking a little farther, they came across a small hotel glowing with dim lights. Fang Ning stopped and glanced at the sign. This is the cheapest place around, though it doesn't exactly look respectable. After deciding to stay the night, they walked inside. The owner warmly greeted them. "Welcome, welcome. You've made the best possible choice coming here. Our hotel offers all kinds of themed rooms. We have nurse, hospital, classroom, bus, even airplane themes. We also rent matching cosplay outfits to guarantee your satisfaction." Zhang Li tilted her head in confusion. "What do you mean by themes?" Fang Ning quickly cut in, acting as naturally as possible. "The cheapest room will do. We just need a place to sleep." "Inside," he sighed. "I have no idea how much Yanshang has already cost me. Better save whatever money I can. The soul hunters definitely won't reimburse this." Even so, the owner happily handed over the room key and muttered, "I didn't say anything wrong. People come to hotels to sleep. What else would they do here?" Holding the room key, the two quickly headed upstairs. The moment they disappeared, the owner's expression changed into a calculating grin. "A handsome couple. Looks like I've got some premium merchandise tonight." She hurried into a dark room, powered up the surveillance system, and turned on the hotel's hidden cameras. She rubbed her hands together excitedly, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Every room appeared on the monitors, including Fang Ning and Zhang Li's room. Inside, Fang Ning lay down on the bed and let out a relieved sigh. "Finally, I can get some real rest." But that sense of relief lasted only a moment before he suddenly froze. Opening his eyes, he saw Zhongli quietly looking around the room. Unable to hold back, he asked, "Li, is something wrong here?" Zhongli calmly replied, "Li doesn't like being watched." Fang Ning immediately sat up and carefully scanned every corner of the room. "I've felt like someone was watching us ever since we came in. I thought I was just being paranoid. Could Yanshang already be tracking us?" In the dark room, the hotel owner stared at the monitor with delight. What luck! A video of this couple will definitely sell for a high price. Especially that silver-haired girl. She's unbelievably beautiful. She's even wearing cosplay. Young people love that kind of thing. But before she could finish, every monitor suddenly flickered wildly before dissolving into static. The owner's face turned pale. She slapped the screen and muttered, "Huh? Why did the picture disappear? What's going on?" The computer suddenly displayed an image again, but this time it showed the back of the owner's own head. A chill ran through her. "Impossible. I never installed a camera there." She immediately turned around to check behind her. But the space behind her was completely empty. No one was there. She let out a shaky breath and tried to calm herself. Whew, I must have imagined it. But the moment she looked back at the screen, fear surged through her again. No, something's wrong. Why is the camera still showing what's behind me? And the view is even closer now. I just checked. There was nothing there. So what is happening? At that moment, the image on the monitor suddenly changed. The figure slowly turned around, revealing a blood-covered face with a twisted grin staring straight at her. A terrified scream echoed through the room. She jumped out of her chair, trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Fang Ning had already removed every hidden camera from the room. He shook his head helplessly. Figures. There's a reason this hotel is so cheap. He turned to Jiang Li and asked, "Li, was that your fear power you used to punish the hotel owner? You only scared her a little, right? You didn't go too far?" Jiang Li calmly replied, "Don't worry, husband. I only scared her until she fainted. At most she'll have headaches for a few days and a mental breakdown for a month or two." Fang Ning laughed and gently patted her head. "That's my amazing Li." As he walked into the bedroom, he silently felt relieved. If they had not discovered the cameras in time, footage of Li floating or using her powers would have caused huge trouble. Thinking about the chaos from To Knight's attack, he wondered how the Soul Hunters would cover it up. The evening news announced, at around 8 p.m. tonight, a major explosion occurred in the Zhichengyuan district on the east side of High City. High City Fire and Rescue responded immediately and dispatched emergency teams to the scene. Sure enough, the incident was far too massive to stay off the news. Zhang Li's attention was quickly drawn to the television. She floated closer, tilted her head, and asked, "Husband, is this some kind of magic? How are there people talking inside that box?" Fang Ning smiled, picked up the remote, and explained, "It's called a TV. It's like the videos we record. Someone films them, then they get played here. And this is the remote. It lets you switch channels." He handed the remote to Zhang Li. "Play with it for a while. I'm going to take a shower." Zhang Li happily took it and nodded. "Okay." Watching her curiously explore the TV, Fang Ning smiled. He actually had one at home, but he almost never used it. This was probably Li Er's first time seeing one. Watching her slowly adapt to modern life filled him with joy. He remembered when she first appeared. She did not even know how to brush her teeth back then. Everything was so new to her, and yet so much time had already passed. What reassured him most was that Guan Wen and Lian Xiang were both safe. According to Li Er, their souls were stable, but they still could not rebuild their bodies. To fully restore them, they would need a massive amount of crisis power. Whether it was to help them recover or strengthen Li Er, publicly testing the game needed to move forward as soon as possible. Fortunately, Old Chu was experienced with this kind of work and had already started making preparations. They also needed to find a new place to live, but if he joined the Soul Hunters, he wondered what kind of housing they would arrange. Relaxing in the hot bath, he felt every muscle loosen as he let out a contented sigh. Nothing beats soaking in a hot tub. Maybe after changing the water, he could let Lear try it too. She would probably love it. Just as he was enjoying the moment, a strange sound came from outside. Is that coming from another room? Wow, the soundproofing here is terrible. But just as he was about to ignore it, he suddenly realized something. Wait, that's coming from our room. Fang Ning quickly wrapped a towel around himself, rushed out of the bathroom and shouted, "Jiang Li, what are you watching?" But the moment he stepped into the living room, he froze. Right before his eyes, Jiang Li was wearing a bunny girl cosplay outfit, while an extremely explicit movie played on the TV. Fang Ning's face instantly turned bright red. He rushed forward to grab the remote from Zhang Li and shouted, "What the heck? Why does this hotel even have something like this?" But Zhang Li seemed to have expected it and quickly dodged away. Refusing to give up, Fang Ning chased after her. "Turn it off. You can't watch this anymore." Zhang Li floated out of his reach and calmly replied, "Nope." The room instantly turned lively as the two chased each other around. Fang Ning cried helplessly, "Give me the remote." Meanwhile, Zhang Li flew circles around the room, hugging the remote tightly. "No, I'm not letting you turn it off." The chase finally ended when Fang Ning caught Zhang Li and pulled her onto the bed. He frowned and asked, "And where did you get that bunny outfit? Didn't you say you couldn't create clothes before?" During the struggle, the remote slipped from Zhang Li's hand and fell onto the floor. She puffed out her lips and answered unhappily, "It was in the closet. Lear found it while looking for the hidden cameras." The moment he heard that, Zhang Li shoved Fang Ning back onto the bed. She leaned close and asked softly, "Husband, do you like it?" Fang Ning instantly blushed, unable to answer. Zhang Li smiled faintly, moved even closer and whispered. Husband Fang Ning immediately stammered, "Lear, what are you trying to do?" Without saying a word, Zhang Li pulled off his towel. Fang Ning jumped in shock. "Hey, Lear, can we at least talk first? At least turn off the lights and the TV." The next morning, the TV news echoed through the room. According to our reporters, last night's explosion at the Zicheng apartment complex in East High City has been confirmed as a gas leak. Authorities have confirmed 3 deaths and 14 injuries. Still fast asleep, Fang Ning was awakened by the ringing of his phone. He sat up, let Zhang Li keep sleeping, and answered the call. "Hello, Aunt Liu. Yes, don't worry. I won't run away. I'll take full responsibility for the compensation." But the moment he heard the amount, his expression changed. "What? 1 million? You're charging me for the neighbor's damages too?" After talking for a while, Fang Ning could only sigh helplessly. "All right, I understand." After hanging up, he sat there in a daze and muttered, "Incredible. I finally earned some money last time, and now it's all gone. I'm back to square one." Just then, someone knocked on the door. Fang Ning guessed his order had arrived. He went out to collect the package and politely thanked the delivery person. At the same time, Zhang Li slowly woke up. Seeing her rubbing her sleepy eyes, Fang Ning smiled and teased, "The sleepyhead is finally awake. Get up, I bought these clothes for you." Zhang Li happily stored the outfit inside her hairpin. In the next instant, the new clothes appeared on her body. Fang Ning suddenly asked, "Last night you said that after our soul-pact fusion, you'd enter a weakened state for quite a while, right?" Zhang Li nodded with a smile. Husband, you can probably feel it too. Almost all the spirit energy I had accumulated is gone. During this period, neither of us will be able to use our full strength. But even if I have little power left, Lear will still protect you." Hearing that, Fang Ning could not help but feel a headache coming on. The Soul Hunter trial would begin in only 4 days. Whether he joined or not, he still needed enough strength to protect himself. The problem was finding a suitable soul to help Zhang Li recover her soul power. Just as he was thinking, his phone suddenly rang again. Fang Ning answered, "Hello, Director Wang? The payment for the video has been transferred already, right? The timing couldn't be better. I really need the money." "Mr. Fang Ning, the payment hasn't been transferred yet. I'm calling today because of something else." Fang Ning frowned. "A hospital? Did you just say a hospital?" "After watching our video, a hospital director contacted me. He wants to meet you and ask for your help with something." Fang Ning felt speechless. Wasn't it obviously just a staged video? Were people actually believing it was real? He still had to prepare for the Soul Hunter trial and did not want more trouble. "Mr. Fang Ning, you haven't been online lately, have you? A streamer named Lin Huan uploaded a video of you fighting an evil spirit at Haiyuan Elementary School. It's gone viral. People online are even calling you the evil exorcist master." The mention of Lin Huan reminded Fang Ning of the streamers from before. He laughed. "Oh, that video? I was the one who gave it to them for promotion. I didn't expect it to become that popular. It's all special effects. Are people seriously buying it? As for that hospital director, just turn him down. Tell him I'm taking a break and don't have time. He said he's willing to pay 800,000. If you don't have time, I'll decline wait." Fang Ning immediately interrupted. The moment he heard 800,000, his eyes lit up. Wasn't this exactly the money he needed? He still had that huge compensation bill to pay. His attitude changed instantly. Smiling brightly, he said, "Director Wang, you know what they say. Time is like a woman's chest. Squeeze hard enough and you'll always find a little more. Hurry and send me his contact information." Director Wang was stunned by the sudden remark and stammered, "Oh, okay, sure. Beside him, Zhongli sat on the bed, gently touched her own chest, and innocently wondered, what was husband talking about? As soon as the call ended, Fang Ning started planning with excitement. The opportunity came at the perfect time. It could cover Aunt Leah's compensation, and if souls were really involved, it might also restore Lena's soul power. At the same time, night covered the sky. Heavy rain poured down with constant thunder and lightning. In the middle of a desolate land stood a towering castle. Behind its ancient appearance was the most advanced technology. This was the headquarters of the Soul Hunters. In the silent hall, the slow sound of rolling wheels echoed through the air. Zhang Tiandao was pushed inside by Hongji and Yue Ying. Looking around at the familiar place, he sighed. 10 years had passed, yet nothing here had changed. Hongji smiled as she pushed the wheelchair. Instructor Zhang, did you not know? Everything inside the Soul Court has been outdated for years, but no one wants to replace it. It seems convincing Fang Ning to join the Soul Hunters will not be easy. A talent like Fang Ning is incredibly rare. The Soul Hunters keep getting weaker, yet the elders only know how to. Yue Ying. Zhang Tiandao cut him off with a stern voice. Never discuss the leaders behind their backs. Open enemies are not the dangerous ones. The real threat comes from hidden arrows. With your blunt personality, you will bring trouble upon yourself sooner or later. I understand. Thank you, instructor. After walking a little farther, the three stopped before a massive door. The giant door slowly opened. It revealed a vast chamber with a huge glowing sphere floating in the air. Zhang Tiandao and the others slowly stepped inside. The moment it recognized them, the sphere lit up and split into countless tiny cameras. They surrounded the group and scanned them repeatedly to verify their identities. A few minutes later, 2 beams of light descended from above the sphere. As the light faded, 2 elderly leaders of the Soul Hunters appeared before everyone. The moment Sun Tingzhang saw Zhang Tiandao, he pointed his whisk straight at him and shouted, "Who allowed someone who no longer belongs to this organization to enter the Haicheng branch?" Standing nearby, Hongji and Yue Ying exchanged glances but neither dared to interrupt. After a moment, Hongji tried to explain. "Chief Sun, the situation was extremely urgent," but Zhang Tiandao raised a hand to stop her. "Hongji, let me speak with these old friends first." Hongji immediately stepped back. "Yes, sir." Zhang Dao smiled at the 2 elders and said, "Chief Sun, Chief Zhou, it has been a long time." "Tiandao, you really came back?" Zhou Tingzhang turned toward Sun Tingzhang. "Old Sun, what was that supposed to mean?" Tiandao may have left the organization, but he earned countless achievements for the Soul Hunters. "How can you say he has nothing to do with us?" Sun Tingzhang replied coldly, "The past is the past. Right now, he is an outsider." Before he could finish, Zhang Tiandao slammed his hand against the wheelchair armrest with a loud crack. He calmly said, "What is it? Do the Soul Hunters have so much free time now that they waste it arguing over meaningless matters? Chief Sun, do you want to keep arguing, or shall we get to the real issue?" His overwhelming confidence made Sun Tingzhang furious. He jumped to his feet as spiritual power surged around him. "You." Seeing the tension rise, Ye Ying and Hongji immediately knelt together. "Chief Sun, please calm your anger." Ye Ying could only smile bitterly. A moment ago, the instructor warned him to watch his words, yet he was the one speaking so directly. Hongji, however, was thrilled. In her eyes, no one could compare to Instructor Zhang. If he had not left the organization and wasted his talent back then, he would be sitting in the 3rd seat by now. The people across from him might even be calling him their superior. Zhou Tingzhang quickly stepped in to ease the tension. "Enough, old son. Tiandao fought beside us through life and death. Are we really going to make a scene in front of the younger generation? Hongji, report this mission first." Following the order, Hongji stood and explained everything from the beginning. It all started when I received Instructor Zhang's message. After giving the full report, she placed Yuan Shou's severed arm before everyone. That is the situation. In the end, Yuan Go and Yuan Shi escaped with the moon disk. But thanks to Fang Ning, we still managed to keep this arm of Yuan Shi. The arm was immediately placed into the central device, and the massive sphere lifted it into the air. Zhou Tingzhang looked surprised. So Fang Ning was the one who cut off Yuan She's arm. That is right. Yuan Shi had the moon disk, so escape was almost guaranteed. If Fang Ning had not risked his life to stop him, we would never have kept this evidence. The glowing sphere shined even brighter, and the atmosphere in the room grew heavier. After a moment, Zhou Tingzhang muttered, "Even Yuan Go was defeated? That would normally require a special grade soul hunter. That is equal to a special grade soul general. Is that kid really that powerful?" Yue Ying continued, "Based on my judgment, Fang Ning's base soul power is only around level 4. But during the fight, he likely used a secret technique that temporarily pushed him to level 6, or even close to level 7. The state did not last long, and he was left completely exhausted afterward. Zhou Tingzhong stroked his chin and looked at the report. Just over 20 years old and already at this level. Even with a secret technique, that talent is extremely rare. Suddenly, Sun Tingzhong interrupted loudly. If that technique left him so weak, why did you not seize the chance to bring him back? Chief's son, why would we do that? Fang Ning fought alongside us against Yuan Shang. He is not an enemy of the soul hunters. Hearing that, Sun Tingzhong threw back his head and laughed with mockery. Ha 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 ha. Not an enemy? According to my information, he has a level 6 soul by his side. Do you still remember the duty of the soul hunters? Zhou Tingzhong froze in shock. What? A level 6 soul? Zhang Tiandao spoke up. Chief Sun, where did you get that information? The report I asked Hongji to submit never mentioned it. Sun Tingzhong replied coldly, you do not need to know that. I only want to ask if you still remember the rules of the soul hunters. Faced with that question, Zhang Tiandan fell silent. His expression slowly turned serious. He wondered how Sun Tingzhong had learned the truth. Was there a traitor between Hongji and Yue Ying? Or was there another source? Maybe this was just a trick to drive them apart. Or perhaps their soul hunter had secretly watched everything without revealing themselves. The rules of the soul hunters are to control and eliminate every soul that threatens the world and disrupts society. Of course I remember. But from what I have seen, the souls beside Fang Ning have never harmed anyone. Sun Tingzhong immediately rejected the argument. Just because they have not done it before does not mean they never will. A soul's true nature is to devour and destroy. Zhang Tiandao, no one understands that better than you. Yuan Shang has become more active lately. Meanwhile, the soul hunters keep losing members through death and betrayal. Is this not exactly when we should recruit talented people? To put it simply, Fang Ning is an outstanding prospect. With his talent, he could become one of the organization's greatest pillars in just a few years. And do not forget, the soul hunters have accepted souls that stood with humanity before. Those words made Sun Tingzhong furious. He pointed straight at Zhang Tiandao and shouted, are you comparing Fang Ning to Chu Yunxia? Chu Yunxia is the hunt master's daughter. Who is Fang Ning? Have you even considered the consequences of letting a level 6 soul roam free? I trust him. Fang Ning saved my life from Yuan Chu. If anything truly happens, I will take full responsibility. And what gives you the right to guarantee that? Seeing the tension rise again, Zhou Tingzhong stepped in. Tiandao, can you truly promise that an unstable level 6 soul will never cause trouble? I can. I have complete faith in Fang Ning. He has both exceptional talent and strong character. If we want to defeat Yuan Shang, he is the sharpest weapon the soul hunters could have. Very well, Tiandao. I trust your judgment. In that case, to test him, I think Chu Yunxia should go in person. Zhang Tiandao immediately agreed. Exactly. Among all the soul hunters, no one is more suitable than her to evaluate Fang Ning. Sun Tingzhong frowned, but eventually nodded with reluctance. Old Zhou, since you have made your decision, I will not object. But I will report everything discussed in Today's meeting to the hunt master. Before leaving, Sun Tingzhong gave Zhang Tiandao a cold, intimidating stare. Take good care of yourself. No one knows what will happen next. I should get going as well. In the end, Old Sun is only acting for the good of the organization. Do not take it to heart. Watching the two disappear beyond the door, Zhang Tiandao let out a quiet sigh. Fang Ning, I have done everything I can. The rest depends on you. Not long after, the door opened again. Yue Ying and Hongji walked in and pushed Zhang Tiandao's wheelchair out of the room. On the way, Yue Ying asked, Instructor Zhang, are we really letting Sister Chu evaluate Fang Ning? Zhang Tiandao smiled. Why? Is there anyone more suitable? Yue Ying replied softly, you know Sister Chu's personality. I am afraid she will not think highly of Fang Ning. If that happens, he may end up in serious trouble. Zhang Tiandao burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, do not worry. I have a feeling Chu Yunxia and Fang Ning will have plenty to talk about. Just then, someone hurried over carrying a stack of files. Panting, he said, Captain Hongji, I have finished organizing every unsolved case from Haicheng over the past 20 years. Hongji nodded. Good. Send everything to my office first. The mysterious disappearance at Haicheng 9th People's Hospital. Case summary. A 19-year-old nurse with the surname Zhou vanished inside the hospital many years ago. Records show that after finishing her shift handover, she was never seen again. At the same time, heavy rain continued pouring outside Haicheng 9th People's Hospital. Thunder and lightning tore across the sky, leaving the street lights barely visible through the downpour. Inside the locker room, a male doctor changed his clothes and sighed with relief. Finally, my shift is over. Time to go home and get some sleep. But just as he finished getting dressed, someone suddenly knocked on the door. The doctor paused for a moment, straightened his clothes, and called out, "Come in." He wondered why anyone would come at this hour. Could it be another emergency? The doorknob let out a dry creak. The door slowly opened, revealing a nurse in a horrifying state. Her entire body was covered in blood, and her tangled hair hid her lowered face. The doctor rushed over in panic. "What happened to you?" The nurse slowly tore open her white coat, exposing a blood-soaked body. Dark red drops fell onto the floor. In a cold voice, she asked, "Doctor, you are a doctor, right? Can you tell me, am I still worth saving?" The moment the doctor saw her twisted body, his face turned deathly pale. He trembled uncontrollably before collapsing onto the floor. "You are." A massive hole gaped open in the nurse's abdomen, exposing her organs. Sharp bones covered her body, forming something like a giant mouth stretched wide open. The next second, she lunged forward and grabbed the doctor's shoulders. That monstrous figure slowly dragged him into the endless darkness as her chilling laughter echoed through the freezing room. The next morning, sunlight bathed Ninth Hospital. Gentle rays passed through the windows, bringing a peaceful start to the day. The hospital was as busy as ever, with people constantly coming and going. No one knew the horror that had unfolded the previous night. Walking through the crowd, Fang Ning streamed live on his phone. "Hello, everyone. Today I am at Haicheng Ninth People's Hospital. As you all know, hospitals are always surrounded by mysterious stories. Recently, 3 doctors disappeared here without a trace, and the police still have no leads. But I, the elder of the Beggars clan, was personally invited by the new hospital director to investigate. Stay tuned." As soon as he finished speaking, the chat exploded. "What is there to watch in broad daylight? Come back at night. I still do not buy it. This has to be staged. Ninth Hospital is pretty famous. I heard there have been lots of disappearances. Ha 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 ha. The ghost hunting master really shows up everywhere. Even the hospital director needs his help. I am only here because of Zhang Li. As long as she stays safe, I am happy." In a private room, Sun Tingzhang spoke with one of his subordinates. "Good. Keep watching them. Do not expose yourselves. Report to me the moment anything happens." The subordinate respectfully accepted the order and quickly left. The door slowly closed behind him. A greedy smile slowly spread across Sun Tingzhang's face. "Fang Ning and that level 6 soul as well. Everything is ready. Let us see how you escape this trap." Back at the hospital, Fang Ning and Zhang Li entered the outpatient wing. As he continued the live stream, he pointed the camera ahead. "I did not expect this place to be so crowded this early. Thanks for joining the stream, everyone." Beside him, Zhang Li looked around with endless curiosity. Spotting a clinic door left slightly open, Zhang Li immediately ran over to look inside. A little boy was getting ready for an injection. The moment the needle touched him, the boy burst into tears. Zhang Li froze as she watched the scene. It was her first time seeing a child cry so hard over an injection. She quickly ran back to Fang Ning, hugged him tightly, and asked with concern, "Husband, does it hurt that much? What happened?" Fang Ning was completely caught off guard by the hug. But the moment Zhang Li appeared on camera, the live stream chat exploded. "Zhang Li is so adorable. Stop showing off your romance. I am crying from jealousy. Let me hug her instead." Suddenly, Zhang Li grabbed Fang Ning's hand, pointed at the room behind them, and shouted, "Let that little boy go. You cannot keep hurting him." The doctor and the boy's mother both turned around, their faces filled with confusion. Fang Ning could only smile awkwardly and kept apologizing. "I am so sorry for the disturbance." Then he quickly pulled Zhang Li away. "Husband, did we not come here to save that boy from the bad guys?" Fang Ning patiently explained, "No, that was just an injection. They are treating his illness." The two continued toward the reception desk. Once there, Fang Ning politely asked, "Excuse me, where is the department director's office? I have an appointment with him." The head nurse looked up and quickly replied, "You must be Fang Ning. Just go straight ahead. The director is waiting for you. Oh, one more thing. Filmings is not allowed in our hospital." Fang Ning smiled. "Thank you. Do not worry. I will discuss it directly with the director." A nearby nurse asked curiously, "Is he the master the hospital director mentioned? He is still live streaming. I find that hard to believe." Another replied, "I heard the director paid a huge amount to invite him. Maybe true experts do not look special at all." Standing outside the director's office, Fang Ning turned the camera toward himself and smiled. "All right, everyone. The most exciting part is about to begin, but you will have to wait a little longer because I am ending Today's live stream here. If you want to uncover the secrets behind this hospital, be sure to watch the next video. This ghost hunting master is signing off for today. See you next time. With that, he ended the live stream and knocked on the door. A calm voice came from inside. Come in. Fang Ning and Zhang Li walked into the office. The moment he saw them, the department director stood up with a warm smile. Master Fang Ning, you are finally here. Please, have a seat. Please do not call me master. It feels strange. Just call me Fang Ning. The director looked at Zhang Li with curiosity. And who is this beautiful young lady? Fang Ning smiled. She is my fiancée, Zhang Li. She is also my most trusted partner. Mr. Fang, you have probably already heard a little about our hospital before coming, but the strange events here did not start recently. They have been happening for 40 years. About every 5 years, something unexplainable occurs. Sometimes a doctor or nurse dies without warning. Other times, someone becomes so terrified they cannot speak, then loses all their memories. At first, we thought they were only coincidences. After all, medical staff work under enormous pressure, so sudden deaths and mental breakdowns are not uncommon. The police investigated many times but never found anything unusual. Over time, everyone dismissed the stories as rumors. But this year is completely different. Fang Ning nodded. I know about that. I looked into it before coming. You mean the 3 doctors who disappeared over 3 consecutive days without any explanation, right? The director slowly nodded. That is correct. All 3 were talented young doctors with bright futures ahead of them. There is no way they would have taken their own lives because of work pressure. The strangest part is that none of them showed any unusual behavior before disappearing. The police investigated thoroughly but still found nothing. Yesterday, I even invited masters from the outskirts to perform a ritual. He insisted everything had been resolved. Yet another doctor vanished that very night. That is why I had no choice but to ask for your help, Mr. Fang. Fang Ning turned to Zhang Li. Li Ni, did you smell anything unusual on the way here? Maybe the smell of food? Zhang Li tilted her head, thought for a moment, then shook it. No, the whole place only smells unpleasant. There is nothing tempting at all. Hearing that answer, Fang Ning frowned slightly. The unpleasant smell was probably formalin. If so, these disappearances might not be caused by souls at all. They could be the work of humans. Seeing Fang Ning lost in thought, the department director quickly asked, Mr. Fang, is something bothering you? If it is about the payment, we can discuss it further. The moment he heard about more money, Fang Ning's eyes lit up. More payment? What do you mean? Just leave the ghost hunting to me. Ha ha ha. That is right. We originally offered 800,000, but the situation has become much more serious. If you can solve everything quickly, I will add another 100,000. And if you uncover the whole truth, the hospital has an extra reward prepared for you. Hearing that, Fang Ning immediately shook the director's hand with excitement. Deal. You can leave everything to me. I will solve this case once and for all, so your doctors never have to live in fear again. Inside, he was overjoyed. The old director was incredibly generous. With this money, he could almost pay off Aunt Lia's compensation. Just when he needed money the most, luck finally came knocking. After reaching an agreement, Fang Ning and Zhang Li left the office. Before leaving, he asked one more question. By the way, do you mind if I record videos here? I run a channel that documents paranormal investigations. I hope you understand. The director smiled. No problem. Feel free to do your work. As soon as they stepped outside, Zhang Li grabbed Fang Ning's arm with a displeased look. Husband, this place still smells awful. That sharp odor is everywhere. Are you sure there is anything delicious here? Fang Ning laughed. Who knows? But this is really strange. If these incidents have continued for 40 years and were all caused by a person, then whoever did it must hold an unbelievable grudge against this hospital. And after all these years, why have the soul hunters never noticed? They are not just sitting around doing nothing. The hospital is covered with surveillance cameras. If a human was behind this, the police should have found some clues by now. No. The more likely answer is that an incredibly skilled ghost has been hiding behind everything. Once we find it, this case will be over. Then I will take Li Ni out for a great meal. Zhang Li's eyes immediately sparkled. Really? Then how are you going to find it? It is not difficult. Everything started 40 years ago, so we just need to find the doctors or nurses who have worked here the longest. They are bound to know something. Zhang Li clapped happily with admiration in her eyes. Husband, you are amazing. You always think faster than everyone else. Fang Ning laughed along with her. Surrounded by the busy hospital, the two joked with each other as if they were under no pressure at all. Fang Ning then took Zhang Li around asking questions. The first person they met was a middle-aged doctor. After hearing about 40 years ago, he thought for a long time before saying, "Let me think." The biggest event back then was probably the nationwide epidemic. As for anything else, After another moment of thought, he shook his head with a sigh. Honestly, I cannot remember anything important. With no useful clues, Fang Ning could only move on with Zhang Li. The next person was an elderly cleaning lady. As soon as she heard about 40 years ago, she sighed with nostalgia. Oh, those were my younger days. She suddenly looked at Fang Ning and Zhang Li with a warm smile. You two make such a wonderful couple. When are you getting married? Let me tell you about my love story. Back then, my marriage. Before long, Zhang Li was listening with complete attention. She even took out a notebook and carefully wrote down every relationship tip the woman shared. Fang Ning could only smile helplessly. It was obvious they had learned nothing useful again. The two continued searching for someone else. This time, they spoke with a nurse. She smiled awkwardly. 40 years ago? I was not even working then. How would I know? Every hospital has its own ghost stories. Ours is no different. But if you want specific details, I really cannot remember anything. Fang Ning was about to leave, but just then, the head nurse suddenly paused and slowly said, Wait, speaking of 40 years ago, I just remembered something. I do not know if it will help you. Fang Ning immediately became interested. Really? Please tell me. The three quickly moved into a storage room so they could talk in private. The head nurse slowly began. 40 years ago, a young doctor at our hospital suddenly resigned without warning. To be honest, I have always felt that the strange incidents that happen every 5 years are somehow connected to that event. Fang Ning asked curiously, A doctor quitting is nothing unusual, right? Staff leave hospitals all the time. The head nurse nodded. Normally, yes, but his case was completely different. That doctor was no ordinary man. Who was he? What made him so different? The head nurse sighed softly. His surname was Gu. He was extremely serious and demanded perfection at work. What stood out most was his appearance. To be honest, he looked a lot like you, Mr. Fang. When he first arrived, many female doctors and nurses admired him. But exactly 40 years ago, he suddenly resigned. His reason was that this hospital had nothing left to teach him. Think about it. Even veteran doctors would never claim they had mastered medicine. Yet a man who worked here for only 1 year said exactly that. No one could believe it back then. The reason sounded strange enough, but what did it have to do with the disappearances? The key was that on the very night Dr. Gu left the hospital, my coworker Huai vanished without a trace. She was a nurse who admired Dr. Gu deeply, even to the point of obsession. Fang Ning quickly wrote it down and asked, Do you remember anything else about Nurse Huai and Dr. Gu? The night she disappeared, I was on the evening shift and saw it with my own eyes. I think it really was her. Fang Ning immediately stopped writing and asked, But what happened? The head nurse Huang shivered as the old memory returned. I forced myself to forget what I saw and kept telling myself it was just a nightmare. But somehow that image never left me. I feel like Huai Qin was trying to tell me something. Even Fang Ning felt a chill. What exactly did you see that night? I saw her out in the hallway. My closest friend seemed to be floating in midair. Her back faced me, and a long trail of blood stretched beneath her. But the most horrifying part was that her organs, from her liver to her intestines, were dragging across the floor. Even then, her heart was still beating. Just then, someone knocked on the door. The head nurse jumped in fright, her face turning pale. Fang Ning and Zhang Lei immediately looked toward the door with caution. The door slowly opened. A young nurse peeked inside and said casually, Sister Chu, are you in here? Why are the curtains closed? It's daytime, but this room is so dark. It's kind of creepy. The head nurse quickly fixed her hair and forced a smile. Haha, I was just telling some old stories. They need the right atmosphere. She glanced at the clock on the wall and stood up at once. Oh no, I have to get back to my patient. I hope what I told you helps. Fang Ning nodded politely. Thank you. If we need more information, we'll come back again. As they watched the head nurse leave, Zhang Lei turned to Fang Ning with a puzzled look. Before she could speak, the young nurse smiled and said, Was Sister Chu telling you about Huai Qin's disappearance again? I've heard that story so many times I know it by heart. It really is creepy. Fang Ning looked surprised. You know about it too? It happened 40 years ago. The young nurse laughed. Everyone here knows it. Sister Chu has been telling that story for years. The first time I heard it, I couldn't sleep for several nights. At first, the police took her testimony very seriously, but after using luminol at the scene, they found no trace of blood at all. You know how sensitive luminol is. Even the tiniest amount of blood can still be detected. So the police believed no one could erase every trace of blood in such a short time. In the end, they decided the whole story was just her imagination. Besides, how could a living person float in the air? And organs dragging across the hallway while the heart kept beating made even less sense. I think she was just exhausted from the night shift and dreamed it. Thank you for sharing all this with us. We'll take it into account as the investigation continues." The young nurse nodded and returned to work, leaving Fang Ning standing quietly in thought. If a spirit was responsible, traces like blood would be almost impossible to leave behind in the real world. But from the first disappearance 40 years ago until now, everything lined up far too perfectly. There had to be another secret still waiting to be uncovered. Lost in thought, Fang Ning's eyes accidentally landed somewhere they definitely should not. Standing beside him, Zhang Lei caught him at once, and her face turned bright red with anger. Without hesitation, she grabbed his head and turned it to face her. Fang Ning blinked in confusion. "Huh? What's wrong, Layer?" Zhang Lei puffed her cheeks. "If husband wants to look, I'll wear it for you. Don't look at other women like that." Fang Ning froze for a few seconds before asking, "You want to wear a nurse outfit? Planning to cosplay?" The moment she heard the word cosplay, Zhang Lei looked completely confused and had no idea what he meant. But right then, an idea suddenly flashed through Fang Ning's mind. He slapped his hand down and shouted, "I've got it." Overcome with excitement, he turned and kissed Zhang Lei lightly on the forehead. The unexpected move made her blush all the way to her ears, leaving her mind completely blank. Embarrassed, Zhang Lei pushed him away. "Husband, there are still other people here." The young nurse laughed and teased them. "Haha, don't mind me. I promise I won't look." Fang Ning scratched his head awkwardly. "Haha, sorry. I just figured out how to lure that evil spirit out." Zhang Lei immediately became curious. "What is it, husband?" "I actually have you to thank for this. That spirit only targets young and handsome doctors, so I'll disguise myself as one. Think about it. Who else is more suitable than me? For the safety of humanity, I'm willing to sacrifice this unmatched good looks of mine. Not everyone can make such a contribution. What is going on? Why did the art style suddenly change so much?" Hearing that, the nurse nearly screamed. Keeping a straight face, Fang Ning turned to the nurse. "Then could this beautiful young lady help prepare the uniforms for us?" The nurse could only give him a helpless smile. Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Lei immediately rewarded him with a powerful kick. "Can you focus on the mission?" She led them to a small room and brought out 2 uniforms, one for a doctor and one for a nurse. "These are your uniforms. You can change here. I still have work to do, so I'll be leaving first." The door closed behind her. Fang Ning immediately changed into his outfit. It really suits me. This is exactly the aura of a doctor. I look more like a groom on his wedding day." Behind the curtain, Zhang Lei was awkwardly trying to adjust her uniform. After a while, she pulled the curtain aside and called softly, "Husband." Fang Ning almost spat everything out. The moment he turned around, he froze in shock and stammered, "Layer Yure, way too cute. This is dangerous." Zhang Lei lowered her head shyly, her cheeks glowing red. "Husband, could you come help me for a moment?" Fang Ning looked flustered. "What's wrong? Doesn't it fit? Should I ask them for another one?" Zhang Lei gently shook her head. "No. I just don't know how to wear it. Husband, can you help me?" As she spoke, she held up a pair of fishnet stockings, making Fang Ning almost choke. Looking embarrassed, he waved both hands. "Do it yourself. It's easy. Just pull them up." But Zhang Lei kept pleading, staring at him with sparkling eyes. "Please help me, husband." Faced with that innocent look, Fang Ning could only sigh. "All right, I'll help, but stay still and don't fool around." Zhang Lei happily hugged him. "Thank you, husband. You're the best." She obediently sat down on the chair, but her posture accidentally created a scene that left Fang Ning with nowhere safe to look. He forced himself to stay calm and kept reminding himself, "No, absolutely not. Stay focused. Don't let your mind wander. The mission comes first." But with that scene right in front of him, all kinds of strange thoughts kept popping into his head. It looked like the only option was to close his eyes and finish it as quickly as possible. Gritting his teeth, Fang Ning reached out and pulled the stocking up for Zhang Lei. But an unexpected accident happened, and Zhang Lei's eyes flew wide open. Yamate kudasai, husband." "Not there." "Huh? My hand? Did the void monster just eat my hand?" Zhang Lei simply stayed seated, pressing her lips together as she looked at him. Fang Ning quickly pulled his hand back, looking completely flustered. That was just an accident. See? It's on correctly now. You can finish the rest yourself." Zhang Lei slowly picked up the other fishnet stocking and put it on by herself. As she adjusted the stocking, she complained, "Why are these stockings so long and so tight? They're so uncomfortable. They squeeze everything so tightly. I don't like them at all." Standing in the corner of the room, Fang Ning did not dare look for too long. In the end, he gathered his courage and stepped out into the hallway to wait. "Layer, are you done yet? Hurry up." Just a few seconds later, the curtain was pulled aside, and Zhang Lei slowly walked out. The sight before Fang Ning made his eyes go wide. He almost bit his own tongue. But that was not the end. As soon as she walked over, Zhang Lei casually sat on his lap. Fang Ning jumped in surprise. "Hey, what are you doing?" she answered innocently. "I saw nurses sitting on doctors' laps on TV. Isn't that right, husband?" "What TV show?" Fang Ning froze. "Don't tell me it was the one playing at the hotel last night." Zhang Lei nodded. "Yes, I watched a little after you fell asleep." Fang Ning could only groan. He had brought this on himself. He never should have picked a hotel with those strange channels. He gently tapped Zhang Lei on the head with a helpless smile. "How many times have I told you? You can't copy everything you see on TV. Come on, get up. We still have important work to do." Holding her head, Zhang Lei stood up and muttered unhappily, "Husband is so mean." That night, the entire hospital was wrapped in silence. Fang Ning and Zhang Lei slowly searched the surrounding areas. As he looked around, he said, "This place is as crowded as a market during the day. But at night, aside from the inpatient ward and the emergency room on the first floor, everywhere else is completely deserted. That's really strange. Layer, take out the camera. It's time to start recording." Fang Ning wondered if the evil spirit would appear tonight so he could film the opening scene. If not, editing could always fix it later. Once the live stream started, Fang Ning appeared on screen in his doctor's uniform, looking surprisingly professional. "Hello everyone, hope you're having a great evening. It's now 2 in the morning, and I'm at Haicheng Hospital number 9. Most of the doctors and nurses have already gone home, but at the hospital's request, I'll continue investigating the mysterious disappearances of doctors here. From everything I learned during the day, I've already connected several important clues. It all seems to have started with a gifted doctor who suddenly resigned, followed by the mysterious disappearance of a nurse who had feelings for him. Similar disappearances have repeated every 5 years. My guess is that the evil spirit behind them isn't especially powerful. It needs a long time to gather enough strength before making its move." As he led the viewers deeper into the hallway, Fang Ning suddenly stopped, looking confused. "Wait, why are we already at Dr. Zhang Can's office? According to the building map, we should still be much farther away. Even the room names know. The departments and job titles are exactly the same, and somehow the staircase has disappeared too. Is this a ghost wall illusion?" He placed his hand on the handle of Dr. Zhang Can's office door and slowly turned it. With a soft click, the door slowly creaked open into the freezing darkness. But only a moment later, everything returned to normal. The hallway lights came back on. When he tried the door again, it was firmly locked and would not budge. The nameplate clearly read Surgeon Zhang Can. Fang Ning shook his head and pulled Zhang Lei along. As they walked, he muttered, "This is definitely Dr. Zhang Can's office. Next should be Zhang Kue's office, then the bench with the cloth doll. But why can't we escape this place, no matter how far we walk?" As they turned another corner, the strange phenomenon appeared once again. Right in front of Fang Ning was the sign for Surgeon Zhang Can. He frowned, stopped, and examined everything carefully. "We're back here again? That's impossible." Instead of looking worried, Fang Ning slowly smiled. He nodded as if he had figured it out. "I know now. This isn't a normal hospital layout. We're trapped inside an abnormal space where 4 identical hallways connect into an endless loop. Perfect. Looks like that evil spirit finally took the bait." Zhang Lei followed his gaze and pointed ahead. "Husband, look. There's something up there." Through the thin mist, a strange figure moved quietly, like a spirit with no clear shape. Fang Ning's eyes lit up immediately. "So you finally decided to show yourself. You're not getting away this time." Without the slightest hesitation, he sprinted after the shadow. As if sensing the pursuit, the shadow instantly rushed forward, always keeping the same distance ahead. Fang Ning ran faster and faster, but no matter how hard he tried, the gap never closed. Even he could not hide his surprise. No matter how carefully he observed, the distance between them remained unnaturally constant. After chasing it for quite a while, nothing changed. All he could see was a blurry black silhouette without any clear features. Fang Ning kept chasing while shouting, "I refuse to believe I can't catch you." No matter how hard he tried, the shadow stayed the exact same away. None of it made any sense. At my speed, even Yuanju could not easily leave me behind, yet this thing actually can. He turned to Zhang Lei with a puzzled look. "Layer, what exactly is this? It feels like we're trapped inside some kind of game. Is this an illusion?" "Yes, husband. This should be a spirit illusion realm." Fang Ning frowned. "A spirit illusion realm? It sounds familiar, but I've never seen one myself." Zhang Lei explained calmly. Spirits naturally possess the ability to create illusions or hypnotize people. It's one of their most common powers. But don't let your guard down. This illusion will become more dangerous the longer we stay inside. Layer, can you break it? I can, but if I force it open, the spirit will escape immediately. Then tracking it down will become very difficult. Fang Ning nodded and thought for a moment. If you break the illusion, can you lock onto the spirit's location afterward? Zhang Lei shook her head. I'm afraid not. It has been hiding for a long time. I can't sense even the slightest trace of its aura. Besides, this illusion doesn't seem to be controlled directly by the spirit. We have to uncover whoever is truly behind everything happening in this hospital. Since it dragged us in here on purpose, then well play its game to the end. But after running through the endless maze of hallways for so long, even Fang Ning started to tire. Seeing that, Zhang Lei clapped excitedly. Come on, husband, you can do it. After seeing the sign for Surgeon Jiang Can for what felt like the 100th time, Fang Ning finally snapped. Damn it, Director Jiang. Why do I keep running into you everywhere? Can you at least change your name? At that exact moment, the real Jiang Can was sitting in the restroom when he suddenly sneezed. Did I catch a cold? I should have old Wang give me a thorough checkup tomorrow. Back in the hospital hallway, the blurry figure still kept the same distance from Fang Ning, but this time, instead of chasing it, he suddenly stopped and walked in the opposite direction. Zhang Lei looked confused. Husband, why aren't we chasing it anymore? We've made no progress by following it. We might as well try a different approach. After a while, Fang Ning glanced back at the distant figure. Layer, take a look. Doesn't she seem a little closer now? It also feels like the surroundings have changed. Zhang Lei nodded. That's right, husband. At first, there was a bench on her left. Now there's a trash can in front of the bench instead. Fang Ning burst into laughter. Haha, so that's how it works. This spirit illusion realm isn't that hard after all. If we walk the opposite way, we can close the distance. Simple. Zhang Lei immediately praised him. Husband is amazing. You're truly a genius. Fang Ning stroked his chin proudly. Of course. Who do you think I am? If she escapes again this time, I'll write my own name backward. But just as he was feeling pleased with himself, his whole body suddenly froze. The shadow had returned to its original distance once again. Fang Ning coughed awkwardly. Ahem, Lei, take another look. Isn't she back where she started? Zhang Lei nodded gently. Yes, husband. The distance is almost exactly the same as before. Fang Ning gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, fine. Let's split up. You go left, I'll go right. Let's see if we can cut her off. Zhang Lei obediently nodded and headed off in the opposite direction. We had just committed the most classic mistake in every horror movie by splitting up. Even so, she still refused to show herself. After walking for a while, the two of them ended up back where they started and met again. The moment Zhang Lei saw Fang Ning, she happily ran toward him. Husband, wait for me. Before Fang Ning could react, they both fell to the floor together. Zhang Lei hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, husband. I didn't mean to bump into you. But then she suddenly felt something hard beneath her and asked curiously, Husband, what's in your pants? Why is it so hard? The question nearly made Fang Ning cough up blood. He immediately shouted, Get up first. Hurry and get off me. After coughing a few times to calm himself, he quickly changed the subject. Let's talk about something important. Layer, did you see that nurse's shadow just now? Fang Ning thought to himself, I didn't see her at all while we were separated. Maybe the shadow disappears whenever we split up. Fang Ning continued analyzing the situation with Zhang Lei. If walking backward really is the key to breaking this illusion, then we must have overlooked something. Stay with me. Let's try again. Another half hour passed, yet they were still trapped inside the strange maze. Zhang Lei warned him, Husband, this illusion is getting stronger little by little. If we don't break it soon, we may be trapped here forever. Or I could just destroy it and we can continue investigating outside. By now, Fang Ning was drenched in sweat and breathing heavily, but he still refused to give up. Suddenly, he looked up and his eyes lit up. Haha, no need to force our way out. I finally know how to break this spirit illusion realm. Zhang Lei looked surprised. How? Wouldn't smashing everything be the fastest way? Fang Ning shook his head confidently. During every loop, I paid attention to every tiny change in the hallway. I realized that besides the shadow and the bloodstains on the walls, there are many other subtle differences. It reminded me of a horror game called Platform 9, which also uses an endless looping space. As long as you spot an anomaly and immediately turn back, you'll eventually find the way out. Zhang Lei paused for a moment as she listened. In other words, once you ignore all the creepy distractions, the core mechanic is simply finding the differences. Let's go. Stay close to me. The moment you notice anything different from the original hallway, turn around immediately. Every time we do that, we'll get a little closer to that evil spirit. At the same time, more blood will appear on the walls and floor. Earlier, I noticed a pair of bloody gloves inside a trash can that should have been empty. The moment I turned back, the distance between us and her really became shorter. Then in the last loop, a strange patient appeared, hanging inside Director Zhang's office. As soon as I saw it, I turned around. If my guess is correct, once we go around this next corner, she should be standing beside the hospital beds. Sure enough, the mysterious nurse appeared right in front of Fang Ning. Watching both the result and his chain of deductions, Zhang Lei beamed with excitement. "Husband, you're amazing." Fang Ning smiled faintly and continued forward. "The next step is breaking this illusion. I want to see what's really hiding behind all of this." Zhang Lei nodded repeatedly. The adhesive bandage on the chair has turned into a severed finger. Turn back. Correct. The lock on the door handle is bleeding. Turn back. Right again. This time there aren't any abnormalities. Keep moving forward. Still correct. After advancing through the illusion as if clearing levels in a video game, the two of them finally caught up to the mysterious figure. A satisfied smile appeared on Fang Ning's face. He immediately reached out. "Got you. Let's see where you can run now." But the next second, Fang Ning grinned and said, "Good evening, Miss Nurse. It's pretty late. Why are you standing here trying to scare people instead of getting some rest?" A chilling and dangerous aura constantly radiated from the nurse's body. Even Fang Ning widened his eyes at the sight. But what bothered him even more was how torn and ragged her clothes were. He immediately shouted, "Hey, can we have a serious conversation? Pull your collar up first. You're the one behind everything that's been happening here, aren't you?" The nurse stared at him as her distorted voice echoed out, "Dr. Gu, is that you? You've finally come back. I've been waiting for you for so long." "No, that's not right. You're not Dr. Gu." The moment she finished speaking, her head suddenly twisted to one side before turning toward Fang Ning. "Then who are you?" The grotesque movement sent a chill down Fang Ning's spine, and he quickly pushed her away. Keeping his composure, he answered casually, "Well, you can just treat me as a doctor. If you have something to say, go ahead." Deep down, he stayed on guard. Something about this evil spirit felt completely wrong, so it was better to play along for now. The nurse slowly curled her lips into a terrifying smile. "Doctor, you're such a good person. Can you save me?" "Save you? But you don't look injured." Her next response made both of them feel their scalps go numb. She slowly thrust her hand into her own abdomen and violently tore her body open. Fang Ning and Zhang Lei both stepped back at once. Fang Ning could not help shouting, "What the hell are you doing?" Countless sharp bones suddenly burst out from the nurse's body. Her voice became chaotic and distorted as she cried and lunged toward him. "Dr. Gu, save me, save me, save me!" The nurse suddenly charged forward with a twisted smile and attacked. Standing beside him, Zhang Lei quickly warned, "Husband, be careful." Fang Ning's eyes turned sharp. He clenched his fists, knowing Zhang Li's spiritual power was almost exhausted. He had to end this fast. Without hesitation, he threw a powerful punch that sent the nurse flying dozens of meters away. "Get lost." The tremendous force even shattered several bone spikes on her body. After crashing hard into the wall, her terrifying form quickly regenerated. But before anyone could relax, in the blink of an eye, even more bone spikes burst out from her body as she charged again. They intertwined and fused together, forming a horrifying structure. Fang Ning immediately sensed the danger. A moment later, countless razor-sharp bones shot out from the nurse's abdomen like a storm. Fortunately, his lightning-fast reflexes let him dodge every fatal projectile. Closing the distance in an instant, he drove a heavy punch straight into her face. "Take this." The nurse was blasted away once again. Fang Ning immediately grabbed one of her legs. He slammed her into the floor over and over, completely suppressing her until she had no chance to fight back. The nurse lay motionless beneath him, unable to move. Fang Ning turned to Zhang Lei. "Layer, check if there's anything unusual about this spirit." Zhang Lei blinked in confusion. "Huh? You beat her up this badly and you're asking now? Nothing seems strange. She's just an ordinary rank 3 spirit." The doubt on Fang Ning's face remained. "We've encountered plenty of spirits before, haven't we?" Zhang Lei nodded. "Yes. Child spirits, vengeful spirits, and many others. Why?" Fang Ning fell into thought. "Every spirit we've met before, whether kind like Lian Shang and Guan Wen or openly hostile, could at least communicate. But this nurse is completely different. Zhang Lei observed her for a while before speaking. Husband, look at her condition. It feels like she's still trapped by some unresolved obsession. Fang Ning could only sigh. Even with many questions still unanswered, he decided to follow Zhang Li's suggestion. Grabbing the nurse by her hair, he pulled her into a sitting position and asked, "Listen, you can't beat me. I don't have to destroy you, but only if you sit down and talk. Deal?" The nurse gave no response. She kept repeating the same words over and over. "Dr. Gu, save me." Fang Ning immediately stood up, his expression growing serious. Looking at Zhang Lei, he said, "It seems we can still help her. But first we need to know what happened 40 years ago. Can you tell us?" Suddenly, the nurse floated into the air as sharp bones erupted across her body again. Fang Ning swiftly dodged aside. Turning to Zhang Lei, he said, "See, there's no way to communicate with her normally. She's like a machine repeating the same programmed response." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ning borrowed the momentum to unleash a powerful kick. The blow sent the nurse flying once again. Watching her, he continued his analysis. "There's something else that's strange. Did you notice? Even after I nearly tore her apart, her soul power hasn't shown the slightest sign of collapsing. That's completely abnormal." Zhang Lei nodded. "That's right. Her current state is even weaker than a rank 1 spirit." Fang Ning decided not to drag things out any longer. He slowly raised his hand to finish it. "If we can't talk, then I'll have to destroy you and report the results to the hospital director." Just as he was about to strike, the nurse suddenly cried out, "It hurts, Dr. Gu, it hurts so much." The desperate plea made Fang Ning stop. "What's wrong? You're not attacking anymore? Fine, I'll give you one more chance. Answer my questions. Are you the nurse from Huaichin Hospital who mysteriously disappeared 40 years ago? If you don't answer, I'll take that as a yes. Who turned you into this? What is the obsession you still can't let go of?" The nurse trembled as she answered, It was Dr. Gu." Fang Ning helped her to her feet and continued questioning. "You've been mentioning Dr. Gu this whole time. Was he the one who did this to you? Is that why you've been targeting innocent people in the hospital?" No, Dr. Gu didn't hurt me. He was only investigating a secret." Fang Ning frowned, his voice turning serious. "What secret? What exactly did he discover?" The nurse grabbed his arm tightly, panic filling her face. "I don't know. I really don't know. Dr. Gu wouldn't let me tell anyone. But if you want the truth, go find him. Just make sure you're extremely careful. That secret is far more terrifying than you can imagine. It will bring unbearable pain." The camera in Fang Ning's hand recorded everything that happened. Just then, the nurse suddenly let out a strange laugh and spoke again. "Dr. Gu, have you discovered the truth of this world yet?" Her words left both Fang Ning and Zhang Lei completely stunned. The truth of this world, what did that even mean? Before either of them could think further, Shu Huaiqin suddenly clutched her head and screamed, No, that's not right, I don't know. Something is crawling into my head. It hurts. My head is about to explode." The next moment, her head slowly split apart, as though an invisible force were tearing it open. Her skin gradually peeled away, revealing a horribly twisted face underneath. In the middle of the chaos, Shu Huaiqin grabbed Fang Ning's hand with pleading eyes. "Dr. Gu, don't leave me behind. Please take me with you." Fang Ning stood there in shock, his mind in complete confusion. What is happening? Even her face is mutating now. Before, only her abdomen was abnormal. "Dr. Gu, is it really you? Are you going to kill a poor girl like me just for the so-called truth?" She suddenly giggled again. "Wonderful, so you agreed." As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed forward and wrapped Fang Ning in a tight embrace. Before he could react, she had already pinned him in place. Fang Ning hurriedly pushed her away. "Hey, wait, look carefully." "Not Dr. Gu, calm down first." Zhang Lei had been watching everything in silence, but she finally lost her patience. "Let go of my husband." Without another word, Zhang Lei immediately prepared a finishing strike against Shu Huaiqin. Fang Ning quickly stopped her. Wait, calm down." But his words had no effect. Zhang Lei attacked without hesitation, blasting Shu Huaiqin apart into several pieces. The illusion created by Shu Huaiqin shattered instantly. Fang Ning could only sigh helplessly as the surroundings gradually returned to normal. He said with frustration, You acted too quickly. The most important thing was finding the truth behind all of this." After defeating Shu Huaiqin, Zhang Lei turned back as if nothing had happened. She pouted and replied, "She dared to hug my husband. Only I'm allowed to do that. Nobody else even gets to think about it." Seeing her expression, Fang Ning could only smile helplessly. He gently patted her head and comforted her. "All right, let's leave it at that. There are still many unanswered questions, but at least the illusion is gone, and Xu Huaiqin's soul has finally been freed. Let's report everything to the director first. Layer, turn off the camera. As for who harmed her and this so-called truth of the world she mentioned, well, investigate those later. Zhang Lei nodded in agreement, turned off the phone, handed the equipment back to Fang Ning, and replied softly, all right. Once everything had settled down, Fang Ning looked at Zhang Lei and said, let's go, Layer. We'll get some rest first and report everything to the director tomorrow. Zhang Lei immediately smiled with delight, held his hand and answered quietly, then he'll fly us back. Without wasting any time, the two of them flew straight back to the hotel. Along the way, Fang Ning suddenly remembered something. Oh, right, Layer. Promise me one thing. Zhang Lei looked at him curiously. What is it, husband? Fang Ning's expression turned serious. From now on, don't watch those inappropriate TV programs anymore. Got it? Zhang Lei puffed out her cheeks unhappily, but still nodded obediently. Not long after returning to the hotel, both of them quickly fell asleep. But in the middle of the quiet night, Fang Ning's phone suddenly rang. Still half asleep, he answered the call. Hello, Aunt Liao, it's me. I'm working on it. I haven't run away. A woman's loud voice came through the phone. Hurry up. The repair crew is already here. The property owners are all waiting for your compensation before construction can begin. Fang Ning could only laugh awkwardly as he scratched his head. All right. Just give me 2 more days. Thanks, Aunt Liao. The moment the call ended, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Sensing something was off, Fang Ning calmly walked over and opened it. Standing outside were 3 thugs with arrogant expressions. The blonde guy in front spoke first. Still planning to stay here? My mom left this hotel under my care for a few days. She's sick, so if you want to leave, just say so. Fang Ning did not care at all and calmly replied, no need. We're leaving today anyway. He started to close the door, but the blonde guy blocked it with a smug grin. Whoa, not so fast. The whole group barged inside. One more thing. You took down our hidden camera in this room. That really pissed us off. They glanced at Zhang Lei with dirty smiles. Just woke up? Looks like you two had quite a night. Your girlfriend is pretty. Let her hang out with us for a few days, and we'll forget all about this. Otherwise, But the instant the blonde guy touched Fang Ning's shoulder, his wrist was locked. He screamed in pain. Ah, it hurts. Beat him. Kill him if you have to. I'll take the blame. The other two rushed in with clubs, but Fang Ning did not even see them as a threat. He calmly dodged every single attack. Then he snatched a club from one thug's hand and ended the fight in seconds. Right then, Zhang Lei finally woke up. She let out a yawn and saw the 3 thugs sprawled across the floor, covered in injuries and unable to stand. Fang Ning casually opened the door, dragged all 3 outside, and tossed them into the hallway. His eyes turned ice cold as he said, "Get lost." The 3 thugs scrambled to their feet. The blonde guy turned pale with fear and quickly lowered his head. "All right, boss. We were wrong. We were blind and picked the wrong person. We're leaving now, right now." After the thugs disappeared, Fang Ning slammed the door shut. He stood there for a moment and muttered, "Looks like we need a better place to stay. This cheap hotel isn't worth it." Just then, Zhang Lei climbed out of bed, rubbed her eyes, and smiled. "Husband, good morning." Fang Ning looked at her, hesitated for a second, then answered, "Yeah, good morning. Get ready. We still have a lot to do." A while later, they left the hotel and headed straight to the hospital. As soon as they arrived, Fang Ning explained everything and showed the recorded video to the hospital director. The director froze in shock. There really was a ghost? Fang Ning nodded calmly. Yes, but it's all been taken care of. The director let out a long sigh of relief. Mr. Fang Ning, your reputation is well deserved. On behalf of everyone at the hospital, thank you for your help. Fang Ning laughed. No need to thank me. But about the final payment, the director immediately replied, "Don't worry, everything is ready. The money will be in your account by tomorrow at the latest." After everything was settled, Fang Ning shook the director's hand. "All right, I'm off. It was a pleasure working with you." The director smiled back. "Likewise. I hope we can work together again." At the same time, inside one of the hospital restrooms, Dr. Zhang Can stood before the mirror, looking uneasy. Sweat covered his forehead as confusion filled his mind. "Strange, I've been sweating non-stop all morning. Old Wang just checked me and said I'm perfectly healthy." Just as he bent down to wash his face, his whole body suddenly froze in place. 2 eerie hands slowly reached out from inside the mirror. Then the spirit of Nurse Huaiqin appeared. She softly whispered, "Doctor, save me. Please take me to Dr. Gu." Zhang Can fell into a trance and quietly replied, "All right, I'll take you there." As soon as he finished speaking, Huaiqin's hands vanished into thin air. Zhang Can immediately walked out of the restroom with empty eyes, repeatedly calling out, Dr. Gu, where are you? Dr. Gu. Every patient and nurse who saw him looked at him with uneasy eyes. He quietly walked all the way to the rooftop. Then he stopped at the edge, looked up at the sky, and burst into wild laughter. The eerie laughter echoed throughout the hospital, sending chills down everyone's spine. At that moment, Fang Ning and Zhang Lei were getting ready to leave the hospital. Nearby, the nurses were chatting. Nurse Zhao, did you hear? Mr. Fang Ning solved the hospital disappearance case. Really? When did that happen? The director just announced it. That's wonderful. We won't have to live in fear anymore. Nurse Zhao, a senior staff member at the hospital, immediately ran after Fang Ning. Mr. Fang Ning, please wait. She caught her breath and asked, Mr. Fang Ning, did you find Sister Huaiqin? Is she already? Fang Ning calmly replied, yeah, I met her spirit, but she died 40 years ago. Nurse Zhao froze. How did she die? Was Dr. Gu behind it? Fang Ning thought for a moment. I can't say for sure yet, but there's a strong chance he was involved. Don't worry, I'll keep investigating this next time. Just then, a loud crash echoed from behind them. Fang Ning instantly turned around, while Nurse Zhao screamed, ah, watch out. In the middle of the hospital courtyard, Dr. Jiang Can's body lay motionless. Hospital staff quickly gathered around. Nurse Zhao stammered, that's Dr. Shang from surgery. Didn't he just receive an Outstanding Employee Award? How did this happen? The moment his life ended, a strange stream of black energy slowly rose from his body. Fang Ning immediately said, call the police now. Zhang Lei only needed one glance to notice something unusual. Husband, there's still spiritual energy inside his body. It's the same aura as that nurse's spirit shrit from last night. Fang Ning frowned, so it really wasn't over. Before, people only disappeared at night. Now someone had died in broad daylight. Had breaking the spirit illusion last night changed everything? He immediately left the crowd and called out, Nurse Zhao, I'll leave this place to you. I have to go. She asked in surprise, Mr. Fang Ning, where are you going? Fang Ning did not answer and rushed back into the hospital. As he ran upstairs, he asked, Layer, can you locate that spirit? Zhang Lei immediately replied, no, husband. This kind of soul power leaves no trace. I can't track it. Fang Ning sped up and headed straight for the 4th floor. The moment he entered the hallway, he sensed thick black spiritual energy spreading from Dr. Zhang's office. Nearby, several doctors and nurses were talking sadly. One nurse sighed. I heard Director Zhang has a 7-year-old son who just started 1st grade. That's heartbreaking. Another doctor added, I don't understand it either. Has been perfectly normal lately. He treated everyone well and his family was happy. Could work pressure really do this? That's right. Dr. Lee had something similar happen a few days ago. His case was even worse. Did you know he used a scalpel to cut open his own stomach? Hearing that, Fang Ning suddenly stopped and looked across the crowd. He walked over, grabbed the nurse's hand, and asked, what did you just say? Who cut open his own stomach? The nurse jumped in shock and nervously replied, Mr. Fang Ning, I can't say. Her answer made him fall silent for a moment. But he quickly realized something and said coldly, I've already told all of you. There is a ghost in this hospital, and more people can die at any moment. If you're not afraid of dying, then I won't interfere anymore. Those words made every nurse turn pale. One of them called out with a trembling voice, Wait, Mr. Fang Ning. Fang Ning stopped and turned back. Changed your mind? If you know something, tell me. After hesitating for a long time, she finally spoke. I know part of it because I was the first person to find Dr. List's body. She continued, when the police investigated, both the security footage and the autopsy concluded that he killed himself. After that, the director ordered everyone to keep it secret to protect the hospital's reputation. As soon as she finished, a doctor beside her lowered his head and said, Mr. Fang Ning, please help us. We have no one else to rely on now. Fang Ning thought for a moment before answering firmly, I understand. Don't worry. I'll find the one behind all of this. Leaving the crowd behind, he headed straight for the men's restroom to inspect the scene. He said to Zhang Lei, this is probably where that spirit took control of Dr. Shang. Liar steer, see if She's still nearby. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Lei separated from Fang Ning and searched the surrounding area. After checking for a while, she shook her head. She's gone, and the remaining spiritual energy is fading extremely fast. In just a few more minutes, there won't be any trace left. Fang Ning frowned slightly. Just as I thought. This spirit is extremely good at hiding. No wonder soul hunters couldn't catch her after all these years. We'll have to follow the clues she left behind. Let's go to the hospital archives. They quickly entered the records room and searched for files related to Dr. Gu. After a while, they found an old file labeled Name Gu Yi, Ethnicity Han, Birthplace, High City. Date of birth, September 2, 1963. Graduate, High City First Medical University. These records are over 40 years old. They probably aren't very useful anymore. Fang Ning nodded. We may not find any real clues, but we won't know unless we try. 40 years have passed, yet Zi Huaichen's obsession with Dr. Gu still hasn't faded, and he happened to resign. Those events are far too connected to be a coincidence. If he ever got the chance, Fang Ning wanted to ask Dr. Gu what had really happened back then. Suddenly, Fang Ning turned to Zhang Lei. Liar, did you notice anything strange about the director? Zhang Lei looked surprised. Husband, are you suspecting him? Fang Ning began piecing everything together. He invited us here to deal with Zi Huaichen's spirit, but he hid a lot of key information. Every unusual death in the hospital was covered up, and while checking the records, I found something odd. Every doctor's and nurse's file was intact, except the director's. His file was marked as destroyed in a fire more than 10 years ago. That's not normal. 40 years ago, the director was only around 20. According to the senior doctors, he and Dr. Gu were classmates and joined this hospital together after graduation. So was the director involved in Zi Huaichen's death? And how much does he really know about the truth Dr. Gu has been chasing? After thinking it over, Fang Ning and Zhang Lei decided to take a taxi to Dr. Gu Yi's former home. As soon as the taxi stopped, Fang Ning got out. He looked around and asked, "This is the place, right?" The driver immediately shouted, "Hey, pay the fare first, kid. I've got other passengers waiting." Fang Ning gave an awkward smile and quickly handed over the money. "Sorry, brother. I completely forgot." Haha. After taking the cash, the driver muttered, "You kept talking to yourself the whole ride. Must read too many ghost stories." Ignoring the complaint, Fang Ning turned to Zhang Lei. "Layer, let's ask around. According to the file, Dr. Gus' house should be deep inside this alley." Zhang Lei happily replied, "All right, let's go, husband." They walked through the long, narrow alley and finally stopped in front of an old house that had clearly been abandoned for years. Zhang Lei said, "Husband, see, I told you. After all these years, he must have moved away long ago." Fang Ning could only sigh. Seeing her cheerful expression, he lightly tapped her on the head. "We couldn't even find him, and you're still happy? Stop talking nonsense." Then he walked to the front door and called out loudly, "Anyone home? Water meter inspection." After waiting for quite a while with no response, Fang Ning frowned. "What a waste. And I spent almost 100 yuan on the taxi." But just as he was about to leave, the old wooden door suddenly creaked open. An elderly woman appeared behind the door, studying them carefully. Fang Ning immediately became polite. "Mom, do you know where the family that lived here moved to?" The old woman looked at him before slowly saying, "Why are you looking for old Gu? He passed away more than 10 years ago." Fang Ning froze for a moment, then quickly took out a file. "Hello, Mom. We're from High City 9th Hospital. We're here to ask about Dr. Gu Yi, who used to work there." The moment she heard his name, her expression changed. She paused for a moment before asking, "You mean little Gu?" Fang Ning smiled and nodded. "That's right. We'd like to learn more about him. Did you know him?" A warm smile appeared on the old woman's face. "I watched that boy grow up. Of course I knew him. Come inside, have some water, and we'll talk." Fang Ning and Zhang Lei followed her inside. After sitting down, Fang Ning politely said, "Thank you, Mom. We only have a few questions. We won't keep you long." As she poured the water, the old woman sighed softly. "If you hadn't brought him up, I probably would have forgotten about that child." She placed 2 glasses of water in front of them. Fang Ning accepted one politely. "Thank you, Mom. Sorry for bothering you." The old woman sat on an old chair, her hands still knitting without pause. "Ask whatever you want. My memory isn't what it used to be, but I'll tell you whatever I can remember. It's been so many years, so some details may be unclear." Fang Ning asked, "Mom, did you know Dr. Gu well? Where did he and his family move after they left?" The old woman nodded gently. "Little Gu was a wonderful child. I watched him grow up. He was clever from a young age, always at the top of his class, and he even skipped grades several times. Other than being quiet and more mature than kids his age, little Gu was almost perfect. Everyone believed he would have a bright future. Sure enough, he got into medical school with top grades and became a doctor right after graduation. But not long after that, people heard he quit only 2 years into the job. From then on, no one knew where he went. Back then, old Gu even reported him missing, but the police never found him. His parents both passed away more than 10 years ago, yet little Gu never returned even once. The neighbors had to handle their funerals. To this day, no one knows whether he's alive or dead. Life really is unpredictable. Fang Ning was stunned. He disappeared, and his parents both passed away over 10 years ago? The old woman nodded gently. "That's right. I don't know what really happened either. That's life. No one knows whether tomorrow or disaster will arrive first. Fang Ning fell into deep thought, missing, no body, and quitting after only 2 years. Somehow, all of it seemed connected. The old woman continued, her voice filled with nostalgia. I still remember one spring day in 1979 when little Gu helped me with something. Fang Ning did not interrupt, because those old memories might contain an important clue. But after listening to her stories from 1979 all the way to 1982, he realized they were only ordinary memories with no connection to the case. Evening fell, and they still had no useful leads. Even Zhang Lei was starting to get impatient, but Fang Ning noticed something else. His eyes slowly swept across the house. A strange feeling rose in his heart. Almost nothing in the house looked new. From the appliances to the furniture, everything looked like it was 2 or 3 decades old. Had none of her family ever replaced any of it? Just then, his eyes stopped on a framed photo sitting on a table. It was a picture of a little girl. He pointed at it and asked, "Mom, is this your granddaughter?" The old woman gently shook her head. "Young man, there's nothing worth talking about when it comes to this old woman's family." Fang Ning scratched his head awkwardly. I didn't realize it had gotten so late. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us today. He pulled Zhang Lei to her feet, ready to leave. The old woman smiled softly. It's all right. It's been a long time since I had someone to chat with. After saying goodbye, Fang Ning and Zhang Lei left the house. The old woman remained at the doorway, quietly watching until they disappeared from sight. Suddenly, she clenched her hand as pain spread across her aged face. She whispered softly, "Yaya, why haven't you come home yet? I'm afraid I won't have much time left to wait for you." After leaving, Fang Ning and Zhang Lei headed to another residential area. The moment they arrived, both of them frowned at the sight before them. People still lived there, but the neighborhood was filthy and rundown. Garbage was piled everywhere, and the air was filled with a terrible smell. Rats of every size ran through every corner as if they were the real owners of the place. The moment Zhang Lei saw the rats, she panicked and jumped straight into Fang Ning's arms. Husband, rats. There are rats. Fang Ning laughed at her reaction. Teasing her gently, he said, "They're just rats. What's so scary? With your strength, one finger is enough to wipe out the whole pack." Zhang Lei quietly protested, "But they're really scary. Just looking at all that messy fur gives me chills." Fang Ning gently stroked her hair and comforted her. "It's all right. Don't be scared. My Lear is the bravest." Zhang Lei looked around and asked, "Husband, this place is so dirty and smelly. Could Zi Huaiqin really have lived here? Did we come to the wrong place?" Fang Ning took her hand and kept walking. "Well, no, once we take a look." Before long, they stopped in front of apartment 401. After checking the address one more time, Fang Ning nodded. "No mistake. This is the place." He raised his hand and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone home? A moment later, the door slowly opened. An elderly couple appeared, looking cautious and wary. The old man spoke first. "Who are you?" Fang Ning replied politely, "Hello, is this the Za family? We're from High City 9th Hospital." Before he could finish, the old man's face suddenly changed. "The hospital?" The cane slipped from his hand and hit the floor. Then he grabbed Fang Ning's arm. "Did you come because you have news about Xiaoqin?" Fang Ning's heart suddenly felt heavy. Was he really supposed to tell these two elderly parents that their daughter had died a horrific death long ago, had her abdomen cut open, and had become a vengeful spirit? For people who had already suffered so much, that truth was simply too cruel. The old man was so overwhelmed that his breathing turned rapid. The old woman quickly supported him and said softly, "Calm down. Your blood pressure still isn't stable. Let's go inside and talk." She then turned to Fang Ning and Zhang Lei with an apologetic smile. "Please come in. I'm sorry." He always gets emotional whenever he hears the name of the hospital where our daughter used to work. Fang Ning scratched his head with an awkward smile. "It's all right. We understand." At the same time, Zhang Lei spoke to him through voice transmission. "Husband, you don't have to feel so conflicted. Sometimes, no matter how painful it is, knowing the truth can still bring peace." The four of them sat down together. A heavy silence filled the room. The old man slowly asked, "Did you come because you found Xiaoqin's body? Just tell us. After all these years, we've already prepared ourselves." Fang Ning sighed softly and shook his head. "Actually, we still can't confirm whether Nurse Zi Huaiqin is alive or dead." Hearing that, hope faded from the elderly couple's eyes, and the sadness on their aged faces only grew deeper. Zhang Lei quietly asked through voice transmission, "Husband, why didn't you tell them the truth?" Fang Ning gently shook his head. "Let them keep this little bit of hope for now. Once everything is clear and the one behind all this is exposed, I'll tell them. The old woman finally broke the silence. Then why have you come today? Fang Ning answered seriously. Recently, more people have disappeared at High City 9th Hospital. The director asked me to investigate. While following the clues, I discovered that the first case happened 40 years ago, and it involved nurse Zi Huaichin. That's why I came to ask if you know anything unusual. The old man frowned. More people have disappeared? He fell silent for a moment before saying, Go ahead and ask. Whatever we know, we won't hide. Fang Ning nodded. Back then, did Zi Huaichin ever have conflicts with anyone at the hospital? The old man immediately shook his head. Impossible. She got along with everyone and treated people kindly. Saying she had enemies just doesn't make sense. After thinking for a moment, he added, Back then, we were busy trying to make a living, and Xiao Qin lived in the hospital dormitory, so she rarely came home. If something happened outside, we wouldn't have known. After hearing that, Fang Ning opened the file in his hands, quickly flipped through several pages and asked, Then does the name Gu Yi mean anything to you? This is his photo. He placed Gu Yi's photograph on the table. The old woman stared at it for a long time as memories slowly returned. Gu Yi, that name sounds familiar. I think he was Xiao Qin's classmate, and later they worked at the same hospital. I remember Xiao Qin mentioning him. Fang Ning then took out another photo. I found this in the hospital archives. It has both Gu Yi and Zi Huaichin in it. The old woman studied it carefully before saying, We have a similar photo at home. This young man was very close to Xiao Qin, but it wasn't just Gu Yi. There was another young man with the surname Zhao. He visited our house several times and really liked Xiao Qin. Later, that young man named Zhao also joined the same hospital. I heard Hez now the director of High City 9th Hospital. Fang Ning's expression changed instantly. What did you say? Hez the current director of High City 9th Hospital? The old woman nodded with certainty. That's right. Fang Ning forced himself to stay calm. I understand now. It's strange. Hez the one who asked me to investigate, yet he never mentioned any of this. Fang Ning's thoughts became a tangled mess. Gu Yi had vanished without a trace, and Zi Huaichin had also disappeared under mysterious circumstances. Even more unbelievable, their old friend had become the hospital director. Could everything have started because love turned into hatred? Just then, a forgotten memory suddenly came back to the old man. I remember now. Among the belongings the hospital returned to us, there was a very unusual photo album. Most of the pictures were of other people, and if I remember correctly, there were many photos of Gu Yi. After Xiao Qin disappeared, the police also investigated Dr. Gu, but in the end they concluded he wasn't involved. Hearing that, Fang Ning immediately asked, Do you still have that photo album? If possible, could I take a look? The old woman quickly stood up. Of course, wait a moment, I'll go find it. While she searched for the album, the old man sighed deeply. We've kept all of Xiao Qin's belongings exactly as they were in her bedroom. After all these years, we couldn't bear to touch anything. The room is still the same because we always hoped she'd come home one day. Who would have thought that one wait would last half a lifetime? The more Fang Ning listened, the heavier his heart became. For over 40 years, her parents had preserved everything, holding on to the faint hope that Zi Huaichin would return. Sadly, that day would never come. A moment later, the old woman returned with an old photo album and handed it to Fang Ning. Take a look. There are lots of photos inside. Most of them are of a young doctor. If I remember correctly, that's Gu Yi. Fang Ning accepted the album and nodded. All right, thank you, Mom. He slowly flipped through the pages. The old album was filled with faded photographs. Gu Yi appeared in many of them, and Zi Huaichin stood beside him in several shots. Fang Ning carefully examined every photo, but aside from how often Gu Yi appeared, nothing else seemed unusual. After finishing the album, he slowly closed it. Then he looked at the elderly couple and asked, Sir, Mom, could I borrow this album for a while? The old man looked surprised. Did you find something? Fang Ning replied, I can't be certain yet, but I have a feeling there are still some clues hidden inside. The old man immediately agreed. Go ahead and take it. If it helps us find Xiao Qin, nothing else matters. The old woman, however, could not hide her reluctance. But it's our daughter's keepsake. We can't just let some someone take it away. The old man gently explained, It's only a keepsake. If it can help find Xiao Qin, then let him have it. After all these years, he's the first person who truly cares about what happened to her. Besides, we don't have much time left ourselves. The old woman hesitated for a long moment before finally nodding. All right, but I'd like to keep 2 photos. Just 2. Is that all right? Fang Ning immediately answered, of course. You can keep as many as you want. I'm only borrowing it, and I'll return it in perfect condition. The old woman carefully removed 2 photos of Zhu Huiqin, smiling gently as she held them. Only then did she hand the album back to Fang Ning. Please take good care of it. Fang Ning accepted it respectfully. I promise I'll protect it and return everything exactly as it is. Thank you both so much. He stood up to leave and gave them his contact information. Here is my phone number. If you remember anything else or find another clue, call me anytime. One more thing. Do you still have the camera that took these photos? Did the hospital return it to you? The old man shook his head. Back then, our family couldn't afford a camera. Xiao Qin borrowed one from the hospital. Hearing that, a brand new line of thought immediately formed in Fang Ning's mind. He smiled and nodded. All right, I understand now. On the way out, he said to Zhang Lei, Layer, we're going back to the hospital. Zhang Lei happily replied, all right, husband. The next moment, she used her magic to carry both of them forward at incredible speed. Along the way, she curiously asked, husband, have you figured out the clue already? Fang Ning remained silent, his eyes turning ice cold. Director Gu Yi, which one of you hurt Zi Huiqin? She was just an innocent girl, yet she ended up with her abdomen cut open and her body torn apart. If his deductions were correct, everything would be revealed tonight. Before long, the two of them returned to the hospital. But at that very moment, a horrifying scene was unfolding in a secret location. The doctor of Yuanshang stood beside an operating table where Yuan Go's motionless body lay. His expression was emotionless, with every bit of his attention focused on the surgery about to begin. Just then, Yuan Che walked in from outside and bowed. Doctor, your prediction was completely correct. There really is something wrong with Yuan Long. If Yuan Go wakes up, she'll become our witness. The doctor's voice turned icy, carrying a tone of reproach, as if Yuan Che were trying to tell him how to do his job. Yuan Che froze for a moment before quickly lowering his head. I would never dare. Yuan Che, you may leave. I already have my own arrangements. Understood. After receiving the order, Yuan Che quickly left without saying another word. In the depths of the night, a mysterious portal suddenly opened. From within, a young maid slowly stepped out. Dr. Yuan Yue has arrived as ordered. The doctor looked at her and gave a slight nod. Yuan Yue, I have a mission for you. Yuan Yue frowned slightly. Doctor, do you want me to monitor Yuan Long? Yuan Long is already being handled. Look at this first. A file was handed to her. Yuan Yue accepted it, skimmed through the contents, and her expression immediately changed in surprise. This person is. The file displayed Fang Ning's photo along with his full profile. Age, 22, video channel owner, unaffiliated orphan. Survivor of the Tianqing orphanage fire 16 years ago. Possesses unpredictable time-based abilities, exceptional speed, can wield soul spirits and unique skills, and is suspected of having formed a soul contract with a soul spirit of at least level 6. The doctor slowly said, this man defeated Yuan Go in her star annihilation state and even cost Yuan Che an arm. He's an unpredictable variable and may become a major threat to our plan. Keep watching him for me. Every move he makes must stay under our control. Yuan Yue immediately asked with a serious expression, should I capture him and bring him back? The doctor slowly shook his head, his face still cold. No, don't act rashly. Wait until the time is right. Yuan Yue bowed respectfully. Understood. With that, she quickly left the room. After she disappeared, the doctor returned to the operating table and continued working on Yuan Go's body. As he worked, he muttered, who placed this chess piece? No matter who it was, our 1,000-year plan will not be shaken. Just then, before he could finish, Yuan Go suddenly let out a painful scream that echoed through the room, making the atmosphere even more terrifying. At the same time, Dr. Zhang Can's body was brought into the morgue beside the hospital. The freezing morgue was silent. A doctor stood beside the body and said, the police concluded that Director Zhang Can committed suicide. Old son, take a few photos for the records. The funeral home will collect the body tomorrow. The young morgue attendant casually replied, got it, I'll handle it. You can head home. The doctor simply nodded and left, leaving old son alone in the morgue. As he worked, old son sighed. Director Zhang Can, I still don't understand why you chose this ending. What a pity. He slowly pulled back the white sheet, revealing a large hole in the dead man's head. Even so, his expression stayed calm. He casually lifted his camera and snapped several record photos. After finishing, old son looked at the old camera and sighed. What a great piece of equipment. This film camera has lasted over 10 years without breaking. He placed the camera inside a cabinet. Then he started pushing Zhang Can's body toward cold storage. Just as he was about to slide it into a compartment, a strange feeling suddenly made him turn around. Zhang Can's lifeless eyes were now open, and a twisted smile had appeared on his face. Old Sun froze on the spot. Cold sweat covered his body as panic filled his eyes and he screamed. Ah! A ghost! He abandoned both the cart and the body and ran out of the morgue as fast as he could. After Old Sun disappeared, the camera inside the cabinet suddenly floated into the air by itself. Thick black smoke poured out of it, followed by the appearance of Zi Huaichen's spirit. She gently picked up the camera. One by one, a set of camera cleaning tools appeared before her. Sitting quietly on the table, Zi Huaichen calmly cleaned the camera piece by piece, though an eerie gloom surrounded her. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Zhu Huaiqin slowly turned around, but instead of moving normally, her head twisted a full 180 degrees until her face looked behind her. Her gaze locked onto the morgue door. Suddenly, the door was blasted open by a powerful force and flew straight toward her. Zhu Huaiqin remained completely calm. With a wave of her strange power, the flying door shattered into pieces. Amid the wreckage, Fang Ning strode inside with confidence and said with a mocking grin, "Just as I expected. Zhu Huaiqin, you've been hiding inside this morgue all these years, haven't you?" The mysterious disappearances at High City 9th Hospital were already infamous. For 40 years, strange supernatural incidents had resurfaced every 5 years. People whispered about a terrifying ghost and doctors who vanished without a trace, leaving behind neither bodies nor clues. But today, I, Fang Ning, leader of the Beggars sect and master ghost hunter, am here to end it all. Fang Ning suddenly pointed straight at Zi Huaichen, his expression full of certainty. So it really was you. The first person to disappear all those years ago, nursed Zi Huaichen. Every mystery ends here. This time, I'll uncover the truth buried for the last 40 years. Cracking his knuckles with a cold smile, Fang Ning said, "Heh, now that I've found your real hiding place, you're not getting away. And those things you mentioned inside the soul illusion, just what were they?" Before he could finish, Zhang Lei suddenly shouted, "Husband, watch out! She's attacking." A horrifying change erupted from Zi Huaiqin's body. Countless razor-sharp tentacles burst out and shot toward Fang Ning like a swarm of hunting pythons. At the same time, sharp spikes pierced through her entire body as she let out a scream filled with pain and rage. With incredible agility, Fang Ning easily dodged every attack. Even while moving, he shouted, "Hey, aren't you going to answer me? Who was that person? Who did this to you?" The only reply was an even fiercer barrage of tentacles and deadly spikes rushing toward him. Fang Ning took a few steps back and shook his head. "Still not talking? Then I will beat you first and ask later." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a straight punch at Zhu Huaijin. The overwhelming force sent her flying until she slammed into the morgue wall. Even after falling, the tentacles on her body softened the impact before she rushed straight back at Fang Ning. But he stayed completely calm. He leaped into the air and unleashed a crushing kick from above. Zhu Huaijin was instantly smashed into the floor with a heavy crash. Right after that, Fang Ning grabbed one of her tentacles. Then he ripped it off with brute force. He casually tossed it to Zhang Li and smiled. "Leer, time to eat. Today's special is squid tentacles." The moment Zhang Li saw it, her eyes lit up with excitement. She quickly absorbed all the spiritual energy inside it. Then she smiled with satisfaction. "So tasty. Thank you, husband. I want more." Fang Ning laughed. "Of course, eat as much as you like." Then he tore off every tentacle on Zhu Huaijin's body and threw them all to Zhang Li. Once every tentacle was gone, Zhu Huaijin finally returned to normal. Lying on the ground, she kept groaning. It hurts so much." Not wanting to waste any more time, Fang Ning placed the case file in front of her and asked, "Can we talk now? Look at this. Do you remember anything?" Zhu Huaijin looked up and fixed her eyes on Dr. Gu Ri's photo. A look of remembrance appeared on her face. After a moment, she quietly said, "Oh, I remember now." But at that instant, a violent pain exploded inside her head. She clutched it tightly and cried out, "It hurts. I cannot take it anymore." Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the area, startling both Fang Ning and Zhang Li. Fang Ning frowned in confusion. More than half of her soul power is already gone. How can she still fight back? Right after the scream, the space around them suddenly changed. Fang Ning and Zhang Li were both pulled into a completely different world. After taking a quick look, Fang Ning immediately realized what it was. Is this another soul spirit illusion? Even so, he only sneered. This trick again? It failed last time, and it will fail again. Let's see how I tear it apart. From behind, Zhang Li suddenly hugged him and happily called out, "Husband." Fang Ning turned around in slight surprise. Zhang Li beamed. "Heh, thank you, husband. I finally had a full meal this time." He laughed and gently patted her head. You little greedy cat. So how much of your spiritual energy has recovered? Zhongli used a little magic to check herself before answering, not even half yet. But compared to when we fought Yuanshang a few days ago, it is about the same. Hearing that, Fang Ning finally relaxed a little. That will do for now. Once this is over, the Soul Hunter exam will be starting soon. But his expression quickly turned serious. Lier, do we really have to join the Soul Hunters? I am worried they might hurt you. Zhang Li squeezed his hand and replied softly, Husband, this is the only choice if we want to keep you safe. Besides, Yuanshang targeting us again and again is probably connected to the Soul Hunters. If we want the truth, that is the best place to start. After hearing her words, Fang Ning became even more troubled. Countless questions filled his mind. Yuanshang only appeared 40 years ago, so why did he already see them in memories from 1,000 years ago? What really happened that day to make Lier wait for 1,000 years? Her overwhelming resentment and the ruins of the ancient Zhang kingdom may only be explained by someone who truly lived through that era. Yuanlong, we will meet again. Next time, I will defeat you and uncover every hidden truth. Fine, we will join the Soul Hunters. But remember, anyone who dares lay a finger on Lier will pay a price beyond endurance. Zhang Li immediately hugged Fang Ning and happily rubbed her head against him. Husband is the best to Lier. Fang Ning looked a little embarrassed and gently pulled her away. All right, we are still trapped inside the illusion. Let's handle the real problem first. Zhang Li quickly pulled out her phone and happily said, Husband, I am starting the recording now. After that, Fang Ning followed the strange traces scattered throughout the illusion. He even carefully inspected every trash bin along the road. Every suspicious detail was thoroughly recorded. After spending half an hour studying every corner of the illusionary hallway, Fang Ning finally smiled with confidence. I have memorized the entire layout of this place. No matter what strange changes appear, they will never fool me. But his confidence did not last long. The moment he finished speaking, everything around him completely changed. The familiar hallway vanished, replaced by a strange new scene. Fang Ning froze while Zhang Li looked around and frowned slightly. Husband, this feels different from the last illusion. Everything you memorized is probably useless now. Fang Ning paused for a moment before making an excuse. It is trying to lower my guard. Once I relax, it will strike and trap me here forever. Zhang Li quickly nodded. Exactly. That has to be it. Husband is amazing. While they were talking, Zhang Li suddenly pointed ahead. Husband, look, it is changing again. Fang Ning immediately turned around with wide eyes. Huh? 3 young nurses slowly appeared before them, chatting together. One of them excitedly said, Dr. Gu is over there. Look, he is really handsome. Xiao Jin, hurry up. The guy you like is about to leave. A girl carrying a camera hurried over, panting as she spoke. Found it. I finally found my camera. The moment he saw the girl, Fang Ning instinctively rushed forward and reached out to stop her. Do not run. But his hand passed right through her as if she were made of air. He froze in shock. What? These are just memories? Did I enter Shu Huaijin's memories? Did that photo album help her remember everything? The scene continued to move. Shu Huaijin excitedly asked another nurse, Where is he? Show me quickly. The nurse pointed downstairs. Down there, he is talking with Dr. Song. The scene instantly shifted downstairs, where Dr. Gu Yi was walking and talking with Dr. Song. Xiao Jin, did you not go to the same school? If you like Dr. Gu that much, just confess already. I asked around and he is still single. Exactly. I am even jealous of you. Too bad I am already married and not as cute as you, otherwise I would have chased him long ago. Another nurse added, Dr. Song is great too. Hasn't he always been pursuing you? Too bad the only one you care about is Dr. Gu. Shu Huaijin smiled shyly. I am not good enough for Dr. Gu. Being able to secretly take a few pictures of him is already enough for me. As she spoke, she raised her camera and took a distant photo with both herself and Gu Yi in the frame. Watching everything unfold, Fang Ning could only sigh quietly. He took out the photo album, and the moment he turned to the next page, the entire scene disappeared. In its place, the photo Shu Huaijin had taken with Gu Yi from afar appeared neatly inside the album. Without stopping, Fang Ning flipped to another page, triggering a new memory. This time, Shu Huaijin was still, secretly following Gu Yi and quietly taking photos of him. After returning home, she looked at the picture and happily said to herself, Great, I got another photo with Dr. Gu today. But that happiness was soon replaced by another scene. Shu Huaijin appeared with a panicked expression and urgently asked Nurse Zhao, What did you just say? Dr. Gu is resigning? In her panic, she grabbed the nurse's shoulders tightly. Where is he? Tell me now, the nurse cried out in pain. Xiao Jin, you are hurting me. Realizing what she had done, Xu Huaijin quickly let go and lowered her voice. Sorry, Sister Zhao. Please tell me where he is. The nurse sighed softly. The director already approved his resignation. Dr. Gu is packing up in his office and leaving today. But resigning does not mean you can never foresee him again. If you want to meet him, go now. Besides, plenty of people in the hospital like you. It does not have to be him. Without saying another word, Xu Huaijin immediately ran off. Behind her, Nurse Zhao shouted, Xiaojin, where are you going? It is pouring outside. But there was only one thought in her mind. As she ran, she quietly pleaded, Please wait for me. Dr. Gu, you have to wait for me. Before long, she arrived outside Gu Yi's office. As soon as the door opened, Gu Yi turned toward her with an indifferent look. Do you need something? Gathering all her courage, Xu Huaijin shouted, Dr. Gu, I like you. Gu Yi paused briefly before calmly replying, Is that all? Then he went back to packing as if nothing had happened. Xu Huaijin stood there, unable to believe his reaction. While she was still frozen, Gu Yi coldly asked, Is that everything you wanted to say? Could you please not resign? Glancing at his watch, Gu Yi calmly replied, You just wasted 1 minute and 21 seconds of my time. If this is all you came for, then leave. Those cold words crushed the last bit of hope left in Xu Huaijin's heart. She collapsed to the floor as tears streamed down her face. But Gu Yi remained indifferent and simply walked past her toward the door. In despair, Xu Huaijin grabbed the corner of his coat and called out with a trembling voice, Please, can you take me with you? I will quit my job and follow you. Gu Yi stopped walking. Do you even know what I plan to do after resigning? I do not care. As long as I can stay with you, that is enough. I will do anything. Anything? Gu Yi answered softly. Fine, then come with me. I just uncovered part of the truth behind this world, and I need someone for an experiment. Okay, I am very good at assisting doctors. Even Director Zhao praised me for being smart. I know I can help you. The scene shifted to the stairwell, but the atmosphere had become unsettling. As they went deeper underground, Xu Huaijin quietly asked, Isn't this the way to the morgue? What kind of experiment are we doing there? She hesitated before speaking again. Dr. Gu, if it is not urgent, can I go home and change first? I am soaked. Without even turning around, Gu Yi coldly replied, If you do not want to come, then go back. No, I will go. As long as I can stay by your side, I will accept anything. Before stepping through the morgue door, Xu Huaijin pulled out her camera again. Dr. Gu, wait a moment. Let me take one more picture. Another photo was captured. Then she quietly followed him inside. When the morgue door closed, her life also fell into endless darkness. Inside, desperate cries for help echoed without end. Dr. Gu, please stop, it hurts so much. Instantly, the entire illusion shattered like broken glass, revealing the truth hidden for decades. Fang Ning stood motionless, killing intent blazing in his eyes. Through gritted teeth, he said, Gu Yi, it really was you. No matter where you hide, I will find you. Beside him, Xu Huaijin curled up while clutching her head, her body trembling non-stop. She weakly whispered, Dr. Gu, it hurts so much. Fang Ning slowly crouched in front of her, his voice becoming gentler. Nurse Xu, we came here to help you. Xu Huaijin looked up in confusion. Who are you? Where is this? Didn't I die already? Fang Ning nodded slightly. Yes, you died a long time ago, 40 years ago. Hearing that, tears rolled down her face again. Choking back sobs, she asked, Then what am I now? The question caught Fang Ning off guard. After staring at her for a long moment, he asked, You really do not know what you have become? Then the deaths and disappearances over the past 40 years had nothing to do with you? Xu Huaijin frantically shook her head, panic written all over her face. I do not know. I only remember being trapped in endless darkness, dying over and over again in unbearable pain. Whenever I thought I could not endure anymore, a strange power would appear and ease the pain a little. Hearing that, Zhang Li immediately spoke up. Husband, I checked. She is telling the truth. Fang Ning replied thoughtfully. Then everything is different from what we first believed. We thought she was behind all of this, but maybe. Xu Huaijin froze when she heard his conclusion. Fang Ning continued, We believed that every 5 years, you killed people to absorb enough power to maintain your spirit body. But now I suspect it was only an instinctive reaction to keep yourself from disappearing. Xu Huaijin trembled even harder. She grabbed Fang Ning's hand as if begging for help. I killed people? That is impossible. I never even thought about doing that. I was only suffering endless torture inside that terrifying darkness. Fang Ning remained calm. He took out a file and placed it in front of her. This is everything I found. For the past 40 years, every 5 years there have been mysterious disappearances or deaths involving doctors and nurses. And the prime suspect, he paused, locking his eyes onto hers before finishing, was you, the nurse named Huai-jin. The accusation left Shu stunned as she stumbled backward. She shook her head in panic. No, that cannot be true. How could it be me? I was trapped in endless darkness and unbearable suffering the whole time. How could I have done those things? But before she could finish defending herself, her entire body suddenly began shaking violently, as though some force inside her had awakened. Fang Ning's expression changed at once. He immediately turned to Zhang Li and asked, "Lier, have you ever seen anything like this? What is happening to her?" "Husband, do you remember everything we saw in her memories? This is most likely not a natural transformation. It is the result of Dr. Gus' experiment." Hearing that, Fang Ning immediately understood. Yanzhang spoke up. An experiment? The stitches on her body, those tentacles, and that monstrous mouth were all created by him. Who exactly is Dr. Gu? How could an ordinary surgeon possess such terrifying methods? He turned to Shu Huai-jin. "Nurse Shu, what did Dr. Gu do to you? What kind of experiment did he perform on your body? If you know, please tell us." But before she could answer, a strange spatial portal appeared behind her. A hand slowly reached out from the void, carrying an unusual surge of spiritual power. It suddenly struck straight at her. Shu Huai-jin let out a miserable scream as the energy pierced through her body. Her face twisted in agony, and her voice became filled with hatred. "Die, die, go to hell, stop bothering me." Fang Ning immediately stepped back. Zhang Li quickly warned, "Husband, be careful. Something is very wrong with her." After the attack, Shu Huai-jin slowly floated into the air. Her voice no longer sounded like her own, as if someone else had taken over. She muttered, "I have to wait for Dr. Gu. I have to help him finish the experiment. I am useful. He will definitely come back for me. I know he will. He is here. Yes, he is here. I can feel him." As soon as she finished speaking, another mutation spread through her body. Sharp bones burst out from her abdomen, releasing a terrifying aura. Shu Huai-jin screamed uncontrollably and charged at Fang Ning with frightening speed. He shouted in shock, "Shu Huai-jin, what are you doing? Didn't you just regain your senses?" The only answer was her hysterical screams. "Get out of my way, Dr. Gu, please appear. Anyone who keeps me from seeing him must die." Unable to keep dodging, Fang Ning seized an opening and grabbed her arm. Bursting with strength, he hurled her far away and shouted, "Nurse Shu, wake up." He looked anxiously at Zhang Li. "Lier, is there any way to stop her? Can you bring her back to normal?" Zhang Li looked at him and answered firmly, "Yes, husband, let me try." She raised her hand as dark magical chains condensed in the air. They immediately wrapped around Shu Huai-jin, preventing her from struggling any further. After restraining her, Zhang Li continued. She poured more magic into the spell and forcibly pulled the sharp bones growing from Shu Huai-jin's abdomen. Shu Huai-jin let out a heart-wrenching scream that echoed through the room. "It hurts. Ah, please, it hurts so much. Husband, this is bad. Because of that twisted experiment, if we destroy the monster mouth inside her, she will die instantly as well." Fang Ning clenched his fists and stepped forward to help Zhang Li hold Shu Huai-jin down. He said in a deep voice, "Lier, think of another way. Didn't you save Lian Xiangong when she was about to disappear? It is different, husband. Shu Huai-jin has completely fused with that giant mouth monster. After all these years, they have become almost one being." Fang Ning turned toward Shu Huai-jin, trying to call back her consciousness. "Nurse Shu, are you awake? Listen to me. I cannot hold on anymore. It is pulling me back into that endless darkness. Please kill me. I do not want to live like this anymore, and I do not want to hurt anyone else." At that moment, the giant mouth on Shu Huai-jin's abdomen slowly opened wide, and its power erupted violently. Zhang Li urgently shouted, "Husband, hurry! That monster's power is rising too fast. I cannot hold it much longer." Fang Ning fell silent for a brief moment before making his decision. He gave a slight nod. "All right, Nurse Shu, I will set you free." He stepped back several paces and gathered all his strength into one arm, preparing his final strike. Zhang Li immediately loosened her magic, allowing the giant mouth monster to break free. But the instant it merged back into Shu Huai-jin's body, Fang Ning rushed forward and drove a punch, filled with all his strength, straight into her abdomen. A rare look of peace appeared on Shu Huai-jin's face as silent tears rolled down her cheeks. "Thank you." Her body slowly dissolved into countless glowing fragments that scattered through the air. Everything ended in silent sorrow. When everything became quiet again, Fang Ning's eyes suddenly fell on a photograph lying on the ground. So that was her true soul relic. A wave of regret passed through his heart as Xu Huaijin's memories surfaced in his mind once again. Lier, I will expose Dr. Gu no matter what. He must pay for every crime he has committed. Do you agree? Zhang Li immediately nodded in anger. Yes, husband. That man deserves to be punished. Nurse Xu was a kind-hearted girl. Even after such a tragic end, the memories she held onto were still filled with warmth. She cherished her family, was loved by her friends, and once looked forward to a bright future. If she had never met Dr. Gu, her life might have been filled with happiness, love, and the career she dreamed of. Sadly, all of it was destroyed. Lier, remember this, there may not be many evil people in this world, but just once is enough to leave wounds that can never be healed, even if you meet 1,000 good people afterward. So always stay cautious.
Never trust anyone so easily except me.
Zhang Li looked at him with sparkling eyes and obediently nodded.
Lear only trusts husband.
Fang Ning smiled and stood up. Let's go. We are finished here. We still need to find a new place to stay. We also have to come back tomorrow to collect the payment. Fang Ning and Zhang Li left the morgue behind, carrying both heavy memories and a firm resolve to find the mastermind. But not long after they left, the strange spatial portal appeared inside the morgue once again. A figure stepped out from it. It was Yuan Yue. She looked slightly tired, but her eyes remained cold. Taking out a small notebook, she began writing. Observation target, Vang Ning. Special soul, current strength, 5th rank beginner. Soul domain not yet awakened. If successfully awakened, potential may reach peak 6th rank. Capable of using a secret time art. Additional note, he and the girl traveling with him constantly give off the annoying aura of weakness. Each of them is the other's greatest weakness. Closing the notebook, Yuan Yue gave a faint smile. It seems dealing with them will not be difficult after all. I really do not understand how Yuan Go and Yuan, she managed to fail against these two. Suddenly, her gaze landed on the camera left behind on the morgue floor. Yuan Yue bent down and picked it up. Could this be the legendary Subject Zero? The origin of Dr. Gus' artificial soul project. How interesting. To think something this valuable ended up before a bunch of ordinary fools. And Xu Huaijin, someone who was never worthy of standing beside the doctor, actually dreamed of becoming his assistant. How ridiculous. What a shame I was not there to watch the doctor cut open your stomach while you begged and cried. Watching you sink into despair must have been truly entertaining. Fang Ning, I hope you can give me an even more amusing show. It has been a long time since I found a toy worth playing with. The next morning, Fang Ning and Zhang Li headed straight to the hospital to meet the director. As soon as they entered the office, Fang Ning explained everything they had discovered. This is everything we found. Because of his insane experiments, Dr. Gu killed Nurse Xu. He forcibly fused her soul with an evil spirit, creating an uncontrollable evil ghost. Every mysterious disappearance and suicide at this hospital over the past 40 years was caused by it. Unfortunately, Nurse Xu could no longer keep her consciousness or control the evil spirit. Honoring her final wish, I had no choice but to destroy them both and set her free. I am glad it has been resolved. You have truly gone through a lot this time, Master Fang Ning. Oh, by the way, did you check your account? I asked the finance department to transfer the payment yesterday. You should have received it by now. Fang Ning checked his phone and saw his balance had increased by 900,000. He nodded. I got it, thank you. We still have a few things to take care of, so we will be leaving now. But just as he was about to turn and leave the office, Fang Ning suddenly stopped. His expression grew serious, and his voice turned cold. There is something I want to ask you. You already knew both Nurse Xu and Dr. Gu, didn't you? Then why did you keep it a secret all this time? Because I was afraid. Afraid of what? What were you so worried about? I was afraid public opinion would destroy me. I was afraid of losing the director's position I had spent so many years protecting. When Xiao Jin disappeared back then, many people suspected I was behind her disappearance, and the other victims as well. I could not stop the rumors from spreading. I could never let something like that happen again. All these years, I believed Xiao Jin and A Yi had run away together because their families opposed their relationship. But after seeing Xiao Jin's spirit in the video on your phone, I finally understood the truth. Fury surged through Fang Ning. He grabbed the director by the collar, his icy stare cutting straight through him. Even now, the old man cared more about protecting his position than finding the truth or getting justice for Nurse Xu. What right did he have to cry now? No wonder Nurse Xu never respected him while she was alive. The director broke down in tears. He kept sobbing and repeating the same apology. I was wrong. I am truly sorry, Xiao Jin. I am so sorry. Fang Ning looked at him with cold contempt before letting go. The director collapsed onto the floor at once. Fang Ning said in a deep voice, "What is the point of saying that, na? The one you should apologize to is Nurse Shu, the woman you secretly loved for so many years. Even if she cannot hear you anymore, she still deserves your final respect." The director knelt on the floor with his head lowered, sobbing without end. "Xiao Jin, I am so sorry. If I had been brave enough to confess back then, and had not let Dr. Gu take her away, would everything have ended differently?" Fang Ning quietly watched him, his eyes filled with nothing but disappointment. After a long sigh, he answered for Nurse Shu. "Maybe it would have, but there is no cure for regret. Not for you, and not for Nurse Shu. All that is left now are the consequences you must face." He took a deep breath and continued, "I will report everything to the police and the soul hunters. The one who murdered Nurse Shu is Dr. Gu Yi. No matter what it takes, I will find him and bring him to justice." With that, Fang Ning turned and walked away. The director remained on his knees, watching his back with endless regret. He lowered his head and slammed it against the floor before whispering, thank you, Master Fang Ning." After leaving the hospital, Jiang Li quietly asked, "Husband, are you still angry?" "No, I just feel sorry for Nurse Shu. She was a kind person who deserved a happy life. Her ending was truly heartbreaking." "Then, husband, will Lear be happy in the future?" Fang Ning smiled and gently rubbed her head. "Silly Lear, of course you will. I promise you that you will be happy." I believe you, husband." "Husband, what are we doing next?" Fang Ning hailed a taxi, took out 100 yuan, and said to the driver, "Sir, please take me to Tianhe Games." Not long after, he arrived outside the headquarters of Tianhe Games. The moment Tianhe saw him, he rushed over with a big grin. "What brings the famous ghost hunting master to my little company? I just watched the preview of your new video. Did you receive the roses from Haisheng No. 9 Hospital?" Fang Ning smiled. "I did. A little ghost like that could never trouble me. I just received the final payment, so I came straight here. By the way, how are Lian Xiang and Guan Wen recovering? Why do you always ask about them first instead of caring about me? I worked so hard too, and I was badly injured." Fang Ning laughed. "Stop acting. What kind of seriously injured person runs around that fast?" Tianhe shot back at once. "Then tell Rong that next time the Soul Hunters should take you back to their base for treatment. When you woke up and started making a scene, you almost pulled my leg out of my 3-bedroom apartment, you know?" The two burst into laughter as they walked and chatted together. A while later, they entered the work area. Tianhe shouted, "Xiaoguan Lianxiang, come out and see who is here." Two little spirits quickly emerged from the computer screen. It was Guan Wen and Lianxiang. The moment they saw Fang Ning, they rushed toward him. Lianxiang happily shouted, "Big brother," then she threw herself into his arms. Seeing that scene, Jiang Li immediately blushed with jealousy. She deliberately coughed a few times as a reminder. Fang Ning got the message and quickly stepped back, gently pulling Lianxiang away. All right. Lianxiang also realized what happened. She smiled awkwardly and turned to Jiang Li. "Hello, Sister Li." Fang Ning gently rubbed her head and asked, "Is everyone recovering well? It has only been a few days, and you can already leave the computer system." Tianhe immediately puffed up with pride. "You know what? The company just held several internal tests for our new VR game. I had Guan Wen and Lianxiang scare the employees. At first, everyone was terrified, but later they all praised it. They said the game felt so real it gave them chills. It was scary, addictive, and impossible to put down." Fang Ning laughed. "Oh? So you finished the internal testing phase in just 2 days?" Guan Wen nodded. "That is right, Mr. Fang. None of the previous issues have appeared again. Once President Zhu submits the approval documents, the game should enter nationwide public testing within the next 2 or 3 days." Fang Ning happily patted Zhu Tianhe on the shoulder. "Not bad. Just let me know when the open beta launches. No matter how busy I am, I will be there to see it with you." Zhu Tianhe laughed. "Of course, it would not be the same without you." Hearing that, Jiang Li immediately raised her hand in excitement. "Great, I want to see the game too." Fang Ning took out his phone and handed it to Guan Wen. "We gathered plenty of good footage from Haicheng No. 9 Hospital. Take a look and see if you can add the haunted hospital as a new map before beta 0.20 launches. I also plan to release my video on the same day. Can we coordinate the timing?" Guan Wen took the phone and nodded eagerly. "No problem, Mr. Fang. That is easy enough. Tomorrow, I want President Zhu to take me to the hospital so I can scan the terrain data. Everything will be ready before the public beta begins." Just then, Fang Ning's phone suddenly rang. Guan Wen quickly handed it back. "Mr. Fang, you have a call. This number looks strangely familiar." Fang Ning frowned slightly. That is odd. I already changed my number so Yuan Shang could not track me. Besides you, no one knows this number. Could it be? He answered the call. Hello, who is this? A calm yet authoritative female voice came from the other end. Hello, I am Tianlan from the Soul Hunters. Fang Ning instantly knew his guess was correct. Tianlan continued. Fang Ning, are you ready? The ability assessment starts at 6 this evening on Haicheng West Street. We will meet there. That afternoon, inside a fried chicken restaurant, a young woman sat at a table covered with food. She was Chu Yun, a member of the Soul Hunters. She held 2 chicken legs and ate them with obvious delight. Sitting beside Chu Yun was her teammate, Ye Chuwen. He looked at her helplessly and said, Xiao Yun, slow down. No one is going to steal your food. While chewing on a chicken leg, Chu Yun replied, I guess you are right, but I have always eaten like this. Just then, Ye Chuwen glanced toward the entrance.
They are here.
Hearing that, Chu Yun immediately looked up. Fang Ning and Jiang Li were walking in together. They arrived exactly on time, making Chu Yun smile slightly. She immediately formed a better impression of them. Seeing her reaction, Ye Chuwen teased, What if the Soul Hall is not happy with your evaluation? Chu Yun immediately sat up straight with complete confidence. I do not care what those old men in the Soul Hall think. Since they assigned Fang Ning's assessment to me, the final decision is mine. Ye Chuwen smiled. That is true. With your status, even the Soul Hall elders would not dare make things difficult for you. Chu Yun frowned, clearly annoyed. Enough with the hints. I know I have a special status, but that is exactly why I must follow the organization's rules. I do not want to give anyone a reason to criticize me. Ye Chuwen stood up and waved Fang Ning over. The moment Fang Ning saw him, he realized Ye Chuwen was not a living person but a spirit. The discovery caught him by surprise. Ye Chuwen simply smiled awkwardly. Meanwhile, Jiang Li had already walked over, her eyes fixed on the pile of food. She tugged on Fang Ning's sleeve and whispered, Husband, can I eat those? They look so delicious. Fang Ning quickly stopped her. No, Lier, those are not suitable for you. When we get home, I will find something even better. Then he looked at the young woman at the table and asked, You are Chu Yun, right? The one in charge of my assessment? Chu Yun casually tossed a chicken leg to Fang Ning and replied, That is right. I am Chu Yun. Tianlan, the one who contacted you earlier, reports to me. Sit down, we can talk while we eat. Her relaxed attitude surprised Fang Ning, but he still took a seat. Seeing Jiang Li still looking confused, Ye Chuwen laughed. Looks like Xiao Yun already likes you. She almost never shares her food with anyone. As soon as she heard that, Chu Yun blushed and punched Ye Chuwen on the shoulder. Why are you saying nonsense in front of a newcomer? Now you make me sound like someone who never shares food. Ye Chuwen rubbed his shoulder, smiled helplessly, and politely greeted Fang Ning. Nice to meet you. I am Ye Chuwen. As you can see, I am a spirit too, just like the young lady beside you. Fang Ning shook his hand and replied politely, Nice to meet you. I am Fang Ning, and this is Jiang Li. I am sure you have already read our files. Aside from Lier, this is the first time I have met another spirit openly appearing like this. Ye Chuwen smiled and nodded. That is not surprising. Spirits like us who can form a physical body and walk under the sun are extremely rare. Have a seat first. We still have a few things to discuss. Fang Ning and Jiang Li sat down. Fang Ning asked curiously, Are we doing the assessment here, or are we going somewhere else later? There is no rush. Before we begin, I have one important question. Are you willing to join the Soul Hunters? It is not that I want to join. It is more like you have to accept me. Officer Zhang already gave me a temporary Soul Hunter ID before. 2 days ago, someone named Hong Ji also told me you would come to evaluate me. Chu Yun simply smiled. Either way, the result is the same. Given your current situation, joining the Soul Hunters is the best option. Ye Chuwen casually wiped Chu Yun's mouth with a napkin before looking at Fang Ning. I assume you already know who those Yuan Shang people that came after you a few days ago were. Fang Ning frowned slightly. Officer Zhang said they were the 12 guards of Yuan Shang. That is right. The 12 guards of Yuan Shang are 12 users of extremely dangerous dark powers. They are one of Yuan Shang's main combat forces in South China. Yuan Go and Yuan Shi, the 2 you fought before, are only mid-level members of the 12 guards. Yuan Long, the one who left earlier, belongs to the top 3. Fang Ning was clearly surprised. South China? You mean Yuan Shang operates outside this region too? Exactly. Yuan Shang is a massive organization with influence across many regions. You should understand that even if you merge souls with the young woman beside you and temporarily reach level 6 strength, it is still nowhere near enough to fight the entire organization. If the top 3 guards show up together or members from other regions arrive, you will stand almost no chance. That is why, if you truly want to protect her, to protect Jiang Li, joining the Soul Hunters is your only and best choice. Fang Ning asked directly. The problem is that I do not know whether your organization has plans for Li Er. Who can guarantee that you will not try to use her? Chu Yun met his gaze without hesitation and folded her arms. That is exactly why they sent me to meet you. You and I are both the kind of people who do not trust others easily. But remember this, once you join the Soul Hunters, you become our teammate, and teammates protect each other, do they not? So we will do everything we can to keep Jiang Li safe. After saying that, Chu Yun quietly waited for Fang Ning's answer. Ye Chuan also watched him in silence. But Fang Ning's next question left them both speechless. He tilted his head and asked, "So how are the salary and benefits for Soul Hunters?" Chu Yun and Ye Chuan nearly lost their composure. Chu Yun forced an awkward smile. "Do not worry. I guarantee you will be satisfied." Fang Ning relaxed and smiled. "All right, then I accept. I will join." Hearing his answer, Chu Yun finally let out a sigh of relief. She picked up a cup of water, finished it in one gulp, and said, "All that talking has dried out my throat. Wen, why do you explain the Soul Hunters to him?" Yi Chuan nodded and turned to Fang Ning. "That is just how she is. Do not take it personally. I will give you a quick overview of the organization. The Soul Hunters are a semi-official organization. The leader is known as the Hunter King, the strongest member in the entire organization, and the one who oversees everything. Beneath the Hunter King is the Soul Hall, which manages spirit hunting and all daily operations. Your recruitment was also approved by the Soul Hall. Most of the Soul Hall elders are veteran Soul Hunters, or former fighters who are no longer fit for combat, but chose to remain with the organization. Below the Soul Hall are the Soul Hunter Division and the Logistics Division. Xiao Yun, along with Yue Ying and Hong Ji, whom you met before, all belong to the Soul Hunter Division. They carry out missions directly. Some high-ranking Soul Hunters even hold authority equal to the Soul Hall elders. Fang Ning nodded slightly but still had a question. "So Soul Hunters also have ranks?" Ye Chuan nodded and continued. "That is right. To make mission assignments easier, Soul Hunters are divided into 4 ranks. Zhu, Mi, Jin, and Jui. Zhu is the highest rank and is reserved for those at level 7 or above. Mi corresponds to level 6, Jin to level 5, and Zhu to level 4. Anyone below level 4 is not allowed to take dangerous missions. They must first complete training under Soul Hunter instructors. Only after reaching level 4 can they officially accept missions." Hearing that, Fang Ning froze for a moment before looking at Chu Yun. "Then what rank are you?" Chu Yun set her cup down with confidence. "Zhu rank." After rubbing his chin for a moment, Fang Ning asked, "Then how do those ranks match the power levels of ability users?" Yi Chuan explained, "Normally Jue is level 4, Jin is level 5, Mi is level 6, and Zhu is level 7 or above. Anyone below level 4 cannot take part in high-risk missions. They must first complete training under Soul Hunter instructors. Only after reaching level 4 can they officially accept missions." Fang Ning stared at her in shock. You are level 7? He suddenly remembered what Officer Zhang had said before. Even Yuan Long was only at that level. If Chu Yun wanted to, she could easily kill him. Seeing his surprised expression, Chu Yun burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, that is right. But do not be so nervous. I am very easy to get along with." Yi Chuan smiled and added, "To be honest, I think Xiao Yun already likes you." Chu Yun immediately pinched him. "Did anyone ask you to say that?" Fang Ning could only smile awkwardly. "Then I am truly honored." At that moment, Zhang Li spoke to Fang Ning through voice transmission. "Husband, you do not need to worry. We have no reason to fear her. Once I recover all my strength, I will be far stronger than she is." Fang Ning replied the same way. "But you have not fully recovered yet, and they far stronger than us for now. So let us stay humble for the time being. We are only acting." After reaching an agreement, they both put on polite smiles and said together, "We hope you will take good care of us from now on." "Right, Grandpa and Grandma, please look after me and my husband." Both Chu Yun and Ye Chuan turned to her with confused expressions. Ye Chuan's asked in surprise, "Grandpa and Grandma? Do we really look that old?" Fang Ning turned pale and quickly covered Jiang Li's mouth. No, she just misspoke. She meant to say that we hope you will guide us in the future." After smoothing things over, he immediately complained through voice transmission. "I told you to act humble. Who told you to go all the way and call them Grandpa and Grandma?" Even so, Chu Yun still looked doubtful. Was it really just a slip of the tongue? Fang Ning quickly changed the subject. "By the way, you mentioned the logistics division earlier. What exactly do they do?" The logistics division is the largest branch of the Soul Hunters and handles all support work behind the scenes. Tianlan, the one who called you earlier, also belongs to that division and specializes in communications. She is an ordinary person. They also have spirit analysts, doctors, trainers, and specialists who deal with supernatural incidents. Fang Ning nodded with admiration. Oh, that sounds very well organized. Chu Yun looked proud. Of course, this system was built over many years. Every division plays an important role. Just then, Ye Chuan suggested, I think Fang Ning should lead a Jin rank mission as his entrance assessment. Chu Yun immediately objected. Is that really necessary? We can just count him as having passed. But Yi Chuan stood firm. The assessment is a required procedure. Do you think the Soul Hall sent us here just to handle trivial matters? Although she was not convinced, Chu Yun finally gave in. Fine, we will do it your way. Let us finish quickly so I can report back to those old men. Fang Ning asked, so a Jin rank mission means dealing with spirits? While working on his phone, Yi Chuan replied, of course, we are soul hunters. Our main job is to hunt down or eliminate evil spirits. We also handle investigations, but those are usually much easier. As it happens, there is a Jin rank mission in the outskirts of the city right now. Several couples out on Latinite dates have encountered 100 ghost parade. There have been no casualties so far, but the number of spirits involved is so large that it has been classified as a Jin rank mission. Fang Ning repeated in surprise, 100 ghost parade? Unlike him, Zhang Li became excited. She licked her lips eagerly and cheered, husband, that is 100 ghosts. There is so much food, I will be completely full. Fang Ning laughed. You really are a greedy little cat. Zhang Li puffed out her cheeks the moment he teased her. The two across the table were both stunned. Yi Chuan looked at Fang Ning and asked, tell me honestly, have you been letting Xiao Li absorb other spirits to grow stronger? Fang Ning was taken aback. Wait, Brother Yi, do you not become stronger that way? Yi Chuan shook his head. Of course not. All of my power comes from Xiao Yun. I also advise you never to let Xiao Li do that. Fang Ning asked in confusion, why not? When a spirit absorbs another spirit, it also takes in that spirit's obsession and resentment, along with its spiritual power. At first, the strength increase is obvious, but eventually that power will turn against the user. The more spirits they absorb, the more resentment builds up until they gradually lose control. They become more violent, more greedy, and in the end, they lose their sanity. Yi Chuan nodded. That is right. From what we have seen, if Xiao Li keeps absorbing spirits, she will gradually forget you after only a few times. In the end, she will become a mindless driven only by the urge to kill. Hearing that, Zhang Li immediately hugged Fang Ning tightly. Her eyes filled with tears as she sobbed. Husband, I do not want to forget you. From now on, Lear will stop being so greedy. Watching her reaction, Yi Chuan said, she has probably never absorbed any spirits before, or only very weak ones that had almost no effect. As long as she stops now, there should not be any major problems. Fang Ning could only smile awkwardly. Deep down, he thought, Xiao Li did not just absorb a few weak spirits. She devoured Hun Ying, Jiang Yang, Yang Songshu, the monster inside the ring, and even Huai Qin recently. Every one of them was at least level 4, and some were level 5. They probably even noticed clues during the last livestream. Should I tell them the truth? After thinking it over, Fang Ning decided to be honest. Actually, Li has already absorbed quite a few spirits. Not just level 4, but even level 5 spirits. The moment he said that, both Ye Chuan and Chu Yun were stunned. They almost shouted at the same time. What? Are you serious? That makes no sense. If that were true, she should have lost control long ago. Why is she still completely normal? Fang Ning replied awkwardly. To be honest, I do not know either. She has never shown any strange behavior, so I always thought it was normal. Yi Chuan immediately became serious. No, this is absolutely not normal. Unless she has a unique ability or an incredibly powerful spirit contract suppressing it, something like this should be impossible. Normally, spirits accumulate power by feeding on human fear, but that process is extremely slow. Sometimes it takes hundreds of years to see real results. That is why many spirits choose a faster path by killing humans. The moment someone dies in overwhelming terror or despair, the emotional energy released is beyond imagination. That is the shortcut they use to grow stronger. But every spirit that grows through that method carries an unmistakable bloody aura. Someone like Chu Yun could spot it immediately. So the only conclusion I can reach is that Zhang Li is a very special case. Hearing that, Fang Ning suddenly remembered something. Could this have something to do with Zhongli originally being a spirit above level 6? Only now did he understand why the people from Yuanshang kept calling her a special spirit. But another memory surfaced, leaving him even more confused. The last time the talisman on Zhang Ji's forehead was removed, she completely lost control. Her memories were filled with resentment and countless restless souls. That talisman had clearly been suppressing the darkness inside her. But who had placed it there in the first place? While Fang Ning was still lost in thought, Zhang Li suddenly cheered excitedly. So that means Li Er can keep eating delicious spirits in the future, right? The moment Fang Ning nodded, she happily jumped into his arms and hugged him tightly with a bright smile. That is wonderful, husband. I love you more than anyone in the world. Fang Ning smiled gently as he held his wife close, yet his mind remained filled with unanswered questions. Were the things he saw from 1,000 years ago real? The man Zhang Li had been waiting for looked exactly like him. Could that really have been him? And if it was, how did she end up like this? What exactly happened in the kingdom of Jiang 1,000 years ago? Then there was Yuan Long. Back then, Fang Ning had been completely helpless. So why did Yuan Long leave instead of killing him? Even in that strange dream, Yuan Long had appeared 1,000 years in the past. While his thoughts remained tangled, Ye Qiwen suddenly stood up and interrupted him. All right, that is enough talking. The car is here. Let us go. As soon as they stepped outside, Fang Ning stared at the vehicle in surprise. Wow, this ride is incredible. I do not have to pay for it, do I? Yi Qiwen replied calmly. It would be best if you gave me 50 yuan. That would only be fair. On the way to the mission site, Ye Qiwen took the opportunity to explain a few important rules. There are 2 things you must pay special attention to during this assessment. First, avoid exposing your abilities to ordinary people whenever possible. The logistics division can clean up the aftermath, but it is always better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Second, even though the mission area is in the outskirts and the chance of running into civilians is low, if anyone does appear, protecting them must always come first. Fang Ning nodded immediately. Understood. I will keep that in mind. No need to be so nervous. This is only a low-level mission. With your current strength and the support team, clearing it should not be difficult. Fang Ning paused in surprise. A support team? You mean someone else is joining this mission besides me? Xu Wen smiled. That's right. This is not just a mission. It is also a test to help you get familiar with how Soul Beast Masters operate. Just do your best. After hearing that, Fang Ning answered without hesitation. I will give it everything I have. Before long, the car stopped at the edge of a vast forest. Fang Ning and Zhang Li got out of the car one after the other. Xu Wen tossed him an earpiece from inside the car and reminded him, Here, put this on. All mission instructions will be sent through this device. Remember this. Chu Yun and I will not take part directly. You and the other team members will handle everything yourselves. Fang Ning looked at Zhang Li and smiled. Li Er, let's go. After saying goodbye, the two headed deep into the forest. Along the way, Fang Ning suddenly asked, Li Er, it seems like you really like Chu Yun. Zhang Li nodded honestly. Yes. Li Er thinks she is a very kind person. Fang Ning froze for a moment. Kind? Are you sure? From Li Er's point of view, Madame Chu has never shown any bad intentions toward us. That is why I acted cute and gave her a massage in the car. Wasn't I playing the role of a good granddaughter? Besides, hubby said we cannot beat her yet, so we have to keep pretending. But Fang Ning forgot one very important thing. The earpiece was still on, which meant Chu Yun heard every word of that conversation. On the other end, her face turned as dark as the bottom of a burnt pot. Meanwhile, Xu Wen laughed so hard beside her. She actually called you Madame Chu. That is hilarious. His laughter quickly ended when Chu Yun slammed a powerful punch into him. Not long after, Fang Ning received a connection from Tian Lan of the logistics department. A voice came through the earpiece. Hello, Fang Ning. I am Tian Lan, the logistics support officer for this mission. I will provide mission data, coordinate support, and handle emergencies. First, I will give you a summary of the mission. Fang Ning replied briefly. Got it, thank you. Tian Lan continued. This ruin-level mission began with a report from a couple last night. According to them, they were camping in this area. Right after setting up their tent and getting ready to rest, they suddenly heard strange noises outside. After gathering enough courage to look, they were horrified to see hundreds of ghosts flying in the same direction. One person fainted on the spot, while the other fled in panic. They only called the police after the ghosts had left the area. After the police forwarded the report, we sent investigators with specialized equipment and detected extremely strong spiritual energy fluctuations. The report was then submitted to the Seoul court, and the mission was temporarily classified as ruin level. The most notable discovery is that the logistics team successfully extracted the witnesses' memories. The images showed every ghost wearing royal court clothing from the Jeong Kingdom 1,000 years ago. In addition, about 10 kilometers west of the incident site lies an ancient Jeong Kingdom ruin. We suspect the ghosts originated from there. Hearing that, Fang Ning's expression changed immediately. The Jeong Kingdom? Are you certain? Tianlan calmly replied. Based on historical records and current archaeological findings, the possibility is almost certain. This ruin has existed for thousands of years, yet repeated investigations have never uncovered anything unusual. Fang Ning quietly fell into deep thought. All right, I understand this situation, Tianlan continued. The map has been sent to your device. Head to the marked location, meet the other team members, and receive more detailed information. After that, Fang Ning and Zhang Li continued toward their destination. Along the way, countless questions filled his mind. Was this really just a random test? Why did it happen to involve the Jeong Kingdom? Was someone secretly arranging all of this? At the same time, in another part of the forest, 3 young people were waiting for their temporary captain. Fei Yu, a 16-year-old boy, looked impatient. Why hasn't the captain arrived yet? How much longer do we have to wait? Liao Hua, who was older, immediately spoke up. Fei Yu, stop talking nonsense. I heard this captain is extremely powerful. You should watch what you say. This is my first mission after finishing training, and I do not want to get dragged down because of you. Fei Yu looked unconvinced. So what if he is strong? Maybe he only became captain because someone backed him. I do not see anything impressive about that. Liao Hua fired back immediately. Who are you talking about? Do you really think you are better than everyone else? Everyone knows you are the son of a Seoul court director. You got where you are because of your family. I have no one backing me, yet I still ended up on the same team as spoiled second-generation heirs like you. What a pain. Hit where it hurt, Fei Yu's face turned bright red, but he could not think of a reply. Seeing the tension rise, the last member, Pan Yan, quickly stepped in. All right, Liao Hua, Fei Yu, stop arguing. We are teammates and will be working together for a long time. Do not let something this small affect the mission. Fei Yu let out a cold snort and said with disdain, he is just a post-awakened nobody. He only got in because he knows Zhang Tiandao. For all we know, he could even be a spy planted by abyss above. Liao Hua frowned and shot back. Do you have any proof? If not, stop making things up. I trust Hongshi's judgment more than your guesses. Fei Yu curled his lips into a mocking smile. The Soul Beast Masters are no place for weaklings. Just wait and see, he will not last long. Liao Hua immediately lost her temper. If you dare pull anything during the mission, I will report you to the Soul Court. Deliberately harming a teammate is a serious offense. Even your father will not be able to protect you. Fei Yu put on an innocent look. Stop imagining things and blaming me. Someone that average is not even worth my effort. Sooner or later, he will fail on his own. I heard he cut off one of Yuan Sha's arms, which caught Abyss Above's attention and got him recommended here. But if you ask me, they simply overestimated him. If they ever meet again, he will not be so lucky next time. Suddenly, a calm and chilly voice echoed through the air. Sounds like everyone is having quite the lively discussion. All 3 of them froze and quickly looked around for the source. A moment later, Fang Ning appeared, with the presence of someone stepping straight out of a movie. He smiled and greeted them. Hello, everyone. I am the temporary captain for this mission, Fang Ning. I could hear all of you chatting from quite a distance away. Please, keep going. Do not mind me. As he spoke, he walked over and lightly patted Fei Yu on the shoulder. The smile never left his face, but his tone was impossible to read. By the way, I think I heard someone mention an abyss above spy. Then something about not lasting long and ending in failure. Did I hear that wrong? Fei Yu's face instantly turned pale. He swallowed hard again and again, but not a single word came out. Fang Ning burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Be a little more careful next time. Talking behind someone's back can be very dangerous. At that moment, Zhang Li suddenly changed completely. A chilling aura and terrifying pressure spread from her. Her eyes locked onto Fei Yu as if they could see right through him. Frightened out of his mind, Fei Yu stumbled backward. In his panic, he lost his balance and fell onto the ground. Zhang Li leaned close to Fang Ning and whispered unhappily, "Hubby, let me kill him. I really hate this guy. I can feel his hostility toward us." Fang Ning could only sigh helplessly. "My dear, the mission has not even started, and you already want to kill someone. At this rate, we might as well skip the test and run away now. Just then, Liao Hua walked over to Jiang Li. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, big sis, you are so beautiful. She circled Jiang Li curiously and even reached out to touch her as if checking something. You feel completely real. Big sis, are you really a spirit? Faced with such unexpected enthusiasm, Jiang Li immediately hid behind Fang Ning like a shy kitten meeting a stranger. Liao Hua stood there frozen, completely confused about what she had done wrong. Fang Ning gave an awkward smile and explained, "Sorry about that, my fiancé is a little shy around strangers." Deep down, he could not help wondering why this girl was suddenly being so overly friendly. Hearing that only made Liao Hua's eyes shine even brighter. She became so excited she almost jumped. Oh my gosh, you two are adorable. Your relationship is so sweet I could melt. I am definitely rooting for you both. Fang Ning was completely baffled. All those strange expressions left his head spinning. Sweet? Rooting for us? What is she even talking about? After a brief moment of confusion, he decided to steer the conversation back on track. All right, let's get to know each other first. Everyone, introduce yourselves one by one. Liao Hua clapped her hands as if she had just remembered. Right, we have not introduced ourselves yet. She immediately spoke with excitement. Hello, Captain Fang. I am Liao Hua. I love cosplay, movies, manga, and shipping characters. Hunting souls is just my side job. My main job is uploading shoujo comics on Bilibili. My ability combines plant control with soul arts. After hearing that, Fang Ning felt like he had stepped into a completely different world and could only nod awkwardly. Then it was Pan Yan's turn. He looked extremely shy and stuttered for a long time before saying, I am Pan Pan. Before he could finish, Liao Hua jumped in. Oh, come on! At this rate we will be here forever. Let me do it. She pointed at Pan Yan and continued, This is Pan Yan. His ability combines elemental powers with soul arts. He can turn his body into solid rock. His biggest strength is taking hits. Hearing that, Pan Yan lowered his head in embarrassment and quietly nodded. By now, Fei Yu had regained his composure. He folded his arms and answered shortly, Fei Yu, water control. Liao Hua giggled and added, This mission is being handled by our flower squad together with Captain Fang. Please take good care of us. Fang Ning waved his hand. I just joined the Soul Beast Masters, and there is still a lot I do not know. I am the one who should be learning. So what do we do first? Liao Hua quickly explained. The first step is reporting the situation to Logistics Communications. They will assess the danger level and send support if needed. This rule was written with the blood and lives of generations of soul hunters. If you are not familiar with the process, let me handle the communications. Fang Ning nodded. All right, it looks like you really know your way around this. Thank you, Captain. As soon as she finished speaking, Liao Hua connected to Tianlan through the communicator. Sister Tianlan, Flower Squad has met up with Captain Fang at the witness location. We are about to begin the investigation. Tianlan's familiar voice quickly came through. Very good. Stay in regular contact. Good luck, everyone, and stay safe. Off to the side, Fei Yu gritted his teeth and muttered under his breath, a captain who does not even know the basics. What a joke. The moment the words left his mouth, he felt two icy stares fixed on him. Liao Hua and Jiang Li were both glaring at him, sending chills down his spine. Fei Yu immediately looked away and said irritably, Fine, I will stop talking. Let's just keep moving. Pretend I never said anything. Fang Ning looked around and asked, This is where that couple saw the 100 Ghost Night Parade, right? Did you find any clues before I arrived? Liao Hua answered right away. After surveying the area, we found that the spiritual energy trail from the Ghost Parade grows stronger from east to west. Based on the remaining energy, we believe the ghosts were heading west. The witness only saw them passing through here. This was not their starting point. Fang Ning thought for a moment before asking, Did anyone bring a spiritual energy detector? Pan Yan immediately replied, Of course, right here. He held up a device and introduced it, a soul detector. Fang Ning took it and said, Then let's move out. We will follow their trail. Liao Hua happily followed behind with an excited smile. Sounds good. Time to start exploring. Pan Yan quickly caught up as well. Seeing Fei Yu still standing there, he turned back and called out, Fei Yu, come on. Stop wasting time. Fei Yu reluctantly followed, still full of resentment. Rank 6, huh? Let's see what he is really capable of. Meanwhile, back inside the car, Chuyun leaned back in her seat and said tiredly, I am so sleepy. I wonder how long they are going to keep searching. Sitting beside her, Ye Chuwen calmly replied, It is understandable. We just finished a calamity-level mission, and before we even had time to rest, the Soul Court assigned us to oversee this recruitment test. If you are tired, get some sleep. After saying that, he handed Chuyun a blanket. Chu Yun took it and asked, "Your mirror flower, water moon technique is still attached to Fong Ning, right? How long will it last?" Ye Chuwen nodded. "That's right. I secretly placed it on his clothes during our handshake. Do not worry, it will last until at least sunrise. I can keep watching them, so there is nothing to worry about. If anything happens, I will wake you." Hearing that, Chu Yun finally relaxed and leaned back in her seat. "Then I will leave it to you." Before long, she fell asleep. After that, Ye Chuan began chanting an incantation. A small magic circle slowly appeared before him, allowing him to monitor Fang Ning and the team's movements. He thought to himself, "Fang Ning, I hope you will not disappoint Xiao Wen and me." In the Longshao Mountains on the western outskirts of Hai City, an owl perched on a tall branch, keeping a watchful eye on the night. A moment later, a massive wave of yin energy surged up from below, shaking the treetops. Startled, the owl spread its wings and flew away. Beneath the forest, a huge procession of spirits marched forward at a slow pace. The sound of horse hooves echoed through the darkness. Mixed in with it was the constant fluttering of battle banners in the wind. Above them, female ghosts drifted silently through the air like wandering specters. At the center of the procession rolled a dark crimson carriage. Countless spirit money notes swirled around it in the wind. Not far away, Fang Ning's group stayed hidden as they watched in silence. He let out a quiet sigh. "We finally found them." The mood of the team instantly turned serious. Liao Hua quickly reported, "Sister Tianlan, we have confirmed the target. Everything matches the witness's account. There are more than 100 spirits. According to the detector, the outer spirits are mostly rank 2 and rank 3, but we still cannot determine the strength of those in the center." Fang Ning leaned toward Zhang Li and whispered, "Li, do their clothes look familiar to you?" Zhang Li stared at the ghost procession for a long moment before answering, "They do seem familiar. From the scattered memories I still have, the people around me all seem to wear clothes like those." Hearing that, Fang Ning became even more certain of his guess. Everything was exactly like what he had seen in his dream. But did these spirits know the truth behind the fall of the Jiang Kingdom 1,000 years ago? Still, there were far too many spirits here. Was an entry test really supposed to be this dangerous? Or was someone within the Soul Beast Masters trying to use this chance to get rid of both him and Li Er? While he was deep in thought, Zhang Li gently tugged on his sleeve with an excited smile. "Hubby, there is so much delicious food down there." Fang Ning looked at her with both affection and helplessness. "Li Er, I know there is plenty of tasty food below, but there are so many spirits. Can you really eat all of them?" Zhang Li looked confused.
Hubby, what do you mean by so many fruit shoes?
"I do not think there are that many at all." Then she leaned closer and quietly whispered a few words into his ear. Her words instantly changed Fang Ning's expression. His eyes widened in shock. "What? So that is what they really are." That meant only Li Er had noticed the strange truth. The others probably had no idea. It seemed this test was not nearly as complicated as he had first thought. "Hubby, do not worry. There is nothing dangerous down there. Just go with confidence." Fang Ning smiled softly and gently patted her head. "All right, I understand now. Having you by my side really is a blessing." Just then, Liao Hua flew over with a worried expression. "Captain, there are too many spirits gathered below. Sister Tianlan wants to know if we should request reinforcements." "No need. They only look numerous. In reality, they are not strong enough to threaten us. I am the captain and the strongest one here. Stay here and keep watching. I will go down and check first." Fang Ning completely trusted Zhang Li's judgment. He believed that no matter what happened, the two of them could always retreat safely together. Even so, Liao Hua was still uneasy. "Captain, we should be careful. Sister Tianlan said a nearby ruin-level squad is on standby. If we call for help, they can arrive very quickly." Fang Ning replied calmly, "Let me confirm the situation first. If anything really seems wrong, we can request reinforcements from headquarters. That would be the better approach, right?" Suddenly, Fei Yu cut in impatiently. "Why are we wasting so much time? This is only a ruin-level mission. It is not like we are facing an annihilation-level threat. You can stay here talking if you want. I am not waiting anymore. I am going down first." The moment he finished speaking, Fei Yu rushed straight down without waiting for the captain's orders. Liao Hua's face turned pale as she shouted, "Fei Yu, come back now, do not act recklessly. The captain has not made a decision yet." But Fei Yu ignored her completely and landed right in the middle of the marching spirits. The instant he appeared, the ghost procession reacted. Every spirit turned its head toward him, their cold eyes filled with eerie darkness. Without the slightest hesitation, Fei Yu charged into battle and unleashed his water abilities again and again. Blade-like streams of water sliced through the spirits, tearing them apart one after another. A smug grin spread across his face. Captain Fang? He only got lucky and formed a contract with a powerful spirit. Someone like him thinks he deserves to be captain? Today I will show everyone who the real prodigy is. As he spoke, Fei Yu quickly formed a water whip and wrapped it tightly around a spirit. Then he hurled it straight into the ghosts rushing toward him. Haha! Taste my power. The low-level spirits instantly vanished under the attack. Standing proudly in the middle of the battlefield, Fei Yu shouted, "Captain Fang, what do you think? No need for you to step in. Leave this to me. I can handle these weak spirits by myself." After the weaker spirits were wiped out, stronger ones gradually revealed themselves. From the rear of the procession, the banner bearers and parasol bearers slowly stepped forward. Looking down from above, Liao Hua's expression changed immediately. This is bad. Those spirits are much stronger. They are at least rank 3, maybe even rank 4. Captain Fang, should we help him? You heard what he said yourself. He is that confident, so let's watch a little longer. Below, the higher-ranked spirits surrounded Fei Yu. The banner bearers and parasol bearers launched one attack after another, leaving him with less and less room to dodge. Fei Yu's expression shifted. What is this? Are they trying to cut off all my escape routes? But he quickly regained his confidence and smirked. Is that all you've got? Take this. Water Dragon Seal. As soon as he finished speaking, Fei Yu formed a hand seal and summoned a massive water dragon that charged straight ahead. With a single strike, the formation of banner and parasol spirits was shattered and scattered in every direction. Liao Hua let out a relieved sigh. Fei Yu may be hot-headed and difficult to deal with, but his strength is definitely real. Pan Yan smiled and gave a thumbs up. Fei Yu is really amazing. Seeing the spirits thrown into chaos, Fei Yu became even more smug. He burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! So this is the famous 100 Ghost Night Parade? What a joke. If we had not wasted so much time waiting for that clueless captain, Flower Squad would already be done and heading home. But just as he was enjoying his victory, the heavy sound of horse hooves suddenly echoed behind him. Fei Yu turned around with a look of contempt. Someone still has the guts to charge at me? A moment later, he saw a squad of ghost cavalry riding war horses, their killing intent overflowing. Without hesitation, Fei Yu unleashed another soul art, Water Dragon Seal. But the outcome was completely beyond his expectations. One cavalryman simply swung his spear once, and both water dragons exploded into streams of water before they could unleash their power. How is that possible? They blocked my attack? Fei Yu's face changed again and again. Damn it, why are there so many rank 4 spirits here? Wait, there are even rank 5 spirits? This cannot be the difficulty of a ruin-level mission. The mission intel has to be wrong. Even though he barely dodged a spear thrust, sweat was already pouring down his forehead, and his breathing had become rapid. Realizing the situation had taken a turn for the worse, Pan Yan could no longer stand by. He immediately activated his Earth ability and rushed down to help Fei Yu. Relying on his incredible durability, Pan Yan sent several ghost cavalry flying with a series of heavy blows. Even so, the enemy quickly regrouped and continued pressing forward. Pan Yan was no easy opponent either. He met them head-on, and every punch carried overwhelming force, blasting many spirits apart. Right then, Liao Hua shouted from above, "Fei Yu, we are coming to help." She immediately activated her ability. Countless thorny vines burst from the ground, forming a defensive barrier to stop the ghost cavalry. But the barrier did not last long. It was quickly sliced apart by the enemy's swords and spears. Liao Hua's face turned pale. She looked at Fang Ning anxiously. "Captain, please save Fei Yu. Flower Squad cannot hold on any longer. This is far beyond a ruin-level mission." Fang Ning calmly replied, "No need to rush. Wait a little longer." "Captain Fang Ning, I apologize on Fei Yu's behalf for his earlier disrespect, but everyone is truly in danger now. Please help them retreat safely. Do not worry, they will be fine." Meanwhile below, the pressure on Fei Yu and Pan Yan continued to grow. The ghost cavalry had no intention of letting either of them escape. Fei Yu's earlier arrogance had completely vanished. His voice trembled with panic. "This is bad. I am almost out of spiritual energy. I can only last about 1 more minute. Once it runs out, I will not survive." At that moment, Tianlan's anxious voice came through the communicator. "Liao Hua, what is happening over there? Is the mission finished yet?" "The situation is very serious, Sister Tianlan." Fei Yu rushed into the ghost procession on his own and is now being chased by more than 10 ghost cavalry. Pan Yan and I went down to support him, but the enemy is too strong. We cannot hold them back anymore. Tianlan's expression changed immediately. "What? Then where is Captain Fang Ning? Is he being held back by some high-level spirit?" It was not Captain Fang Ning. He stayed outside and kept watching. I asked him many times to save them, but he refused. Tianlan almost shouted, "What? Just because Fei Yu said the wrong thing, Captain Fang Ning is leaving your team to die? Put me through to Fang Ning right now." Elsewhere, Ye Chuwen and Chu Yun were watching everything through a pair of binoculars. Ye Chuwen frowned in confusion. "Fang Ning, what are you thinking? Did Xiao Yun and I misjudge you? Or are you really abandoning your teammates over a petty conflict? If that is true, no matter how much Xiao Yun likes you, I will never let you join the Beast Soul Hunters." Seeing Chu Wen suddenly turn serious, Chu Yun looked up from her fried chicken and asked, "What happened?" Chu Wen handed her the binoculars. "See for yourself. Fang Ning refuses to save his teammates. This is getting bad." Back at the battlefield, Tianlan contacted Fang Ning over the radio. "Captain Fang Ning, this is not a personal matter. I do not care about the reason. After the exam, I expect a proper explanation. Right now, I order you to support Fei Yu's team, get them out of danger, and wait for reinforcements." Fang Ning replied helplessly, "I already told you, they are not in any real danger. Why does nobody believe me?" Tianlan was speechless with anger. "Captain Fang, are you still refusing to act? Fine, I will see what you are really planning." Down on the battlefield, Fei Yu's spirit power was almost gone. His whole body trembled as sweat poured down. "I am really out of spirit power. Someone please save me." Fang Ning laughed. "Fei Yu, did you not tell me to stay out of it? You are giving up already?" "Captain Fang, I know I was wrong. I was being foolish before. Please forgive me and save me this time." "Sure, I accept your apology. But where did all that arrogance from before go? You switched to begging pretty fast." Beside him, Liao Hua spoke anxiously. "Captain Fang," Fei Yu admitted his mistake. "You said you would save him, so why are you still waiting?" Unlike her panic, Fang Ning calmly replied, "No need to rush. I already said he will be fine." As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped down from above. "Fei Yu, you looked so confident a moment ago. You cannot handle this little pressure?" Below, Fei Yu was overwhelmed by despair. His spirit power was completely drained. His body was soaked with sweat, his eyes were tightly shut, and tears were about to fall. The Soul Cavalry charged right up to him. They rushed forward and thrust their sharp spears at him together. At that moment, Fei Yu believed death had arrived. He stood frozen, waiting for the pain, and screamed, "Ah!" High above, Liao Hua and Budyan cried out in panic, "Fei Yu." On the other end of the radio, Tianlan heard the scream and was shocked. "What happened?" "That is Chief Sun's son. Fang Ning, just wait for the Soul Court to deal with you." Meanwhile, Fang Ning had already landed on the ground, looking as calm as ever. He let out a soft sigh with a faint smile. "Come on, take a closer look. Is he not completely fine?" Tianlan froze, then quickly asked over the radio, "Liao Hua, how is Fei Yu? Is he all right?" Liao Hua took a deep breath to calm herself. After looking carefully, she quietly replied, "It looks like he is not hurt at all." Below, Fei Yu slowly opened his trembling eyes. He checked his entire body but found no injuries. Shock filled his face. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. What just happened? I was clearly stabbed. Why am I completely unharmed? Right in front of him, the Soul Cavalry kept charging without stopping. Out of pure instinct, Fei Yu could only raise his arms to protect himself. But something unbelievable happened. The riders passed straight through his body as if he did not exist, leaving no injuries at all. Only then did Fang Ning step forward. He looked at everyone calmly and said, "It seems none of you understand the true nature of the 100 Ghost Night March." Liao Hua looked confused. "The true nature?" Fang Ning calmly explained, "I told you from the beginning, these spirits pose no threat to us, so there is no need for reinforcements. Was I not right?" On the other end, Tianlan murmured, "Yeah, I guess you really did say that. When everyone believed Fei Yu was doomed, I still insisted he would be fine. And now, has the result not already proven it?" He looked at everyone and continued, "Now tell me, was any part of my judgment wrong? Every one of these spirits is just an illusion. They cannot hurt anyone. I know many of you doubt both my ability and my character. But during this exam, we are teammates. If we are teammates, there should be at least a little trust. Do you really think I would let someone die over a small disagreement?" Liao Hua blushed with embarrassment and lowered her head. "Captain Fang, I am sorry. I did not trust you enough. But everything felt so real. Even when I attacked those illusions, they reacted like they truly existed." Fang Ning replied calmly, "That is right. To your mind, they were real because this place is an extremely advanced simulated space. When your mind believes something is real, your brain creates matching reactions based on memory and experience. That is why they felt like solid objects." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ning leaped into the air and landed directly on the red carriage in the center. Looking down at the fake old eunuch with his hands behind his back, he called out, "Old eunuch, I was right, was I not? This little show should end now." The old eunuch looked up with an ugly expression. "I never expected a brat like you to see through my soul art." Hearing that, Liaohua, Banyan, and Feiyu stared in shock. The scenery around them immediately began to change, as the illusionary spirits dissolved one after another. Before long, the entire area became nothing but an empty space. Liaohua quickly climbed down the vines and asked anxiously, "Is everyone okay?" Feiyu let out a relieved sigh and shook his head. "I am fine, I just used up all my spirit power." Banyan added, "Same here, I still have a little left." At that moment, the old eunuch finally revealed his true form. A terrifying power erupted from his body. His face twisted with rage as he roared, shaking the ground and the rocks around him. The pressure was so overwhelming that Liaohua was blown away. Luckily, Banyan reacted instantly and caught her. At the same time, he grabbed Feiyu with his other arm to keep him from being swept away. Liaohua immediately chanted a spell and summoned massive vines. They wove together into a barrier to weaken the overwhelming pressure. Her face instantly turned pale as she stammered in horror. Level 3, Level 4, Level 5, Level 6. Good heavens, this is a Level 7 spirit, a real ghost general. Captain, get back here now. We are in serious trouble this time. This is our very first mission, and we run into this? Contact headquarters now and request immediate reinforcements. High in the air, the old eunuch continued releasing his terrifying aura. Meanwhile, Zhongli and Fangning anchored themselves to the ground with heavy chains to avoid being blown away. Fangning turned and asked, "Lear, this old man's aura is terrifying. Are you still sure he cannot threaten us?" Zhongli answered confidently, "Husband, do not worry. He is not nearly as strong as everyone thinks." Just then, Tian Lan's panicked voice came through the radio. "Fangning, that is a ghost general, a level 7 spirit. The intelligence was wrong. Take the others and retreat to the chief captain immediately." Watching through binoculars from afar, Chu Yun nearly jumped to her feet after hearing that. She cried out in shock, "What? Level 7? Yi Chuan immediately contacted Fang Ning. "Fang Ning, Chu Yun and I are heading over right now. Hold your ground until we arrive." Fang Ning replied helplessly, "Did everyone already forget what I just said? We are not in any danger. Why does everyone keep making this into such a big deal?" Tian Lan was left completely stunned. "What are you even talking about?" Fang Ning said nothing else, and quietly looked at the old eunuch ahead. The old eunuch slowly descended before him with a look of complete disdain. "Brat, you are somewhat interesting. Why are you not kneeling and begging before me?" Fang Ning burst into laughter. "Who are you telling to kneel? Old man, you are ugly enough already. Stop dreaming." Those mocking words instantly sent the old eunuch into a furious rage. Insolent brat. The next moment, he condensed a gigantic purple hand and slammed it toward Fang Ning, intending to crush him. From the distance, Liaohua shouted, "Captain Fang, watch out." Fang Ning remained completely calm. With one simple step, he appeared right in front of the old eunuch. Without hesitation, he slapped the old eunuch across the face and casually said, "Level 7, huh?" The old eunuch staggered backward from the blow. He opened his mouth and began, "I am the great." Before he could finish, another slap landed. Fang Ning calmly continued, "You were about to say you are a ghost general, right? So what? Still trying to scare people?" Another slap sent the old eunuch crashing to the ground. Watching the scene, Liaohua, Banyan, and Feiyu were completely frozen. All three stood there in total shock. Is that really a level 7 spirit? Is Captain Fang actually this powerful? Feiyu quietly swallowed hard, his heart in turmoil. I never knew he was this terrifying. If I had known, I never would have challenged him. I wonder if it is too late to get on his good side. Curled up on the ground after the beating, the old eunuch trembled all over. He stammered, Why are you not afraid of me? Did you see through my ability? That is impossible. My soul art is flawless. Even level 7 users can be deceived for a while. How did you figure it out?" Fang Ning slowly crouched down, patted the old eunuch on the shoulder, and smiled. "The more people fear you, the stronger you appear in their minds, which makes your suppression even more effective, right? I figured that out while watching you fight Fei Yu's team. Besides, Lear told me from the start that those spirits were only illusions created by your soul art. Out of that entire army, you were the only real one. Your actual strength is only level 5. Without Lear seeing through your trick, this mission might not have gone so smoothly. Lear, this old man may not look very appetizing, but I bet he tastes pretty good. Come enjoy your meal." At the mention of food, Zhang Li's eyes lit up. Really? She instinctively licked her lips and happily replied, Thank you, husband. Then I will dig in. Hearing that, the old eunuch completely panicked. He repeatedly kowtowed and begged, Great hero, spare me. Great hero, spare me. I am nothing but a useless old servant. I have never harmed anyone. Everything I did was to protect the princess of Zhong Kingdom's relic. Please show mercy and spare my life. Just as Zhang Li was about to step forward, Fang Ning reached out and stopped her. The princess of Zhong Kingdom's relic. You know, my Lear, what exactly is it? The old eunuch replied with a trembling voice. It is the item Princess Highness entrusted me to guard 1,000 years ago. He slowly raised his head, his eyes fixed on Zhang Li. Suddenly realizing something, he cried out, You are Princess Highness? Zhang Li froze and widened her eyes. You recognize me? At that moment, Chu Yun and Ye Chuwen finally arrived from the distance. Seeing them, Liao Hua immediately called out, Sister Chu Yun is here. Fang Ning quickly leaned close to Zhang Li and whispered, Lier, pretend to eat him. We need to hide him for now. Zhang Li nodded softly and took out a golden hairpin. She gently blew on it, making it look as though she was absorbing the old eunuch's soul into the hairpin. Thinking he was about to be eaten, the old eunuch burst into tears and cried, Princess Highness, it is me. Xiao Wheezy, please do not eat me. I beg you, please do not eat me. He had no idea that he was only being sealed inside Zhang Li's hairpin. But to everyone else, it looked exactly as if Zhang Li had devoured the old eunuch on the spot. Fei Yu even stammered, She really ate him? My goodness, that was a level 7 ghost general. Liao Hua frowned in confusion. This is so strange. In theory, the gap between level 6 and level 7 is enormous. Even with a perfect counter, it should not have been this one-sided. Just then, Ye Chuwen brought Chu Yun down to stand before the group. As soon as she saw them, Liao Hua happily ran over. Sister Chu Yun, that old eunuch's aura was so terrifying. I was so scared I almost cried. Chu Yun gently patted her head. Do not worry, Hua Hua. I am here now. He cannot hurt you anymore. She looked around and asked, Where is that ghost general? Why has his aura disappeared? Before Liao Hua could answer, Fang Ning spoke first. There was never a level 7 ghost general. He was only a level 5 spirit with a special ability. The more fear he created, the stronger he appeared. The 100 Ghost Night March and that overwhelming pressure were all created by his soul art. I dealt with him pretty quickly, and then Lear ate him. Chu Yan's eyes widened in surprise. Huh? It is already over? Fang Ning quietly signaled Zhang Li. She immediately let out a satisfied little burp, as if she had just finished a delicious meal. Seeing that, Chu Yun finally relaxed a little. Well, what is done is done. Lear has a unique constitution, and nothing seems wrong for now, but you should still keep a close eye on her. Fang Ning immediately nodded. Of course, I will watch her carefully. Chu Yun then changed the subject. So, how would everyone evaluate this mission? Liao Hua took the initiative to answer. Sister Chu, this time it was our fault. We did not trust Captain Fang Ning's judgment, so we misunderstood him. Especially Fei Yu. If he had followed orders and let Captain Fang scout ahead instead of acting on his own, this mission would have ended much more easily. Then I declare this mission a complete success. The overall evaluation is Grade A. At the same time, Fang Ning has officially passed the Beast Soul Hunter's entrance exam. Tianlan continued, Does the support team have any objections? None. Everything is in order. A voice came through the radio. Captain Fang, I am sorry for doubting you before. If we ever meet, I would like to apologize in person. Standing nearby, Yi Chuan laughed. Brother Fang, I almost misunderstood you too. Let me apologize as well. Fang Ning waved it off. It is fine, we are all on the same side. Now I will activate the token Sister Hongji gave you. Holding the token, Fang Ning looked puzzled. This thing needs to be activated? Chu Yun smiled. Of course, think of it as a basic soul artifact. Once it is activated, you can store it inside your body and use its functions, such as requesting support from nearby lower-ranking teams, accessing the Beast Soul Hunter's database, and many other privileges. Chu Yun gently tapped the token with her finger. It immediately shone with a brilliant light and slowly floated into the air. A glowing projection of Fang Ning's face appeared within the light, as if confirming his identity as the owner. Chu Yun calmly announced, Congratulations! From this moment on, you are officially a member of the Beast Soul Hunters. This token also has an emergency distress function. If your life is ever in danger, simply channels your spirit power into it. A signal will be sent to headquarters and all nearby members, who will come to help as quickly as possible. Likewise, whenever you receive someone else's distress signal, you must leave immediately to rescue them. That is the responsibility every Beast Soul Hunter carries. Even so, Yuan Shang's is only one of countless threats out there. There are far more terrifying dangers beyond your imagination. That is why beast soul hunters must always stand together and support each other. Welcome to the team. From today onward, we are teammates. Fang Ning smiled, shook her hand and replied, "Thank you. I have one more question." Chu Yun raised an eyebrow curiously. What is it? Now that I am a beast soul hunter, do I have to check in every morning? Of course not. If we had to report every day, how would I ever have time to draw manga? Chu Yun nodded. Exactly. When there are no missions, everyone is free to manage their own time. If a mission appears nearby, your token will notify you. Just put on your earpiece when that happens. All right. If you have no more questions, then your beast soul hunter orientation is officially over. Make yourselves at home. I need to head back and get some rest. As soon as she finished speaking, Ye Chuan picked Chu Yun up, and the two quickly disappeared. Fang Ning turned to the others with a friendly smile. How are you all getting back to headquarters? Mind if I come along? He also wanted to learn more about the beast soul hunters along the way. Fei Yu immediately pulled Banyan over with a smug grin. We came in a two-seat sports car, so there is no extra room. Captain, you will have to figure something else out. Liao Hua quickly joined in. I ride a Harley. If you do not mind, Captain Fang, you can ride with me. Hearing that, Fang Ning imagined himself sitting on the back of the motorcycle while her blue hair flowed in the wind. He thought to himself, that actually sounds pretty nice. A cool Harley and a beautiful companion. Not bad at all. But the moment that thought appeared, a chill ran down his spine. Zhongli's intimidating aura spread around him, and he hurriedly shook his head. No way. Absolutely not. All he could do was give Zhongli an awkward smile. Before he could say another word, she grabbed him by the collar and dragged him away like a sack. Caught completely off guard, Fang Ning cried out, "Wait, boss, slow down, I am not ready yet." Liao Hua watched with sparkling eyes and cheered, "That is way too cute." Captain Fang getting dragged away by his jealous wife is adorable. I have to put this into my manga. But her excitement soon turned into worry. I wonder if Captain badly of me now. I hope he does not take my earlier doubts to heart. Hearing that, Fei Yu grumbled, "Your mood changes faster than flipping a page. You are seriously unpredictable. Do you really have to care that much about the captain? He is already a calamity rank beast soul hunter. One day he will be leading plenty of other teams. We are still only ultimate rank hunters. We might not even rank up fast enough to see him again. Just focus on finishing your own missions first." Banyan nodded with a sigh. Captain Fang is unbelievably strong. When that old eunuch released the aura of a level 7 spirit, I thought we were done for. But the captain spotted the flaw at a glance. He did not even use a soul skill. A few slaps were enough to finish it. If he were still leading our team, every mission would feel much safer. Fei Yu still looked unhappy. He turned around and walked away, leaving one sentence behind. Sure, he is strong, but if you expect me to listen to him, maybe in my next life. Seeing Fei Yu leave, Banyan quickly chased after him while shouting, "Hey Fei Yu, wait for me." As the young hunters disappeared into the distance, a crimson moon gate suddenly appeared in the sky. Yuan Yue stepped out, still holding the notebook she had been writing in. After closing the book, she slowly licked her lips. Her face twisted into a chilling smile, and her eyes shone with madness. 3 more interesting toys. I can already picture them being tortured until they completely break, begging for a quicker death. But that can wait. The doctor's mission comes first. I just need to keep watching Fang Ning and wait for the perfect moment. That is right. I cannot make a single mistake. Every move must stay hidden. With those words, her figure vanished into thin air, leaving only a faint killing intent lingering in the wind. At that exact moment, Fei Yu suddenly stopped walking. He frowned, glanced around, and muttered, "Strange, it feels like someone is watching me." Banyan heard him and asked, "What is it? What did you just say?" Fei Yu shook his head. Probably just my imagination. Even so, the uneasy feeling refused to leave him. The scene shifted back to Fang Ning and Zhong Li's home. As soon as they arrived, Fang Ning pulled the curtains shut and fell into deep thought. He could not help but sigh. I never thought I would one day have a real job and live in a villa like this. My life has changed so much. Even so, after compensating Aunt Lu and the nearby residents, he had very little money left. The rent here was far from cheap. Still, at least if Yuan Shang returned, innocent people would no longer get caught up in it. While he was lost in thought, Zhang Li changed her appearance. Her outfit now looked much neater and more refined. She sat beside him with a curious look. Fang Ning turned toward her and spoke seriously. "Lear, let the old eunuch out." Zhang Li quietly nodded. She took out the flower hairpin, chanted a spell, and slowly released the old eunuch's soul. The moment he appeared, the old eunuch immediately knelt on the floor. This servant, Wei Cai, greets Princess Highness. Zhang Li froze in confusion. Who are you? Why do you know me? While repeatedly bowing his head, the old eunuch choked with emotion. This servant is Wei Cai. I served your highness for more than 10 years. How could you not remember me? I failed to protect you and allowed such a tragic fate to befall you. Even if I died 10,000 times, I could never repay that sin. After hearing him, Zhang Li looked at Fang Ning and quietly said, Husband, I do not think he is lying, but I cannot remember any of it. Just then, the old eunuch suddenly jumped to his feet and angrily pointed at Fang Ning. How dare you? Who are you to let the princess call you husband? That is treason against the royal family. Before he could finish scolding him, he suddenly froze. His expression shifted from shock to disbelief as his voice trembled. You are young Master Ning? But I thought Fang Ning frowned. You know me? This old servant was blind. I should have recognized you immediately. The only man Princess Highness would ever call husband is young Master Ning, the son of Jiang Kingdom's great general. Fang Ning's eyes widened in shock. What? You are saying I am the son of Jiang Kingdom's great general? Feeling more confused than ever, Fang Ning waved his hand. All right, calm down first. Sit down. There is no need to be so nervous. Let me get you something to drink. He opened a can of cola and placed it in front of the old eunuch. Here, have a drink and relax. But when Wei Cai saw the black fizzy liquid, his face instantly turned pale. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. What is this? Why is it black and bubbling? Is this some kind of poison made for spirits? Did I say something wrong and anger young Master Ning? Is he about to execute me? Seeing Wei Cai sit there without moving, Fang Ning assumed he was just feeling awkward and pushed the drink a little closer. What is wrong? Not used to soda? If that is the case, Lier can make you some tea instead. Older people probably prefer that. Hearing this, Wei Cai immediately waved his hands. No. This old servant would never dare trouble Princess Highness. The old servant took the drink, shut his eyes, and finished it in one gulp, as if swallowing deadly poison. His life had always belonged to his master. If death was the price, he would accept it. Seeing Wei Cai's face twist in agony, Fang Ning was stunned. Huh? It was just a soda. Was it really so good it made him want to cry? Wei Cai let out a long breath, still kneeling as he spoke sincerely. Young Master Ning, I would never disobey your orders. But now that I have taken the poison, I can no longer serve the princess. Please take care of yourselves from now on. Fang Ning laughed. What are you talking about? It is just a normal soda. There is no poison. Did you not taste the sweetness? Deep down, he realized the old eunuch did not seem to be acting. Maybe he truly had remained loyal to Li Ni all this time. Seeing that Wei Cai was still unconvinced, Fang Ning picked up the other cup and took a sip right in front of him. Wei Cai froze, still looking doubtful. Sweet, I drank too fast to notice. My throat just burned and it even shot up my nose. Fang Ning laughed. See, if I wanted to kill you, I could have done it back in the forest. There would be no need for this. Just relax. But tell me, why did you say I am the son of Jiang Kingdom's great general? That is right. You are young Master Ning, the son of Jiang Kingdom's great general. This old servant could never mistake you, unless you have also lost your memories like the princess. Fang Ning shook his head with a smile. That has to be a joke. I grew up in an orphanage. I am just an ordinary person. How could I be the son of a great general from over 1,000 years ago? Maybe this old servant's eyes have grown dim, and my memory has faded. But you are simply too alike. Your bearing, your way of speaking, even your presence are exactly the same. And your name is Fang Ning as well. Those words filled Fang Ning with doubt. He frowned and muttered, could the great general's son also have been named Fang Ning? That would be far too much of a coincidence. Faint memories that belonged to Zhang Li slowly surfaced in his mind, bringing countless thoughts with them. The appearance and even the identity matched. Could it all really be true? Sitting beside him, Zhang Li noticed the change in Fang Ning's expression and gently squeezed his hand. Her eyes shimmered with tears as she whispered, my husband, whether 1,000 years or 10,000 years have passed, you will always be Li Ni's husband. Li Ni would never mistake you. Wei Cai slowly continued. Young Master Ning, the princess already knew this reunion would happen 1,000 years ago. She entrusted this old servant with something. She said that no matter how much time passed, she and young Master Ning would one day return to claim it. What is this item, and why did it have to be hidden away? Where have you been all these 1,000 years, and why did you suddenly appear in that forest causing such a huge commotion? Wei Cai lowered his head and began recalling the ancient story. Young Master Ning, what the princess left behind was a long brocade box. Without her permission, I never dared open it, so I do not know what is inside. As for where I have existed all these years and why I became separated from it, everything began just a few days ago. I do not know how long I remained asleep. When I finally woke up, I found myself inside an ancient palace where Princess Jiang once lived. Beside my own corpse was the brocade box she had entrusted to me. I wanted to leave and search for the princess, but the room was sealed by a very special soul technique. No matter what I tried, I could not escape until a few days ago. That day, a group of people suddenly broke into the palace. They stole countless treasures, including my soul artifact, Fu Chen. The one leading them possessed terrifying power. Just one glance from that woman was enough to make me feel death standing before me. In the middle of the chaos, I only had time to hide the princess's brocade box before concealing myself inside the Fu Chen soul artifact. Luckily, the people transporting the soul artifact never discovered me. But that terrifying woman kept searching the palace, leaving me no chance to recover the princess's keepsake. During the day, I stayed hidden. At night, I searched in secret, hoping to retrieve the brocade box. Before I could return, young Master Ning found me first. You caused such a huge disturbance and even controlled the 100 Ghost Night parade. There was no way you would go unnoticed. If you had run into a high-rank soul hunter instead of me that day, you would not have survived. Wei Tai scratched his head. Thank you, young Master Ning, for sparing my life. Wei Tai sighed softly. I never imagined that after 1,000 years, no one would even recognize the royal ceremony anymore. Back in the Zhang dynasty, once that ceremony appeared, hardly anyone in the world would have dared stand in this old servant's way. Emperors are long gone, so what is the point of keeping those old rituals? These days, anyone who saw that in the middle of the night would probably call the police first. What do you know about the disaster that destroyed Jiang Kingdom 1,000 years ago? Wei Tai replied, this old servant only knows it all began with Yuan Shang. The imperial city fell into complete chaos. Everywhere was in flames and panic. I could not witness everything. The moment Fang Ning heard the name Yuan Shang, his heart sank. So it was Yuan Shang again. Could the visions I saw while facing Yuan Long have actually happened? That day, Yuan Shang's first target was the great general's residence. Young Master Ning was in the palace preparing to marry the princess. But as soon as news of the attack arrived, you rushed back to help. I was ordered to escort the princess to His Majesty, but our guards were wiped out by the rebels on the way. With no other choice, I ran alone to the main hall to find His Majesty. When I arrived, I witnessed everything with my own eyes. Fang Ning could not hide his urgency. What did you see? Tell me now. Wei Kai swallowed hard before speaking slowly. Right there in the main hall, the first prince killed His Majesty with his own sword. Fang Ning froze in disbelief. What? The first prince? At that moment, Zhang Li suddenly clutched her head in pain. My husband, my head. It hurts so much. Fang Ning's expression changed instantly as he caught her. Li Ni. What is wrong? Zhang Li trembled slightly, her eyes filling with tears before she suddenly cried out, my husband. I remember now. Zhang Li gently placed her hand on Fang Ning's forehead, and a faint light appeared. In the next instant, countless memories poured into his mind like a flood. Even though they were blurry, they left his head spinning. The first scene showed a quiet forest lit by flickering firelight. Beside the glowing campfire, two children sat together roasting a chicken. The boy handed a golden roasted drumstick to the little girl beside him. Xiao Li, I learned this recipe from Manji at the East Market. Give it a try and see if you like it. The little girl accepted it happily, her eyes shining like stars. Thank you, big brother. The scene shifted, and the two children had grown up. Wearing a gorgeous princess gown, Zhang Li smiled and asked, I heard you are getting married soon. Is my sister-in-law beautiful? The prince smiled softly. She is very beautiful. Really? Then when is the wedding? He calmly replied, Father has decided to hold it after the Lantern Festival. When the time comes, spend time with your sister-in-law instead of bothering me every day. Fine then. From now on, I will stick with her and ignore that Fang Ning completely. Did that brat Fang Ning bully our little princess? Just tell your big brother. I will teach him a lesson for you. Zhang Li pouted. You have no idea. Today at the Royal Academy, he put a frog on my desk and scared me half to death. The prince laughed. Maybe he did it because he likes you and wanted your attention. Zhang Li blinked in confusion. What does it mean to like someone? Her brother laughed and gently pinched her cheek. You are still too young to understand. One day you will know what it feels like to love someone. Just do not forget your big brother when that day comes. Zhang Li immediately shook her head. Never. You will always be my favorite big brother. The next scene was covered in the sorrow of a funeral for the prince's wife. Standing beside her brother, Zhang Li looked worried. Big brother, you have not eaten, slept, or rested for 3 days. If this keeps up, your body will collapse. Sister-in-law would never want to see you like this. Little sister, where do you think she went after she died? If I want to see her again, what should I do? Zhang Li gently hugged him. I still remember when mother passed away. I was heartbroken too. Back then, Fangning said she had gone to a peaceful and happy place. Sister-in-law is the same. She no longer has to suffer. He gently pulled away, his eyes completely empty. Go on ahead. I want to be alone for a while. Standing outside the door, Zhang Li could only cry quietly with red eyes. Another scene appeared. Zhang Li was stopped by eunuchs outside the main hall. Just then, an elderly eunuch approached respectfully. Princess Li, the first prince, is discussing an important matter with people from Yuanshang. His Highness has ordered that no one disturb him. Please do not make things difficult for us. Zhang Li frowned in dissatisfaction. What could possibly be more important than the wedding of the little sister he loves most? Move aside, or I will lead everyone inside myself. At that moment, the first prince stepped out with a displeased look. Zhang Li, stop causing trouble. Big brother, I know you still have not recovered from Sister-in-law's death, but it has already been 3 years. Tomorrow I will marry Fang Ning. You will come and bless us, right? Of course. I will be there for your wedding. I have also prepared a special gift for you and Fang Ning. Even though she sensed something strange in his attitude, Zhang Li did not press the issue. She simply sighed. Wei Cai stepped forward and bowed. Princess, it is late. Tomorrow is your big day, so you should rest early tonight. Zhang Li nodded. All right, I know. After all, Big Brother has always loved Li Ni the most. The memory shifted to that fateful night. Zhang Li rushed over with a worried expression. Big Brother, something terrible has happened in the Imperial City. We have to get father out of here now. But the moment she finished speaking, the scene before her left her completely frozen. Standing before her was her big brother, with a sword in his hand, while the one lying on the ground was their father. The first prince slowly turned around, his icy eyes filled with killing intent as he stared straight at her. That was the night that changed everything. A sea of flame swallowed the capital of Zhang Kingdom, as screams and cries echoed everywhere. The people fled in terror, clutching their faces and crying out, "My eyes, it hurts! What is happening?" Along the burning streets, a little boy staggered forward. Fear filled his eyes as he called through the thick smoke. "Mom, where are you?" A weak voice answered from the distance. "Schwanner, I am here." The boy immediately ran toward the voice, only to find his mother's charred body lying motionless on the ground. "Mom, please say something. What happened to you?" The boy sobbed as he desperately shook her. Only then did he realize someone else was standing behind him. "Looks like she died from some strange illness. I am hurting too. Am I going to die as well?" The stranger gently placed a hand on the boy's shoulder and comforted him. "Do not be afraid. You are not going to die. I will get you out of here." The person in that memory was none other than Fang Ning. Back in the present, inside Fang Ning and Zhang Li's home, Wei Cai quietly stood in the corner, watching the two of them. Young Master Ning and the princess are breaking the memory seal together. It seems the princess lost her memories because of that strange rune on her forehead. I just wonder what extraordinary person created it. Looking around the room, he sighed with emotion. Although your highnesses no longer live in a grand palace, everything here is arranged with remarkable elegance. Even these crystal lamps are more exquisite than those from the past. His eyes suddenly stopped on several cans of soda sitting on the table. He picked one up and examined it carefully. What kind of drink is this? It is wrapped in metal, and there is endless air bubbling inside. Could this be some special spiritual medicine from the modern era? Curiosity took over, and Wei Cai copied the way Fang Ning had opened a can earlier. But the instant he popped it open, the soda burst out violently, spraying white foam all over his face. Wei Cai jumped in shock and hurriedly wiped his face with a cloth while muttering, "Heavens, did this old servant do it wrong? I have to clean everything before young Master Ning wakes up, or I will surely be punished." Inside Zhang Li's memories, the scene in the main hall continued. She stood there without moving. Tears streamed down her face as she cried through the pain. "Big brother, why? Why did you do this? Why did you kill father? Why destroy Zhang Kingdom? Why could you not even spare my wedding?" From above, the first prince looked down at his sister with ice-cold eyes. "You want to know why? Because I have seen the true nature of this world." "The truth? What truth?" Zhang Li trembled, completely unable to understand what her brother meant. At that moment, a dense wave of blood energy suddenly spread through the hall, shaking the entire space. A figure slowly emerged from the crimson mist. It was Yuan Long. He dropped to one knee before the first prince and reported respectfully, "Master Yuan, the great general's residence has been completely wiped out. No one left in Zhang Kingdom can stop our plan." "Excellent. Prepare to activate the Great Soul Refining Array." Inside the memory, Zhang Li cried out in panic, "Big brother, what about Fang Ning at the great general's residence? What did you do to him?" "The great general's son?" "He ran away. He fled like a coward who feared death." Every word from Yuan Long pierced Zhang Li's heart. Her body swayed, and all the color drained from her face. She could not accept what she had just heard. The first prince turned away and spoke without a trace of emotion. "You heard it yourself. Fang Ning has already left. You should leave Zhang Kingdom as well. The Great Soul Refining Array has already begun. Soon, no living soul will remain here. This is the last mercy I will show you." Zhang Li stood frozen as tears streamed down her face. A mouthful of blood suddenly spilled from her lips. "Big brother, why have you become like this?" Just then, the palace doors burst open. A burly man charged inside, his voice echoing through the hall. "Princess, this old minister Yu Bai arrived too late. Please forgive me." Yu Bai immediately rushed over to support Zhang Li. "Princess, this is not the time to stay here. Come with me at once." Without another word, he picked her up and rushed toward the exit. But the moment they reached the doorway, Yuan Long appeared and blocked their path. A fierce battle erupted instantly. The gap in strength was simply too great. After only a few exchanges, Yu Bai was blasted back into the hall. Watching the scene, the first prince frowned in displeasure. "I already told you to let them leave. Did you not hear me? Master Yuan, letting them escape will only invite future trouble." The first prince calmly recited a short incantation. Instantly, Yuan Long collapsed in agony as his entire body convulsed. He quickly dropped to one knee. "Your subordinate obeys, Master Yuan." Seizing the chance, Yu Bai carried Zhang Li away. "Princess, you must stay calm. There is a hidden underground chamber beneath the royal residence built by the great general under His Majesty's orders. We will be safe there for now. Princess, young Master Fang Ning must still be alive. You have to believe he will return for you one day." The memories continued, connecting into scenes from the future. Fang Ning rushed forward and held Zhang Li tightly as her body grew weaker. Overwhelmed by the pain of the past, she trembled non-stop, her breathing becoming uneven. "Li Ni, wake up, it is me, your Fang Ning is here." Zhang Li slowly opened her eyes. "Why did you leave me?" At that moment, Fang Ning leaned down and gently kissed her lips. He looked at her with endless affection and smiled. "Lost control again? Do I always have to be the one who saves you? So do you remember me now? I am your husband, remember?" Zhang Li smiled softly before leaning in and kissing Fang Ning on the cheek. They embraced each other tightly, as if trying to erase every sorrow and loss they had ever endured. Watching them from the side, Wei Kai turned bright red with embarrassment. Good heavens, is this a memory seal being lifted, or a romantic reunion? Times really have changed. Do people have to kiss as soon as a seal is broken now? Once they had fully regained their senses, Zhang Li and Fang Ning quietly gazed into each other's eyes, filled with love. Realizing where she was, Zhang Li quickly pulled away from Fang Ning, her face burning with embarrassment. Fang Ning smiled, pulled her back into his arms, and hugged her tightly. "Li Ni, do not dwell on it anymore. Everything happened 1,000 years ago. From this moment on, I swear I will never let you suffer again." Zhang Li gently pushed him away again and said shyly, "Honey, the old eunuch is still here." Wei Cai immediately broke the awkward silence. This old servant saw nothing and heard nothing. "Please, carry on." Putting aside the jokes, Fang Ning became serious. "Li Ni, besides the memories about the first prince and everything we just witnessed, do you remember anything else?" Zhang Li quietly shook her head. The Yuanshang organization already existed 1,000 years ago, and the fall of Jiang Kingdom seems deeply connected to both the first prince and that organization. Yuan Long called him Master Yuan, and both of them mentioned the true secret of this world. Lang Yu, the place where the awakened gather. The underground cultivation site you mentioned before. Do you still remember how to get there? Hearing the question, Wei Sai hesitated for a moment before respectfully nodding. Young Master Ning, this old servant can still find the way. However, the leader of that group possesses terrifying cultivation. He will not be easy to deal with. Fang Ning immediately asked, "You even created the aura of a 7-star ghost general, yet they still refuse to retreat. Then what exactly is your true ability?" Young Master Ning, This old servant's soul skill is called Bluff of Authority. It can only create illusions to intimidate opponents of equal or lower strength. Against enemies at rank 7 or above, it is completely useless. The leader of that group is at least rank 7. I was no match for him, so I could only hide the princess's keepsake inside the central palace before slipping away in secret. But please rest assured, young Master Ning, I can definitely lead you and the princess inside without alerting anyone. Fang Ning thought for a moment before replying, if you are that confident, then good. Sneaking in without fighting them is clearly the best option. Deep down, Fang Ning made up his mind. No matter what awaited him, he would bring Li Ne's keepsakes back. But are you certain Li Ne's keepsakes are still there? What if those people already found them? Wei Cai immediately shook his head with confidence. Please do not worry, young Master Ning. The princess's estate is enormous. With their numbers, there is no way they could search the entire place. At most, they could only inspect the outer halls. Before I left, I hid the keepsakes inside the deepest palace within the estate. That place is heavily reinforced and protected by countless traps. Outsiders would have an extremely hard time getting in. Fang Ning looked surprised. The princess's estate has such a heavily guarded area? Wei Cai nodded at once. Yes, young Master Ning. General Yu of the Great General's residence became a rank 7 Soul General after his death. For the past 1,000 years, he has guarded the entrance to the central palace. Fang Ning suddenly froze. Zhang Li's memories surfaced once again. General Yu was the man who risked his life to storm the main hall and save the princess. We have to go there and see it for ourselves. Hearing that, Wei Cai asked worriedly, Young Master, are we leaving right now? Fang Ning shook his head. Of course not. First, I need some sleep. Everything that has happened since last night has completely drained me. Li Ni, put old Wei into your hairpin for now. Once I wake up, bring him back out and we can continue talking. Zhang Li followed his instructions, took out her flower hairpin, and stored Wei Cai's soul inside it. After that, the two of them returned to their room. The moment he lay down, exhaustion hit him all at once. Even so, Fang Ning pulled Zhang Li into his arms and gently said, All right, Li Ni, stop thinking about it. It is all in the past. I am here now. You do not have to be afraid anymore. Honey, it was Big Brother, it was Kaka who killed Father. He was also the one who turned the great general's residence into a river of blood. He destroyed all of Jiang Kingdom. And he was the one who killed you too, right? Why? Why would he do something like that? Li Ni, everything has already happened. We still do not know the whole truth, but I promise you this. No matter what happens in the future, I will never leave you again. I will always protect you. Really, this time you will not make Li Ni wait anymore, right? You will not leave Li Ni all alone again, will you? I made you a promise and I will keep it. This time I will not fail you. Zhang Li smiled gracefully. Her gentle smile left Fang Ning completely captivated, unable to look away. He carefully laid her down on the bed and said softly, Be good, Li Ni. Get some rest. The days ahead will not be easy, and peaceful sleep may soon become a luxury. They shared a warm and tender kiss. Then Zhang Li rested against his chest, wrapped her arms around him, and quickly drifted to sleep. Fang Ning, however, could not fall asleep. Too many thoughts were racing through his mind. From his encounter with Yuan Go, the strange events at the hospital, the mysterious doctor who vanished without a trace, to joining the Beast Fox Society and accidentally rescuing Wei Cai. Along with Zhang Li, the mysteries surrounding the First Prince and General Yu only made everything even more complicated. No matter what the truth from 1,000 years ago may be, I will protect Zhang Li until the very end. No matter what it costs, I will never regret it. The scene shifted to Director Wang's office. A young man sat in front of a computer with a cigarette in his mouth. His eyes were red, looking as though he had just been overwhelmed with emotion. Seeing him in tears, Director Wang asked in surprise, Hey Xiaoxie, why are you crying? Aren't you editing Fang Ning's video? It is Fang Ning's video, but it is just too moving. As he spoke, he turned the monitor toward everyone else. Director Wang burst into laughter. Fang Ning's videos keep getting better. The editing and acting are so convincing that they feel completely real. After watching it, I almost believed he had actually encountered something supernatural. At first, everyone in the office laughed along. But when the next scene appeared, the entire room suddenly fell silent. The room became completely quiet as tears slowly rolled down their faces, grieving for the young nurse. Director Wang quietly wiped the corner of his eye before saying with emotion, Fang Ning has truly outdone himself this time. I never expected his work to have such a powerful impact. He immediately turned to Xiaoxie with an excited expression, finish the post-production and upload it right away. The viewers have been waiting long enough. If we release it now, it is guaranteed to go viral. That very night, Xiaoxie quickly uploaded the video across multiple social media platforms. At the same time, deep inside a forest, 3 people were busy digging a large pit. Standing in the pit, Mao Xing wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked, "Boss, is this deep enough?" Lin Wan did not even answer. Her full attention was locked on her phone, and her expression looked anything but happy. Zhang Xiao leaned over curiously. Who managed to make Miss Lin this angry? Lin Huan shoved her phone into his hands. See for yourself. It is Fang's latest video. The views and comments are exploding. How could I not be annoyed? Zhang Xiao stared at the screen with wide eyes. Seriously? Climbing the trending charts this fast would normally cost a fortune in promotion. Meanwhile, Mao Xing shouted from the pit below, "So are we still digging or not?" Hearing that only made Lin Huan even more irritated. She walked over, kicked him lightly, and snapped, "Keep digging." She tossed the phone down to Mao Xing, pointed at the screen, and said, "Look at that. If you are making videos, this is the kind of popularity you should aim for. Once this pit is finished, we will place the fake mummy inside and film a mysterious cemetery exploration in the middle of the forest. We are going to make a fortune." Mao Xing watched the video for a while before saying doubtfully, "This looks way too real. What if people figure it out?" The 3 of them stayed focused on their work, completely unaware that tiny blue lights had begun floating around them. Before long, the lights merged into a single glowing orb. Then it shot straight toward Fang Ning's house. Inside the house, Fang Ning was still sleeping soundly. The strange light woke him up. He turned his head and saw Zhang Li still sleeping peacefully beside him. He sighed to himself. If scenes like this happen a few more times, my heart is never going to survive. Zhang Li slowly opened her eyes, completely uncovered. Fang Ning glanced down and realized he was not much better off, wearing nothing but a pair of red shorts. Flustered, he quickly said, "Wake up, sleepy pig. It is already dark. If you keep sleeping, you will miss dinner." Zhang Li let out a soft yawn, wrapped the blanket around herself, and slowly got out of bed. "Husband, are you hungry? Let Li Ni cook for you." Fang Ning immediately stopped her. "No need. Just sit down and rest. I will handle it." The moment he finished speaking, the blanket wrapped around Zhang Li suddenly slipped off. Fang Ning's face turned bright red as he panicked. "Oh no, hurry and get dressed. What if someone sees you?" It was already 9 o'clock that night. Inside the kitchen, a pot of bubbling purple liquid boiled on the stove. Zhang Li watched nervously from the side. "Husband, are you sure you do not need my help?" Fang Ning answered confidently, "Nope, this is my secret recipe. Most people would never even get the chance to taste it." Hearing that, Zhang Li stared at the suspicious-looking purple soup and silently wondered if eating it would make her die a second time. Just then, Fang Ning's phone suddenly rang. He frowned in confusion. Who could be calling me at this hour? The phone kept ringing, making Zhang Li glance over with curiosity. Fang Ning immediately smiled and said, "Li Ni, the money is here." The caller was none other than Director Wang. On the other end, he sounded so excited he could barely contain himself. "Mr. Fang, the Third People's Hospital video has completely blown up. It has already passed 1 billion views across all platforms." Fang Ning nearly dropped his phone. "What? Over 1 billion views already? Then how much money are we making?" Still stunned, he asked again to make sure. Director Wang replied without hesitation. "That is right. It has already passed 1 billion, and it is still climbing. Mr. Fang, this time we partnered with many advertisers, and the payments are based on the video's popularity. The total revenue will definitely exceed 1 million. A huge smile spread across Fang Ning's face. "All right, I understand. I do not care about the details. Just take your share and transfer the rest to me." The call ended. Fang Ning was so excited that he immediately picked Zhang Li up, spun her around, and laughed. "Li Ni, we are rich this time." Even though she did not fully understand what had happened, Zhang Li still smiled sweetly, her eyes shining with happiness. A little while later, a steaming bowl of noodles was placed on the table. Fang Ning looked surprised. "Huh? Why is there only one bowl?" Zhang Li smiled gently. "Husband, did you forget Li Ni is a spirit? I do not need food meant for the living." But Li Ni wants to share one bowl with her husband. Fang Ning laughed and nodded. "All right, if that is what you want, we will share. I really cannot say no to you." The two sat side by side, enjoying their meal in a warm and peaceful atmosphere. Fang Ning picked up a bite of noodles with his chopsticks. She picked up a bite from her side as well. By accident, they both bit the same noodle at the same time. Zhang Li seized the moment and gently slurped the noodle. pulling them closer together before stealing a quick kiss. Their eyes met, lingering on each other with affection. Jiang Li smiled in satisfaction. The noodles are so delicious. Fang Ning, on the other hand, blushed so hard that his whole face felt like it was on fire. By the time they finished eating and checked the clock, it was already midnight. Fang Ning turned to her and asked, Li Ni, with the video becoming this popular, your strength must have recovered quite a bit, right? That's right. I only need a little more before I reach rank 7, but if I want to recover my original strength, I still have a very long way to go. Fang Ning was stunned. Rank 7 is already that powerful, and it is still nowhere near your peak? Just how strong were you before? A bold guess suddenly crossed his mind. A ghost king? But Jiang Li simply shook her head. I do not remember how strong I used to be anymore. Fang Ning gently rubbed her head and smiled. It is okay. You are already incredibly strong now. Besides, we have Wei Cai with us. As long as we stay careful, we should not run into too much danger. Do not worry, husband. Li Ni will protect you no matter what. After finishing their meal and getting enough rest, the two of them set out once again to search for Jiang Li's keepsakes. Beneath the faint crescent moon, Longshou Mountain lay silent in the darkness. In front of the ancient tomb, two factions faced each other in a tense standoff. Chu Yun folded his arms with a mocking smile. I never expected someone ranked in the top 3 of Yuan Shang's 12 guards like Yuan Feng to be digging through graves. Now that is something new. Hearing the sarcasm, Yuan Feng replied coldly. The Shang Kingdom ruins were discovered and explored by Yuan Shang first. You soul hunters barged in uninvited. Isn't that the real disrespect? Chu Yun burst into laughter. Disrespect? That is actually funny. Why would we show courtesy to Yuan Shang? I do not want to kill anyone for nothing, so leave now. This is not a place for you. I have heard of Yuan Feng for a long time. Among Yuan Shang's 12 guards, you are known as the most unusual one. I just did expect words like those to come from your mouth. You really are different from the rest. There is nothing strange about it. It is simply a difference in belief. One victorious general is built upon countless bones. Killing is merely a tool to protect the truth of this world. Those who must sacrifice themselves should feel honored to have contributed to the greater cause. As for you cowardly soul hunters, you are nothing more than a pack of mad dogs that bite anything in sight. That's right, we are just a bunch of mad dogs. But you people treat lives like they mean nothing while calling yourselves the guardians of the world's truth. To us, your dream of bringing back an age of chaos is nothing but a ridiculous fantasy. Those words instantly darkened Yuan Feng's expression. The crimson flames in her eyes flared even brighter as she spoke with murderous intent. I have no interest in wasting more words. I will ask one last time. Are you leaving or not? Chu Yun released his own power and answered calmly, what if we refuse? Yuan Feng curled her lips into a cold smile. Then you will stay here forever as ashes. Just as the battle was about to erupt, Fang Ning and his companions arrived on a nearby hill. Hiding behind a massive rock, Fang Ning watched the situation below before turning to Wei Cai. Old Wei, didn't you say there was a hidden passage nearby leading straight into the ruins? They have not found it, right? Please rest easy, young master. No one knows about that path except this old servant. It was the princess's secret escape route long ago. We cannot waste any more time. While both sides are still facing off, we will sneak into the princess's estate, retrieve Li Ni's keepsakes, and leave immediately. Fang Ning made his decision without hesitation. All right, Old Wei, lead the way. Wei Cai immediately obeyed. He carefully guided Fang Ning and Jiang Li through the dangerous area. Old Wei, those two women earlier, which one was strong enough that even you did not dare show yourself? Young Master Fang, it was the woman dressed in red, the one completely surrounded by crimson flames. Fang Ning silently realized the situation had become even more complicated. Chu Yun was already a rank 7 awakened, yet he still treated that woman with caution. That alone proved she was no ordinary opponent. If she truly stood at the same level, they had no chance of defeating her. Sensing his concern, Jiang Li gently hugged his arm and comforted him. Husband, why worry? Back then, Li Ni was much stronger than either of them. Fang Ning laughed, gently pinched her cheek and said, silly Li Ni. Even you just said that was in the past. Things are different now, so do not worry. If we really end up in danger, Chu Yun will never abandon us. Hearing that, Wei Cai looked confused. If young master trusts Miss Chu that much, why did we have to avoid her earlier? Fang Ning calmly explained. Chu Yun showed up here in the middle of the night. Who knows what she is after? What if the soul hunters are also targeting the relic hidden inside the princess manor? With our current strength, we cannot fight them head-on. Taking Li Nis relic in the open is impossible. On top of that, Yuan Shang's people are here as well. The best plan is to quietly grab what we need and leave at once. They can fight over everything else in the ruins. Wei Cai finally understood and looked at Fang Ning with admiration. Young Master Fang truly plans everything ahead. This old servant is deeply impressed. Zhang Li immediately looked proud. Of course, he is Princess Lina's husband. Being amazing is only natural. Wei Cai quickly agreed. Exactly. Her Highness the Princess truly has remarkable judgment. This old servant admires her greatly. But the brief moment of joy did not last long before a sudden change struck. The entire ground shook violently as a deep rumble echoed beneath it, making everything tremble. It was not just Fang Ning's group. Even the area where Chu Yun and Yuan Feng were facing off was hit by the quake. Sensing something was wrong, Yuan Feng immediately took her eyes off Chu Yun. Not wanting to waste another second, she rushed straight into the ruins, and her followers hurried after her. Chu Yun reacted just as quickly. She signaled Hong Ji and Yue Ying. Let's go. We cannot let them get there first. The three women immediately chased after them. Meanwhile, on another route, Wei Cai led Fang Ning and Zhang Li to the entrance of a hidden cave. Fang Ning had felt uneasy from the start, and now that feeling grew even stronger. Seeing his strange expression, Zhang Li softly asked, "Husband, what is wrong? Is something bothering you?" Fang Ning shook his head. He could not explain the strange feeling. He only sensed that it seemed to come from the hidden passage ahead, but there was no time left to think about it. He looked at Wei Cai and signaled him to keep moving. Wei Cai spoke seriously. "This is the entrance to the secret passage. Please follow this old servant and stay extremely careful." The three of them stepped inside one after another. At that very moment, a dark crimson aura emerged from the cave entrance. Like an invisible ghost, it silently rushed after them and followed them deep into the tunnel. Wei Cai walked in front with a lantern lighting the way. Fang Ning and Zhang Li still held each other's hands as they quietly followed behind. The deeper they went, the clearer the ancient, palace-style carvings on the stone walls became. Fang Ning walked up to a jade wall. As his fingertips brushed across the surface, he sighed. It feels exactly like touching real jade. Wei Cai smiled with approval. Young Master Fang truly has a sharp eye. These walls were all carved from solid jade by the finest craftsmen of their era. Their value is beyond measure. Fang Ning was completely stunned after hearing that. He muttered under his breath, "If a single brick is worth a fortune, how much wealth was spent on this entire passage?" Thinking about its enormous value, his eyes lit up. He secretly calculated that even a tiny piece would be enough to change his life. When he looked up, Fang Ning noticed an exquisitely carved mural on the wall. He curiously asked, "What does this mural show?" Wei Cai patiently explained, "This is an overview of the Princess Manor from the past. The area shown here was used for grand ceremonies. This particular scene depicts a ritual honoring heaven and earth." Fang Ning still could not hide his surprise. A ceremonial site this magnificent? It looks more like the imperial palace's main hall than a princess's residence. Wei Cai laughed. "Young master, you do not know this yet. This is actually a hidden underground palace built beneath the Princess Manor by the emperor himself. It was not only where the princess lived, but also where many of the empire's greatest secrets were kept." The three of them continued deeper inside. As he led the way, Wei Cai continued, "That mural only shows a tiny part of the underground palace. Ahead lie countless structures that are even grander and more magnificent. Every one of them was built to resemble the imperial capital." Fang Ning could not help but marvel. The Princess Manor truly surpasses every expectation. Everywhere you look carries the overwhelming majesty of the royal family. "Husband, do you like it? If you do, Li Ni can tear some of it down and bring it home for you." The moment Wei Cai heard those words, his face changed dramatically, and he nearly lost his footing. Softly, "There is no need, Li Ni. We came here for your relic. As long as we retrieve it and leave safely, that is enough. We should not touch anything else. After all, this was once your home." "Husband, this really was Li Ni's home, but now, wherever you are, that is my home." Their eyes met, and the warmth between them filled the air with quiet sweetness. Standing nearby, Wei Cai could not bear the scene any longer, so he cleared his throat to get their attention. He quickly pointed ahead and said, "Your Highness, young Master Ning, the entrance to the secret passage is just ahead. We should keep moving." The two snapped back to reality and quickly looked away, both wearing embarrassed smiles. Fang Ning stepped forward to examine the door. Just as he reached for it, Wei Cai stopped him. "Young Master Ning, please be careful. After the great disaster long ago, many palace maids and eunuchs never escaped. Their souls remained trapped here, After 1,000 years of being consumed by resentment, they all became extremely dangerous evil spirits. Fang Ning frowned slightly. There are still spirits left? Have they all turned into evil spirits? Yes, young master. Over the past 1,000 years, those evil spirits have devoured one another before falling into deep slumber. The ones that survived until today are all terrifying beings. You must not let your guard down. Hearing that, Zhongli looked at Fang Ning with innocent eyes. Husband, does that mean there is a lot of delicious food inside? Fang Ning laughed helplessly. Li Ni, you make it sound like I left you hungry for 1,000 years. Those are evil spirits, not food. No matter what, we have to stay alert. We cannot underestimate them. With that, he slowly pushed the door open and stepped inside. A thick black mist filled the entire chamber, swallowing almost all visibility. Wei Kai looked shocked and muttered, "How did this happen?" The exit of the secret passage should have connected to the storage chamber. Young Master Ning, I think we should turn back. This hidden chamber has existed for far too long. Something must have changed inside. Fang Ning disagreed and calmly replied, after being sealed for so many years, the structure may have shifted. Let's move forward a little farther first. At that moment, the jade bracelet on his wrist suddenly began to glow. A brilliant light spread outward, tearing through the black mist and revealing a clear path ahead. Zhang Li immediately cheered. My husband is amazing. Looking at the bracelet, Fang Ning felt a strange emotion rise within him. If I truly have a connection to the Fang Ning from 1,000 years ago, then this bracelet must be hiding many more secrets. Seeing the path appear as the mist disappeared, Wei Kai happily called out, Your Highness, young Master Ning, look, the black mist is gone. We can keep moving. The three of them continued forward together. The deeper they went, the clearer everything around them became. At the end of the passage, a vast sea of peach blossoms suddenly spread out before their eyes. Fang Ning froze in amazement. This is beautiful. It does not look like an ordinary secret passage at all. A gentle breeze drifted by, carrying peach petals that softly landed in Zhang Li's palm. As she gazed at the petal, a trace of nostalgia appeared in her eyes, as though she had been pulled back into the distant past. The peach garden from long ago appeared vividly in Zhang Li's mind, as if it had happened only yesterday. Back then, she and Fang Ning had shared many happy moments in this very place. Zhang Li picked up a peach blossom, turned toward Fang Ning with a bright smile, and said, Husband, I really love peach blossoms. A gentle smile appeared on Fang Ning's face as he accepted the flower from her hand. You and the peach blossoms are both breathtaking. This place belongs to Li Ni alone. Meanwhile, Wei Kai stood frozen in place, his eyes filled with confusion. Fang Ning glanced at him and asked, Old Wei, where exactly is this place? We are still inside the Princess Manor, right? The question pulled Wei Kai out of his thoughts. He respectfully replied, Young Master Ning, this is the 10-Mile Blossom Garden, a special area within the Princess Manor. However, Fang Ning frowned and pressed further. However what? Just say it. 1,000 years ago, the 10-Mile Blossom Garden was completely destroyed by war. A sea of peach blossoms like this should no longer exist. Young Master Ning, could we be trapped inside an illusion? Fang Ning's expression grew serious after hearing that. Since we are already here, let's keep going. We have no other choice anyway. Maybe this place hides an important clue. Let's follow that corridor. We might find another way out. The three followed the corridor ahead, but the path was much shorter than they expected. Before long, they reached the end and found a small pavilion waiting ahead. A lone figure slowly came into view in the distance. As they got closer, they saw a beautiful young woman with long pink hair tied into twin side tails. Peach blossoms adorned her hair, making her look like a fairy from a painting. She smiled and said, Young Master Ning, I have been waiting here for you for a very long time. Her words left all three of them speechless. After a long pause, Fang Ning frowned and stepped forward. Hey, what are you talking about? I have no idea what you mean. I do not know you. The pink-haired girl widened her eyes in shock. She spoke in disbelief. Young Master Ning, how could you possibly forget me? Fang Ning lowered his voice, his eyes full of caution. Who are you really? Stop talking nonsense. At that very moment, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. A thunderous roar echoed from somewhere nearby, making Fang Ning even more alert. The atmosphere throughout the peach garden instantly changed as a sinister, demonic aura spread everywhere. The pink-haired girl was actually a demon. Her hair stretched out like twisted branches, and beneath her stood the massive trunk of an ancient peach tree. One glance was enough to know she was no harmless spirit. I planted this entire 10-Mile Blossom Garden with my own hands because I fell in love with you, young Master Ning. You may have forgotten me, but I do not blame you. I will help you recover your lost memories. And now that you have come here, you will stay with me forever. As for the others, they are worthless. I will grind them into ashes and scatter them across the garden as fertilizer. The moment she finished speaking, the little demon gathered a pink sphere of demonic energy and hurled it into the sky. The power released by the sphere shook the entire area, making Fang Ning uneasy. He quickly judged that this demonic aura was incredibly powerful, at least rank 6. The pink demonic aura rapidly spread until it filled the entire space. Even a light breeze carrying that aura sliced across Fang Ning's face and left a fresh cut. Before he could react, a torrent of demonic energy swept him away, separating him from Zhang Li and Wei Cai. Zhang Li cried out, "Husband!" But her voice could not stop Fang Ning from being pulled into the pink sphere. No matter how hard he resisted, he could not escape its terrifying force. "I will help you forget everything, and then we can begin again from the start." With those words, she lightly snapped her fingers and cast the spell, Awakening Soul, Fallen Blossom Rest. Instantly, every peach blossom in the garden became razor-sharp, as if empowered by magic. They filled the sky, spiraled together, and formed a massive storm that engulfed Fang Ning. A single petal pierced his forehead, quietly entered his consciousness, and began altering his memories. Zhang Li used all her strength to break through the demon's strange barrier, but she was one step too late. Fang Ning had already been taken away. Panicked, Zhang Li ran through the garden while desperately calling, "Husband, where are you?" Only silence answered her. Wei Cai hurried after her and repeatedly warned, "Your Highness, please be careful. Do not run so fast. It is too dangerous." After searching for a long time, they still found nothing. Wei Cai let out a quiet sigh and spoke gravely. "Your Highness, I fear young Master Ning has been taken away by that evil spirit." Zhang Li immediately formed hand seals and activated a secret technique. Seeing this, Wei Cai was stunned and quickly asked, "Your Highness, what are you doing?" Zhang Li replied, "My husband and I share a binding pact. As long as his aura still exists, I will find him." A glowing ancient formation slowly appeared beneath her feet. The power released by the formation shot straight into the sky. Before long, the image of a gigantic ancient peach tree appeared within Zhang Li's perception. She remained completely focused. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and declared, "I know where my husband is being held." Elsewhere, Fang Ning lay unconscious on an ancient-style bed. His face was pale, his body was ice-cold, and sweat soaked his clothes. Faint peach branch patterns spread across his neck and face like the mark of a binding curse. Inside his dream, memories from his childhood returned once again. Little Zhang Li innocently asked, "Husband, when will you marry me?" Little Fang Ning laughed, gently rubbed her head and teased, "So you cannot wait to become my wife?" The two children were happily together when little Zhang Li suddenly disappeared, replaced by the little demon. The little demon flashed a playful smile, lifted her chin, and said, "Husband, if you want to marry me, you have to catch me first." Back in the real world, the little demon sat beside Fang Ning with a calculating smile. She whispered, "Just a little longer, and all your memories will belong to me. Then we will marry, and you will stay in this illusion with me forever." But before her plan could succeed, Zhang Li arrived. Without a moment of hesitation, she summoned a long chain that wrapped tightly around the little demon. The demon was instantly hurled into a corner. After dealing with the little demon, Zhang Li rushed to Fang Ning's side. She anxiously called out, "Husband, husband, can you hear me?" But he showed no response. Zhang Li turned toward the little demon and demanded, "What did you do to my husband?" The little demon only laughed mockingly. "Ha, your husband? Soon he will not belong to you anymore. When he wakes up, I will be the only one he remembers, and the only one he loves. Who do you think you are? I have waited for him alone all these years. I am the one who should be by his side. Anyone who dares lay a finger on my husband will pay the price." The moment she finished speaking, Zhang Li unleashed her power, took a deep breath, and directly devoured the little demon's soul. The little demon let out agonizing screams, but she was completely powerless. In the end, she dissolved into countless specks of light and vanished. Even though the source of the illusion had been destroyed, Fang Ning still did not wake up. Inside his mind, the lingering effects had not completely faded. He was still playing in the peach garden, with the little demon disguised as young Zhang Li. The two children held hands and were about to exchange something when suddenly, Fang Ning felt a sharp pain deep inside his heart. "That is not her, it is not real. Wake up, Fang Ning. Li Ni is waiting for you." The voice was like a ray of light piercing through the endless illusion. Fang Ning suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, Zhang Li. Zhang Li burst into tears of joy and immediately hugged him. Husband, I am here. You finally woke up. You had Li Ni worried sick. Still dazed, Fang Ning softly called. Li Ni. Zhang Li choked back tears as she replied, Husband, Li Ni is right here. His eyes gradually turned crimson, and his breathing became heavier. Fang Ning gently took hold of Zhang Li's hand. Then he pulled her down to sit beside him. Zhang Li looked at him with both worry and confusion. Husband, what is wrong? Have you been possessed? Instead of answering, Fang Ning quietly removed his outer robe, leaving Zhang Li even more confused. Then, almost unconsciously, he also loosened her clothes. Zhang Li stared at him in confusion. Husband, what is wrong with you? Fang Ning's breathing grew heavier and heavier. He gently touched her face before his fingers brushed across her lips. As his emotions overwhelmed him, he pulled her into his arms and kissed her deeply. His reason was completely swallowed by emotion, leaving none of his usual calm behind. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a ghost spirit was struggling desperately as it was pushed to the brink. Yue Ying threw a powerful punch that sent it flying backward and shouted, This rank 6 evil spirit is about to collapse. It is too weak to withstand even one of my attacks. Hongji gripped her spear with a determined expression. Finish it completely. We cannot afford any mistakes. With those words, she hurled her spear straight at the evil spirit, ending its resistance for good. Standing in the distance, Chu Yun made no effort to hide her frustration. Those people from Yuanfeng are unbelievably crafty. They deliberately led us in circles before disappearing without a trace. We have been chasing them this whole time and found nothing. Who would have thought such a vast underground world existed beneath the Princess Manor ruins? The scale of this underground palace is astonishing. Even the old royal capital of the Jiang Kingdom was probably not much larger. Chu Yun's anger only grew stronger. Hatred flashed across her eyes. If I ever catch Yuanfeng again, I am going to pluck every last feather off her. Seeing her so angry, Ye Chuan stepped forward and gently comforted her. Xiao Yun, calm down. When the time comes, I will help you deal with her. Chu Yun shot him a mocking glance. Help me? Or are you interested in doing that yourself? Do not get any funny ideas. Caught completely off guard, Ye Chuan did not know how to respond, so he quickly changed the subject. I wonder where little brother Fang Ning is now. I saw him go ahead earlier, but I do not know if he made it in here. Still upset, Chu Yun snorted. Who cares about him? He spends all day hiding like a rat and does not even greet us when we meet. I always treated him like a younger brother. Yet now that things are this dangerous, I cannot help wondering if the two of them are safe. Yi Chuan gently patted her head. All right, do not overthink it. They came here on purpose and even avoided everyone else, so they must have their own plan. With Fang Ning's abilities, protecting himself should not be a problem. So what if he is strong? A rank 6 can handle a few evil spirits, but what if he runs into Yuanfeng? You know it, as well as I do. Ranks 1 through 6 are only about building strength, but rank 7 is a complete transformation. A rank 6 soul spirit is nothing more than a toy before a rank 7 soul general. You are rank 7 yourself, so you know that better than anyone. Yechuan gently shook his head and calmly replied, Just trust me, Xiao Yun. As a soul spirit, I can sense it clearly. Li Ni is actually even stronger than I am. Chu Yun froze in surprise. What do you mean? Are you saying Li Ni's true strength is far beyond rank 6? Yi Chuan answered, I cannot say for certain. But from the very first time I met her, I felt something strange, a deep instinctive fear. The scene shifted to another temporary camp. Yuan Feng was leading her subordinates inside. As soon as they arrived, a blond young man wearing glasses stepped forward and bowed. Research Division Lieutenant, reporting to the 3 Yuan guards. Yuan Feng got straight to the point. Have you found the core of the formation yet? The man immediately replied, We searched the entire Princess Manor, but we still have not found the formation. We plan to continue into the central area of the underground palace, but a rank 7 soul spirit is guarding it. No one could get close, so we had no choice but to request reinforcements. This subordinate has failed in his duty. Please punish me, Lady Yuan Feng. A rank 7 soul spirit? That is not your fault. Once everything here is over, I will ask the doctor to assist your team. The man with the glasses was overjoyed. Thank you, Lady Yuan Feng, she continued. Take me there immediately. I will keep the rank 7 soul spirit occupied while you enter the core area and find the formation. After saying that, she turned to Yuan Dun and instructed him. It seems a few people slipped in during the chaos earlier. Take your men and capture them. Do not kill them. Just detain them and keep them from causing any more trouble. Yuan Feng then looked at everyone and reminded them, remember this well. No one is to act on their own. Everything else can wait. Our top priority is finding the soul-refining formation inside the Princess Manor. All of her subordinates bowed together. Understood. We will carry out your orders, Lady Yuan Feng. The story returned to the illusion of the Peach Blossom Garden. After remaining unconscious for a while, Fang Ning slowly regained awareness. The heavy weight on his body made him frown. What is going on? Why does it feel like something is lying on top of me? Just then, a familiar voice made him freeze. It was Zhongli. The moment Fang Ning realized what was happening, he was completely stunned. The memories from the illusion flooded back all at once, making his face burn with embarrassment as he had no idea how to react. Beside him, Zhongli was also awakened by the sound. She rubbed her eyes, sat up, and gently asked, "Husband, are you feeling better now?" Suddenly, Zhongli's gaze stopped at a certain part of Fang Ning's body, leaving her momentarily stunned. "Husband, are you still uncomfortable? Let Lini help you." As soon as she reached out, Fang Ning quickly stopped her. "No need. I am fine now. I do not feel uncomfortable anymore. Thank you, Lini." Zhongli tilted her head suspiciously. "Really? You really do not need my help?" Fang Ning immediately jumped to his feet and hurriedly straightened his clothes while explaining, "Do not worry, Lini. I am completely fine now. Let's get ready and leave this secret realm as soon as possible." Outside the Peach Blossom illusion, beneath the ancient tree, Wei Cai continued standing guard in silence. Before entering, Zhongli had instructed him to remain there in case anything happened. Yet, more than 2 hours had already passed, and the two of them still had not returned. Just as Wei Cai was becoming increasingly anxious, Fang Ning and Zhongli finally stepped out through the gate. The moment he saw them, he let out a sigh of relief and hurried over. "Young Master Ning, Princess, you are finally back. This old servant has been terribly worried." Looking around, Fang Ning noticed that everything had changed and asked, "Wei Cai, what happened here?" Wei Cai replied, "This old servant does not know either." Shortly after the princess entered the secret realm, the entire peach forest began to wither. Before the two of you emerged, this place had already become a lifeless forest. It seems that little demon was not as powerful as I first thought. Most of her strength probably came from the unique terrain of the 10-mile Blossom Garden. Now that Lini has destroyed her, and she was bound to the life force of this secret realm, the peach forest lost its vitality along with her. Just as Fang Ning was still deep in thought, a streak of golden light suddenly appeared. It shot straight into Fang Ning's sea of consciousness. Before he could understand what was happening, Fang Ning felt the world around him completely change. This time, he found himself transformed into a majestic young man sitting atop a warhorse. Looking over the crowd before him, he spoke with commanding authority. "What is going on? Why is everyone gathered here on their knees?" A young maid was taking a brutal beating, her body covered in painful wounds. The shocking part was that the one being punished was the infamous Xiao Yao. "Please, eunuch, have mercy and spare me," she sobbed as her whole body trembled. The eunuch's face turned cold as he shouted, "You worthless girl! I only told you to care for a few flowers, and you still ruined everything." That peach tree was a treasured relic from the founding of the Jiang dynasty. The emperor had it moved to the 10-mile garden just to please the princess. How many lives do you think you have to dare destroy such a priceless treasure? As the tense scene continued, Fang Ning arrived on horseback, dressed in elegant robes. "What's causing all this commotion?" he asked with a calm expression. Everyone immediately bowed. "Greetings, young Master Ning." After getting off his horse, he glanced around and asked gently, "What did this palace maid do to deserve such a harsh punishment?" The eunuch respectfully replied, "Young master, she accidentally damaged a rare grafted peach branch while tending the tree. This variety only produces a few new branches each year." Fang Ning simply smiled. "I thought it was something far more serious." "Everyone, stand up. No matter how precious it is, it's still just a tree. The branch is already broken, and beating her won't fix it." The eunuch quickly bowed again. "Yes, young Master Ning, I understand." "Why aren't you thanking young Master Ning?" the eunuch snapped. Xiao Yao lowered her head and whispered weakly, "Thank you, young Master Ning, for saving my life." Fang Ning waved his hand lightly. "Raise your head. Let me have a look." Her delicate face slowly came into view, but the whip marks covering her skin were heartbreaking. "You really went too far," Fang Ning said as he shook his head. A guard stepped forward nervously. "Young master, I was only following the rules." "Enough. Forget it. You're the one in charge of this peach garden, right?" he asked as he looked at her. "What's your name?" he continued. My name is Xiao Yao," she answered softly. "Xiao Yao? Taoju Yao Yao. That's quite elegant." "It suits this place well," Fang Ning said with a smile. "Since you care for this garden, You should know where the finest blossoms grow. From now on, pick a few of the best branches every day and place them in that pavilion. I'll have someone collect them." Xiao Yao's eyes lit up instantly. It felt like she had escaped the depths of despair. She thought she was going to die today, but now she had survived. Fang Ning calmly instructed, "Fang Zhu, arrange a proper place for her to stay and have the royal physician treat her injuries." "Yes, young master," came the immediate reply. Before leaving, he looked at Xiao Yao and said slowly, "All I want are the finest peach blossoms in this garden." After saying that, he turned and walked away. Behind him, Xiao Yao remained still with a faint smile on her lips. "Thank you, young Master Ning," she whispered with a bow. From that moment on, an unfamiliar feeling quietly took root in her heart. In the days that followed, Xiao Yao devoted herself to caring for the peach garden. Then she suddenly overheard a few maids whispering, "Hey, have you heard the news?" "What news?" another asked. "Young Master Ning is about to marry the princess." Before she could continue, someone quickly warned, "Shh, keep your voice down." Xiao Yao froze in place. "What's there to be afraid of?" Another voice sneered. "Young Master Ning and the princess are a perfect match. Unlike certain people who don't know their place and dream of becoming the prince consort." "Is he really getting married?" Xiao Yao murmured as her heart grew heavy. "That's right. Why feel disappointed? You always knew the gap between you. Having young Master Ning save your life was already more than enough. What else could you possibly hope for?" Suddenly, she remembered the words he had spoken years ago. That's right. Young Master Ning had wanted the finest peach blossoms. On their wedding day, I'll choose the most beautiful peach branch and give it to the princess as thanks for saving my life, she quietly decided. With that thought, Xiao Yao immediately began searching for the most beautiful peach branch in the entire garden. But the palace maids around her had never liked her, and their eyes were always filled with open hostility. Then disaster struck. A sharp voice suddenly shouted, "You lowly servant, how dare you harbor such shameless fantasies?" Luckily, Linger, your roommate, found that portrait first. If the princess ever heard about this, no one could save your life. It turned out Xiao Yao had secretly kept a portrait of Fang Ning all this time, treating it as the only place to hide her feelings. "Guards, drag this wretched maid outside and execute her immediately." The cold order rang out. "Yes, eunuch," the servants answered in unison. "Please, eunuch, have mercy. Please spare me," Xiao Yao cried as she begged in complete despair. But all her desperate pleas were useless. Xiao Yao was still dragged away by the surrounding guards. "And all of you, keep your mouths shut. Anyone who spreads today's events will end up just like her," the eunuch warned as his icy gaze swept across the silent crowd. He also ordered the portrait hidden in Xiao Yao's room to be burned, determined to erase every trace she had ever existed. She was taken beneath a towering ancient peach tree. Her feet slowly left the ground. The very place she had cared for with all her heart became her execution ground. The eunuch said coldly, "Rules are rules. I am only doing my duty. If you must blame someone, blame yourself for having feelings you never should have had." In her final moments, the only thing on her mind was his old request. "Young Master Ning, I found the most beautiful peach branch, but I can never bring it to you. If there is another life, I hope I can meet you again." Her faint whisper faded into nothingness, carrying the regret she never had the chance to confess. Her body was laid beneath the old peach tree. Falling blossoms covered her lifeless form. From that day on, people said her spirit became a vengeful ghost that wandered the abandoned peach forest forever. Just then, the entire scene shattered as a familiar voice called out, "Zhongli?" Fang Ning suddenly opened his eyes. "Husband, what's wrong? Why are you just standing there?" Zhongli gently shook him with concern. "I called you several times, but you didn't respond." Fang Ning was still holding a peach branch. At that instant, every memory from years ago came rushing back into his mind. The last peach blossoms faded away as if they had never existed. From somewhere far away, a faint voice echoed, "Xiao Yao, thank you." It was both sorrowful and gentle, like a final farewell. Only then did Fang Ning fully come to his senses. How did this place change so much? A subordinate immediately replied, "Young master, this was originally the exit of the secret passage. We must have been pulled into an illusion by the evil spirit the moment we escaped. Now that its source has been destroyed, the illusion has vanished as well. It seems I was the only one who experienced those memories. It felt like many years had passed, but outside it was only a brief moment." "Lao Wei, do you know where we are?" Fang Ning asked. "Young master, just ahead is the storage pavilion. I used to manage the items there." "Oh? I heard that place holds quite a few interesting treasures," someone said excitedly. "Wait." Fang Ning turned toward Zhongli. You already absorbed that evil spirit's power. Why do you still look so eager? It's nothing. She just happened to like my husband, Zhang Li pouted. Fang Ning laughed. All right. There are still plenty of lingering souls inside the princess's residence. We've already found 2. Today, make sure you have a full meal. Husband, you're the best. Zhang Li happily wrapped herself around his arm. After that, the group continued toward the storage pavilion. Inside, everything looked exactly as before. Supplies were piled everywhere, and the silence was almost eerie, as if everything that happened in the peach forest had been nothing more than a dream. The Zhang Kingdom truly was prosperous in its prime. Even a storage building was as grand as a palace hall. Just then, Fang Ning sensed something unusual. His eyes immediately turned sharp. Who's there? Show yourself. A blurry figure slowly appeared before them. It was the spirit of a palace maid, standing with utmost respect. A rank 3 spirit? Fang Ning frowned slightly. According to Wei Cai, no spirit that survived inside the underground palace was ordinary. A rank 3 spirit lasting until now was especially unusual. However, Zhang Li was already preparing to attack. Power silently gathered at her fingertips as she stared at the spirit like it was her next meal. Wait, Lier. Fang Ning quickly stopped her. There's something unusual about this spirit. Let's question it first. Before anyone could speak, the spirit knelt on its own. This servant, Zhao Yu, greets Your Highness the Princess. Thank you for saving my life all those years ago. After finishing the formal greeting, Zhao Yu said nothing more. He simply sat there in silence, lost in distant memories. Fang Ning and Zhang Li exchanged confused glances, unable to understand the spirit's strange behavior. Zhang Li spoke softly. Husband, perhaps He's trying to repay the kindness I showed him back then. Lier, do you remember who he is? Fang Ning asked curiously. Let me think. She frowned as she searched through her memories. After a moment, she sighed helplessly. I really can't remember. Fang Ning could only shake his head. I expected that answer. While everyone was still guessing, Wei Kai's expression suddenly changed. He stared at Zhao Yu, as if he had just remembered something. Lao Wei, do you know him? Fang Ning immediately asked. Yes, young master. I was the one who arranged the funeral for his entire family. The funeral? Fang Ning was stunned. Then his thanks just now weren't for saving his life. No. Wei Cai let out a soft sigh. This child had a tragic fate. To understand it, we have to go back to the wedding of young Master Ning and Her Highness the Princess. At that moment, Zhao Yu spoke in a voice so faint it almost faded away. Even if Your Highness no longer remembers me, I have never forgotten the kindness you showed me. As he spoke, Zhao Yu's expression suddenly changed, as if he had sensed danger approaching. Without a word, he shoved Wei Cai aside. At almost the same instant, a flash of cold light sliced through the air and struck the exact spot where Wei Cai had been standing. Good heavens! What was that? Wei Cai fell to the ground, clutching his waist in shock. Fang Ning and Zhang Li's faces changed at the same time when they saw the attacker. So fast, Fang Ning narrowed his eyes. I didn't sense anything at all. At that moment, Zhang Li's instincts suddenly screamed a warning. Sure enough, another flash of cold light shot straight toward Fang Ning. Husband, look out! She instantly pushed him aside. But the danger was far from over. In the blink of an eye, countless more appeared from every direction, raining down on them. Why are there so many? Those scissors were anything but ordinary. Each one was wrapped in a chilling, ghostly aura that sent shivers down everyone's spine. No one dared hesitate. Fang Ning and Zhang Li quickly changed positions, constantly dodging the relentless attacks. Husband, are you all right? Zhang Li quickly asked. Fine. Fang Ning answered without taking his eyes off the battlefield. His gaze locked onto a spot hidden in the darkness. Stop hiding and show yourself. You failed twice already, yet you still rely on sneak attacks. How pathetic. A burst of light suddenly flared within the mist, and the hidden figure slowly revealed itself. An illusion? Zhang Li said coldly. Without hesitation, she unleashed soul chains that instantly bound the target. But as the smoke cleared, what appeared before everyone was not a person, but a gigantic pair of scissors suspended in midair. What is that? Fang Ning asked in disbelief. Is it a soul artifact or a soul spirit? Zhang Li shook her head. Husband, I've never heard of an inanimate object becoming a soul spirit. Just then, Zhao Yu explained, Your Highness, young Master Ning, ordinary scissors cannot gain intelligence, but these have fused with countless shattered souls. They are an extremely rare artifact spirit known as a composite soul spirit. That rare, huh? Fang Ning laughed helplessly. Our luck is certainly something else. We run into the rarest thing the moment we arrive. Before he could finish speaking, the giant scissors suddenly erupted with power. With a single violent tremor, They severed every soul chain and shot away like a bolt of lightning. At the same time, Zhongli's aura began rising at an incredible speed. "Husband, leave this one to me." Her voice remained calm, but her determination was unmistakable. "Be careful," Fang Ning reminded her. Zhongli smiled softly. "Don't worry, husband. I know my own strength." With her current power, even a special soul spirit like this was not enough to put Zhongli under real pressure. Fang Ning then walked over to Wei Cai and Zhao Yu, lightly tapping his folding fan against his palm. "Lao Wei, both of you seem to know this thing well. So what's the story behind those scissors?" Wei Cai scratched his head with a hesitant look. "It's not something I can explain in just a few words." Fang Ning then turned toward Zhao Yu. The soul spirit remained silent, but sorrow could clearly be seen in his eyes. Zhao Yu slowly began. "Those scissors were an heirloom passed down through generations of the Zhao family. Back then, during Her Highness the Princess's wedding, our family received an imperial decree to forge a royal treasure for the palace. It was called the Dragon Spirit Scissors. They were given that name because they symbolized the strongest and most distinguished part of a dragon, representing supreme authority and everlasting glory. At that time, the Zhao family Ironforge Manor was personally entrusted by the chief supervisor to craft this extraordinary tribute for the royal wedding. It was the greatest honor our family had ever received. Success or failure would determine the reputation of generations of our ancestors." Zhao Yu could still hear his father's words echoing in his mind. "Understood," the blacksmiths answered together, each one filled with determination. Back then, Zhao Yu was still just a young boy. He eagerly ran to his father's side. "Father, can I help too?" "Don't fool around. This isn't something a child can take part in. Just stand back and watch," his father said firmly. Zhao Yu had no choice but to step aside, though his eyes never left the forging process. The sound of hammers striking the anvil echoed non-stop as blazing sparks burst through the air like blooming fire flowers. But after countless attempts, the unfinished artifact shattered every time before it could be completed. "Another failure. Why does it always break at the final step?" filled the forge. At last, Zhao Yu could no longer stay silent. "Father, I can hear it talking. It doesn't want to be forged." Fang Ning frowned. "It doesn't want to be forged. An ordinary piece of material has a will of its own?" he asked in confusion. Zhao Yu nodded. "That's right. As the old saying goes, possessing a priceless treasure only invites disaster. Because of that treasure, every one of the 100 members of the Zhao family lost their lives. I was the only survivor." The moment he finished speaking, Zhao Yu's aura suddenly changed, and his eyes turned ice cold. Wei Cai instantly sensed something was wrong. "Young master, be careful." The dragon spirit scissors suddenly burst with dazzling light and appeared in Zhao Yu's hand. Without any warning, he charged straight at Fang Ning. Luckily, Fang Ning dodged at the last possible moment. The instant he avoided the strike, Fang Ning fired back with a lightning-fast kick. Zhao Yu quickly raised the dragon spirit scissors to block. A deafening clash echoed throughout the room. But the gap in strength was too great. The kick blasted Zhao Yu backward, sending him tumbling through the air. Instead of chasing after him, Fang Ning deliberately kept his distance and carefully observed his opponent. "So you pretended to lower our guard." Fang Ning smiled slightly, but his eyes stayed sharp. "Still, you're clearly far stronger than an ordinary rank 3 soul spirit." "That's right," Zhao Yu replied coldly. "I thought I'd never get another chance for revenge. Yet fate has brought all of you before me once again." As he spoke, the dragon spirit scissors transformed into a massive battle axe. Zhongli immediately warned, "Husband has completely merging with the dragon spirit. His power is nearly at rank 7. Be careful." "Lao Wei, protect yourself first." Fang Ning remained calm. "I was only caught off guard earlier. If he had to rely on a sneak attack, that means he wasn't confident he could win head-on." "Shut up," Zhao Yu roared in fury. "Today you'll finally pay the price." He swung the giant battle axe with overwhelming force, smashing it toward Fang Ning and shaking the entire hall. But Fang Ning had already disappeared before the strike landed. In the blink of an eye, Fang Ning appeared beside him with his fist already clenched. "Trying to outsmart me? Then take this punch." Zhao Yu reacted instantly and formed a shield in front of himself. But the moment Fang Ning's fist connected, the shield exploded into countless fragments of light. The impact knocked Zhao Yu backward again, forcing him to widen the distance between them. Without hesitation, he unleashed a soul art, Silken Tide. Countless spiritual threads appeared, weaving together into a dense web that wrapped around Fang Ning from every direction. "Young Master Ning, Just stay still and let this net tear you apart. Zhao Yu sneered. Even Fang Ning was briefly surprised by the strange technique. The threads looked thin and fragile, but they were unbelievably sharp, tightening inch by inch as they tried to slice his body apart. At the most critical moment, Zhang Li arrived just in time. One direct strike shattered the entire spiritual web. "You think you can touch my husband?" she shouted as her aura exploded. "Why even ask?" Zhao Yu growled through gritted teeth. "Today I will. Collect the debt owed to the entire Zhao family." "Ghost art, spirit collapse," he roared. The dragon's spirit scissors instantly created swirling black vortexes in the air. From those vortexes, countless razor-sharp streams of black energy burst outward. They poured down like a storm, covering the entire battlefield. Fortunately, both Fang Ning and Zhang Li escaped the attack in time. The strike was so powerful that a massive boulder near Wei Kai's hiding place was sliced clean in half, nearly making him cry out in fear. Left with no other choice, Wei Cai activated a disguise technique and transformed himself into another ordinary rock. He quietly rolled to a safer spot, far away from the center of the battle. Meanwhile, Zhang Li began her counterattack. Her power erupted as chains of spiritual energy appeared once again, instantly binding both Zhao Yu and the dragon's spirit scissors. Sensing the perfect opening, Fang Ning immediately rushed forward at full speed. But his opponent was far from helpless. As the dragon spirit struggled violently, every soul chain was sliced apart, and the seal collapsed in an instant. The moment it broke free, the dragon's spirit let out a piercing hum and shot toward Fang Ning at incredible speed. Fang Ning was forced to dodge one deadly strike after another. Meanwhile, Zhang Li had already closed in on Zhao Yu. She raised a finger and pressed it directly against the center of his forehead. The instant they made contact, a violent surge of power erupted, blasting Zhao Yu backward and shaking his spirit body to its core. But the dragon's spirit scissors were deeply connected to their master. The moment Zhao Yu's was injured, they immediately changed course and charged wildly at Zhang Li. This time, Zhang Li did not dodge. She reached out and grabbed the scissors by the handle. At that very moment, a sorrowful voice echoed inside her mind. "Born together, die together." As the voice slowly faded, the dragon spirit scissors lost all resistance. Cracks spread across the blades before they shattered into countless glowing fragments that disappeared into the air. Then the scene before them changed. An ancient memory unfolded, revealing the day the dragon spirit was forged. "It doesn't want to take shape? How is that possible?" "Xiao Yu, are you sure you heard it correctly? I've been forging my whole life and never seen anything like this. It keeps failing at the final step. Old Zhao, should we try a different material?" The forge filled with anxious discussion. Just as everyone stood in confusion, loud laughter echoed from outside. "Ha ha ha. I never expected to find such a piece of spirit iron. This is truly a blessing for Great Jiang." Heavy footsteps followed. A squad of soldiers quickly stormed inside and surrounded the entire forge. Behind them walked a court eunuch. He slowly stepped forward with a calculating smile. "If this becomes the wedding gift for young Master Ning and Princess Zhang Li, then is presented to His Majesty, my future will be limitless." Someone hurriedly asked, "Chief Supervisor Li, the delivery isn't due for another 3 days. Why have you come today?" Chief Supervisor Li smiled coldly. "If I hadn't come myself, how would I have known you were hiding such a treasure? You planned to replace the spirit iron with ordinary iron, didn't you? I heard everything. I understand that this spirit iron refuses to be controlled, and none of you can handle it." His face suddenly darkened. "Zhao Ti, stop pretending. Did you really think I didn't know who you are? You're the master of the Zhao Ironforge Manor living in seclusion. Do you think I'd entrust a national treasure to an ordinary blacksmith? Don't worry," he continued. "Once the dragon spirit scissors are completed and delight His Majesty, your family will be generously rewarded. But first, I want to know exactly what's happening with that piece of spirit iron." The moment he finished speaking, his eyes turned ice cold. "What? Are you planning to disobey my orders?" The blacksmith immediately bowed and stepped back repeatedly. "Never. I wouldn't dare. I'll begin at once." Then he turned to his father with unease. "Father, aren't we going to investigate this first?" His father waved him off without hesitation, his expression turning fierce. "What's there to investigate? It's nothing more than a piece of iron with a little spirit." Someone cautiously asked, "Master, are you planning to use the secret forging technique to force the spirit iron into submission?" At that moment, Zhao Yu cried out anxiously, "Father, please stop. It's said that once the scissors are fully forged." Before he could finish, his father cut him off. "Silence. Stop talking nonsense. Someone gag the boy." In the blink of an eye, Zhao Yu was restrained by Chief Supervisor Li's men and could no longer speak. Chief Supervisor Li's voice became colder than ever. If the Dragon Spirit Scissors are not completed today, your entire manor will cease to exist. With no way out, Zhao Yu's father called over the master craftsman. Old Zhou, Old Zheng, help me finish this. Understood? Everyone in the manor poured every ounce of effort into forging the legendary scissors. With every hammer strike, the spirit iron changed shape as streams of golden light flowed across its surface. Within the blazing sea of fire, the outline of the scissors slowly emerged. After countless rounds of forging, the Dragon Spirit Scissors were finally born. Cheers erupted throughout the forge. We did it. The Dragon Spirit Scissors are finally complete. But at that very moment, a chilling voice echoed through the entire hall. The moment the scissors take shape, the blood calamity begins. As soon as the Dragon Spirit Scissors were completed, a heavy darkness spread through the forge, and the weapon began to undergo a terrifying transformation. Thick streams of black evil energy poured from the scissors, swirling around the blades as if they were devouring the life force of everything nearby. Chief Supervisor Li's followers still had no idea what was happening when the mysterious voice echoed through the air again, sending chills down everyone's spine. "Who's there? Stop playing tricks and show yourself." One man replied with a trembling voice, his face pale as death. "Chief Supervisor, that voice, it's coming from the scissors." Li froze as his expression changed again and again. Impossible, has this thing really transformed? Even he finally realized the danger was right in front of him. Furious, he roared, "Guards, tie every one of them up." At his command, Zhao Yu's father, along with every blacksmith in the Zhao Ironforge manor, was seized and restrained. One blacksmith couldn't hold back any longer. "Chief Supervisor, what are you doing? Didn't you hear the Dragon Spirit Scissors warning? The moment they're completed, a blood calamity will begin." The official only sneered. "If I want to survive, someone else will have to bear that disaster for me." With that, he pressed the Dragon Spirit Scissors against Zhao Yu's father's throat. "You dare call me a corrupt dog? Let's see who dies with their eyes open today." A flash of cold steel cut through the air. Chief Supervisor Li executed the Manor Master before everyone's eyes. Zhao Yu's anguished scream echoed through the forge. "Father!" His father's death pushed the remaining blacksmiths into a desperate counterattack. "You old monster! Well, die with you today. Xiao Yu, run!" But one after another, the blacksmiths fell beneath a merciless rain of arrows fired by the Chief Supervisor's soldiers. Every horrifying scene was reflected in Zhao Yu's terrified eyes. Forced to his knees, he was completely unable to resist. Chief Supervisor Li slowly approached, still holding the cursed scissors, his eyes filled with greed. "Such a pity. A face like yours could have brought me far more amusement." Zhao Yu showed no fear. Only blazing hatred remained in his eyes. "You beast. Even if I become a ghost, I'll never forgive you or the one behind you." Li laughed with contempt. Empty words. The next moment, he killed Zhao Yu, wiping out the final bloodline of the Zhao family. But at that very instant, something unexpected happened. A surge of dark spiritual power suddenly erupted from Zhao Yu's corpse. The sinister energy quickly merged with the Dragon Spirit Scissors, as though fate had planned it from the beginning. In the blink of an eye, the scissors shook violently and broke free from all control. One soldier cried out in panic, "My lord, why are they moving on their own?" Chief Supervisor Li turned deathly pale. Terror filled his face. "No, that's impossible. Save me. It's moving by itself." Like a sentence delivered from the underworld, the Dragon Spirit Scissors carried Zhao Yu's endless hatred and slaughtered every follower and ally of Chief Supervisor Li. At that moment, Fang Ning, whose fate had become intertwined with Zhao Yu's, suddenly awakened, instinctively understanding everything that had happened. Meanwhile, Zhongli remained calm, as she quietly absorbed the lingering resentment throughout the room, as if the story had not truly come to an end. Fang Ning slowly opened his eyes and looked toward the young woman beside him. "Husband, you're awake. Did you see another vision?" He nodded thoughtfully. "Yes, I saw something very unusual. There was a chief supervisor named Li Daihong. Li have you ever heard of him?" She gently shook her head. "I don't remember that name." According to the old servants in the princess's residence, Li Daihong died mysteriously while investigating the rebellion at Zhao Ironforge Manor. Zhao Yu was also caught up in it because of his father. Could there really be more to the story? Fang Ning's lips curled into a faint smile, but a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He was nothing but a ruthless schemer who would commit any evil for his own gain. Zhang Li looked surprised. "Why are you so certain?" The Zhao family never planned a rebellion. He forced them to forge the dragon spirit scissors, then silenced every witness by slaughtering the entire manor. I can't believe the truth was this dark. Fang Ning immediately stood up. Let's go. We need to retrieve what she left behind and get out of here. As Fang Ning's group disappeared into the distance, the moon disk teleportation array slowly appeared within the hazy spiritual mist. At the same time, Yuan Yue, who had been secretly following them from the shadows, continued watching every move Fang Ning and Zhang Li made. She quietly muttered, "Rank 6? No judging from that burst of power, is she about to reach rank 7? She frowned slightly as she weighed her options. Should I strike first? No, the doctor specifically ordered me to observe only. Under no circumstances am I to interfere. After a long moment of thought, she abandoned the idea. Forget it. Even if she really reaches rank 7, I can still handle her. I can't ruin the doctor's plan by acting too soon. I'll report everything after we leave the ruins. Suddenly, she froze as if sensing something. Wait, someone else is coming. Without lingering any longer, she disappeared into the thick mist and continued her mission. Not long after Yuan Yue left, another group arrived at the same place. Leading them was Yuan Dun, a trusted subordinate of Yuan Feng, accompanied by a figure whose face was completely covered. Boss, the spiritual fluctuations came from this very spot. He scanned the area before speaking in a low voice. Looks like we're too late. The people Yuan Feng mentioned have already left. Suddenly, he closed his eyes to sense the lingering aura. This presence feels familiar. It's definitely the trace of that special soul spirit and that kid, Fang Ning. The person beside him said quietly, "According to our intelligence, they've both become beast soul users. Their strength has already reached rank 6. Dealing with them won't be as easy as before. Yuan Dun, pursue them immediately. They can't have gone far," a cold voice ordered. The masked figure slowly raised his head, revealing a pair of crimson eyes beneath the black cloth. Fang Ning once used that special soul spirit to cut off my arm. This time, I'll make him repay everything. Soon you'll witness the new power the doctor has given me. The man was Chang Baidao, known as the Abyss Hound. Meanwhile, Fang Ning and Jiang Li arrived at a quiet corner of the royal palace, the imperial study. The heavy atmosphere made the place feel even more solemn. Wei Cai, who had once served Jiang Li, respectfully bowed. "Your Highness, young Master Ning, please wait a moment. During the crisis years ago, I hid the item the princess entrusted to me here." As soon as he finished speaking, he activated a mysterious secret technique, every movement smooth and precise. The ancient painting hanging on the wall began to glow as a swirling portal slowly opened behind it, revealing a hidden space. From within the painting, an object wrapped tightly in white cloth slowly floated out, as if awakening after a long slumber. Fang Ning looked surprised. "Well, Lao Wei, you're far more capable than I thought. No wonder the people from the abyss couldn't find it." Wei Kai smiled humbly. "You're giving me too much credit, young master." Fang Ning then solemnly accepted the object retrieved from the hidden space. The moment his fingers touched it, an old memory flooded into his mind. It belonged to Jiang Li when she was still alive. Her voice echoed softly. "Uncle Wei, you must never lose this package. It is extremely important to Brother Fang Ning. If I can't wait for him today, then you must personally place it into his hands. No matter what happens, don't lose it." A panicked voice suddenly cried out, "Your Highness, you have to leave now. The fire has already spread everywhere. If you wait any longer, it'll be too late." But Jiang Li only shook her head with unwavering resolve. "No, today is my wedding day with him. I'll stay here and wait for him to come and take me home." Wei Kai desperately tried to persuade her. "You can't, Your Highness. How could I possibly leave you behind?" Jiang Li spoke with royal authority, her eyes unwavering. "That is an order. Wei Cai, are you defying my command?" Faced with her determination, he could only bow and obey. "This servant accepts Your Highness's command." "Very well. I'll leave the rest in your hands, Uncle Wei." He replied respectfully, "I swear I will protect what you've entrusted to me until the very end." Zhang Li remained alone inside the main hall as the flames consumed everything around her. Surrounded by the blazing fire, her eyes never left the palace gates. "Brother Fang Ning, you'll come back to marry me, won't you?" The vision slowly faded, and Fang Ning's consciousness returned to reality. Holding the package in his hands, he murmured, "It was that important? Just what did she leave inside?" Without hesitation, he carefully unwrapped each layer of the white cloth. Inside was an exquisitely crafted wooden box and an ancient book worn by the passage of time. Jiang Li gently picked up the wooden box. Her gaze grew distant as countless emotions welled up inside her. Suddenly, she froze, as though she had remembered something incredibly important. "Ah, husband," she said excitedly. "I remember now. That book was something you asked me to keep for you. And this box, it contains the engagement gift Father bestowed upon us." "What? This came from the royal family?" Fang Ning asked in surprise. Zhang Li nodded softly. "Yes, let me see what's inside." The moment she opened the box, a brilliant light burst forth, flooding the entire room and forcing everyone to shield their eyes. Within the dazzling glow, two magnificent phoenix-shaped swords slowly emerged, radiating an extraordinary aura. Zhang Li gently lifted one of the swords, her expression growing solemn as memories of the past surfaced. "I never imagined it would be the Twin Kingdom Guardian Swords." Fang Ning immediately asked, "What are the Twin Kingdom Guardian Swords?" Zhang Li smiled faintly, her voice carrying the weight of old memories. "Young Master Ning, do you know who founded the Jiang dynasty?" "Of course. It was Emperor Jiang Wuye. Even though I grew up in an orphanage, I still know a little history." "That's right," Zhang Li nodded. "But the founding empress also played an enormous role in building the dynasty. The founding era was filled with endless wars. Back then, the founding emperor had no status and fought through countless victories and defeats. Whether in glory or hardship, the founding empress stood beside him and never left his side. Sadly, after the empire was unified, she retired to the inner palace. A year after giving birth to the crown prince, her old wounds returned, and she passed away. The founding emperor was devastated. He never married again and lived the rest of his life alone. These two swords once belonged to the founding emperor and empress. They are not only national treasures but also divine artifacts fused with the destiny of the Zhang dynasty. More importantly, they symbolize the unwavering love the two shared. "I see. Such priceless treasures should be kept safe. It would be a shame if they were damaged." Zhang Li smiled. "Don't worry. They're divine artifacts, not ordinary weapons. They won't break so easily." As she spoke, she gently touched Fang Ning's forehead with her fingertip. "Stay still. I'll pass on the method for merging with and controlling the Twin Kingdom Guardian Swords." Fang Ning immediately calmed his mind and began accepting the inheritance of the legendary weapons. After some time, he slowly opened his eyes. A star-like glow flickered within them. Walking forward, he placed his hand on the hilt of the Kingdom Guardian Sword. Instantly, immortal spiritual power erupted from the blade. Streams of mysterious energy flowed into his body before finally condensing into an ancient rune on his arm. Without hesitation, Fang Ning swung the sword. The terrifying slash instantly split the massive bookshelf in the room clean in half. But he wasn't finished yet. He continued drawing out the sword's power. Fang Ning pointed straight ahead, his gaze as sharp as the blade itself, as if commanding it with pure will. The Kingdom Guardian's sword instantly transformed into a streak of light and shot through the air in the direction he pointed. In a single instant, the thick wooden log ahead was reduced to countless tiny fragments. After completing its task, the sword automatically returned and hovered before its master, as though it possessed a will of its own. Fang Ning smiled. "What an incredible weapon. From now on, I won't have to rely on my bare hands every time I fight." His attention then shifted to the ancient book that had come with the wooden box. This book probably requires spiritual power before it can be opened. After looking around, he shook his head. "This isn't the right place. Well, deal with it later." Someone beside him reminded, "Young Master Ning, Your Highness, we've already recovered the relic. We should leave immediately." Another suggested, "Should we try to find General Yu? If he's still conscious, perhaps he can join us against the 12 guards of the Abyss who secretly infiltrated this place." Fang Ning slowly shook his head. "The last time I saw him before he was taken away, his entire body was consumed by murderous energy. His mind was almost completely gone. By now, he's probably nothing more than a guardian of the underground palace acting on instinct." At that very moment, several unfamiliar figures appeared outside the imperial study. "Boss, everything is ready." The speaker was Yuan Dun. Standing beside him was Chang Baidao, the Abyss Hound. The two had tracked Fang Ning's group all the way here. The instant Yuan Dun activated the formation, a violent force erupted. Thick black energy exploded outward, crushing the entire imperial study and reducing it to rubble. As the dust slowly settled, Fang Ning's group emerged completely unharmed. Before the formation could fully unleash its power, Zhang Li had already protected everyone. The two sides now faced each other directly. The surrounding space itself seemed to change, filling with an icy killing intent. Fang Ning narrowed his eyes. "Yuan Dun, so you've come too, and who's the one in the black robe?" Behind him, Wei Kai struggled to his feet while rubbing his aching back. Good grief, that nearly scared this old man to death. My back is about to fall apart. Yuan Dun stepped forward with a sinister grin. I thought you'd already escaped. Who would've guessed you'd deliver yourselves right to us? Fang Ning replied calmly. I wondered who it was. Losing one arm last time still wasn't enough to teach you a lesson, Abyss Hound? Looks like you're still only good at ambushes from the shadows. The mockery enraged Yuan Dun, but Chang Baidao raised a hand to stop him, his gaze frighteningly cold. Have you forgotten your orders? Chang Baidao said indifferently. Lord Yuan Feng instructed us to capture them alive. Don't create unnecessary complications. Understood, boss. Fang Ning stared at him. He calls you boss? So you're Chang Baidao? The man in the black robe let out a raspy laugh. Haha, you're sharper than I expected. Unfortunately, people who place too much faith in their own intelligence rarely live very long. Fang Ning smiled faintly. Sounds like you've always had a problem with people who are smarter than you. The moment he finished speaking, his face turned ice cold. He clenched his fist as spiritual power surged around it. In a flash, Fang Ning shot forward like lightning and charged straight at Yuan Shang's group. Then take this. Yuan Dun was stunned by the speed and immediately shouted, Boss, watch out. Before the warning could finish, Fang Ning's fist was already flying straight at Chang Baidao. The impact blasted the man in black backward, sending him reeling through the air. Fang Ning calmly stepped forward and said, Do you still think I am the weak man from before? Keeping up with my speed now takes everything you have. So, how did that punch feel? Chang Baidao straightened himself and brushed off his robe without a single injury in sight. Not bad. You have improved. He burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. At least you are better than before, when I beat you to your knees until you coughed up blood. Fang Ning frowned in confusion. Strange. I was not even using my full strength, but that punch was well beyond rank 6. Why was he completely unharmed? At that moment, Fang Ning sensed that something was wrong. He realized he had unknowingly stepped into a carefully prepared illusion array set by Yuan Shang's men. Zhang Li and the old eunuch were both shocked. What is going on? Husband, are you hurt? I am fine. Do not worry. Chang Baidao slowly walked forward with a murderous smile. Relax. I will make sure you stay together forever in the underworld. I let you escape once, but that will never happen again. As he spoke, dark energy began flowing through his body. Strange black light wrapped around his arm from shoulder to wrist. Now open your eyes and witness the new power the doctor has given me. One of Fang Ning's allies turned pale. Young Master Ning, this is bad. That aura is exactly like rank 7. Fang Ning gritted his teeth. I knew something was off. The last time we met, he was only rank 6. I never expected him to break through this fast. Chang Baidao revealed a cold, snake-like smile. Come, brat, let me give you a gift. Soul skill, underworld grasp. The ground inside the array shook violently as countless twisted arms burst from below, their sharp claws flashing through the dark mist. Damn it. What the hell are these things? Fang Ning shouted. The moment Fang Ning tried to escape the array, Yuan Un's made his move. Trying to run, soul skill, tenfold gravity pit. Crushing pressure slammed onto Fang Ning, making his body feel as heavy as a mountain. The ghostly hands instantly grabbed his legs. Damn it, why can I not move? In only a moment, the ghostly arms wrapped around Fang Ning's entire body and locked him in place. Outside the array, Zhang Li watched with overwhelming worry. Without hesitation, she unleashed all her power and attacked the strange barrier trapping Fang Ning. But the moment her attack touched the barrier, its power vanished without a trace. How is that possible? Why is it completely useless? Yuan Dun laughed with contempt. What now? Out of options? This array was made especially for all of you. It suppresses every bit of spiritual power below rank 7. Any soul spirit below that level cannot use its full strength. After that, the ghostly hands will drag you into the abyss. As soon as he finished speaking, countless ghostly hands rose around Zhang Li and tightly restrained her. The ghostly hands even covered her mouth, silencing every sound. From this moment on, Chang Baidao laughed proudly. Your fate is in my hands now. Ha ha ha. Seeing Lear trapped inside the array as well, the rage in Fang Ning's eyes flared even higher. But then something unexpected happened. The ghostly hands wrapped around him suddenly snapped apart and turned to ash. A cold voice echoed out. Chang Baidao, it looks like you really have a death wish. Fang Ning had already drawn the Nation Guardian sword and shattered every ghostly hand in an instant. Chang Baidao replied coldly, without your soul spirit helping you. I want to see how long you can survive against the power of hell. Your ghostly hands? Fang Ning smirked. I do not care what they are. If they dare touch my people, they will pay the price. You really think you can do it? Big words for someone like you. No one said another word. The two figures instantly collided, and powerful shockwaves exploded across the sky with every clash. With the Nation Guardian sword's power, Fang Ning unleashed a devastating strike and sent Chang Beidao crashing into the edge of the array. Damn it, why is this guy so hard to deal with? And what kind of treasure is that sword? Its power is unbelievable. Chang Beidao staggered to his feet, his eyes filled with caution. After gaining the upper hand, Fang Ning immediately pressed the attack. Seizing the rare opening, he sent the Nation Guardian's sword flying toward Zhang Li to break the ghostly hands surrounding her. At the same time, the old eunuch Wei Cai hurried to her side. "Your Highness, are you hurt?" But at that moment, a severed piece of a ghostly hand suddenly twitched on the ground as if it were still alive. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a streak of black light and shot straight toward Zhang Li. Everything happened in an instant. Without a second thought, Wei Cai stepped in front of the princess and took the attack with his own body. When it was over, the ghostly hand went still, while the old eunuch collapsed into a pool of blood. "Your Highness, are you all right?" "I am fine. But how are you?" Fang Ning immediately shouted, "Lier, bring Elder Wei into my sea of consciousness first, then find a way to heal him." "Got it." Zhang Li looked at him with worry. "Husband, you must be careful." Wrapped in spiritual light, Zhang Li quickly moved Wei Cai into Fang Ning's sea of consciousness to keep him safe. "Do not worry," Fang Ning replied calmly. "Leave the rest to me." But Chang Beidao let out a sinister laugh. "Brat, do not celebrate too soon. That was only the beginning." Next, he growled, "Taste my secret technique, giant ghost hand." A massive ghostly hand burst from the ground, far larger than before, and as terrifying as a living nightmare. "I will show you what true power looks like. No matter how tough your body is, it will be crushed. Let us see if you can survive this." At Chang Baidao's command, the giant ghostly hand came crashing down like a natural disaster straight toward Fang Ning. "Ha ha ha ha. So that is all you've got? Thanks for cutting off my arm last time. Otherwise, the doctor would never have given me this ultimate ghost arm." But amid his mad laughter, a mocking voice suddenly rang out. "You are celebrating way too early." Chang Baidao's face changed instantly. His attack had completely missed. Fang Ning had already dodged it. "Hey, idiot, you missed." Fang Ning appeared behind him, his sword radiating overwhelming pressure. "Impossible. The doctor said no one below rank 7 could dodge that attack. Has this guy really reached rank 7? Chang Beidao, watch closely. Let us see if you can survive this sword strike." Seeing Fang Ning attack, Chang Beidao immediately commanded the giant ghostly hand to intercept him, pushing the battle into an even fiercer stage. But the seemingly unstoppable ghostly hand could not stop Fang Ning. With a single clean slash, he split it in half as easily as cutting dry bamboo. What shocked everyone even more was that the moment the giant hand was severed, Chang Baidao's real arm cracked apart as blood burst out from the backlash. Clutching his injured arm, he let out a bone-chilling scream. One of his subordinates rushed over. "Boss, are you all right?" Chang Beidao gritted his teeth and answered, "Forget about me. Get out of here now." At that moment, Fang Ning suddenly appeared in front of him with icy eyes. "I have been following you this whole time, listening to your endless rambling. Has no one ever told you? Villains always die because they talk too much. I thought you had become immune to blades, but the Dragon Cry sword only needed one strike to break you. Rank 7? That does not look so impressive. Why put on such an act?" While Fang Ning was speaking, Yuan Dun quietly circled behind him, waiting for the perfect chance to strike. "Today I will kill you and avenge my boss," he roared as black killing intent gathered in his palm. But Yuan Dun never expected Fang Ning's speed to have surpassed human limits. In an instant, Fang Ning vanished from sight and appeared behind him. With speed like yours, sneak attacks are still too slow. Without giving him time to react, Fang Ning swung his sword and a cold flash split the sky. The blade pierced through Yuan Dun's chest and struck his vital point. His eyes widened as he collapsed to the ground, completely defeated. Lying in a pool of blood, Chang Beidao could only cry out in despair. Yuan Dun." Fang Ning slowly walked toward him with a calm expression. "You reap what you sow. The moment you stained your hands with innocent blood, today's ending became inevitable." Chang Beidao burst into mocking laughter as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. "Ha ha ha ha, you reap what you sow? What a meaningless saying. Those people deserve to die. They had no right to exist. You think you stand for justice? Let me tell you, what we are doing is the true way to cleanse this world. You are beyond saving." Fang Ning frowned with a look of disdain. Yuan Shang has manipulated you until you have completely lost your mind. Chang Baidao roared with blazing red eyes. What do you know? If I had never met Yuan Shang, I would still be nothing but a monster with a burned face, someone despised and trampled by everyone. I would never have survived until today. The doctor gave me this power. He gave me the chance to personally settle the score with everyone who made my life worse than death. Were you not an orphan too? Have you never wanted to crush those who looked down on you? To make them kneel like dogs and beg for mercy? Looking at the man who had completely lost himself, Fang Ning let out a quiet sigh, his eyes turning cold. The man before him could no longer be awakened with words. He was nothing more than a tool carrying out Yuan Shang's will. Without another word, Fang Ning swung his sword, ending the nightmare once and for all. You have talked enough, Fang Ning said calmly. It is time to end this. At the same time, inside Fang Ning's sea of consciousness, Zhang Li exhausted every bit of her strength to preserve Wei Kei's life. Grandpa Wei, please hold on. Lier will find a way to save you. Lier will definitely save you, I promise. But her spiritual power was nearly exhausted and her strength was gone. After pushing herself to the limit, she collapsed inside the sea of consciousness and fell unconscious. Outside, after defeating Chang Beidao and Yuan Dun, Fang Ning withdrew his spiritual power. The battlefield was in ruins, and although his aura had calmed, his eyes still shone like stars. Just then, a torrent of blue light erupted from above him and shot into the distance as if it had a will of its own. The moment Fang Ning saw Zhang Li and Wei Cai lying motionless, panic flashed across his face. Lier, what happened to you? He asked anxiously. I am fine, husband. Check on Grandpa Wei first. Wei Kai still has not woken up. Without hesitation, Fang Ning poured all his power into Wei Cai, trying to stop the flowing from his wounds. But every effort was useless. Chang Baidao's array was far too strange. The injury had struck the soul itself, so ordinary spiritual power could not heal it. Wei Kai's soul force continued to fade, and if this went on, he would disappear from this world forever. Just then, Wei Kai's eyelids trembled before he slowly opened his eyes. Your Highness. Elder Wei, you are awake, Fang Ning said with relief. Please hang on a little longer. Lier will find a way to save you. Your Highness, please do not worry about this old servant. Wei Kai smiled faintly. That array was designed to wound the soul. Once struck by it, the damage cannot be healed. All that remains is to wait for the soul to fade away. Being able to serve your Highness once more is already a blessing earned over many lifetimes. If this life can protect you, then I have no regrets. No, I will never accept that ending, Zhang Li declared firmly, her eyes filled with determination. Fang Ning's mind raced as he searched desperately for a way to preserve the last trace of Wei Kai's life. That's it. If he loses soul power, we can replace it. Zhang Li suddenly cried out as hope appeared. Lier, stop crying. Do you remember the hairpin in your hair? We can place Elder Wei inside it first. Zhang Li suddenly came to her senses. That's right, the hairpin. Why did I not think of that? Her worry had clouded her mind. The hairpin contained an enormous amount of spiritual energy. It could not completely heal Wei Kai's injuries, but it could replenish the spiritual power he was losing. At least for now, it would keep his soul from fading away. Thank goodness. Elder Wei can be saved for now. Zhang Li finally felt a little relieved. Let us leave this strange place first, then figure out the next step. He will make it through. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Li removed the hairpin from her hair. She carefully used her spiritual power to shrink Wei Kai's body before placing him inside the magical artifact. Husband, where should we go next? Zhang Li asked softly after escaping the danger. Suddenly, the entire underground palace shook violently, as if the earth itself were roaring beneath them. Husband, what is happening? Zhang Li grabbed Fang Ning's arm, her voice trembling with unease. Since entering this place, this is already the second tremor. What could possibly be hidden deep inside this underground palace? Just then, the story shifted to another group led by Yuan Feng. They had also reached the deepest part of the underground palace, where a colossal general statue blocked their path. So this is the giant you mentioned? The rank 7 soul general guarding the center that none of you dared approach? She asked. Yes, Lady Yuan Feng. It has been nearly 1,000 years since the Jiang kingdom fell, yet that soul general has never left its post. A guardian like that cannot be underestimated. At that moment, a fist-sized boulder suddenly shot straight toward Yuan Feng. But in an instant, blazing flames engulfed it, reducing it to ashes. That was Yuan Feng's fire ability, a mystical flame powerful enough to burn even solid rock to nothing. Chu Yun, I already gave you a chance to live, yet you still came here to die. Stop acting like you showed me mercy. I do not need your pity. You should worry about the useless people behind you instead. Lady Yuanfeng, the other side clearly came prepared, and they have 2 rank 7 experts. Should we call Yuan Dun back? One subordinate asked quietly. No, let them stay where they are, she replied calmly. Even if I cannot defeat you, it does not matter. As long as Yuan Shang's plan is ruined, that is enough. Besides, from the very beginning, you were never my real target. If I can wipe out everyone behind you before I fall, then even if you win, you will have nothing left. Let us see what you can stop all by yourself. Keep dreaming, Yuan sneered. I do not mind telling you. Even if every subordinate here dies, it changes nothing. As long as you turn to ashes, no one will stand in our way. Yuan Shang's grand plan is beyond your power to stop. Enough talk. I have no interest in arguing with you. Do you dare fight or not? We will find out soon enough. Chu Yun attacked without hesitation. Yuan Feng did not back down. Her blazing flames erupted as she countered almost instantly. The moment water clashed with fire, a deafening explosion echoed through the underground palace, shaking the entire ruin. After the first exchange, Chu Yun was forced back several steps as the remaining force traveled through her arm. Burn marks appeared across her fair skin. She gritted her teeth. This firewoman is tougher than I expected. Even though both had reached rank 7, the gap between Chu Yun and Yuan Feng was obvious. Yuan Feng easily neutralized her attack and even injured her in the first clash, revealing unfathomable strength. Refusing to back down, Chu Yun immediately gathered power for another attack. Soul Art Frozen Ice Torrent. An instant later, countless razor-sharp ice spikes tore through the air toward Yuan Feng. You think tricks like that can challenge me? Yuan Feng sneered. Without hesitation, she summoned twin flames that rose into 2 massive pillars of fire. The blazing fire instantly swallowed every ice spike, erasing the attack completely. The clash between the 2 women unleashed powerful shockwaves that made the ground tremble as the entire ruin groaned under the pressure. At that moment, the colossal general's statue behind them suddenly radiated a dazzling light. Before anyone could react, the stone shell cracked apart and fell away, revealing what had been hidden inside. The sudden change made both Chu Yun and Yuan Feng pause as their battle came to a temporary halt. Without saying a word, the awakened general raised his massive blade and unleashed a heaven-shaking slash that forcibly interrupted their fight. My young master's order is clear. Anyone who trespasses must die. His deep voice echoed like it came from the depths of the underworld. As the dust settled, the mark of his strike became visible. A gigantic rift stretched far into the distance, splitting the ground in 2 and filling the air with crushing pressure. Everyone had assumed he was only an ordinary rank 7 soul general, but that single attack proved he stood at the very peak of rank 7. Chu Yun alone was never a problem, Yuan Feng thought, but adding this monster changes everything. Yuan Feng, did one attack already shake your confidence? Chu Yun laughed mockingly. Miss Yun, that soul general is unbelievably powerful, one of her companions warned. Should we retreat for now and rethink our plan? No, Chu Yun answered without hesitation. If anyone leaves, it will be them. I cannot let Yuan Shang carry out their plan in secret. Yuan Feng, Chu Yun's eyes turned sharp. One last warning. If you are afraid, leave now while you still can. You should be saying that to yourself. Yuan Feng shot back coldly. While the 2 were still arguing, the sudden arrival of Fang Ning and Zhang Li changed the atmosphere. Huh? What is going on here? Fang Ning asked in confusion. Before he could understand the situation, Chu Yun fixed him with a murderous glare. So you finally decided to show up? Well, we were just passing by and thought we would take a look. Fang Ning laughed awkwardly, completely unaware of the tension. Just here to watch? Chu Yun snapped. Do you think this is some playground? Do you even know how dangerous this underground palace is? And you still brought your little sister here? Zhang Li gulped. Sister Chu Yun is terrifying when she gets angry. Yuan Feng narrowed her eyes with a mocking smile. So you are the 2 who were spying outside the ruins before. You are not even rank 7, yet you crossed the swamp. I suppose you have some skill. Yuan Feng, Chu Yun warned coldly. Keep your attention on me. If you dare lay a finger on those 2, do not blame me for showing no mercy. Ha ha ha. You can barely save yourself, yet you still want to protect someone else? Just as the tension reached its peak, the giant soul general suddenly roared. None of the intruders will leave alive. Then he attacked at once. Carrying overwhelming pressure like a collapsing mountain, the general swung his massive blade toward everyone before him. Seeing the situation, Fang Ning frowned. An uneasy feeling rose inside him, not only for himself but also for Chu Yun. At that moment, Zhang Li felt something stir deep inside her mind as a hazy memory suddenly resurfaced. In that memory, the Zhang Kingdom's palace was consumed by flames and chaos, with bodies scattered everywhere like fallen leaves after a storm. A general desperately escorted Princess Zhang Li to Wei Cai. "Your Highness, are you hurt?" This old servant was terrified. "I am fine," she answered softly, though fear was still written across her face. "Wei Kai, take the princess and leave at once. Find the safest place in the palace and hide Her Highness. General Yu, it is far too dangerous outside. Why not come with us and take shelter? Say no more. The young master ordered me to ensure the princess returns safely to the palace. I will remain here and make my final stand. I will not let the enemy advance even one step." Just then, an arrow shot through the air from behind at astonishing speed. General Yu instantly stepped in front of the princess and shouted, "Your Highness, get back. Something is wrong. Who dares attack from the shadows? Show yourself." General Yu roared, his eyes as cold as steel. Through the thick smoke and flames, two figures slowly emerged and walked toward him across the ruined battlefield. General Yu tightened his grip on his weapon and stood on full alert. "Who are you? Take one more step, and I will show no mercy." Arrogant laughter echoed through the smoke. "Oh, finding you was easier than expected. Let us see where you can run this time. Yu Sheng, hand over the princess. Otherwise, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death." "Never." General Yu answered without hesitation. "We accepted the young master's order to protect the princess with our lives. Even if we die here, Yuanshang will never achieve its goal." The moment he finished speaking, both sides charged into battle as killing intent erupted with every clash. "Elder Wei, take the princess and leave now," General Yu shouted while holding off the enemy. In the middle of the fierce battle, he unleashed a devastating strike that severed one enemy's arm, sending blood spraying everywhere. The swordsman from Yuanshang clutched his wound in horror. "How is this possible? He is this powerful." "You want to enter the palace?" General Yu growled. "Step over my dead body first." "Yu Sheng, why struggle so hard?" his enemy sneered. "Even if you protect the princess, what is the point? The soul-refining grand array inside her residence has already been activated. She was doomed from the start." "What did you just say?" General Yu froze for a brief moment. "Even the princess cannot escape." The instant his attention wavered, another enemy seized the chance and launched a sneak attack from behind, piercing through his armor. Meanwhile, Wei Cai had already led the princess deep into the palace. "Your Highness, hurry! We cannot let the general's sacrifice be in vain." As she fled, Zhang Li kept looking back at the lone figure still standing against the enemy. Then Zhang Li watched General Yu take a surprise attack, his armor instantly soaked in blood. In the end, he collapsed to the ground and lay motionless in a spreading pool of blood. Even as his life faded away, his final thoughts were still only for the princess's safety. That memory made Zhang Li realize the warrior standing before her was the very same General Yu from 1,000 years ago. At that moment, Chu Yun was struggling against the relentless assault of General Yu's soul, the legendary commander who had become a raging storm after 1,000 years. "Sister Yun, let me help," someone cried out. But Chu Yun immediately stopped them. "Stay back. This is a peak rank 7 soul general. You cannot fight him. Protect Lear and get her away from here." In just moments, Chu Yun's protective barrier was completely shattered by the overwhelming force, breaking into countless fading lights. The impact threw Chu Yun backward. "Sister Yun, are you hurt?" someone asked anxiously. Just then, something strange happened. The bracelet on Fang Ning's wrist suddenly began glowing with a faint light. A brilliant stream of light emerged from the artifact and circled through the air. Then it flew straight into General Yu's mind, as if awakening a memory that had been buried for ages. The light seemed to restore the sealed part of his consciousness. General Yu slowly regained his senses, and his once clouded eyes became clear as he looked directly at Fang Ning. Without hesitation, he dropped to one knee and respectfully said, "This humble general greets the young master." "General Yu, what is going on? Have you fully recovered your memories?" "Young master," General Yu answered solemnly, "back then you used your soul power to restore my life. You then ordered me to guard the princess's residence and protect this place for 1,000 years. Today I have finally lived to see the day you and Her Highness returned." "Wait, I thought you stayed here because of an unfulfilled obsession. What do you mean I revived you with my soul?" "Young master, do you truly remember nothing?" General Yu was stunned. "It seems you ultimately chose to cultivate the forbidden samsara art. The forbidden samsara art? Zhang Li repeated softly. The stranger it became, the more impossible the truth from 1,000 years ago was to grasp. Suddenly, General Yu raised his head proudly. Young master, I am Yu Sheng, great general of the commander's manor and commander of the Imperial Guard. I have defended this place for nearly 1,000 years and never allowed a single intruder to pass. Now that you have returned, I swear to continue serving you and follow you into every battle. His oath left both Chu Yun and Yunfeng completely stunned by the unexpected turn of events. General Yu, please rise. Fang Ning reached out and helped him to his feet. Thank you, young master, General Yu replied with deep emotion. So that is it, Chu Yun laughed. I always suspected Brother Fang Ling and Sister Lear were hiding something, but I never imagined it was this shocking. A rank 7 soul general from 1,000 years ago not only awakened but even pledged loyalty to him. Ha 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 ha. Now that General Yu is on our side, where can Yuanshang's peoples possibly run? Hey Yuanfeng, how much longer are you going to act so arrogant? Ha ha ha, this is truly unexpected. I thought you were nothing but a show-off, yet somehow you earned the loyalty of a rank 7 soul general who has existed for 1,000 years. It seems I completely underestimated you. Yuanfeng smiled as respect appeared in her eyes. So, what do you think? Would you like to join Yuanshang? She asked calmly. The moment she finished, Chu Yun immediately objected. Keep dreaming. He already joined our beast soul faction. How dare you try to recruit him right in front of me? Yuanfeng paid no attention and continued. As long as you agree, Yuanshang will give you what others could never obtain in a lifetime. Endless resources, unmatched power, unrivaled fame, and countless beauties. I can guarantee, she added, the women chosen for you will be no less beautiful than the young lady standing beside you. Hearing that, Zhang Li immediately flared up with anger. You actually dare talk about sending other women to my husband? Shameless. Fang Ning, do not let those words sway you. Chu Yun quickly warned, they are just empty promises to lure you in. None of these people are normal. Getting involved with them will only bring trouble. Exactly. Shan immediately agreed. I guarantee that if you really joined Yuanshang, the first thing they would do is turn Lear into a test subject. Wait. One of Yuanshang's people quickly waved his hands. I never said that. Why is everyone getting so worked up? Are you certain you will not change your mind? Yuanfeng narrowed her eyes. Do you truly understand what you just turned down? I know exactly what I turned down. Fang Ning stepped forward, his voice unwavering. I have never walked the same path as people like you who rely on poison. If you think I will join Yuanshang, keep dreaming. Hearing the words just poison, Yue Ying frowned. Huh? Is that all you know? Then what about Huang? Before he could finish, Hongji immediately cut him off. Shut up. The more you talk, the more secrets you give away. Faced with Fang Ning's firm refusal, Yuanfeng stopped trying to persuade him. She slowly raised her arm as blazing flames surged around her. In that case, I will just break your arms and legs and drag you back for the doctor to deal with. You want to touch young Master Ning and Princess Zhang Li? Then you will have to get past me first, Chu Yun declared coldly. Do not forget about me. I will make sure you never forget today. Another person shouted as they stepped forward. Oh boy, Sister Yun is really angry this time. Someone shook his head before turning to Fang Ning. Junior brother Ning, just let her handle it. She will never calm down unless she fights this battle. If that is what you want, then come and try, Yuanfeng answered with a cold smile. The moment she finished speaking, she attacked. A blazing fire blade shot straight toward Chu Yun's group with overwhelming force. Just then, Hongji noticed a group of Yuanshang members quietly approaching the city gate in the distance with weapons in hand. This is bad. They are targeting the gate. Sure enough, Yuanshang's forces quickly formed up and prepared for a full assault. Damn it! Stop them! So you were only stalling me while attacking from behind? Someone roared in anger, just like Yuanshang. Stop staring, one of the enemy sneered. Even if you rush back now, you are already too late. Meanwhile, Yuanshang's team had completed every preparation. Moments later, they deployed a series of advanced weapons to break through the city gate. But something no one expected happened. An ancient array suddenly activated and covered the entire gate. As the formation came to life, powerful waves spread through the area with an overwhelming sense of authority. A deafening explosion erupted as brilliant light illuminated the mountains, making the entire space tremble. After the sudden change, Fang Ling finally regained consciousness, and clarity slowly returned to his eyes. By then, Fang Ning, Zhang Li, and General Yu had long since left the ruins and were standing outside the battlefield. But where had everyone else gone? Just then, Fang Ning suddenly stopped and looked back. Deep inside, an oddly familiar feeling resurfaced. This is strange. This place used to be the entrance to the ruins. Why is there no trace of it now? There is no need to worry, young master, General Yu explained. That is the effect of the seal on the city gate. We were teleported outside. The others were likely sent to different places in this area as well. As for the entrance, it has probably been sealed or moved somewhere else. Wait, you said probably? Were you not the one who activated that seal? It is only natural that you do not remember yet, young master. But that formation was personally created by you 1,000 years ago, just before you left this place. What? I created that seal? Shock filled Fang Ning's eyes as even he struggled to believe what he had just heard. At the same time, in another corner of the world, night slowly fell over a modern city that was constantly changing. On top of a towering skyscraper, Yuan Shang's leader appeared beneath the silent night sky, his cold eyes overlooking the city below. Another figure silently appeared behind him, without making a sound. "Oh, you are here," the doctor said without turning around. "Everything is unfolding exactly as planned," the newcomer replied in a low voice, hinting that an enormous scheme was quietly moving forward. "For now, let us return to the forest where the Zhang kingdom once stood." "Sai, what exactly did I do 1,000 years ago?" Surrounded by silence, Fang Ning sank into his fragmented memories, his face filled with confusion. "Husband, look over there," Zhang Li suddenly called out, pulling him back to reality. Above the forest canopy, countless glowing lights drifted gently through the sky like stars descending upon the world. "Is that Sister Yun and the others?" Zhang Li exclaimed. "Yes, it is them. They are safe, thank goodness." "There is no need to worry, young master," General Yu said. "That sealing mechanism was only meant to hide the entrance to the ruins. It could not harm anyone. At least I accomplished what I came here to do. And perhaps it is not a bad thing that the ruins are gone." Fang Ning replied softly, his eyes filled with thought. "That reminds me." Fang Ning turned to General Yu. "Yuan Shang went through so much trouble to set up that grand array inside the ruins. What exactly is hidden inside the princess's residence?" "I do not know either, young master," Yu Sheng answered honestly. "Back then, you gave me only one order. Guard this place at all costs and never let anyone enter. It looks like we will have to wait until Elder Wei wakes up to find the answer." "General Yu," Fang Ning said seriously, "I have one more favor to ask of you. Just give the order, young master. I am ready to serve." "General Yu, do you know how to treat injuries?" Fang Ning suddenly asked. "Huh? Husband, why are you asking that all of a sudden?" Jiang Li asked in surprise. Without another explanation, Fang Ning immediately brought General Yu back to the residence, where Wei Qi was recovering so he could examine him. "General Yu, Elder Wei's injuries are causing his spiritual power to leak away constantly, and outside power cannot stop it. Is there anything you can do?" "Yes, young master. Let me examine him carefully first." General Yu quickly began his inspection as soul power flowed from his hand through Wei Kai's body, carefully checking every trace of the damage. "Well, can Elder Wei be saved?" Fang Ning asked, unable to hide his concern. "After hearing your explanation and examining his condition, I have a theory," General Yu replied. "Unless this wound was inflicted by someone at rank 7 or higher, it should not be capable of shattering the soul to this extent. So anyone below rank 7 could not have caused this?" Fang Ning said quietly. "Just who is that doctor? How could he give Chong Baidao such a terrifying weapon?" "But there is no need to worry, young master. Now that I am here, I can restore Eunuch Wei's soul with my own power and save him. Then I will leave it to you, General Yu." "You are too kind, young master." Without wasting another moment, General Yu focused on healing Wei Cai, steadily channeling his power into the old man's body. Wei Kai's condition gradually improved. The cracks across his body slowly closed, and the fluctuations in his spiritual power became stable. Zhang Li walked over and asked gently, "General Yu, why has Grandpa Wei still not woken up?" "There is no need to worry, Your Highness," Yu Sheng replied. "Eunuch Wei is no longer in danger. His soul was simply exhausted, so he has fallen unconscious. After some rest, he will recover." "Do not worry so much, Lier," Fang Ning added. "Look, his soul power is no longer leaking away. Later, place Elder Wei inside your hairpin. The spiritual energy there is abundant, and he will recover much faster." "All right, I will do as you say, husband." "General Yu," Fang Ning said after a moment of thought, "I do not have another soul artifact to house spirits right now. Would you and Elder Wei staying as inside Lier's hairpin for the time being?" "Oh, young master, you worry too much," Yu Sheng laughed. "There is no need to trouble the princess. Is the bracelet on your wrist not a top-grade soul artifact?" "What? This bracelet is a soul artifact?" Fang Ning was stunned. "General Yu, there is something I have always wanted to ask." Fang Ning lowered his voice. "Do you know where this bracelet actually came from?" Even General Yu knew nothing about its origin. From the very first time he met that mysterious master, the bracelet had already been on his wrist. Part of General Yu's own soul had even been preserved inside it. It seemed that long ago that person had already foreseen everything and left these arrangements behind so that when they met again, there would be no confusion. At this point, even the person who knew the most could offer no answers. Every clue remained hidden in mystery. After receiving the young master's command, General Yu bowed respectfully and quietly stepped away. Not long afterward, General Yu entered the space within Fang Ning's bracelet. Perhaps this very artifact held the key to Fang Ning's lost memories. Just as Fang Ning's thoughts drifted into the past, his phone suddenly rang, pulling him back to the present. The caller was old Zhu. Why is he calling at this hour? Fang Ning wondered. Husband, what happened? Hello, brother Fang Ling. The horror VR game we worked on together has officially launched. Old Zhu said excitedly. What? It launched already? I thought we still had more time. Thanks to Xiao Guan, that guy works like he has rockets strapped to him. Even immortals could not keep up. His efficiency is incredible. So how are the players reacting? Xiao Guan is still monitoring everything closely, but overall, the response has been amazing. During the open beta, the game already surpassed 3 million concurrent players across all platforms. Old Zhu said, unable to hide his excitement. What? 3 million? That is unbelievable. Most players praised how incredibly realistic the game felt. The horror was so lifelike that even critics were shaken. Just hearing about it was enough to get people excited. Fang Ling suddenly froze. Wait, if 3 million people felt fear at the same time, how much energy would that create? And what about Li Ni's condition? I understand now, Fang Ling said. I probably cannot spend much time managing or promoting the game. I will have to leave that to you and Guan Wen. Do not worry. I will handle it, Old Zhu said with confidence. As soon as the call ended, Fang Ling rushed to find Li Ni. Li Ni, check your condition. How much of your energy has recovered? Have you reached rank 7 yet? With a hint of anticipation in her eyes, Li Ni replied, Yes, husband. I have recovered quite a lot. I am only 1 step away from rank 7. Still not enough? Fang Ning asked in surprise. With that much energy, you still have not broken through? Not yet, Li Ni answered calmly. I have more than enough energy, but its quality is still lacking. What do you mean? Fang Ning frowned. To break through, the energy must be highly refined. Sadly, the fear energy right now is mixed with too many impurities. There is plenty of it, but it is not pure enough. Then what should we do now? He thought for a moment. Should we ask General Yu or Chu Yun? After all, they have already reached rank 7. There is no need to bother them. Li Ni smiled softly. I have my own method. I just need husband to cooperate a little. Me? How am I supposed to help? Fang Ning was still confused. In the next instant, Li Ni suddenly pinned him to the floor. Good heavens, Li Ni, what kind of method is this? Fang Ning cried out in shock. In just a moment, the advantage completely shifted to Li Ni. With one simple move, Li Ni made every piece of Fang Ning's clothing disappear. Wait, why are my clothes gone too? Is this some kind of mistake? I only wanted to help husband save some time, Li Ni replied with a perfectly serious expression. Wait, Li Ni, you keep saying no, but your actions tell a completely different story. Do you really want to stop? Before long, Li Ni had taken full control, while Fang Ning completely lost the initiative. Husband, it is time to begin. Without any hesitation, she leaned down and gave him a deep kiss that spread like a silent flame through his soul. The distance between them quickly vanished. Anyone who witnessed the scene would feel more than a little jealous, while everyone else quietly looked away. At the same time, the bracelet on Fang Ning's wrist began to pulse, releasing a strange wave of spiritual power. His consciousness seemed to leave reality as he slowly entered another space. The scene before him changed in an instant. The kingdom of Jiang from years ago appeared before him, swallowed by an endless sea of flames with nothing but destruction everywhere. Trying to escape? Keep dreaming. A heavy voice echoed across the burning sky. If you want to stay alive, start talking. Another cold voice shouted with killing intent. You rebels dared to stir chaos inside the royal palace. What exactly are you after? Fang Ning realized he was standing in the way of Yuan Shang's followers. One of them burst into wild laughter. The formationed core beneath the Princess Manor is about to activate, and the soul-refining grand array in the Imperial City is already complete. Soon every citizen in the capital will become a sacrifice for Lord Yuan Shang. Worry about saving your own life first. The man sneered before leaving with the others. Moments later, they activated the half-moon teleportation array together, and their bodies turned into streaks of light before disappearing. Right then, A world-shaking explosion erupted from the direction of the Princess Manor. The terrifying blast came from where Li Ni was, throwing the entire estate into a sea of raging fire. Without thinking twice, Fang Ning rushed forward. A white barrier completely covered the Princess Manor, while flames and smoke raged inside like the end of the world. This is bad. Li Ni is still inside. Fang Ning's face instantly turned pale. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and slashed at the barrier. But the result was completely unexpected. The barrier stood firm like an unshakable mountain, and the recoil blasted straight back at him. Fang Ning was sent flying before crashing heavily onto the ground. Damn it, what kind of barrier is this? Fury filled his face. At that moment, countless giant pillars of light suddenly shot into the sky from the horizon. Fang Ning turned to look, and his expression immediately darkened. A terrible sense of dread rose deep within him. This cannot be happening. How did it end up like this? Those pillars of light were formation pillars that Yuanshang had secretly placed all across the kingdom of Jiang. Every beam connected in the sky, forming a massive grand array that covered the entire world. Li Ni must still be waiting for me at the Princess Manor. No matter the cost, I will never leave her behind. I do not care what you are. You will not stop me from saving Li Ni today. Fang Ning poured every last bit of true energy into one final strike. At last, a tiny crack appeared in the barrier. Seizing the only chance he had, he rushed straight into the sea of flames. But what he saw next nearly shattered his heart. Amid the burned ruins, Li Ni sat there in silence like a lonely statue surrounded by dying flames. Her life force was already gone. Even so, it felt as though she had been waiting for someone to return, waiting for Fang Ning. At that moment, every ounce of restraint inside Fang Ning collapsed. The overwhelming grief brought endless tears to his eyes. He fell to his knees beside her, his trembling hands unable to accept the reality before him. Holding her cold body close, he choked out, I am so sorry I came back too late, Li Ni." Just as sorrow filled the air, a teleportation array suddenly appeared. A cold voice filled with killing intent echoed out. "Who dares destroy Yuanshang's soul-refining grand array? Are you tired of living?" A figure stepped out of the array and faced Fang Ning in the middle of the blazing fire. I wondered who it was. Isn't this the coward who ran away like a stray dog? And now you came back for the dead princess of Jiang in your arms? She truly was a beauty found only once in 1,000 years. So how did it feel holding someone that beautiful? Fang Ning's bloodshot eyes overflowed with killing intent. So it was you. You were the one who killed Li Ni. Ha ha ha. So what if you know? Look at yourself. You have already lost the will to fight. After today, the capital will become ashes, and Yuanshang will welcome a new era. The lives and deaths of all of you are in my hands. Before he could finish speaking, Fang Ning became a streak of sword light and charged forward. You will pay for Li Ni with your life. You really overestimate yourself, the man sneered. Fine, I will grant your wish. After you die, your soul will be forged into a soul slave and suffer forever. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his defenses to block the incoming attack. But after a single clash, his face turned pale. Impossible. How can a nobody possess such terrifying power? Without giving him a chance to react, Fang Ning's sword, fueled by grief and hatred, crushed every defense. All of the man's preparations fell apart in an instant. At that moment, Fang Ning seemed like a completely different person. His terrifyingly calm eyes held an even stronger killing intent. Soul control arts? Can that evil technique really bring the dead back to life? Can it truly revive the dead? Oh, you want to save the Princess of Jiang? The one whose body you are holding? The Taoist smiled maliciously and replied, If you kneel and beg me now, I might consider helping you. I can extract her soul and refine it into a soul pet for my own amusement. You could call that a form of resurrection. Before he could finish, Fang Ning's sword light tore through space. One slash filled with boundless killing intent split the man in half as easily as cutting through rotten wood. Afterward, he quietly returned to Li Ni, and the coldness in his eyes slowly faded. Li Ni, do not be afraid, I am here now. Gently holding her in his arms, Fang Ning whispered into her ear, I have found a way to save you. At the same time, in a completely different place, inside an abandoned factory that had long been deserted, a group of Yuanshang members quietly emerged, moving with extreme caution, but none of them escaped the watchful eyes of a woman hidden in the distance. It was Chu Yun. Ha, I finally found your hideout, she said with a cold smile. According to the latest intelligence, Yuanshang's most secret artificial soul project research facility is hidden inside this abandoned chemical plant. Stay alert. If we get the chance, finish everything as quickly as possible. Yes, the entire team answered in unison. The order came immediately. Move out. Led by Chu Yun, Shi Yueying and Hong Ji disappeared into the night like three streaks of light. The old iron gate was blasted open, and the team rushed into the factory. But what they found was nothing like they expected. The place was completely empty. Nothing remained except a chilling silence. What is going on? Did we walk into a trap? Chu Yun frowned. Frustrated, she slammed her hand onto a nearby table. The impact knocked a glass container off the table and onto the floor. The instant it shattered, the ground beneath them lit up. A hidden formation activated at once. This is bad. It is a trap. Everyone, get out now. But before anyone could escape, the floor turned into thick mud. Strange liquid poured from the cracks and locked their feet in place. Chu Yun struggled against the bizarre substance. What is this thing? A worried voice called out, Xiao Yun, are you all right? Nearby, Hongji and Yue Ying were also trapped by the formation, their bodies slowly sinking as if an invisible hand was dragging them into the abyss. Refusing to give up, Chu Yun unleashed all her power and controlled the water element to pull Hongji out of danger. But while they were still struggling, an icy voice echoed through the room. I suggest you stop wasting your effort. Moments later, Yuan Shang's top members appeared one after another, surrounding the three of them as if everything had been planned. Cooperate, and you might live. Keep resisting and do not blame us if your bodies suffer a little damage during the process. Do not think a few threats will scare us, Chu Yun replied coldly. I have never known fear. Even if I die, I will make all of you pay. As soon as she finished speaking, her elemental power erupted, and massive waves of water element surged around her. Yuan Long simply narrowed his eyes and smiled with disdain. You think far too highly of yourself. But in the next moment, Chu Yun's power was suddenly suppressed by a mysterious force. The water she had summoned gathered in the air and formed a massive whirlpool. Then the vortex suddenly reversed direction and rushed straight back at its owner as though someone else had taken control. The violent backlash made Chu Yun cough up blood instantly. Even Yi Chu Yun, who was mentally linked to her, suffered serious injuries. After the impact, Xiao Yun lost all her strength and collapsed inside the formation. Meanwhile, Ye Chu Yun turned deathly pale, filled with fear over Xiao Yun's critical condition. Yuan Shi looked displeased. Did you really have to hit them that hard? He muttered. If they all die, who will carry out the next stage of the plan? Yuan Long only smiled. Relax, they will not die. I just wanted them to remember this lesson. All right, take them away, Yuan Long ordered calmly. Yes, Professor, the subordinates answered at once. Yuan Yue, I have another task for you, Yuan Long continued. Yes, Professor, please give your orders. Take that girl with you. Then send a message to the soul hunters. If they want the girl to stay alive, they must bring Fang Ning and the special soul spirit in exchange. Understood, Professor. After receiving the order, Yuan Yue quickly left. Confidence filled her eyes as though everything was already under control. It seemed the real game had only just begun. Yuan Long let out a low laugh that echoed through the dark room. At the same time, the story shifted to Fang Ning's current home. He suddenly opened his eyes after a long sleep. The ancient memories he had just seen were still crystal clear. This is the first time I have seen that memory in a dream the moment Li Ni left this world. Could it be that I used the soul control art to bring her back then? Ever since Li Ni reached rank 7, Fang Ning's own strength had grown significantly. As a result, the memories buried deep within him were gradually awakening. At this rate, he would soon learn the full truth of the past. Just then, Zhangli slowly opened her eyes as well. Huh? What happened, husband? Why are you sweating so much? Did you have a nightmare? Fang Ning instantly became flustered when he realized Li Ni was leaning against him, without wearing any clothes. Good grief. How many times have I told you? Put your clothes on after you wake up. He hurriedly pulled the blanket over her. Anyone watching would think Fang Ning had no idea how lucky he really was. Li Ni giggled softly. I know. Are you still that shy, husband? She calmly got dressed, acting as if nothing unusual had happened. Can you tell me now, husband? What exactly happened just now? Nothing too serious. I just remembered a few things from the past, Fang Ning replied thoughtfully. The past? Does that mean you remembered what happened 1,000 years ago? Yes. In that dream, countless scenes from that era became crystal clear. Before he could continue, his phone suddenly rang. Seeing Officer Cheng's name on the screen, Fang Ning looked surprised. Did the Soul Hunters get another mission? Hello, this is Fang Ning. What happened, officer? But the news from the other end instantly changed his expression. What? Sister Yun and the others were ambushed by Yuan Shang. At the same time, a heavy atmosphere hung over the Soul Hunters' headquarters. Led by Zhang Tiandao, Fang Ning and Zhang Li entered the building. Fang Ning still looked puzzled. How did Sister Yun end up captured by Yuan Shang? We just saw each other not long ago. Zhang Tiandao slowly explained, last night the Soul Court assigned Sister Yun to investigate a location suspected of being a Yuan Shang research facility. No one expected it to be a carefully prepared trap. Zhang Li immediately asked, anxiously, if you already know what happened, why has no rescue mission been launched? Are you really just going to leave them there? Zhang Tiandao calmly replied, before we can rescue anyone, we have to find where they are being held. Yuan Shang has been operating in High City for far too long, and no one has discovered their true headquarters. Besides, he paused for a few seconds before continuing in a heavy voice. There are people inside the Soul Court who do not want them rescued. Hearing that, both Fang Ning and Zhang Li were stunned. Has the conflict inside the Soul Hunters really become that serious? Just then, the doors ahead opened. The three of them entered the main hall where two elders were already waiting. One of them spoke first. Tiandao, you are here. The other elder immediately frowned. We are discussing an important matter. This is no place for outsiders. Who gave you permission to bring them in? Fang Ning was about to speak, but Zhang Tiandao stopped him. He stepped forward and said firmly, Sister Yun has fallen into Yuan Shang's hands. Fang Ning's team is one of the few remaining core forces we have. They have every right to know the situation and join the rescue mission. His gaze turned even sharper, and while we are at it, I want to ask something. Have you discussed this enough since last night? The Beastmaster is in seclusion, fine, but is this really how the Soul Court handles an emergency? His words instantly made the atmosphere tense. One elder's face darkened. Zhang Tiandao, are you accusing us of deliberately delaying the rescue? The elder beside him quickly stepped in. Enough, elder son, calm down, let Tiandao finish what he has to say. The calmer elder looked at Zhang Tiandao and said, Tiandao, you should calm down as well. No one here wants to abandon Sister Yun. We simply do not know where they are being held. We are still gathering intelligence, and mobilizing our forces takes time. But Zhang Tiandao refused to accept that explanation. Stop going in circles. I only want one answer. Are we rescuing them or not? Even now, the Soul Court is still hesitating. Do we really have to weigh every option before saving our own people? One of the leaders could only sigh. Right now, we truly cannot launch the operation. That answer made Zhang Tiandao's expression grow even darker. Outside, Zhang Li leaned close to Fang Ning and whispered, Husband, why are they arguing so fiercely? Weren't we here to save Sister Chu? Fang Ning frowned slightly and whispered back, I do not know either. It looks like there is a hidden power struggle inside the Soul Hunters. At that moment, the mechanical eyes of the Soul Court's surveillance system suddenly glowed red as waves of alarms spread through the headquarters, warning of imminent danger. A panicked voice shouted, What is happening? Has the base perimeter been breached? Officer Zhang's expression changed immediately as he yelled, This is the highest level alarm. Someone is trying to break into the headquarters. In that instant, Li Ni sensed a terrifying killing intent. Without hesitation, she rushed toward Fang Ning and shouted, Husband, watch out! A terrifying force suddenly descended, shaking the entire Soul Court as though heavenly lightning had struck. The one who shattered the defensive perimeter was none other than Yuan Yue, one of Yuan Shang's highest-ranking members. She stood amid the destruction with a faint smile. I thought the Soul Hunters' headquarters was impossible to break. Turns out one strike was enough to crack it. Beside her stood a mysterious figure wrapped in a black robe, with both identity and appearance completely concealed. Officer Zhang narrowed his eyes, every nerve on alert as he locked his gaze on Yuan Yue. His unusually cautious reaction made everyone realize just how dangerous she was. She was most likely the last hidden member of Yuan Shang's elite 3 guards. But who was the black-robed figure behind her? The last masked person turned out to be Chang Baidao. Could it be the same person again? Or was it someone else? One of the Soul Court leaders could no longer hold back his anger. Capturing our people was not enough for you? Now you dare come here and provoke us? You really think nothing of the Soul Court. The moment he finished speaking, he launched his attack. Every mechanical unit created by the Soul Court was immediately summoned and formed ranks before him. A massive formation unfolded next, releasing overwhelming pressure that seemed to distort the very space around it. The mechanical units activated together, firing streams of white light like energy blades toward Yuan Shang's group before forming a complete blockade. Even Yuan Yue hesitated before that overwhelming force. Her expression turned cold. I did not expect that old man to have some skill. This formation is actually strong. enough to suppress me. Unwilling to lose the advantage, Yuanyue acted immediately. She took out the crimson sphere the mysterious professor had given her. The instant it activated, waves of violent power erupted from it like a crimson sea flooding the battlefield. The surging waves not only blocked the attack, but also crushed the grand formation the Elder had just created. Yuanyue smiled faintly, as if everything had gone according to plan. Good thing the professor upgraded the moon disk beforehand. Otherwise, today would have been much harder. An angry roar echoed through the hall. You have gone too far. Gritting his teeth, the Elder charged straight at Yuanyue. So what if you have the moon disk? I can still capture you and exchange you for our soul hunters. But at that very moment, the black-robed figure behind her finally made a move. The figure raised one hand to meet the attack head-on, revealing an unusually massive arm with no intention of dodging. The two equally powerful forces collided violently, creating a deafening explosion that cracked the surrounding space. Amid the chaos, the mysterious figure's black robe was blown completely away. The Elder's eyes widened in disbelief the moment he saw the face beneath it. How is it you? A lazy yet mocking female voice answered. You really do talk too much. The person beneath the robe was none other than Yuan Go, who had once disappeared from the world and had now returned in a brand new body created by the professor. The entire room fell silent. Yuan Go's return was beyond anyone's expectations, but she gave them no time to recover. In the next instant, Yuan Go shot toward Elder Sun like a bolt of lightning. A single punch packed with overwhelming force sent Elder Sun flying across the hall. His body crashed through the stone wall behind him, leaving a massive hole before the remaining force finally faded. Elder Zhu and Officer Zhang both turned pale as they watched their companion suffer such a devastating blow. Someone muttered under their breath with a troubled expression. It really is Yuan Go. I knew that aura felt familiar, but how is this possible? Why is she even stronger than she was during the five-element fusion? Above Yuan Go, 5 orbs representing metal, wood, water, fire, and earth slowly revolved around her like dark satellites, radiating an immense pressure. Her icy eyes locked onto Fang Ning, burning with endless hatred. You do not deserve forgiveness. Before her words had even faded, Yuan Go closed the distance like a ghost. Her cold voice echoed like a death sentence, and now all you need to do is die. Zhang Li immediately stepped in front of Fang Ning, her face filled with both worry and determination. Husband, be careful. But the moment she cast her spell, it was instantly erased. Yuanyue had secretly interfered all along. She smiled with amusement. 2 against 1 is a little boring. Let me make things more interesting. With her partner's support, Yuan Go unleashed a killing strike, her blade carrying a deadly aura straight toward Fang Ning. At the critical moment, Fang Ning drew the royal sword of the kingdom of Jiang, an ancient spiritual treasure, and blocked the attack with ease. A thought flashed through his mind. Perfect timing. I also want to see just how strong I have become after reaching rank 7. Tightening his grip on the sword, Fang Ning smiled with excitement. Then I will use you to test my strength. In the blink of an eye, Fang Ning vanished from his spot and reappeared behind Yuan Go. A smile spread across his face. What is wrong? Trying to run. His sword suddenly pierced through Yuan Go's shoulder before she could react. He mocked her calmly. You are far too slow. The strike seriously wounded Yuan Go, and blood quickly stained her clothes. Clutching her shoulder, she let out a painful groan. At the same time, 2 of the 5 orbs above her shattered into wisps of energy and disappeared. Strangely, the ground beneath her had turned into a pool of water, softening her fall and preventing her injuries from getting worse. Seeing this, Fang Ning could not hide his surprise. Is this her new ability? He looked down at the water beneath her and frowned. What is this? A water escape technique? Just then, Zhang Li hurried to his side with a worried expression. Husband, are you all right? Fang Ning turned to her with a smile. Li Ni, do not worry, I am fine. But before either of them could relax, countless sharp ice pillars suddenly burst from the water where Yuan Go had fallen. They shot upward at incredible speed, racing toward Fang Ning and Zhang Li with freezing, killing intent. Thanks to their swift reaction and agile movements, they barely avoided the deadly ice spikes. But the attack did not stop there. The ice suddenly changed direction and targeted the Soul Court elders nearby. Everyone's expression changed as they realized the attack was no longer aimed at just one person. At that critical moment, Elder Zhu pushed Elder Sun and Officer Zhang out of danger, choosing to block the attack himself. A freezing ice spike pierced straight through his shoulder, and blood slowly spread beneath the layer of frost. Old Zhu, are you all right? Elder Sun shouted. Elder Zhu merely frowned and replied, I am fine, go check on Old Sun. But at that very moment, a figure appeared high above Elder Zhu. It was Yuan Yue. She laughed with amusement. Old man, you are quite the actor. How interesting. Her words immediately filled everyone with suspicion. Could Elder Zhu really have ties to Yuan Shang? Fang Ning spoke in a low voice. Li Ni, go help protect Officer Zhang and the others. Zhang Li nodded immediately. Yes, husband, but you have to be careful too. Fang Ning felt something was off. Something is not right. Yuan Gu's new power looks strange, but it is nowhere near as strong as when she reached the 5-element fusion, and her personality has completely changed. She is like a machine with no emotions. As he was thinking, a sudden spatial distortion appeared beside him. Intertwining lights formed a teleportation gate. Yuan Go slowly stepped out of it. Her figure flickered before becoming completely solid, as though she had just returned from another world. A blazing sphere of fire appeared in her hand. It was the Fire Star Blazing Flame. Without hesitation, she threw it to the ground. The moment it hit the floor, it exploded into a raging sea of flames that engulfed the entire room. On the other side, Zhang Li immediately gathered every bit of spiritual power she had left. She raised a powerful barrier that shielded the elders and Officer Zhang from the spreading inferno. Fortunately, Fang Ning was here this time. If this had happened back when he had just fought Yuan Long and had not yet recovered, today's outcome would have been completely different. Even so, this young man's strength was becoming harder and harder to understand. Last time, it was a secret technique. What is he using now? Refusing to give Fang Ning any chance to rest, Yuan Go immediately focused her attention on him again. She spoke in a cold voice. Last time you escaped because you were lucky. This time you came here yourself. Do not expect to leave alive. But Fang Ning had no intention of defending. He took the initiative, his sword intent surging like endless waves. A powerful sword strike forced Yuan Go to retreat again and again, while the arm holding her weapon trembled from the gap in their strength. Fang Ning showed no mercy. His aura climbed even higher, and every sword strike carried the might of heavenly thunder. Under the overwhelming pressure, Yuan Go's weapon finally shattered into countless fragments. In the next instant, she took Fang Ning's full-powered strike head-on, leaving herself no way to escape. The attack destroyed another elemental orb above Yuan Go, and its remaining light quickly faded away. Yuan Go collapsed to the ground without moving. Blood quietly spread across the stone floor beneath her. Fang Ning lowered his sword and said coldly, "You brought this upon yourself." But at that very moment, a strange aura quietly appeared beside Yuan Go's fallen body. Like invisible black smoke, it slowly crept toward Fang Ning from behind. In sharp contrast to the chaos around her, Yuan Yue stayed completely calm. She opened her notebook and quietly wrote down her observations as if she were studying an interesting experiment. "This battle is definitely worth recording," she said softly, looking more like a spectator than a participant. After defeating Yuan Go, Fang Ning immediately pointed his sword at Yuan Yue. "Talk. Where is Su Yun?" Yuan Yue raised an eyebrow and put on a pitiful smile. "Oh, you want to kill me too? That sounds terrifying." As she spoke, she gently lowered the edge of her dress to reveal her long legs wrapped in black stockings, clearly trying to provoke him. "Go ahead if you want. I am waiting." Fang Ning only stared at her with a cold expression. What a lunatic. Her act did not shake him at all. It only made him more annoyed. From behind, Zhang Lei rushed forward in fury. "You wicked woman! How dare you flirt with my husband?" Facing the sudden attack, Yuan Yue simply smiled and drifted aside like a passing mist. At the same time, Fang Ning joined the assault and slashed forward. "Where is Su Yun? Where did you take her?" But something strange happened. His sword passed straight through Yuan Yue without causing any damage. Fang Ning's face changed instantly. "What? How is this possible? Was she never real to begin with? Was it a clone or an illusion? Even he could not tell." Just then, Yuan Yue suddenly appeared behind Fang Ning at an unbelievable speed. She leaned close to his ear and teased him. "Why did you stop? That kind of power cannot hurt me." At the same moment, Zhang Lei attacked again without giving her any chance to relax. The two attacked together and trapped her from both sides. But every effort was useless. Yuan Yu's body remained intangible as if she did not exist, completely immune to every attack. She smiled softly, pulled a small piece of paper from her sleeve, and spoke calmly. "You want to save Su Yun? Then trade yourself and that special soul for her." As soon as she finished speaking, Yuan Yue faded away like thin smoke, leaving only the paper floating in the air. Fang Ning stepped forward, picked up the note, and became even more cautious. Only one sentence was written on it. Abyss Void Valley. See you in 2 days. Fang Ning read it again in confusion. Abyss Void Valley? What kind of place is that? Zhang Lei frowned slightly. Husband, I have never heard of this place. Fang Ning shook his head. Neither have I. Just then, Officer Zhang arrived with Chief Sun and Zhu. Their injuries were still clearly visible. Zhang Lei quickly walked over. Officer Zhang, Chief Sun, Chief Zhu, are you all right? Officer Zhang nodded, but his face remained grim. I will be fine, but the two chiefs need treatment immediately, especially Elder Sun. His injuries are worse than we expected. Chief Zhu looked at Fang Ning thoughtfully. Fang Ning, did Yuan Yue leave that behind? Fang Ning nodded. Yes, it tells us where Su Yun's group is heading. Abyss Void Valley, he repeated in a deeper voice. Could Yuan Shang still be hiding another plan? The moment the two chiefs heard the name Abyss Void Valley, their expressions turned extremely serious and rare concern filled their eyes. Chief Zhu frowned and asked Officer Zhang, I have lived in Haiyuan City for more than 10 years, yet I have never heard of this place. What exactly is it? Officer Zhang stayed silent for a moment before answering. To understand it, we have to go back 20 years. At first, Abyss Void Valley was only a remote valley that almost no one ever visited. But about 20 years ago, a strange disaster suddenly appeared there. A mysterious source of energy erupted from deep inside the valley. Its power was so overwhelming that even space itself trembled, and no one could explain why. After that energy wave appeared, every living thing in the area quickly died. From plants to wild beasts, nothing escaped its fate. The spiritual energy inside the valley was drained almost instantly, turning the entire place into a true land of death. From that day on, Abyss Void Valley became a forbidden place that people avoided even mentioning, with no trace of life remaining. Back then, the Beast Soul organization sent many investigation teams to survey the area. Even so, the cause of the disaster remained a complete mystery. That is the truth. To stop the disaster from spreading further, the Beast Lord personally ordered the entire area sealed off and forbade anyone from approaching it. Later, every related record was erased. That is why most people in Haiyuan City today do not even know the place ever existed. With a sigh, Yuan Shang probably chose it on purpose to set a trap. That much is obvious, Chief Sun snorted. They are using Su Yun's team as bait and waiting to ambush us. Yuan Shang has always been known for fighting dirty. Old Sun, calm down. Your injuries have not stabilized yet. The more I think about it, the stranger this feels, Officer Zhang said thoughtfully. Yuan Shang's actions are very different this time. Even Yuan Yue, who always stays in the shadows, showed herself. Yet she never truly fought, not even when Yuan Go was injured. If she only came to deliver a message, it makes no sense. She must have another goal. Officer Zhang, who is Yuan Yue really? Yuan Yue is one of the 3 strongest guards among Yuan Shang's 12 guards. Her status is second only to Yuan Long and Yuan Feng. Even now, no one has confirmed what her special ability really is. That mysterious? Exactly. That is why her personal appearance this time is anything but simple. We must stay on guard. Just then, the giant sphere floating above suddenly trembled. A moment later, transparent lotus flowers like carved jade slowly appeared across the sky. Could it be the Beast Lord has finally come out? The Beast Lord? Has he really arrived? The two chiefs and Officer Zhang immediately straightened their clothes and bowed respectfully. Before long, a figure standing atop a lotus platform slowly came into view. It was none other than the Beast Lord, Chu Shen, the supreme leader of the Beast Soul organization. He calmly walked forward with a composed aura, yet his overwhelming presence demanded respect. What happened here? Why is everyone so badly injured? Before anyone could answer, the Beast Lord took out a crystal flower that glowed with a gentle and pure light. He placed a hand on Chief Sun and guided the healing energy from the flower into his body. As time passed, the crystal light slowly dissolved and flowed through Chief Sun like a cool stream. Chief Sun immediately bowed. Thank you, Beast Lord, for saving me. The Beast Lord replied calmly, it is only a basic healing technique. Still, you must rest for at least 1 month. Do not force yourself to fight. If you fail to recover properly, your cultivation could be permanently damaged. At worst, it could cost you your life, the Beast Lord warned. Chief Sun nodded at once. Understood. I will obey. Now tell me, what exactly happened? Beast Lord, Officer Zhang stepped forward to report. During their latest mission, Su Yun's team was ambushed by Yuan Shang and captured. After that, the enemy launched a direct attack on our headquarters. Fang Ning quietly observed the leader of the Beast Soul organization. So this is the Beast Lord? He is much younger than I expected. I thought he would be an old man with white hair, or at least someone as imposing as the chief commissioner. Instead, he carries himself like an immortal. Zhang Lei gently tugged on his sleeve and whispered, "Husband, who is that?" Fang Ning answered, "That is the Beast Lord of the Beast Soul Organization, and also Sister Yun's father." "Beast Lord, there is one more thing." Fang Ning handed over the note. Yuan Yue left this behind before she disappeared. The location written here is probably where Su Yun's team is being held. But what did they demand in return? Yuan Yue said that if we want to save them, then what? They want to trade for the soul spirit contract between Zhang Lei and me. After hearing that, the Beast Lord immediately turned around, his sharp gaze fixed on Fang Ning and Zhang Lei. Beast Soul member Fang Ning greets the Beast Lord. He reluctantly bowed while thinking, "Why is his stare so terrifying? It feels like he can see straight through me." At that very moment, the Beast Lord suddenly gathered spiritual power into a condensed mass of energy and fired it directly at Fang Ning. Faced with the unexpected attack, Fang Ning froze in shock. With no time to react, he could only take the full force of the Beast Lord's attack head-on. The impact was far stronger than he expected. He immediately coughed up several mouthfuls of blood that splattered across the ground. Zhang Lei's expression changed as she rushed over. "Husband, are you all right?" "You jerk. Why did you attack my husband?" she shouted angrily. But a moment later, doubt crossed her mind. Wait, the Beast Lord would never do this without a reason. Seeing how emotional she was, Fang Ning quickly grabbed her hand to calm her down. "Hold on, don't get so worked up. Layer, I'm all right." Seeing his pale face only made Zhang Lei panic even more. "Husband, don't scare me like this." To everyone's surprise, a pitch-black blood clot wriggled across the ground inside the pool of blood he had just coughed up as if it were alive. Fang Ning stared at it in disbelief. "What is that? Did I really cough that thing out?" The Beast Lord acted immediately and seized the strange black object. Without hesitation, he crushed it into dust. "It seems someone placed a curse on you long ago." "What? I was cursed?" "See, I told you. The Beast Lord was never trying to hurt Fang Ning, he was helping him. Earlier, I sensed unstable spiritual energy inside your body, along with a faint layer of dark aura. It was most likely caused by that thing. That's it. Yuan Go or Yuan Yue must have secretly planted it during the battle. Their methods are incredibly difficult to defend against. A curse? And I never noticed a thing. Luckily, the Beast Lord found it in time. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened. Thank you, Beast Lord, for removing the curse. No need to thank me. Protecting every member of the Beast Soul Organization is my duty. Beast Lord, what about rescuing Su Yun's team? Fang Ning, what do you think? Huh? You're asking me? Fang Ning thought for a moment before answering. I still don't understand why Yuan Shang is so determined to target Zhang Lei and me, or why they even captured Sister Yun. I believe it all traces back to the secrets from 1,000 years ago. Whatever the reason, for Sister Yun and everyone else caught in this, and to uncover the truth of the past, I will join this mission. You do not need to worry too much, Chief Zhu explained. The current plan is only to pretend to exchange the two of you, then seize the chance to rescue everyone. We will do everything possible to keep you safe. Of course, if you refuse, no one will force you. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ning nodded without hesitation. Beast Lord, I agree with Chief Zhu's plan. I trust the Beast Soul Organization. Very well. Since everyone agrees, we will proceed with that plan. Yes, sir. Send the order to every unit immediately. Everyone must prepare thoroughly. I will personally lead this rescue operation. No mistakes are allowed. At the same time, the scene shifted to Yuan Shang's headquarters. Inside the doctor's laboratory, a rabbit was strapped to an experiment table. Above it floated the same dark aura that had once existed inside Fang Ning. The doctor began forcing the rabbit to absorb the black energy. After struggling in despair for a while, the tiny creature slowly lost its life and lay motionless on the cold table. Be good. Stop resisting, the doctor muttered while holding it down. The more you struggle, the faster you die. Just then, Yuan Yue returned to the base. Dr. Im back. Have you completed the task I gave you? I delivered the time and location exactly as instructed. The battle data has been recorded, and every experimental sample related to Yuan Go has been completely disposed of. Very good. You did well. Doctor, I have one more thing to report. Go ahead. Based on Fang Ning's battle with Yuan Go, we can confirm that he has reached rank 7. Hearing that, the doctor's hand tightened instinctively, crushing the rabbit that still had a faint trace of life. Oh, he is progressing even faster than I expected. Also, Fang Ning now possesses the twin national guardian swords of the Zhong Kingdom. That could affect our next plan. Everything has been prepared for years. If the Princess Manor ruins had not disappeared unexpectedly, we would not have needed to rebuild the grand formation from scratch. It does not matter. That is a minor issue. The most important thing now is time. That special fox spirit has already reached rank 7. Before she fully awakens, the grand formation must be activated again. As for that boy, the stronger he becomes, the more valuable he is. That only makes our plan even easier. Since you have returned, head to Abyss Void Valley immediately and oversee the grand formation. Do not allow even the slightest mistake. Understood. I will leave at once. With that, Yuanyue quickly departed. The doctor took out a necklace and whispered softly, "Nini, can you hear me? The grand formation will soon be activated again. Before long, I will save you." A memory surfaced of a beautiful young woman holding a small lunchbox. She was the daughter of the missing woman from the Huikinj evil spirit case that Fang Ning had once investigated. She was also the girl who had always affectionately called his name years ago. "I made this soup just for you. Try it and tell me if you like it. Once I finish dealing with this, let's go camping together. As long as I'm with you, Gu Yi, I'll be happy no matter what we do." But tragedy struck without warning. A terrible accident took the young woman's life forever. Back then, Gu Yi was still a doctor. He stood frozen beside the body of the woman he loved, his eyes red with unbearable grief. At that moment, a dense black aura suddenly spread from Nini's body, carrying an eerie and freezing presence. The sight before Gu Yi left him completely stunned. It was beyond anything he had imagined. Then a terrifying figure appeared before him. A three-headed evil spirit stood silently, its sinister eyes piercing through everything. "Nini, the time is almost here. I'm sorry I made you wait so long. Just a little longer, and we can start over." The mysterious doctor was actually Gu Yi, the man who murdered the nurse in Huaiqin before disappearing without a trace. Meanwhile, Fang Ning and Zhang Lei were still asleep at the residence, completely unaware of the storm quietly taking shape. At that very moment, Fang Ning's expression suddenly changed, and sweat formed across his forehead even though he remained deep asleep. Strange symbols slowly appeared across his back, as if carved with dark black blood. The symbols continued spreading over his body, as though awakening a long-sealed secret. Before long, he found himself inside a dream world. Where am I? Why is it so dark? Wait, someone is standing over there. Filled with curiosity, Fang Ning walked closer to speak with the mysterious figure. But when the figure turned around, Fang Ning froze in horror. The stranger was calmly eating a still-bleeding human heart, as if it were an ordinary meal. A chill ran down Fang Ning's spine, and all the color drained from his face. Before he could recover, the figure suddenly rushed forward and launched a deadly attack. The strike aimed directly at his vital point with ruthless precision. The next instant, Fang Ning jolted awake, drenched in sweat as though he had just survived a terrifying nightmare. The noise also woke Zhang Lei. Seeing Fang Ning's condition, she anxiously asked, "Husband, what's wrong? Why are you sweating so much?" "I'm fine, I just had a bad dream." "You're worried about Sister Yoon, aren't you?" "Yeah. Then I hope everything goes smoothly in 2 days. I hope we can bring her and everyone else back safely." Meanwhile, deep inside Abyss Void Valley, the deepest part of the valley was shrouded in dense yin energy. Yuanyue slowly placed a mysterious sphere at the center of the grand formation. "Very soon, the new world will belong to us." At the same time, inside the Beast Soul Organization headquarters, another mysterious figure in a black robe appeared inside Chief Zeus' room. "I have already contacted Chief Sun. How did it go?" The Beast Lord is personally leading Fang Ning and the rescue team toward Abyss Void Valley. This Fang Ning Yuanshang is throwing everything at him, and that special soul. Something is definitely not right. I have secretly monitored Zhang Tiandao and Fang Ning for quite some time. Based on everything I've seen, neither of them has shown anything suspicious. What makes no sense is that ever since Zhang Tiandao brought that boy into the organization, every move Yuanshang has made has revolved around him. Their attacks on the Beast Soul Organization have become more frequent, and our losses keep growing. That cannot all be a coincidence. He must be hiding something. That is why what happens at Abyss Void Valley this time will not be so simple. A much greater conspiracy is hidden behind it. Go at once and guard the entrance to Abyss Void Valley. Watch every development. Report immediately if anything unusual happens. Understood. That night at Abyss Void Valley, following the Beast Lord's orders, Fang Ning and Zhang Lei officially joined the rescue operation for Su Yun's team. At the same time, every core member of Yuanshang had already gathered there. "It has been a long time, Beast Lord. I brought the people you wanted. Now where are the Beast Soul members? Fang Ning quietly observed the doctor sitting in the wheelchair. His bizarre appearance and the unmistakable aura of a mad scientist gave Fang Ning an uneasy sense of familiarity. Don't worry, the Beast Lord kept his promise. How could I possibly break mine? Following the doctor's command, Yuan Long stepped forward and escorted every member of Su Yun's team before the Beast Soul organization. The moment Su Yun saw her father, she was stunned. Father, why did you come out of seclusion so early? Weren't you still in closed cultivation? Her eyes quickly shifted to Fang Ning and Zhang Lei. And why are the two of you tied up like this? Don't tell me. No way, so capturing us was only an excuse to get Fang Ning and Liar? No, we can't let them succeed. Seeing her struggle fiercely, Yuanfeng stepped closer and said coldly, "It will be over soon. Once the exchange is complete, everything ends. Stop wasting your strength. Tell me, how do you want to make the exchange? You want to save your daughter. I only want the boy beside you and that special soul. To keep things fair, both sides will exchange at the same time." What? At the same time? Since when did someone like you start talking about fairness? With a knowing smile. This time, we came with complete sincerity. But if you try any tricks, I guarantee those people will die instantly. Yuan Long, Yuan Feng, begin. Under heavy guard, Su Yun's team was slowly escorted toward the exchange point. The Beast Lord gave a quiet signal, and the Beast Soul organization began carrying out the plan. Both sides cautiously moved closer, step by step, as the exchange neared completion. What is that kid really planning? He knows Yuanshang is after him and Lair, yet he still walked into this? At that exact moment, countless spiritual chains suddenly appeared and tightly bound Su Yun's team. It turned out to be a hidden move the Beast Lord had prepared in advance, allowing Su Yun's entire team to be rescued in an instant. At the same time, the restraints around Fang Ning suddenly vanished. He wasted no time, exploding forward with incredible speed. Weapon in hand, he charged straight at Yuan Long to settle the score once and for all. But Yuan Long calmly dodged the strike as if he had expected everything. He smirked. I've seen this kind of trick far too many times. In the next instant, his figure blurred, and he appeared behind Fang Ning. You want revenge? Yuan Long smiled. First, prove you're strong enough. The moment those words fell, a fierce counterattack erupted. At the same time, Yuan Feng seized the opportunity to join the battle. A torrent of fire energy gathered in her hand, forming a blazing fireball before she launched it straight at her target. At the critical moment, Zhang Lei stepped in and blocked the attack herself. She smiled at Fang Ning. Husband, don't worry. Leave this one to me. Fang Ning frowned slightly but still warned her, Liar, be careful. She lifted her chin with a confident smile. No need to worry. Dealing with her is nothing but entertainment. On the other side, Yuan Long drew his weapon and brought it crashing down with overwhelming force. You want to see my true strength? Fang Ning let out a cold smile as fighting spirit blazed in his eyes. Then watch closely. From that moment on, the battle escalated rapidly as attack and defense collided again and again, with neither side willing to retreat. But the longer the fight continued, the more Fang Ning weakened. Frustration filled his heart. Damn it. I've become so much stronger, so why is he still overwhelming me? One question kept echoing through his mind. Just how powerful is Yuan Long really? Yuan Long laughed excitedly. Now this is getting interesting. My wait was not in vain. Fang Ning had already dropped to one knee, breathing heavily. Meanwhile, Zhang Lei was still locked in a fierce battle against Yuan Feng. Seeing Fang Ning in trouble, she immediately grew anxious. Husband, are you all right? Seizing the instant she lost focus, Yuan Feng rushed in with a deadly attack. The distance was so short that Zhang Lei had almost no time to react. She could only brace herself for the incoming strike. But just before it landed, a brilliant crystal flower suddenly appeared before her and blocked the fatal blow. At the same time, countless crystal petals burst outward and launched a devastating counterattack. Yuan Feng's expression changed as she hurriedly retreated. Even so, the counterattack was far faster than she expected, and she was still injured. Left with no choice, she widened the distance to regain control of the fight. Unbelievable, she murmured, her eyes filled with both shock and excitement. Seeing the Beast Lord fight with my own eyes is truly a rare opportunity. On the Beast Soul Organization side, Xiao Yun and Chief Zhu also received orders to reinforce Fang Ning. Tiandao, an urgent voice called out. Ye Ying's injuries are too severe. We have to stabilize her life force before anything else. Stay here and protect us. Yes, Beast Lord. The moment he received the order, Zhang Tiandao immediately erected a powerful barrier around everyone to block any outside threats. At the same time, Chief Zhu and Su Yun quickly turned toward Yuan Feng, preparing to attack together. However, Yuan Feng activated a teleportation technique just in time and disappeared before either of them could reach her. At that very moment, another figure appeared in Yuan Feng's place. It was Yuan Yue. She spoke coldly, other than being shameless. "What do you beast soul people know about honor?" Her words were cold, but her actions were even more decisive. In just a few moves, Yuan Yue subdued Su Yun and casually threw her toward Chief Zhu. Meanwhile, Fang Ning's situation became even more desperate. Behind him, Yuan Feng had already finished charging a deadly attack, while Yuan Long stormed in from the front, trapping him in a perfect pincer attack with no path left to escape. Seeing Fang Ning cornered, Zhang Tiandao and Zhang Lei could not hide the growing fear in their hearts. Suddenly, the bracelet on Fang Ning's wrist burst with dazzling light. General Yu's spirit appeared on the battlefield and roared, "A coward like you dares to ambush my young master?" With a single strike, General Yu completely shattered Yuan Feng's attack. Zhang Lei immediately stepped forward. "General Yu, leave her to me. Please go help my husband. Your Highness, be careful as well." Meanwhile, Fang Ning was forced to keep dodging Yuan Long's relentless attacks. His opponent's movements were unbelievably fast. "What's wrong, Fang Ning?" Yuan Long mocked. "All you can do is run? Weren't you the one who wanted to kill me?" Just then, General Yu suddenly appeared behind Yuan Long, his voice filled with killing intent. "Today is the day you finally pay your debt." Yuan Long reacted instantly, raising his weapon to block the devastating strike. Both of them threw punches at the same time, and the impact blasted them several steps apart. Even so, Yuan Long calmly straightened his clothes and smirked. "So it really is you. I spared your life 1,000 years ago. I never expected to meet you again as a spirit. The hatred of my fallen kingdom has never faded," General Yu replied coldly. "Even as a wandering soul, I will never forgive Yuan Shang. Today, the general's manor will finally collect its debt." Taking advantage of the opening, Fang Ning rushed in from behind and attacked together with General Yu. Forced to fight on two fronts, Yuan Long could only keep retreating and dodging. Even so, his superior strength kept him completely calm. Refusing to give Yuan Long any chance to recover, General Yu unleashed one attack after another. His blade split into countless afterimages, and his unpredictable movements slowly forced Yuan Long onto the defensive. The moment Fang Ning spotted an opening, his killing intent exploded as he charged forward. But Yuan Long still managed to block the attack in time. As Yuan Long focused on defending the front, General Yu struck from behind with a devastating slash aimed straight at his back. A low groan escaped Yuan Long as pain flashed across his face. Fang Ning instantly followed with a powerful kick, leaving Yuan Long no room to evade. Yuan Long staggered back several steps before laughing coldly. "Times really have changed. 2 against 1? Isn't that a little unfair?" "Save your complaints," Fang Ning replied calmly. "You can whine later." Meanwhile, back at Yuan Shang's camp, an immortal master silently watched the entire battle. Suddenly, he activated a hidden mechanism concealed inside the wheelchair. In an instant, a massive grand formation spread across the battlefield as brilliant spiritual light erupted everywhere. Sensing the sudden change, Yuan Yue immediately withdrew from the fight instead of continuing to engage the Beast Soul organization. Even so, she quickly formed hand seals and summoned a massive cursed sphere that floated high above. The moment the grand formation activated, Fang Ning was struck by unbearable pain as the strange markings on his body burned like fire beneath his skin. General Yu's expression changed instantly as he looked toward Fang Ning with deep concern. But in the next moment, an overwhelming force erupted from Fang Ning's body, powerful enough to blast even General Yu away. A mocking voice echoed from the void, "Don't rush. Tonight's show has only just begun." After the violent outburst, Fang Ning clutched his chest. His face turned deathly pale, and the pain nearly made him collapse. On the other side, Su Yun began suffering the same symptoms, her face quickly losing all color. Meanwhile, after an intense battle with Yuan Feng, Zhang Lei also noticed something was terribly wrong with Fang Ning. "Husband, are you all right?" she cried anxiously. Just then, General Yu suddenly shouted, "Princess, look out!" Yuan Long had secretly shifted his target to Zhang Lei and launched a surprise attack. Even while his body was being torn apart by pain, Fang Ning forced himself in front of Zhang Lei and shielded her with his own body. A cruel laugh rang out. "How does the soul-devouring curse feel? My advice is simple. Stop fighting. The more you force your spiritual power, the worse your fate will become. Shut up. Fang Ning roared with bloodshot eyes as he charged recklessly toward Yuan Long. At the same time, Yuan Yue continued strengthening the Soul Guard curse barrier, pouring endless power into it. Instantly, both Fang Ning and Su Yun were overwhelmed by agony deep within their bones, as though an invisible curse were squeezing their hearts tighter with every beat. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan Long immediately used his spiritual power to imprison Fang Ning. He forcibly dragged Fang Ning toward Yuan Shang's camp, as if claiming the most valuable prize of the battle. Seeing that, Zhang Lei rushed forward without hesitation, determined not to let them take Fang Ning away. The Beast Lord also joined the fight at once, working with everyone to rescue him. But before they could act, Yuan Feng blocked their path. I suggest you don't do anything reckless right now. At the same time, Yuan Yue returned and stood beside the Immortal Master. Sir, everything is complete. I now return the soul-devouring curse to you. She continued coldly. Right now, both Fang Ning's and Suyun's lives are in my hands. If you refuse to cooperate, then I cannot guarantee this moon disk won't detonate their hearts along with it. Zhang Lei's face turned pale as she pleaded with a trembling voice. Please let my husband go. Whatever you want, I'll agree to it. Realizing how dangerous the situation had become, the Beast Lord spoke cautiously. What exactly do you want? No need to be soaked, the Immortal Master replied calmly. My request is very simple. All she has to do is remove the sealing talisman from her forehead. What? Zhang Lei froze. You want me to remove the seal? Exactly. Do that, and not only will he be released, but the soul-devouring curse inside him will also be removed. I guarantee he will leave here unharmed. Just removing the talisman will save him? She asked quietly, still filled with doubt. From the distance, Fang Ning struggled with all his strength and shouted, Layer, don't do it. Never trust them. Before he could finish, Yuan Long forcefully restrained him again. That's right. Remove the seal, and not only will he survive, but everyone here will live as well. It became clear that this had been their true objective from the very beginning. They wanted Zhang Lei to remove the seal at any cost. Once the seal was gone, Zhang Lei would lose control and her sanity. But what were they truly after? On the Beast Soul Organization's side, the atmosphere turned heavy. Everyone shouted at once, Zhang Lei, don't listen to them. They have another scheme. Even if you obey, they won't keep their promise. The Immortal Master narrowed his eyes and smiled coldly. You don't have much time left. In just 3 minutes, the soul-devouring curse will fully awaken. When that happens, death will be his only fate. The situation had reached its absolute limit, leaving almost no way to turn things around. Now there are only 10 seconds left. Whether they live or die is entirely in your hands. Zhang Lei quietly looked toward Fang Ning. There was not the slightest hesitation in her eyes. Husband Liar won't let anything happen to you. At last, the unavoidable moment arrived. She slowly raised her hand and removed the talisman from her forehead without the slightest hesitation. The instant the seal left her body, an overwhelming power burst forth like a flood breaking through a dam. Everyone present stared in shock. No one had imagined such terrifying power had been hidden behind that seal. Fang Ning stood frozen, overwhelmed with pain as he realized she had sacrificed everything for him. A terrifying pressure spread across the battlefield, like endless darkness swallowing the sky itself. Even someone as powerful as Yuan Feng struggled to remain standing under the crushing pressure. The Immortal Master burst into manic laughter. At last, a nearly perfect Ghost King. If only someone else could remove that seal, I would never have gone through all this trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, he summoned a strange object, a pitch-black heart radiating a chilling aura of death. Without hesitation, he placed it into the center of the grand formation. Instantly, endless black energy erupted around Zhang Lei like a violent storm, completely swallowing her figure. Her appearance began to change as every trace of her humanity slowly faded, replaced by something eerie and inhuman. A chilling laugh echoed across the battlefield. Ha ha ha, at last I am free. Gu Yi, the Immortal Master, stared at the scene without blinking. He laughed as tears streamed down his face. Nini, I can finally see you again. But in the next instant, countless spiritual chains suddenly shot out from every direction of the grand formation and tightly bound the Ghost Queen. What's happening? Let me go, she screamed in fury. At the same time, an ancient memory resurfaced. Years ago, Gu Yi stood with bloodshot eyes, staring at Nini's soul before using a forbidden soul refining art to reverse yin and yang and create a new body within the netherworld. Ha 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 ha, I finally found it. Nini, This time we will never be separated again. His voice echoed through the void like the desperate plea of a broken man. Those were the last memories buried deep inside the woman's mind, a blood-soaked past drowned in tears and forgotten for ages. Suddenly, the ghost woman let out a scream that shook the entire space. Dark energy exploded from her body like a raging black storm, and the pressure kept rising every second. In the distance, Fang Ning clenched his fists as worry filled his eyes, while Jiang Li slowly lost control. Right then, a mysterious force surged from deep inside him and shattered the restraints holding him down, freeing him from Yuanlong's suppression. At the same time, the moon disk used for teleportation in the professor's hand suddenly cracked, with fractures spreading across its surface. The moment he broke free, Fang Ning rushed straight toward Jiang Li without a second of hesitation. He pushed every drop of his spiritual power to the limit to destroy the active formation. The professor's face changed instantly as he hurriedly ordered his men to stop him. But none of them could block Fang Ning, and they fell one after another like dry leaves in a storm. Just then, Yuanlong blocked his path. "Give up. The grand formation has already begun. You cannot stop it." As the situation turned desperate, a figure suddenly appeared beside Fang Ning. It was the Beast Lord of the Beast Soul Clan. "Grandmaster, I came to help you." The title caught Fang Ning off guard. "What did you just call me?" "Grandmaster." The man smiled, gently held Fang Ning's wrist, and raised the crane-shaped bracelet before his eyes. In that instant, the sealed memories burst back like a broken floodgate. The memories carried him back 1,000 years to the capital of the Zhang Kingdom. Back then, Fang Ning knelt silently beside Princess Jiang Li's cold body. As expected of a forbidden technique, its power truly defies reason, he whispered, never taking his eyes off her face. "Lear, wait for me. Once I have my revenge, I will join you. As long as nothing goes wrong this time." He tightened his fist. "Wait just a little longer. Maybe a chance to change everything will finally appear." After that, he carried Jiang Li's coffin and set out on a bloody journey for revenge. Along the way, he rescued a young boy and accepted him as his disciple. As the years passed, the boy grew stronger with each passing day. "Master, look, I finally did it." The boy ran over with pride shining in his eyes. "Shirk, your talent is truly remarkable. You gathered spiritual power in such a short time." After years of searching, Fang Ning finally tracked down the crown prince of the Jiang Kingdom. "Xuan stay here and guard the coffin for me," Fang Ning said. The boy answered seriously. "Rest assured, master. I will protect it with my life. Please take care of yourself as well." "I wish you success, master." The young disciple bowed respectfully. "I hope we meet again soon." Inside the crown prince's residence, the man in charge was stunned to see Fang Ning. "You're still alive, and you actually came back? You're here alone? Where is my younger sister?" "Your younger sister?" Fang Ning's eyes turned icy. "You have no right to speak her name." "Then why have you come?" the crown prince asked cautiously. "Why?" Fang Ning gave a cold smile as killing intent filled his eyes. "To end your life." "Ha ha ha, just you?" He laughed with contempt. "A man without soul power thinks he can kill me? You're hopelessly naive. I spared you last time, but this time you will never leave alive." The crown prince immediately waved his hand. "Kill him." A mere mortal, naive? Fang Ning clenched his fists as fury burned in his eyes. "Then today I will show you exactly how I will take your life." The moment he finished speaking, a terrifying aura erupted from his body and shook the surrounding space. Right then, Yuanlong stepped in front of the crown prince. "My lord, fall back. Something is wrong. How does he have soul power?" "Stop wondering," Fang Ning replied coldly. "This time none of you will escape. Don't get ahead of yourself." Yuanlong charged into battle. But the longer they fought, the worse his expression became. How did his strength become this overwhelming? Without the slightest hesitation, Fang Ning unleashed a devastating strike. Yuanlong was blasted backward and nearly lost his balance. "I understand now," he gritted his teeth. "You used the forbidden technique blood reversal soul split. It grants temporary power, but the price is shattered meridians and a slow, agonizing death." "That's right," Fang Ning answered without hesitation. "To defeat all of you, I had no other choice." While Fang Ning let his guard down, the crown prince suddenly rushed in from behind for a sneak attack. "The grand formation has been running for 48 days. Just one more day and it will be complete. You cannot stop it. As long as you die," Fang Ning tightened his weapon, "I will find a way to end all of this." The moment he finished speaking, he charged forward with overwhelming killing intent and slashed at the crown prince. His opponent desperately raised his weapon to block, but the gap in strength was far too great. The crown prince's sword shattered on impact, and the full force of the attack tore into him as blood sprayed everywhere. Without giving him a single chance, Fang Ning stepped in and ended the Crown Prince's life in an instant, finally settling their long-standing blood feud. The moment the Crown Prince died, a teleportation array appeared in the sky, spinning violently like the eye of a storm. Members of Yuan Shang quickly recovered the Crown Prince's body, their eyes still filled with unwillingness and unfinished schemes. "Wait, not so fast," one of them said. "Fang Ning, we will meet again." In the next instant, they all vanished before Fang Ning, like mist scattered by the wind. Fang Ning then created a grand formation with Zhang Li at its core, as countless mysterious symbols slowly appeared and revolved around her. The glowing runes flickered around Fang Ning, as if fate itself was being rewritten. Waves of wandering souls gathered from every direction around Zhang Li, and under Fang Ning's guidance, they merged into her body one after another. From that moment on, another form of Zhang Li slowly emerged, revealing the ghost maiden spoken of in ancient legends. Fang Ning carefully took out a special talisman and gently placed it on her forehead. "Lear, sleep peacefully. 1,000 years from now, when the soul exchange power fades, you will be reborn." As the talisman took effect, the strange changes within Zhang Li quickly calmed, leaving only the peaceful look of someone in deep sleep. "Li, we will meet again. We definitely will." After completing the seal, Fang Ning's body slowly became transparent as streams of light drifted away from him. Xuan'er rushed over in panic. "Master, what's happening to you?" "Xuan'er, my time is running out. Listen to my final instructions. Focus on your cultivation and become stronger. Yuan Shang has not been wiped out, and your current strength is still not enough. Build an organization dedicated to hunting them down. Call it the Beast Soul Clan." "Yes, Master, I will never let you down." After those final words, Fang Ning completely faded into the void, leaving behind only a lingering chill and distant memories. All of his spiritual power, memories, and will condensed into a single bracelet carrying the mark of 1,000 years. As for Fang Ning, after disappearing from the era 1,000 years ago, his soul entered the body of an unknown child in the present. A passing couple took pity on the child and decided to adopt him. That child eventually became the Fang Ning of 1,000 years later. They brought him to the Tianxing orphanage, where his new journey began under the same familiar name and the soul that had lived through 2 glorious lifetimes. For reasons they could never explain, the couple was unable to keep raising the extraordinary child. In the end, they quietly left him at the Tianxing orphanage, where a new destiny began. As the memories buried for 1,000 years awakened, an overwhelming aura erupted around Fang Ning. At the same time, his hair slowly turned snow-white, mysterious patterns spread across his body, and he looked like a divine being descending into the mortal world. After the transformation, Fang Ning was completely different. His eyes carried an authority that no one dared challenge. Before him, the Beast Lord of the Beast Soul Clan respectfully knelt down. "Welcome back, Grandmaster." "Grandmaster, now that your memories have returned, do you know how to stop this great soul refinement formation?" Fang Ning spoke in a deep voice. "This formation is not as the soul refinement array from back then. We cannot destroy it by force. We must find another way." As soon as he finished speaking, he gathered all the power inside his body into his fingertips. Then he pointed them toward Zhang Li. A powerful barrier instantly formed around her like an unbreakable shield. "Now gather every member of the Beast Soul Clan. No matter the cost, you must stop Gu Yi." "Yes, Grandmaster. I will leave immediately." On the opposite side, Gu Yi's face twisted with rage as veins bulged across his forehead. "Anyone who dares stand in my way will die. Men, kill every last one of them." Before the enemy could make a move, Fang Ning struck first. The Jiang Kingdom's guardian sword blazed with brilliant light as he charged straight toward Yuan Shang's camp. Yuan Long appeared at once and blocked Fang Ning's path. "Stop wasting your effort. You cannot stop him." "Shut up," Fang Ning replied coldly. In the next instant, the two clashed in a fierce battle as their spiritual power shook the surrounding space. But against Fang Ning's current strength, Yuan Long was completely outmatched. After only a few exchanges, he was sent flying with wounds covering his body. Without slowing down, Fang Ning rushed straight toward the mysterious scholar. His icy sword stopped at the man's throat as Fang Ning stared him down. "Stop the formation, release Zhang Li, or I will kill you right now." "Kill me?" the man sneered. "Are you certain? If I die, you will never be able to stop the grand formation." From what I can tell, this formation must have a main core. Destroy that and everything ends. Am I right, sir?" The scholar's calm expression instantly cracked as shock flashed across his face. Before he could react, Fang Ning's sword swept past, separating his head from his body in a single strike. And if my guess is correct, Fang Ning said coldly, you are the core of this grand formation. The scholar's sudden death left all of his followers frozen in disbelief. None of them expected the battle to change so quickly. At that very moment, the soul refinement formation began to lose stability as violent spiritual energy spread in every direction. Fang Ning immediately focused all of his attention on the heart of the formation, where Jiang Li was trapped. Inside the barrier, Jiang Li continued to endure the pain, her unwavering eyes never leaving him. Seeing her suffer, Fang Ning charged forward without hesitation. Lear, I will save you. Just wait for me. Amid the raging storm and invisible chains, they both reached out toward each other like two souls, finding their way back together. Even through unbearable pain, Jiang Li's eyes remained filled with unshakable determination. Fang Ning kept breaking through one seal after another, drawing closer to the center of the formation. After overcoming countless obstacles, his fingertips finally reached hers. With one powerful pull, Jiang Li broke free from the formation and returned to his side. The two embraced tightly as the collapsing battlefield crumpled around them, as if they had reunited after countless lifetimes apart. I thought I would never see you again, Jiang Li said through tears. Lear, you're still alive, thank heaven. But the moment did not last. A cold voice echoed across the battlefield. At last, enough energy has been gathered. Everyone's expression changed instantly. The soul refinement formation was finally complete. Ha ha ha! The laughter came from the place where the scholar had fallen, but his body was now changing in a terrifying way. That voice, big brother? Jiang Li gasped. Impossible, we already killed you. That's right, you did kill me. But thanks to Yuan Long, a fragment of my soul was preserved before I completely disappeared. It turned out Yuan Long had carried his master's body all this time to protect the last remaining piece of his soul. Too weak to exist on its own, the soul hid under Yuan Long's protection and remained in deep slumber while slowly recovering its strength. It was not until Gu Yi accidentally arrived there that the sleeping soul finally awakened. You tempted him with the promise of granting his wish, convincing him to let you possess his body, didn't you? You guessed correctly, the soul replied. He begged me to bring someone back to life. I agreed, on the condition that he offered me his body and obeyed every command. I ordered him to gather the ruins and relics I left behind long ago, then taught him how to activate the soul refinement formation, but he proved even more cautious than I was. Learning from my failure 1,000 years ago, he combined that lesson with the formation research of this era, and now everything is complete. After waiting for 1,000 long years, I have finally achieved my goal. Jiang Li spoke with grief. Big brother, please stop. Don't continue. Grandfather would never want to see you become like this. He answered only with an empty stare, completely emotionless, as though she were nothing but a stranger. Husband, big brother, don't you recognize me anymore? Jiang Li choked back tears. Lear. Fang Ning held her hand and gently shook his head. After all these years, he is no longer your big brother. Just then, Yuanyue rushed over with a face full of fury. What did you do to our professor? Why hasn't he woken up yet? Before anyone could understand what was happening, the ground shook violently as an immense force rocked the entire area. What's happening? Is it an earthquake? Faced with the sudden turn of events, worry filled Jiang Li's eyes. Lear, I have a bad feeling about this. Fang Ning tightened his grip on her hand. Amid the deafening tremors, the professor's voice suddenly echoed, Nini. At the center of the grand formation, an indescribable aura continued to rise. Within the swirling spiritual light, a breathtaking young woman slowly appeared. Everyone stood frozen, unable to look away from the figure before them. The professor's face lit up with overwhelming joy as he nearly screamed in madness. Nini, we finally meet again. Watching from a distance, Fang Ning narrowed his eyes. Has the grand formation really been completed? Suddenly, he felt a strange force pulling at him. His spiritual power, along with the beast lords, was slowly being drained away. What is this? His eyes narrowed in shock. Is she absorbing soul power to grow even stronger? Meanwhile, Gu Yi continued struggling inside his possessed body, desperately resisting the control. Hey, what are you doing? Stop! As Nini absorbed more and more soul power, her body began to change. A sinister and terrifying face slowly emerged beneath her beautiful appearance. What's happening? Gu Yi cried out in panic. I did everything you told me. Why has Nini become like this? What did you do to her? You're asking me? The man replied with a cold smile. I only repeated the dream you once chased yourself, bringing the dead back to life. What? Bringing the dead back? Gu Yi froze as the horrifying truth finally sank in. Nini, don't be afraid. His voice trembled. I'll find a way to save you. Just stay calm. Let me figure out what's happening. At that moment, Chief Zhu walked over to the Beast Lord with an uneasy expression. Beast Lord, what should we do now? The Beast Lord gave the order without hesitation. Every member of the Beast Soul clan, listen up. Eliminate Nini immediately. Do not delay. Yes, Beast Lord. Hearing that, Gu Yi roared in fury. How dare you stop them? No one is allowed to lay a hand on her. The forces of Yuan Shang immediately surrounded Nini, forming a defensive wall between her and the Beast Soul clan. As if that were not enough, Yuan Shang immediately reactivated the Grand Formation. Every member of the Beast Soul clan was instantly suppressed. What's happening? Our soul power has been sealed. Seeing his subordinates trapped, the Beast Lord charged forward himself and forced his way through the suppression. But at that very moment, Chief Zhu suddenly betrayed him and launched a fatal strike from behind. Blood splashed across the sky as the Beast Lord staggered from the devastating wound. Su Yun and Zhang Tiandao stood frozen, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Meanwhile, Chief Zhu burst into excited laughter. At last, this opportunity is mine. Supported by his daughter, the blood-covered Beast Lord struggled to breathe as confusion filled his eyes. Why would Chief Zhu betray us? Chief Zhu sneered. I made a deal with the professor. I helped complete his plan, and in return, he promised me the position of Beast Lord. Why should the title always belong to the Su family? He growled. We devoted countless years to this clan, yet we remained nothing more than chiefs serving others. Don't worry. From now on, I will lead the Beast Soul clan alongside Yuan Shang and build a new order. I won't destroy everything you built, but first, let me wipe out every last one of them. Fang Ning clenched his fists and turned to Jiang Li. Li I need to help them. Can you take care of yourself? I remember everything now, including what happened 1,000 years ago. This time, his eyes were filled with unwavering resolve. I will never leave you alone again. Zhang Li gently shook her head with determination. No, husband. This time I will fight beside you. Whether we live or die, we will never be separated again. As soon as she finished speaking, she transformed into her spirit form. She poured her pure spiritual power into Fang Ning, merging their strength into one. Good, then there's no reason to hold back. You and I will finish every last one of them together. The moment he finished speaking, Fang Ning turned into a streak of light and charged straight toward the remaining forces of Yuan Shang. But before he could get far, Yuan Long appeared and blocked his path. Want to go any farther? Then you'll have to get past me first. Fang Ning narrowed his eyes. Are you really that eager to die, Yang Yuan? No. Yuan Long suddenly answered in a completely different tone. Actually, I need a favor from you. What? Fang Ning paused in surprise. You want my help? Yuan Long spoke slowly. 1,000 years ago, my master placed a special curse on me, forcing my obedience and binding my soul to his. I thought you had no chance of surviving once the Grand Formation was activated. Yet in such a short time, you actually mastered the forbidden technique. That forbidden technique contains the method to break this curse, he continued. But my cultivation art is incompatible with it, so I can never learn it myself. Only you can free me from these chains. I spared your life more than once, Yuan Long said in a low voice, because I was waiting for the day you recovered all your memories and released me. Now that your memories have returned, will you work with me? Fang Ning made his decision in an instant. With Yuan Long's strength, having him as an ally would be a tremendous advantage. The two stepped back at the same time, understanding each other's intentions with nothing more than a glance. How do you want to cooperate? Fang Ning asked. I can break your curse. In return, you must help me destroy Nini and that two-headed monster. Deal. Yuan Long agreed immediately, but we cannot let my master notice. We have to make it look real. If that's the case, Fang Ning smiled slightly, then you'll have to suffer a little for this performance. The moment he finished speaking, Fang Ning struck first and unleashed a powerful palm attack straight at Yuan Long. A massive surge of spiritual power gathered in his palm like a raging tidal wave. The attack crashed down with terrifying force like a bolt of lightning splitting the sky. Understanding the plan, Yuan Long cooperated perfectly, pretending to take a devastating hit before collapsing to the ground. Li I'll leave the rest to you. Do exactly as I instructed. Yes, husband, I understand. In truth, the attack was only a way to send Jiang Li's consciousness deep into Yuan Long's mind, where the forbidden technique binding his soul was hidden. The moment she entered his spiritual world, Zhang Li recognized the intricate structure of the ancient curse sealed within him. Without hesitation, she gathered her soul power and began dismantling the layers of seals one by one. After carefully navigating countless overlapping curse patterns inside Yuan Long's body, Zhang Li finally erased the forbidden technique completely, freeing his soul from the chains that had bound him for 1,000 years. The origin of that curse traced all the way back to the Great Catastrophe 1,000 years ago. It turned out Yuan Shang was never founded to conquer the world. Its true mission was to protect the secret behind the world's truth. But that noble purpose slowly became twisted over time. Then one day an order was given. From this day forward, do everything possible to break the barrier, no matter the cost. My lord, you cannot. If the barrier falls, both worlds will suffer. That goes against the very purpose for which Yuan Shang was created. Without a moment of hesitation, the master ordered Yuan Long's arrest. In an instant, the royal guards appeared and restrained Yuan Long before he could resist. The master personally cast an ancient seal onto Yuan Long's body, locking away his spiritual power and stripping him of his free will. Back in reality, Fang Ning seized the opportunity and charged straight toward the two-headed body, determined to finish it once and for all. But just as the sword reached him, the crown prince casually caught the blade between two fingers. "You think you can kill me?" he sneered. "Know your place." A terrifying wave of dark energy exploded outward, shaking the entire battlefield. Sensing the danger, Fang Ning quickly retreated to keep his distance and prepare for the counterattack. "Oh, is that so?" Fang Ning replied calmly. "Then let's see which one of us dies today." As soon as the words left his mouth, Fang Ning unleashed his full strength, bombarding his enemy with relentless attacks like a raging storm. But because Gu Yi and the other soul shared the same body, the conflict between them threw their aura into chaos, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Seizing the opening, Yuan Long appeared in an instant and threw a heaven-shaking punch straight into his opponent. The blow was so powerful that both the master and Gu Yi were sent flying as a massive crack tore across the ground beneath them. At that very moment, Ninus' resurrected body suddenly let out a horrifying scream that echoed like a cry from the underworld. She immediately charged forward in a frenzy and savagely bit into Gu Yi's body like a wild beast. Seeing the horrifying scene, Yuan You's expression changed as she rushed in to help. She forcefully pulled Ninus' body away from Gu Yi and hurled it aside. Even though he was covered in wounds and blood poured from his body, Gu Yi gritted his teeth in fury. "Damn it, that body is my original body." After the violent crash into the boulder, the dried corpse shattered into pieces and turned to ash, bringing the fate of a body that had long lost its soul to an end. But from those ashes, a strange aura emerged and slowly gathered into the faint figure of a young woman. The moment Zhang Lei saw her, he rushed forward and cried out, "Huang Sao." Meanwhile, inside the body being fought over, Gu Yi struggled with everything he had to take back control. "What are you doing? Give my body back." At that moment, Yuan Long quietly appeared behind the two of them, his eyes cold and emotionless. Without a word, he poured all his power into one final strike aimed straight at him. But at the critical moment, someone suddenly rushed in to block the attack. It was Yuan Yue, and she took the full blow with her own body. The scene left both Yuan Long and Gu Yi frozen in shock, unable to believe what had just happened. Blood quickly soaked Yuan Yu's clothes as her body staggered before collapsing in critical condition. Through her fading consciousness, she barely whispered, "No one is allowed to hurt the professor." Then her memories slowly unfolded, taking everyone back to the distant past. Back then, she was just an abandoned child struggling to survive on the streets. Endless days of hunger and cold drained her strength until her frail body finally collapsed. When she opened her eyes again, the first person she saw was a stranger, the professor himself. Grateful for being saved, she accepted his outstretched hand without hesitation and chose to follow him from that day on. With nothing but pure gratitude in her heart, she walked that path as if fate had already decided it. When the professor witnessed her tragic death with his own eyes, he completely broke down, his desperate scream echoing through the heavens. In another space, Huang Sao's soul slowly appeared, her gentle eyes fixed on Zhang Lei. She smiled softly and sent him one final thought. "Seeing you one last time is enough for me." As soon as those words faded, her figure dissolved into nothingness, leaving the prince reaching helplessly into empty space. At the same moment, Zhang Lei shouted desperately, "Royal brother, please stop. Huang Sao would never want to see you consumed by hatred." The only reply was rage that had built up for 1,000 years. Everything I spent a millennium preparing has been destroyed by all of you. Then we will all die together. Chaotic energy instantly erupted from his body as it began to twist and mutate. The professor turned pale and shouted, "Stop! What are you doing? Let me go. I do not want to die with you." It was obvious he had chosen mutual destruction. Just then, the Kingdom Guardian Sword of Zhong Kingdom suddenly released strange waves of power. Zhonglei and Fong Ning's consciousness resonated at the same time. The divine power of their two swords gradually merged into one. A massive barrier instantly formed and sealed the prince inside. When the devastating explosion erupted, every bit of its power was trapped inside the barrier, without leaking out at all. After the shockwave faded, only half of the professor's body remained. Even so, he forced himself up and laughed arrogantly. "Do not celebrate too soon. Death is not the end. I will return from another world." Another world? What did he mean by that? That was the hidden truth behind the veil of this world, where the realms of the living and the spirits existed side by side, but could rarely reach each other. Alongside the world of the living, invisible spirits also existed. Only the barrier of perception kept the two sides from connecting. So did he really have a chance to come back? That was almost impossible. After countless years, his soul had fused with the crown prince's body. Two souls from different origins could never coexist for long. Perhaps that was for the best. If the tragedy of the past happened again, no one could bear the consequences. The final truth was finally revealed. Yuanshang was originally founded to protect the balance between the human world and the spirit world. But after the crown prince took over, everything went off course. Now that the leader was gone, Fong Ning slowly said, "If no one objects, let the remaining members of Yuanshang join the Beast Soul Warriors and continue protecting that original ideal." "What about you?" someone asked. Yuanlong smiled gently, looking completely relieved. 1,000 years of imprisonment is enough. I want to live for myself now. If fate allows, we will meet again. Fang Ning silently watched Yuanlong's back disappear into the mist, her heart filled with mixed emotions. At that moment, the Beast Soul Warriors leader stepped forward respectfully. "Grandmaster, now that you have recovered all your memories, it is time for you to take the position of Beast Lord." "No, absolutely not." Fang Ning quickly refused. "I am just a livestream host. Managing an entire organization is not for me. Give that position to someone else." You heard what Yuanlong said. Think it over. If you believe it is the right choice, then follow his wishes. Then what about you, Grandmaster? What will you do after this? Fang Ning tilted her head slightly and looked at Zhonglei with eyes full of love. Zhonglei stared back in confusion, having no idea what her husband was planning. Time quietly passed. Then, inside the livestream room, a familiar voice suddenly echoed. "Hello, everyone. I am Elder Fang Ning from the Beggar Sect. Today is a very special day, because I am getting married. Everyone in the chat, make some noise. The wedding is about to begin. I need to get ready now. See you all in a moment." "Oh my, here comes our bride," another excited voice shouted. Right then, Zhonglei appeared in a pure white wedding dress, walking forward with a beauty that captured everyone's attention. Fang Ning stood frozen in place, completely stunned. "How is my wife this beautiful today?" "Groom Fang Ning, do you accept Zhonglei as your wife, to love and cherish her through joy and hardship, wealth and poverty, health and sickness, until death parts you?" "I do," he answered without hesitation. "Bride Zhonglei, do you accept Fang Ning as your husband and make the same vow?" "I do," she replied with a radiant smile that shined like the sun. "Bride and groom, if your love is true, please exchange your wedding rings." Surrounded by endless applause and heartfelt blessings, they sealed their vows with a kiss filled with happiness. After countless trials across many lifetimes, their journey finally ended with the happy ending they had always longed for, leaving sorrow behind and embracing a future filled with joy.